Chapter 1. Xiao Shujing. In the year 825 of the Daxia calendar, in the Xia Kingdom, Jiangbei Prefecture, Shandong Province, that it was already autumn, yet Jiangbei Prefecture was still enveloped in high temperatures. Pedestrians hurried along the streets, some wearing wide-brimmed hats, while others held sun umbrellas, desperately seeking a bit of shade, in such scorching heat. One figure seemed completely unaffected, as if he did not feel the sweltering heat at all. It was a young man, tall and with a stern expression. Xiao Shujing was dressed in a black outfit, walking steadily on the hot pavement, quickly heading forward. Jiangbei Prefecture First High School, in Class 37 of the third year. Xiao Shujing's hurried figure quickly entered the classroom. "Old Xiao, you're a bit late today. Were you out on a date?" Just as Xiao Shujing sat down, a teasing voice reached his ears. Xiao Shujing replied with annoyance, "I'm not like you, with a powerful martial artist for a father and a high-ranking official for a mother. I don't have time for romance." The one who spoke was his desk mate, Chun Ming. The two had a good relationship and often joked around. "Hey, you know my situation, that I have mediocre martial arts talent. My life is just going to be like that. In the future, it'll rely on you to show off and help me fly." Chun Ming looked at Xiao Shujing enviously and then made a pitiful expression. "Stop it, I'm not buying that." Looking at Chun Ming's expression, Xiao Shujing felt goosebumps rise all over his body, looking at him with disdain. He couldn't help but sigh. Internally, family matters are well known within the family. Although his martial arts talent was quite good, there were at least 10 others in the class whose talent was not inferior to his, and among the top 10 in the class, 5 had martial arts talent far exceeding his. Xiao Shujing had managed to stay in the top 3 of Class 37 for many years, not only because of his martial arts talent, but also due to his diligence. After all, living a second life was different from being a true youth. Apart from his youthful appearance, he did not possess the carefree mentality of a teenager. Knowing that this was a martial arts world, he had put away his playful heart and focused wholeheartedly on martial arts, which was why Xiao Shujing consistently ranked among the top 3 in his class. However, this situation might only last a year at most. By the time of the high school entrance exam, those few people's physical qualities should surpass mine. Thinking of this, a sense of helplessness surged within Xiao Shujing. After all, some things are innate. No matter how envious you are, there's a limit to how much effort you can put in. Being able to achieve this much, Xiao Shujing felt quite satisfied. After all, his family was ordinary, and being able to study at the first high school in Shandong Province through his own efforts was already quite remarkable. After all, in this world of Daxia, both the area and population far exceeded that of his previous life. Just Jiangbei Prefecture alone had an area no less than that of Huaguo in his previous life, with a population close to 100 million. The number of students in the dozens of high schools throughout Jiangbei Prefecture totaled over 1 million. Tap, 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 that a solid, heavy footstep sounded from outside the window, causing Xiao Shujing to immediately focus. "Do you still have the face to be here laughing and joking? Is your physical quality really good? Is your martial arts practice strong? Can you get into Jiangbei Prefecture's top high school?" A burly man dressed in a black martial arts uniform strode into the classroom, looking at the noisy crowd and scolding them. In an instant, the classroom fell silent, everyone looking at their noses at their hearts, not daring to breathe. "Some of you, it's been 2 years since middle school, and you still haven't even mastered the basic stances. Martial arts training is like rowing upstream, not advancing is retreating. If you don't practice for a day, you'll waste 100 days. I see some of you have had too long a summer vacation, running out to play with your minds completely off martial arts. There's only 1 year until the high school entrance exam. Some of you originally have mediocre martial arts talent and still don't know to work hard. Will you be able to get into a martial arts high school then?" The burly man looked at the students with disappointment, constantly scolding them. "If you don't want to pursue martial arts, you can apply to join the academic class now. Write a report, and I will approve it." Upon hearing this, the students' faces changed instantly, hurriedly admitting their mistakes to the burly man. Xiao Shujing was also taken aback by the burly man's words. He didn't expect the teacher to be so angry this time. It seemed he was quite serious. If they were really transferred to the academic class, it would be nearly impossible for them to have any future. According to Daxia's regulations, all officials must possess martial arts skills. Without them, they can only serve as clerks. Of course, they could also take the research route, but that path is not easy either, and many research experts are advanced martial artists themselves. After all, martial artists train not only their physical qualities, but also learn various scientific knowledge, which is the only way to go further in martial arts. Moreover, martial artists undergo comprehensive evolution. Every step forward is a fundamental evolution of life, and their comprehension will also increase accordingly. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Repeated progress and evolution will ultimately lead to transcendence. Next, all of you go to the training room to practice. After scolding the students, the burly man turned and left. That scared me. I thought Oldie was coming for me. If I get transferred to the academic class, my dad would kill me. Chun Ming wiped the sweat from his forehead, still feeling shaken after the burly man left. Why are you panicking? He wasn't coming for you. Xiao Shujing glanced at Chun Ming and said then ignored him and strode toward the training room. Hey, wait for me. Why are you walking so fast? Before long, Xiao Shujing arrived at Class 37's training room. The training room was vast, covering about 1,000 square meters, and its layout was completely different from an ordinary classroom. There were no regular desks and chairs. Instead, there was a large empty space in the middle, specifically for standing practice. On the left were 7 or 8 special instruments used to test punching power, while the right side had various common weapons like knives, guns, swords, and halberds. After entering the training room, Xiao Shujing chose a spot by the wall and quietly began his stance practice. The 9th set of basic stance, which was the stance practice that Xiao Shujing was training in. This set of stances was specifically created by Daxia for its citizens and emphasized gradual progress and a solid foundation. Whether commoners or aristocratic families, everyone started with the basic stance practice, as this practice had been refined over hundreds of years in Daxia, making it an excellent choice in terms of universality and potential. Only martial arts schools established by the government could teach it for free. It was nearly impossible to learn it without paying a significant price in society. It wasn't that the state was stingy, but rather that many people had almost no martial arts aptitude, and practicing the stances was a waste of time. Anyone with any aptitude was qualified to enter martial arts academies for training. Xiao Shujing's breathing alternated between rapid and long, vaguely synchronized with his body movements. The 9th set of basic stance not only included 12 standing stances, but also 12 moving stances, along with the corresponding exclusive breathing method. These movements combined with the breathing method constituted a complete stance practice. Chapter 2. Punching Power Test. Xiao Shujing slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, a series of pops, and then gradually withdrew from the stance practice. My progress is getting slower. Xiao Shujing casually picked up a towel to wipe the sweat from his forehead and then frowned. According to my current progress, I should be able to complete the basic martial arts training before the high school entrance exam and reach the threshold of an official martial artist. However, my martial arts skills are progressing quite quickly. I should be able to master the basic spear techniques by the end of this semester. However, the training in the warrior stage becomes somewhat difficult afterward, requiring a large amount of resources. According to the Alliance's standards, anyone with a punching force below 1,000 kilograms is considered a warrior apprentice, while those above 1,000 kilograms, whose bodies can initially accommodate the enhancement of spiritual energy, are called official warriors. Official warriors are further divided into junior warriors, intermediate warriors, advanced warriors, earth-level warriors, sky-level warriors, and so on. Spiritual energy is a unique phenomenon in this world. It is a special type of energy that allows living beings to continuously evolve. If the physical quality is too low, it is impossible to accommodate spiritual energy. Forcing absorption can easily lead to genetic collapse and death from flesh dissolution. Every year, many people whose punching force does not meet the standard forcefully absorb spiritual energy, resulting in numerous injuries and deaths. However, many still choose to take the risk, as success not only significantly enhances physical quality, but also grants many privileges to official warriors. Even if you do nothing, the government will provide you with 10,000 great Xia coins each month to maintain your living. The reason the government grants many privileges to warriors is not just because of their strength, but also because they need warriors to stabilize the situation. 1,000 years ago, this world was no different from the ancient world in Xiao Shujing's previous life. One day, a red meteor streaked across the sky, and the alien race from beyond the stars invaded Tianlan Star, resulting in countless casualties. It was precisely because of the alien invasion that an unknown dimension was seemingly opened, bringing spiritual energy to the entire Tianlan star. Gradually, people evolve step by exercising and absorbing spiritual energy, ultimately repelling the aliens and protecting Tianlan star, even counterattacking into the starry sea. Because of this, society is extremely tolerant of warriors, and the outstanding ones are revered by all of humanity. Gather. A whistle interrupted Xiao Shujing's thoughts. The time is almost up. We will now begin the punching force test, Li Baishi said seriously, looking at the crowd of students in front of him. Ah, we're doomed to be scolded badly this time. Haha, do you think I believe you? Hey. As Li Baishi finished speaking, the crowd became noisy, with many pale faces and some looking excited. Jingu, your punching force test will definitely be fine. I wonder how much you have improved compared to last semester. An excited voice came to Xiao Shujing's ear. Chun Ming had quietly appeared beside him. Not much. I spent my summer vacation playing and only improved a little. Xiao Shujing raised his right hand, pinched a gap between his thumb and index finger in front of Chun Ming, and said seriously, "Really?" Chun Ming looked at Xiao Shujing with suspicion. You've been tricked so many times. How many of old Zhao's words are true? Listen to old Zhao's words in reverse. He didn't say it like that last time. Bai Jing looked at the foolish Chun Ming and said helplessly, "Same old rule. Everyone has 3 chances, and the highest punching force will be recorded. That I hope you all take it seriously and don't let down the sweat you shed from hard training. Now, let's start calling names." 027. Chun Ming. Li Baishi scanned the crowd and suddenly noticed Chun Ming whispering in the crowd, immediately shouting angrily. Chun Ming shrank his neck upon hearing this. Ah, this isn't right. Weren't we supposed to go in order before? He thought his score was average, and even if he wasn't in the last batch of tests, he shouldn't be in the first batch. With the previous examples, he could comfort himself even if he didn't perform well. Wind is howling. The waters are cold. Go. Xiao Shujing looked at Chun Ming with pity, patted his shoulder, and said with amusement, "That phrase sounds interesting, but I can't shake off this feeling of desolation." Chun Ming said, somewhat confused, but obediently walked out. The punching force measuring device was about a person's height, entirely gold and white, resembling a mech, with a white circular disc in the center of its chest, specifically used to measure punching force. Ding. Please stand within the red line. Other candidates, please leave, and do not disturb the candidate's exam. With a ding, a mechanical voice devoid of any emotion repeated the earlier message. The other students wisely left the testing area, giving Chun Ming enough space. Start the test. Li Baishi instructed once he saw Chun Ming was ready. Bang, bang, bang. 3 muffled sounds rang out, and the testing device immediately emitted red lights. Soon, the measurement results were out. Candidate 027. This exam scores are 488 kilograms, 485 kilograms, and 485 kilograms. A mechanical voice announced, "Record the highest punching force of 488 kilograms." Seeing this, Li Baishi immediately smiled. It seemed Chun Ming's performance was quite satisfactory to him. "Yes, administrator." Next, 033, step up. "Not bad. Old Chun, you've made quite a bit of progress." Bai Jing patted Chun Ming's chest with his fist, looking surprised. I didn't perform well last semester, and my score was too low, so I was specially trained by my dad for 2 months. Finally, I made a bit of progress. Chun Ming said, looking smug. All right. I know you have a high-level warrior as a dad. I'm not envious at all. Yo, why do I smell a hint of sourness? Seeing this, Xiao Shujing couldn't help but start teasing, and the serious atmosphere in the venue became relaxed again. A punching force of 488 kilograms is considered decent in Jiangbei First High School, barely ranking in the middle. However, in front of Bai Jing and Xiao Shujing, it seems a bit lacking. Although Bai Jing is not as good as Xiao Shujing, his martial arts scores are consistently within the top 20, occasionally entering the top 10. As for Xiao Shujing, there's no need to say much. He is known as the top student in class 37, consistently ranking in the top 3, only slightly behind the first place Li Qing Xiao and the second place, Zhou Yunkai. As time passed, students took the tests one after another. Most had punching forces between 400 and 500 kilograms, with very few exceeding 500 kilograms. During this time, Bai Jing also went up to test, achieving a punching force of 644 kilograms, showing remarkable improvement, which astonished Chun Ming beside him. It should be noted that last semester's 5th place punching force was only 650 kilograms barring any accidents, Bai Jing should be able to rank in the top 10 of the class this. Time point 003, Xiao Shujing. Go old Xiao, let's not lose face. Exactly. Let's show Li Qing Xiao and Zhou Yunkai our strength. Brother Chun is absolutely right. Xiao Shujing glanced at the two beside him who were fanning the flames, looking speechless. Chapter 3. Punching power of 733 kilograms, Xiao Shujing took a deep breath and walked calmly to the testing equipment. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, a light sound echoed as Xiao Shujing neatly retracted his fist. What impressive punching technique. It seems you didn't waste your time this summer. Li Baishi's eyes lit up upon seeing Xiao Shujing's movements, and he couldn't help but voice his admiration. 730 kilograms. 731 kilograms. 733 kilograms. 3 consecutive readings flashed by, and the crowd gasped in astonishment. If I remember correctly, Xiao Shujing's score at the end of last semester was only around 670 kilograms. In just 2 months, he actually increased his punching power by over 60 kilograms. Last semester, only Li Qing Xiao had a punching power above 700 kilograms, and even Zhou Yunkai was close. But not quite there. Could the testing equipment be malfunctioning? The probability of the testing equipment being faulty is almost zero. It's just that the glaring numbers are hard to accept for a moment. The current situation left everyone in the training hall astonished. As one approaches the level of a formal martial artist, increasing punching power becomes increasingly difficult, often requiring double the time for every 10-kilogram increase. Martial artist apprentices are not comparable to formal martial artists. Many potent tonics for enhancing physical attributes are simply unavailable to them. Moreover, students at the apprentice stage are generally younger and have not fully developed. Misusing excessively powerful tonics can easily harm their bodies and lead to a decline in future potential. Seeing the crowd erupt in excitement, Li Baishi immediately shouted, "Everyone, quiet down." Next up, 002, Zhou Yunkai. The crowd fell silent at once, no longer speaking. When Xiao Shujing returned to the line, Chun Ming and the others could no longer hold back, exclaiming, "No way. My dad practiced with Yuan Li every day this summer and only improved his punching power by a bit over 50 kilograms. I thought I could catch up to you too." Chun Ming looked at the test results with a face full of lament. "Come on, I already know you." Bai Jing couldn't help but expose him. "Aren't you just trying to show off that you have a high-level martial artist for a dad?" You understand me, Brother Bai." Chun Ming grinned, dropping the pretense. "Brother Chun, we've been classmates for years. Why don't we have a sparring match? It'll help guide the younger brother." Bai Jing looked at Chun Ming with a mischievous smile. That's not necessary. My family's cooking chicken right now. I won't disturb you. I'll leave first." Chun Ming immediately tried to slip away, but Bai Jing, having been prepared, grabbed his arm. Old Xiao, save me. Help me." Chun Ming struggled to break free from Bai Jing's grip while seeking aid from Xiao Shujing, hoping his good brother would lend him a hand. "Let Brother Bai keep you company for a while. It'll help improve your practical experience. We can't lose face." Xiao Shujing, instead of stopping him, wore a mischievous smile and exchanged glances with Bai Jing. Before Bai Jing could respond, suddenly, the crowd erupted in exclamations once more. "What? How is that possible? My God! It's even more shocking than Xiao Shujing. Li Qingxiao's punching power actually exceeded 800 kilograms. Unbelievable." Suddenly, waves of gasps filled the air. Hearing this, Xiao Shujing couldn't help but look toward the testing equipment. A handsome figure stood proudly in front of the device, clad in a white martial arts robe, his eyes filled with arrogance. The device in front of him displayed an astonishing number, 812 kilograms. "This pretty boy has improved again in just a few months," Chun Ming said, looking at Li Qing Xiao, who was surrounded by astonished voices, with a displeased expression. "Don't worry. I believe you could defeat him," Bai Jing teased. Xiao Shujing looked at the two lively characters beside him and shook his head. It seems that by the end of this semester, Li Qing Xiao would be touching the level of a formal martial artist. That's too much. You underestimate him too much. His martial arts talent is among the best in Jiangbei Prefecture High School. If he had focused entirely on martial arts, his punching power would have surpassed 900 kilograms long ago." Xiao Shujing said seriously, looking at the two with a solemn expression. "Is this pretty boy really that strong?" Chun Ming asked, incredulous. "Of course. If you observe closely, it's easy to notice that he comes late and leaves early during our class training. Produce. He is often seen dating some female students outside, Bai Jing added. What can you do? His martial arts talent is exceptionally high. With just a bit of effort, he can easily catch up to others. Xiao Shujing expressed envy. He knew his own situation well. He had put in countless hours of sweat to improve his punching power by 60 kilograms in just 2 months. Meanwhile, others who practiced sporadically easily surpassed him, which left anyone feeling a bit uneasy. Don't worry, old Xiao. Even though your physical attributes aren't as good as Li Qingxiao and Zhou Yunkai, you can always beat them in practical training. Exactly. Even if our old Zhao's basic punching power isn't as high as theirs, he has never lost to them in practical sparring. Chun Ming patted Xiao Shujing's shoulder to comfort him. The martial arts assessment is basically divided into 2 main categories. One is basic data, such as punching power and nerve reaction speed. However, for martial artist apprentices, whether they are low-level apprentices with 300 kilograms or high-level apprentices with 700 kilograms, there isn't much difference in nerve reaction speed since they haven't undergone the cleansing of Yuanli, making testing unnecessary. The other category is martial arts practical combat. After all, merely training isn't enough. One must also be able to fight. Otherwise, when on the battlefield, one would just become a soft-shell shrimp, sacrificing their life and wasting national resources. Practical combat is precisely Xiao Shujing's strength. Although his martial arts talent is only above average, his comprehension is much stronger than his talent. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to narrow the gap based solely on effort. Today's test results were good. Many students not only didn't waste time, but also made remarkable progress. Starting tomorrow, we will have practical assessments, and I hope everyone can continue to surprise me. Class dismissed. After Li Baishi finished speaking, he left directly. Old Xiao, are you going to practice extra tonight? Soon, most of the students from class 37 had dispersed, and Bai Jing couldn't help but ask. No, there's a practical assessment tomorrow. Extra practice might affect my condition for tomorrow, Xiao Shujing replied. That's true. It's better to go back and adjust your condition. We can't afford to drop the ball tomorrow. Bai Jing agreed, recalling how he had underperformed in practical assessments twice because he practiced too late the night before didn't rest well. Chapter 4 Family. As night fell, Xiao Shujing was ready to return home. After a whole day of training, he was already exhausted and prepared to go home after a quick dinner on campus. Stepping out of the campus, Xiao Shujing stood by a dim streetlight and raised his right hand to his smartwatch. Xiaoji, help me call a driverless car. Received. Instantly, a small turtle image popped up on the watch screen, which was Xiao Shujing's intelligent AI, Xiaoji. This world not only had various martial arts experts, but technology was also significantly advanced compared to his previous life, with many legendary technologies from his past life visible everywhere. Before long, a light yellow sedan slowly drove towards Xiao Shujing, with large characters on the car indicating it was for student use. This was specially set up by the Daxia government, considering that many students finished classes at night and were already exhausted after a day of training. Additionally, the entire Jiangbei prefecture was too large, and many students lived far from the campus, which is why the government set up driverless electric cars. After that, Xiao Shujing got into the driverless car and headed east toward the city. In early September, patrol personnel in the East China Sea discovered that abnormal beasts began to gather in the waters around Daxia's East Sea province, preparing to land. The East Sea province government had applied for support from the central government, which attached great importance to this matter. To respond to this crisis, the National Defense Security Department would take over comprehensively. Today, our station has specially invited national defense expert Zhao Bingshan to share his views on the invasion of abnormal beasts in the sea. Invasion by the East Sea's abnormal beasts occurs every few years, and the main reason is not to occupy territory. The beasts from the sea cannot adapt to the land. Professor Zhao, what do you think is the reason for the beasts landing? The host quickly asked. It is well known that 1,000 years ago, the invasion of alien races caused great harm to humanity while also bringing forth essence energy, and the abnormal beasts are evolved from this energy. Because of the rapid reproduction of abnormal beasts and the lack of resources in the sea, they can only invade the land to cope with the population crisis in the sea, Zhao Bingshan humorously replied. Xiao Shujing looked at the holographic projection in front of him, and his thoughts suddenly sank. Despite their nonchalant words, each time the sea's abnormal beasts invaded Daxia, it cost a tremendous price to suppress them. It wasn't that the Daxia government couldn't handle it, but all the experts in Daxia, including those from other countries, had been dispatched by the Tianhai Alliance to guard the starry sky, preventing the invasion of alien races. As the name suggests, the Tianhai Alliance is composed of all the countries in Tianhai Star, formed to respond to and prevent the return of alien races from beyond the stars. The reasons for the beast's attack are not as simple as Xiao Bingshan said. Although the alien invasion was repelled back then, they left many contingencies, and the sea's abnormal beasts were specially modified by the aliens. The purpose was to continuously bleed the human race of Tianhai Star, causing casualties and reducing the potential of the Tianhai Alliance. However, the high-ranking officials of the Tianhai Alliance are not fools. They decided to turn the tables and use this as a training ground for ordinary warriors. A 1-second advertisement reminder: Wenhui Station has arrived. Please take your personal belongings. Thank you. The prompt from the driverless electric car brought Xiao Shujing's thoughts back. Hearing this, Xiao Shujing immediately got off the car. The station was near the Wenhui community, where Xiao Shujing lived. Ding! Standing at the entrance of the community, after a quick scan to confirm his identity, the gate opened. Late at night, apart from a few houses still lit, the rest were already dark. Click! With a soft sound, Xiao Shujing opened the door to his home. Mom, Dad, I'm back. Xiao Hu, you're still awake. As soon as Xiao Shujing opened the door, he heard his younger brother's joyful voice. This was his 10-year-old brother, Xiao Hu. Entering the room, he saw that the apartment covered about 200 square meters, with 3 bedrooms and a training room prepared for Xiao Shujing. There was also a study for his father, Xiao Ming, who worked as a clerk in the local government in Jiangbei Prefecture and needed to write a lot. His mother, Lin Qian, worked for a state-owned enterprise and didn't have much work, spending her time taking care of Xiao Shujing and Xiao Hu. Have you eaten at school? A voice greeted from the room, and soon a figure walked out, revealing Xiao Shujing's father, Xiao Ming. Xiao Hu, go back to sleep. Your brother and I have something to discuss, Xiao Ming said, glancing at Xiao Hu in the living room and sending him back to his room. Dad, what's the matter? Xiao Shujing asked, somewhat puzzled. It's nothing serious. Your grandfather sent a message saying your uncle's younger son has also been admitted to the first middle school of Jiangbei Prefecture. He wants you to take good care of him at school, Xiao Ming said with some helplessness. How can that old man say that? Is he really being so biased? Just because my elder brother is a junior martial artist? Everything good has always gone to him since childhood, and he is still stuck as a junior martial artist after all these years. A dissatisfied voice came from the room, and Lin Qian walked out with an unhappy expression. Your elder brother became a martial artist, but he never helped you. Why should we always give? Qian, after all, it's my dad asking me. I can't just ignore him. Xiao Ming replied with some helplessness. Dad, Mom, I understand this matter. Just tell Grandpa that I'm in the 3rd grade now, and the pressure is high. I don't have time to play with the kids. Xiao Shujing interrupted the argument between his parents. Exactly, we don't have time to play with kids. Lin Qian said proudly after hearing this and returned to her room, leaving Xiao Ming with a helpless expression. Xiao Shujing didn't care much about his so-called grandfather and uncle. He had never felt any familial affection from them growing up, and now they wanted to use family ties to morally bind him. Unfortunately, Xiao Shujing never fell for that. After saying this, he turned back to his room. These were all secondary matters. What mattered now was that his progress was slowing down, making it difficult to become a junior martial artist before the high school entrance exam. Xiao Shujing didn't dwell on the earlier incident. The most important thing was still himself. To continue maintaining high-speed training, there was only one way: to practice the 9th basic posture to perfection. Xiao Shujing rubbed his brow, feeling a bit of a headache. After all, he had just recently mastered the basic posture in the last 2 months, which was why he had made such significant progress in such a short time. Only by becoming a junior martial artist could he be admitted to the first high school of Shanghai province. Attending other schools would only distance him further from his goals, leading to his complete obscurity among the masses. Xiao Shujing felt a tightness in his heart. He understood the importance of the environment to a person. A competitive environment could more easily ignite one's fighting spirit. Not to mention that starting from being a junior martial artist, Every step forward required a substantial amount of resources. Although Xiao Shujing's parents had decent incomes, they needed to maintain the household and support his younger brother's martial arts training. Their money barely covered the family's expenses. Relying on this little money to support martial artist training was simply unrealistic. The first high school of Shango Province was the key to breaking through. As the top high school in Shango Province, it had the dual support of local government and the Daxia court, along with a wealth of resources from the Tianhai Alliance. Only by being admitted to the first high school of Shango Province could he grow rapidly. Come on, Xiao Shujing sighed helplessly and then encouraged himself. Suddenly, Xiao Shujing felt a flash in front of his eyes. This is Chapter 5 Awakening Talent. Unity of Heaven and Man, what is this? Suddenly, Xiao Shujing's vision flashed, and he immediately fell into a wonderful state. In the entire room, whether upstairs or downstairs, the table, bed, or walls, everything was reflected in his mind, as if everything was under his control. At the same time, Xiao Shujing's spirit seemed to undergo a transformation, and he felt an overwhelming excitement. His gaze flickered as he looked at the cup on the desk, slowly closed his eyes, and saw the cup actually standing in midair. I really did it. I thought I was just imagining it. Xiao Shujing instantly opened his eyes, his face filled with shock. Calm down, calm down. Xiao Shujing took a deep breath, suppressing the joy in his heart, but the flush on his face could not be concealed. First, I need to figure out what that state was, permanent or temporary. Even legendary Earth-level and Sky-level martial artists do not have such astonishing performances. Perhaps my level is too low, and I'm not qualified to know certain things. After a moment of calm, Xiao Shujing began to settle down. Overthinking is useless. The main thing now is to clarify the function of this ability. Controlling objects should just be a small ability. Then, Xiao Shujing closed his eyes again, attempting to re-enter that clear state. As he focused his mind, previously vague memories gradually became clear. This is when I was just born. When Xiao Shujing opened his eyes again, it felt as if he had returned to his infancy, and the memories that had faded away resurfaced in his mind. He found himself in a spacious room, with bright corridors filled with doctors in white coats coming and going. Through the window, he could vaguely see his parents, who did not seem to have changed much from their appearance years later, just a bit younger. Then time sped forward at 100 or 1,000 times the normal rate, and Xiao Shujing relived his first cry, first breastfeeding. At 3 years old, he entered kindergarten for the first time, re-experiencing childhood friends and unfamiliar faces, his first mischief, first drawing. At 6, he left his hometown with his parents and came to the provincial capital of Shango Province. Xiao Shujing began elementary school. Here, he began to understand the history of the Great Xia and learn the meaning of martial arts for the first time. In the blink of an eye, 6 years passed in an instant. At 12, Xiao Shujing entered Jiangbei Prefecture First Middle School with excellent grades. Here, he began his first practice of martial arts. Every training, every stance, every drop of sweat. Time flew, and in a moment, his memory recalled the day of September 7th, when he completed the assessment and awakened his talent at home. He didn't know how long had passed when Xiao Shujing finally opened his tightly closed eyes, only to find himself drenched in sweat. Moreover, he felt unwell, his face pale, as if recovering from serious illness. Xiao Shujing let out a long breath. The overlap of memory and reality caused him to feel a sense of time-space confusion. In a short time, it seemed as if he had relived his life. Countless memories and images surged to his mind, making it difficult for him to distinguish between memory and reality. However, it was not without gains. Xiao Shujing's pale face forced out an unsightly smile. Although the recent memory recall almost drove him insane, there was a silver lining. His memory had become exceptionally strong. Now he could clearly recall any day from the past, every event he experienced, every book he read. Everything was child's play for him. Furthermore, Xiao Shujing discovered that his comprehension had also significantly improved. Some obscure aspects of the foundational stance practice had become simple, and he easily grasped the key points. Not only that, Xiao Shujing closed his eyes again, carefully sensing everything around him. It seems I can perceive everything within a 10-meter radius. Xiao Shujing couldn't find the right words to describe this situation. If he had to use one, unity of heaven and man from his previous life would be the most fitting. Within Xiao Shujing's perception range, whether it was the bed or the table in the room, he could easily sense them. Even the microscopic dust invisible to the naked eye was clearly reflected in his mind. He could effortlessly see through the wardrobe, noting the 8 sets of clothes for pairs of shoes and the small cracks on top of the wardrobe, even penetrating through walls to sense his brother sleeping soundly. Everything within a 10-meter radius was reflected in Xiao Shujing's mind, and it was a 360-degree view without blind spots. He could even easily sense what was happening upstairs and downstairs. Xiao Shujing was carefully sensing all of this, like a child who had just received a new toy, playing with it joyfully. Oh, what is this? Suddenly, Xiao Shujing noticed a gray particle within his perception range, densely suspended in the air. However, it did not seem like dust, as the particles in the air passed directly through it, as if the two were not in the same space. Could this be the primordial energy? Xiao Shujing was momentarily stunned, and then recalled the content in the book about primordial energy. Primordial energy cannot be directly observed. Only when one's physical quality reaches the threshold of a martial artist can it be absorbed into the body through techniques to enhance it. So, primordial energy can also be directly observed. It exists between heaven and earth. This is amazing. Xiao Shujing could no longer suppress the joy in his heart. The corners of his mouth lifted, and a smile appeared on his pale face. He never expected his talent to be so extraordinary, not only able to observe all tangible materials within a range, but also easily sensing intangible energy. However, although Xiao Shujing's unity of heaven and man was powerful, it could not be activated frequently. It also had to follow the law of energy conservation, and activating it only required Xiao Shujing's mental power. Xiao Shujing picked up a smartwatch and checked the time. Is my mental power only able to sustain this for 10 minutes? He looked at the time and calculated silently. Currently, my talent has 2 abilities. The first is to perceive everything in a 360-degree view and reflect in my mind. The second is to control everything within the perception range. But due to the limitation of mental power, he could only control a maximum of 1 kilogram of material. Although activating the talent of unity of heaven and man to perceive everything is exhilarating, Xiao Shujing's current mental power is not enough to maintain it for long. Moreover, since Xiao Shujing also needs to practice basic stance techniques every day, his mental power should not be overly consumed to avoid hindering training. The ability to control everything within the unity of heaven and man is even more extraordinary. It is equivalent to Xiao Shujing having a domain where he can exert absolute suppression within his 10-meter range. Even advanced martial artists stepping into his domain could be easily dealt with, no matter how powerful one is. If he crushes your heart or smashes your brain, you won't survive. Of course, with Xiao Shujing's current mental power, he could only deal with one. Once his mental power is exhausted, he would become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Chapter 6 Practical Assessment. As for the existence above high-level martial artists, that is something Xiao Shujing cannot deal with at the moment. According to the official records of the Great Xia, Earth-level martial artists have undergone 4 transformations in their physical qualities, reaching an incredible level. Even facing a small nuclear bomb head-on, it would be difficult to completely kill them. The aftermath of a battle involving Earth-level martial artists can easily destroy all buildings within hundreds of meters, and they can easily eliminate high-level martial artists with just a single burst of energy. For such inhuman existences, the tactic of human waves has lost its meaning. Only beings of the same level can contend with them. Moreover, it seems that I can easily change the shape of materials within my perception range. Xiao Shujing activated the unity of heaven and man once again, and instantly, all materials within a 10-meter radius reflected in his mind, without exception. Condense. Xiao Shujing silently chanted in his heart, and then the dust within the 10-meter range was forcibly kneaded by his mental power into a mud ball about the size of a pigeon egg, floating in front of him. Cough. After doing all this, Xiao Shujing couldn't help but turn pale, unable to suppress a cough, and his clothes were already soaked with sweat. This is a bit forced. Xiao Shujing reached up to wipe the sweat from his forehead. With my current mental power, reaching this step is already the limit. I am far from being able to freely change the shape of materials as I imagined. If I truly reach that point, Xiao Shujing could be considered truly invincible. as any enemy that falls within his perception range would have their life and death at his mercy. Thinking too much is useless. I should take it step by step. As long as I keep going until the end, I will eventually reach a point of invincibility thanks to my innate abilities. For now, I should get a good night's sleep to prepare for tomorrow's practical assessment. With this thought, Xiao Shujing put aside his wild imaginings, closed his eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, a beam of piercing sunlight shot into the room, waking the sleeping Xiao Shujing. "Oh no, I overslept," Xiao Shujing exclaimed in frustration as he looked at his smartwatch. It was already almost 8 o'clock. He immediately rolled out of bed, got dressed, and hurried to school. He didn't expect that the excessive consumption of mental power last night, combined with his body's self-protective mechanisms, would cause him to oversleep. Xiao Shujing had always gotten up at 5:30 and arrived at school by 6 o'clock, starting each day of training early. Ever since he began practicing martial arts on the first day, it had been the same for years, and his biological clock had long since formed. He didn't expect that last night's research into his innate abilities would lead to this exception today. It's okay. Everyone has to have a first time for everything, whether it's success or failure. Xiao Shujing could only comfort himself this way. Jiangbei First Middle School. Classroom of Class 3 to 7. What's going on? It's already past 8, and there are still people arriving. Who is it? How dare they make our whole class wait for them? Who else could it be? It's our class's famous genius, Xiao Shujing. Do you have a problem with that? The student who had just spoken stammered a reply and then closed his mouth. Old Chun. What's up with old Xiao? Isn't he always the first one to arrive at school? Why is he late today? Bai Jing leaned back slightly, glancing back discreetly, speaking in a voice only 2 people could hear. How would I know? I'm not a parasite in his stomach. Maybe something happened at his home. Chun Ming replied irritably. This isn't good. Can't you see old Li's face is already turning dark? Old Xiao is definitely in for it today, daring to make everyone wait for him. Bai Jing looked at the tall man standing on the stage, whose grim face had turned black with anger, silently staring at the entrance. It's fine. Our director Li has a broad mind and definitely won't care about such trivial matters. Bai Jing rolled his eyes at this remark. Director Li broad-minded? This is only something that could fool those who don't know him. Everyone in class 3 to 7 knows that their homeroom teacher is famously vengeful. Here he comes, here he comes. Chun Ming nudged Bai Jing, signaling him to look outside. In the corridor, a young man dressed in a tight-fitting blue martial arts uniform was striding in, exuding an air of grace and detachment. Reporting in, as Xiao Shujing faced the many unfriendly gazes in the classroom and the iron-faced old Li on stage. He felt his scalp tingle and gritted his teeth to shout out his report. Li Baishi looked at Xiao Shujing standing at the door, his darkened face slightly easing, but his tone remained unfriendly. Go back to your seat. Old Xiao, you're really something, daring to make our homeroom teacher wait. Xiao Shujing had just sat down when Chun Ming couldn't help but give him a thumbs up, while Bai Jing in front also subtly nodded in agreement with Chun Ming's view. I was too tired last night and accidentally overslept. Xiao Shujing explained helplessly after hearing Chun Ming's words. What the heck, what did you do last night? You actually overslept? Chun Ming exclaimed in surprise, raising his voice. The other students in the classroom couldn't help but turn their attention, their eyes filled with curiosity. While some students pretended to be calm, but upon closer inspection, they were already straining to listen. Indeed, whether in the past or present, people have always been so enthusiastic about gossip. Chun Ming, a loud shout came from the podium. If you speak again, get out and stand. Li Baishi glared fiercely at Chun Ming. Chun Ming immediately shrank back, picked up a book from the desk, pretended to read, and didn't forget to give Xiao Shujing a meaningful look. All rise. Li Baishi raised his hand to check the time and then issued the order. The students in the classroom immediately stood up, standing straight. Since everyone is here, let's not waste time. Destination, practical training hall, run forward. After saying this, the burly man took the lead and ran towards the practical training hall. The students in the classroom also consciously lined up, marching in unison towards the practical training hall in the west. From a distance, a silver-white building suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. The walls of the building were smooth and flat, reflecting the surrounding light like a mirror. As the students approached, They could see several large holographic characters floating above the practical training hall, with the towering entrance adorned with a shining metal sign. On both sides of the entrance stood several intelligent robotic arms. Applying to use the practical training hall, Li Baishi stood in front of the entrance, raised a smartwatch, and a red beam of light shot towards the intelligent robot. Ding! Permission granted, application approved. A mechanical voice echoed, and the previously closed doors slowly opened to reveal a giant arena. The arena was entirely silver gray, and around the arena were various commonly used weapons such as swords, forks, and halberds. 003, Xiao Shujing, come to the stage. Li Baishi leaped, crossing more than 10 meters and landing steadily on the arena. It's over, old Xiao. It seems that today, old Li is going to give you a profound lesson. Chen Ming's face began to show worry upon seeing this. There's nothing to be done. Xiao Shujing smiled helplessly, patted Chen Ming on the shoulder, and then confidently walked towards the arena. Chapter 7 Practical Assessment, 420 points. As soon as Xiao Shujing stepped onto the ring, old Li threw a standard long spear over. Li Baishi shook his wrist and said, "This time I will assess you according to the standards of the high school entrance exam. I will only use a punch force of 1,000 kilograms as a standard, and I hope you can all perform excellently, according to the assessment standards of the Great Xia High School entrance exam." The intelligent testing robot would only exhibit the skills and punch force of a novice martial artist, while scoring based on the student's performance in practical combat. The basic punch force is scored at 1 point per kilogram, with a maximum score of 1,000 points. The practical assessment has a maximum score of 500 points, and to achieve full marks, one must directly defeat the intelligent testing robot. The total score for martial arts testing is the sum of both scores. Xiao Shujing. The assessment begins. Seeing that Xiao Shujing was ready, the burly man immediately announced the start of the assessment. Xiao Shujing took a deep breath, tightly gripped the long spear, and fixed his gaze on the burly man in front of him. "Teacher Li, please give me your guidance." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Shujing instantly burst forth with astonishing speed, crossing several meters in the blink of an eye. The long spear flashed, darting towards old Li like a dragon probing the sea. "Good one." Old Li's eyes lit up, unable to refrain from exclaiming. The spear moved like a dragon, creating a series of whistling sounds wherever it went. What fast spear technique! The students below the ring held their breath, not even daring to blink, afraid of missing any exciting moment. This guy, Xiao Shujing, has such an impressive spear technique. The previously indifferent Li Qingxiao perked up upon seeing Xiao Shujing's spear strike. Has this guy's basic spear technique really become perfect in just 2 months? Thinking of this, even the proud Li Qingxiao couldn't help but frown. He had often lost to Xiao Shujing in practical combat, and if Xiao Shujing's basic spear technique truly reached perfection, he would likely never get the chance to win against him again. Trying to leverage the advantage of the long spear, old Li saw through Xiao Shujing's intentions and couldn't help but admire him. However, he showed no hesitation, swiftly sidestepping to evade Xiao Shujing's thrust. When Xiao Shujing missed his shot, he immediately turned and swept the spear horizontally, drawing a sharp arc and attacking old Li once more. Old Li jumped back to dodge, while simultaneously deflecting the spear's trajectory with his sword. Hiss! Seeing this, Xiao Shujing took advantage of the momentum to retract the long spear, then used his waist to exert force, rotating 180 degrees to attack old Li again. What quick reaction speed! At this moment, many students were captivated by the fierce duel between the two, watching in awe. Old Li sidestepped while counterattacking, the sword gleaming with cold light, clashing with the long spear and producing crisp sounds. Xiao Shujing showed no signs of annoyance, pressing forward step by step with increasingly fierce moves. His long spear was as agile and varied as a swimming dragon. This is where it ends. Old Li realized he had pushed Xiao Shujing to his limits, and then stopped holding back, shifting from defense to offense. Suddenly, old Li's sword technique changed drastically, his figure swiftly approaching Xiao Shujing like a ghost, unleashing a barrage of sword strikes that left Xiao Shujing with no way to evade. Xiao Shujing fought hard to defend, but old Li's onslaught grew fiercer. Each sword strike seemed to contain unimaginable force, numbing Xiao Shujing's arms in just a few moves. Suddenly, old Li's figure flashed, and his sword cut through like lightning, directly knocking Xiao Shujing's long spear away. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, old Li's sword was already pointed at Xiao Shujing's throat. In just a few minutes, the two had engaged in dozens of fierce exchanges, leaving the onlookers breathless. "Teacher, I lost." Xiao Shujing looked at the sword on his neck, his hair standing on end, and had no choice but to helplessly concede defeat. "You performed well this time. You made great progress over the summer." A smile appeared on old Li's face, and the matter of Xiao Shujing being late this morning was dropped. Hearing this, Xiao Shujing felt a surge of joy. It seemed he had passed this hurdle. Given old Li's character, as long as he addressed the issue, there would generally be no major problems. Ding! Candidate Class 37003. Xiao Shujing, Martial Arts Practical Assessment, 420 points. A mechanical voice rang out, announcing the assessment results to the students present. Upon hearing the score, the students erupted in astonishment. 420 points. How is that possible? Xiao Shujing is so strong? He just entered the third year of middle school, right? Could it be that Xiao Shujing is also likely to achieve full marks in martial arts practical scores before the high school entrance exam? The crowd buzzed with discussion, their eyes filled with surprise and envy. Scoring 420 points in practical combat was something many students nearing the entrance exam couldn't achieve. This meant that even if Xiao Shujing made no progress in his third year, he could easily get into the top high school in Jiangbei Prefecture, which naturally made everyone present envious and jealous. "Old Xiao, well done. Damn, you're really something." As soon as Xiao Shujing stepped off the ring, Chunming and Bai Jing surrounded him. "You little brat, you really might get into the top high school in Jiangbei Prefecture," Chunming said enviously, looking at Xiao Shujing's performance just now. "If I could get into the top high school in Jiangbei Prefecture, my dad would be over the moon. I'm still far from it. The admission standard for the top high school is over 1,000 kilograms of punch force, and the practical assessment score must not be less than 400 points. Otherwise, even if you meet the punch force standard, you still won't get in." Xiao Shujing shook his head and said modestly. He knew that to truly get into the top high school in Jiangbei Prefecture, his current strength was indeed not enough. At this moment, Bai Jing walked over, patted Chunming on the shoulder, and teased, "Chunming, stop daydreaming. Your primary goal now is to get into the second high school in Jiangbei Prefecture." "Damn, Bai Jing, don't look down on people. Even if I can't get into the first high school, I won't fail to get into the second high school." Chunming exploded upon hearing Bai Jing's words. Xiao Shujing helplessly glanced at the two, then rolled his eyes at them. "Look, Li Qingxiao is up. It's finally Li Qingxiao's turn. I wonder how he will perform. Brother Qingxiao is definitely stronger than Xiao Shujing." The crowd turned to look at the source of the voice, only to see a square-faced girl holding up a sign, rebutting the others. Brother Qingxiao on the left and Brother Qingxiao on the right nearly made surrounding students vomit their overnight meals. "Old Xiao, your old rival is on stage." Chunming poked Xiao Shujing with his finger. "I see." Xiao Shujing replied calmly. "Damn, you old men are getting more and more pretentious." Chunming couldn't help but say upon hearing Xiao Shujing's calm tone, "Little Bai, don't you think so?" Bai Jing's eyes darkened, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Don't call me Little Bai." "Got it, Little Bai. Both of you stop arguing. The stage has already started." Xiao Shujing interrupted the two lively characters beside him. On the ring, Li Qingxiao held a 3-foot-long sword, his white clothes billowing, and with his right hand, he twirled the sword, causing the girls in the audience to scream. "Teacher Li, please give me your guidance." Chapter 8. Second in class, 16th in grade, after Li Qingxiao respectfully saluted Teacher Li, he immediately attacked with his sword. In the blink of an eye, the two had already exchanged several blows. Li Qingxiao's sword was sharp and fierce, each strike accompanied by the sound of slicing air, as if he were tearing through space, aiming directly at Teacher Li's vital points. On the field, Li Qingxiao moved like the wind, his steps agile and varied, the long sword in his hand darting like a swimming dragon towards Old Li. Seeing this, Old Li did not show any weakness. With a twist of his wrist, he created a heavy shadow of swords, deftly neutralizing Li Qingxiao's attacks. Their swords clashed, sparking a series of bright flashes, the ringing sounds echoing throughout the martial arts arena. As time passed, beads of sweat had already formed on Li Qingxiao's forehead, but the sword in his hand grew even more ferocious as he attempted to break through old Li's defenses. On the other side, old Li appeared relaxed and at ease, effortlessly deflecting Li Qingxiao's assaults with every movement. Indeed, our class's first in martial arts truly lives up to the name. Although his martial arts skills weren't as overwhelming as Xiao Shujing's, they were not far off. At this moment, the students surrounding the arena were completely focused on the two on stage, showing no signs of distraction. On the field, under the continuous high-intensity attacks, Li Qingxiao gradually became fatigued. His breaths turned rapid, his grip on the sword slightly trembled, and sweat poured down like rain from his forehead. Unfortunately, he was already at the end of his strength, unable to grip the sword tightly. So how could he possibly break through teacher Li's impenetrable defense? Just a little more? Why is it always just a little more? On the stage, Li Qingxiao gritted his teeth. It wasn't just a little more. The gap between the two was simply too vast. Xiao Shujing observed from below the stage, whispering, "Old Xiao, what do you mean by that?" Bai Jing, who was nearby, turned to look at Xiao Shujing. Xiao Shujing frowned slightly, his gaze still fixed on the stage. Although Li Qingxiao's offensive was fierce, his skills and experience were far from old Li's. While old Li only focused on defense, he managed to exploit every weak point in Li Qingxiao's attacks. Moreover, Li Qingxiao's relentless offense had already drained too much of his stamina, yet he still failed to find the true flaw in teacher Li's defense. Bai Jing nodded thoughtfully and then looked back at the stage. So, does that mean Li Qingxiao has no chance at all? Not that he has no chance at all. Xiao Shujing paused. What method? The surrounding students hurriedly asked after hearing Xiao Shujing's words. What are you thinking? Unless old Li lets him off easy, he won't have a single opportunity. TCH. Old Xiao, I didn't expect you to be quite the joker, but unfortunately, this joke is a bit cold. Xiao Shujing's reply drew a chorus of boos from the crowd. Hoping for old Li to go easy is as likely as the sun rising in the west. No, even if the sun did rise in the west, such a thing could never happen. Everyone had been under old Li for 2 years, and their teacher was famously kind-hearted but strict. Just as everyone was discussing, the situation on the stage changed. It's over. Old Li saw that Li Qingxiao had reached his limit and immediately stopped holding back. He wielded his long sword, creating a flourish, and instantly appeared in front of Li Qingxiao, then swiftly struck down with the sword. At this moment, Li Qingxiao was already exhausted and faced with old Li's thunderous strike. A flicker of horror flashed in his eyes, but at the critical moment, he still attempted to raise his long sword, trying to block old Li's attack. However, the gap between them was simply too great, and all resistance was futile. Old Li's sword easily knocked Li Qingxiao's horizontal sword aside, and at the same time, lightly tapped the blade against Li Qingxiao's shoulder. In an instant, Li Qingxiao could no longer support himself and collapsed to the ground. Ding! Class 37, Student 001, Li Qingxiao. Practical assessment score, 400 points. With the announcement of the assessment results, the venue erupted in an uproar. No one expected that even the top student, Li Qingxiao, could only score 400 points in the practical assessment. One could imagine how incredible Xiao Shujing's score of 420 points was. It should be noted that this was a 20-point difference, and it was in martial arts practical assessments. Scoring 20 points in this area is much harder than scoring 20 points in physical fitness. It can be said that when the physical fitness scores are similar, a difference of 10 points in practical assessment scores results in roughly equal chances of winning. A difference of 10 to 20 points indicates a winning probability of about 70 to 30 or 90 to 10. A difference of over 20 points results in a winning probability close to 0. This is also why Li Qingxiao lost more often than he won in practical confrontations with Xiao Shujing. Even if Li Qingxiao had slightly better physical fitness, he could not achieve overwhelming dominance. The practical assessments continued, during which Chun Ming and Bai Jing also took the stage. Both performed well, with Chun Ming scoring 341 points and Bai Jing scoring 377 points, coming close to the top tier of the class. Time flew by, and it was already 6 in the evening. After a day of assessments, all students in Class 37 had completed their evaluations. In the classroom of Class 37. Old Lee said, "Everyone performed well in today's practical assessment, much better than I expected." His tone was calm, but the upward curve of his lips revealed his inner thoughts. I want to particularly commend Xiao Shujing and Li Qingxiao, who have made significant progress compared to the end of last semester. I hope you both continue to improve. However, there are also some who have made no progress at all compared to last semester. Wang Quan. Old Li's tone shifted, and he shouted angrily. Wang Quan immediately jolted, trembling as he stood up. If you haven't made progress by the next martial arts practical assessment, you can transfer to the academic class. I don't need slackers here. Wang Quan nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice upon hearing this. The results of this martial arts assessment have already been sent to your smartwatches. Check them yourselves. With that, he turned and left. Name: Xiao Shujing class. Class 37 total score in academic studies. 864 points total score in martial arts. 1153 physical fitness. 733 points. Practical assessment. 420 points. Class ranking. Second grade ranking. 16th. He actually surpassed Zhou Yinkuai. Xiao Shujing was somewhat surprised, but then felt it was only natural. However, it was unexpected for him to rank in the top 20 in his grade. There were a total of 12 martial arts classes and 24 academic classes at Jiangbei First High School. Not to mention the academic classes. Just the 12 martial art classes combined had over 1,000 students. Keep in mind that last semester, his grade ranking was only around 30. This was still his result before awakening the unity of heaven and man. Once I digest this, I should easily enter the top 10. Xiao Shujing silently calculated. Old Xiao, what was your score? Chunming leaned over, asking curiously. Xiao Shujing smiled slightly and shared his score from the smartwatch with Chunming. You take a look. Chunming's eyes widened in disbelief after reading it. Wow, 1153 points. Second in class, you pushed that Zhou Yunkuai guy down. Your progress is too impressive. At this rate, you'll definitely break into the top 5 in the grade. Xiao Shujing retrieved his smartwatch, confidence evident in his words. As long as I keep working hard, nothing is impossible. What about you? How did you do? I'm just okay. Still need to put in more effort. Only ranked 30th in class, a far cry from your progress. Although Chunming said this, he wore a proud expression on his face, clearly satisfied with his score. He then patted Bai Jing in front of him. What about you? Bai Jing, 7th in class, 54th in grade. Chapter 9, Zhou Yunkai. Can the three of us still have fun together? Chunming had a look of despair on his face. No way. I have to practice an extra hour every day from now on. I can't fall too far behind you guys, Chunming said firmly. All right, we should go eat now. Xiao Shujing raised his wrist to check the time and realized it was getting late, so he reminded the two to get ready to go to the cafeteria. Lao Xiao, you did great today, so you have to treat us to a meal. Sure, no problem. Today I'll treat. The assessment results were good this time, and Xiao Shujing waved his hand in agreement with Chunming's suggestion. The cafeteria of Jiangbei First High School is very large, covering an area of about tens of thousands of square meters. Just in the third year alone, there are more than 3,000 students in both academic and martial arts tracks, and with the first and second years included, the total number is around 10,000. So the school cafeteria is naturally quite expansive. Master, 3 basic nutritional meals. Please charge it to my card. At the window, Xiao Shujing said generously, casually taking out his meal card to pay. Xiao Ge is really generous. Xiao Ge is really generous. The two said in unison, wearing a hint of flattering smiles on their faces. You two stop it, Xiao Shujing said with a bit of annoyance, then handed the meal boxes to the two, and the three of them immediately began to dig into their meals. The basic nutritional meals are specially formulated by the Great Xia government for middle school students, and a department was established specifically for this purpose. The aim is to provide sufficient nutrition for martial arts students in middle schools across the country, and the manpower and resources spent on this are countless. After all, martial arts training cannot be achieved just by hard work. If nutrition is lacking, the body's supply capacity will be greatly diminished. The effects of training will also be significantly reduced, and it may even damage the body's foundation. These nutritional meals taste pretty good, but eating them every day can get a bit monotonous. Chunming mumbled while eating. Just be content. There are so many people who want to eat, but can't even get it. Bai Jing shot him a glance. This is true. Although Xiao Shujing and the others have subsidy from the school and the government, the costs are still considerable. A basic nutritional meal costs 50 great Xia coins, which is not like the free rides on the driverless electric cars at night. Just this basic nutritional meal, if placed outside the school, you wouldn't even think about it for less than 300 great Xia coins. Just for Xiao Shujing. The monthly cost for basic nutritional meals is 4,500 great Xia coins, and besides that, he also needs to buy specialized martial arts clothing. Xiao Shujing's current basic punch strength is over 700 kilograms, and that's when he is standing still. If he moves, the punch strength combined with speed can easily double. So, ordinary martial arts clothing is not suitable for training. It tears easily with a little force. He needs to buy specialized materials for martial arts clothing. Otherwise, he can't just run around naked all day. And then there are shoes, underwear, and other items. With all these, Xiao Shujing's monthly expenses are around 10,000 great Xia coins, which is still because he is a martial arts student. As many purchases have subsidies from great Xia, training in martial arts really burns money. Xiao Shujing calculated and couldn't help but feel a lot of emotions. When you break it down, the 10,000 subsidy for becoming a martial artist doesn't seem so appealing anymore. What's this? You're counting that as less? Chunming said with his mouth full, speaking indistinctly. After I finish training every day, I still have to go to a special conditioning shop for a massage to relieve my fatigue. Plus, every 3 days, my dad uses elemental power to help refine my body and remove the hidden injuries from training. Calculated. My expenses aren't less than yours, and yet my progress is still far behind you too. Upon hearing this, Bai Jing turned red with envy and couldn't help but say, damn, you're such a rich kid. I see you just want to show off in front of us. Lao Xiao, don't you think so? Lao Xiao? Bai Jing asked again when Xiao Shujing didn't respond, and Xiao Shujing quickly nodded when he turned back. But then, Xiao Shujing ignored all their following comments. Right? Why didn't I think of that? Chunming's dad can use elemental power to refine the body and remove hidden injuries. It's unreasonable for my talent ability to be lacking. After all, in a state of unity of heaven and man, I can easily control everything within my perception range. It should also work to repair the hidden injuries in my body. I'll try when I get home tonight, Xiao Shujing thought to himself. Chunming's words were like a wake-up call for Xiao Shujing, who didn't have a high-level martial artist dad to regularly help him remove hidden injuries. If he were to look for a high-level martial artist in society to help with conditioning, no one would bother with you unless you had tens of thousands of great Xia coins. After all, even a junior martial artist can easily earn over 100,000 great Xia coins with a casual job. And while the price for helping others remove hidden injuries seems high, junior and intermediate martial artists can't control elemental power at will, so they can't effectively remove hidden injuries. One wrong move could leave internal injuries. High-level martial artists, on the other hand, look down on such small amounts of money, as this work requires a lot of energy. No matter what they do, they can earn money faster than this. After that, Xiao Shujing had already lost interest in eating. He quickly finished the nutritional meal and went alone to the training ground. Zhou Yunkai. As soon as he entered the training ground, Xiao Shujing saw a familiar figure, which was Zhou Yunkai, who ranked second in the original Class 7 of the 3rd year. Zhou Yunkai was about 175 meters tall, slender, and was focusing on training in a corner of the training room. Seeing the beads of sweat on his forehead, it was clear he had been here for a while. It seems he is a bit unconvinced after losing to me this time, Xiao Shujing thought with a slight smirk. Before I awaken my talent, you could suppress me, but now that I've awakened my talent, you still want to suppress me? Then my talent must not be worth anything. At this moment, Zhou Yunkai, who was in the training room, noticed Xiao Shujing and stopped his training, slowly walking over to him. Look, isn't that Zhou Yunkai and Xiao Shujing? Zhou Yunkai is walking over. Do you think they will fight? Do you think that is possible? I admit Zhou Yunkai has stronger basic punch strength than Xiao Shujing. But in practical combat, he is far behind. If he really challenges Xiao Shujing to a duel, wouldn't that be self-humiliation? That is true. In the training room, many students had already eaten dinner and were now preparing to train. Suddenly, they witnessed the explosive scene before them and instantly erupted like a pot of boiling ants. Zhou Yunkai also noticed the situation, frowned, and approached Xiao Shujing, saying, My second place is with you now. I will personally take it back next month." Upon hearing this, Xiao Shujing raised an eyebrow, showing no intention of backing down. "An enemy defeated by my hand will never be regarded as a rival. I give you time to catch up until you become unattainable." At the same time, he silently thought, "How good. I hope you don't mind me borrowing your words." Damn, Xiao Gu is awesome. That line is too epic. At this moment, a familiar voice came from behind Xiao Shujing, and it was Chun Ming. Chapter 10. Repairing Hidden Injuries. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, Xiao Shujing finished a day of cultivation and returned home, feeling weary. After a brief conversation with his parents, he went back to his room, gently closed the door, and sat down on his bed. "Now let me verify if my talent can repair the hidden injuries in my body." After preparing himself, Xiao Shujing sat cross-legged and silently chanted in his heart, "The unity of heaven and man has been activated." In an instant, darkness enveloped Xiao Shujing's vision, and then everything within a 10-meter radius seemed to be pulled into another dimension, reflecting back in his mind. The feeling of controlling everything made him unable to resist immersing himself in it. No matter how many times he experienced it, this special state of unity truly felt incredible. For now, it was more important to verify his guess. Other things could be studied later. Xiao Shujing then concentrated and attempted to mobilize his mental power, slowly penetrating into his body. He could see clearly the subtle damage to muscle fibers, tiny cracks in the joints, and faint blockages in the meridians. Xiao Shujing carefully manipulated this mental power, like gentle hands softly caressing the injured areas. Initially, his progress was not smooth. The mental power seemed somewhat uncontrollable, like a wild horse that couldn't accurately act on the hidden injuries. Xiao Shujing took a deep breath, tried to calm himself, and prepared to attempt again. This time, the mental power finally responded to his will, slowly beginning to repair those hidden injuries. Xiao Shujing could feel a warm and gentle force circulating in the injured areas, and the pain seemed to lessen bit by bit. As time passed, beads of sweat covered Xiao Shujing's forehead, but his eyes were filled with excitement. "Indeed, my talent can not only control the external world, but also master my own body." Xiao Shujing opened his eyes and said with a look of surprise. Unfortunately, his mental power was insufficient, and he had only repaired 1/10 of the hidden injuries before it was completely exhausted. Feeling the part of his hidden injuries that had been repaired, Xiao Shujing's heart was filled with joy. Although he had only repaired 1/10 this time, it was undoubtedly a good start. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, thinking that as long as he persisted, he could completely repair all hidden injuries in no more than 10 days, making his martial arts path smoother. After a short rest, Xiao Shujing decided to seize the momentum and enter the state of unity again to continue repairing the hidden injuries. However, the continuous attempts left him extremely fatigued, and instead of repairing the hidden injuries, he accidentally aggravated the injuries. He reminded himself not to be too hasty. Haste makes waste. It was better to get a good night's sleep to regain his energy and continue tomorrow. With beautiful hopes for the future, Xiao Shujing lay on his bed and soon fell asleep. Time passed quickly. 10 days later, he finally finished repairing the hidden injuries in his body. Xiao Shujing opened his tired eyes, his face pale, as if he had been seriously ill. He slowly sat up and tried to move his body, feeling an unprecedented lightness and vitality in his limbs. The previously aching hidden injuries now felt completely comfortable. Xiao Shujing smiled, a sense of relief spreading across his face. His efforts over the past days had not been in vain. He had repaired his hidden injuries. Now his condition was surprisingly good, feeling as if he had shed a heavy burden and was much more at ease. Before awakening the unity of heaven and man, Xiao Shujing had planned to rely on the natural energy of heaven and earth to wash his meridians and repair the hidden injuries when he became a formal martial artist. After all, his family was ordinary, unable to afford the high costs of finding advanced martial artists for refinement, and without connections to advanced martial artists. Who would help a stranger? Moreover, he could feel that his strength had improved significantly after repairing the hidden injuries. His basic punching power must have increased considerably. Xiao Shujing clenched his fist, feeling the overwhelming power surging within him, and thought to himself, "It's a pity it's the weekend. and the school is closed. Otherwise, I could find out how much I have improved. Xiao Shujing said with some regret. His home did not have a testing robot for punching power. Even the simplest apprentice-level smart robot cost over 100,000 Daxia coins. Since the school had them, his parents were too lazy to buy another one. Suddenly, Xiao Shujing noticed a flyer on the table, boldly stating the opening of the Baishan Martial Arts Hall with a promotional membership price of 3,888. Now only 3,288. Oh, right. How did I not think of that? I can completely go to the martial arts hall outside to test my punching power. Looking at the flyer in his hand, Xiao Shujing studied it carefully. It not only had the promotional price, but also details about the training equipment and coaching staff. He immediately decided not to hesitate any longer, quickly tidied up, and set off according to the address on the flyer. Before long, Xiao Shujing arrived at the Baishan Martial Arts Hall. The martial arts hall covered a vast area, about 10 acres, with an architectural style themed on ancient buildings, while also integrating a lot of modern technology, perfectly blending the two, exuding an artistic atmosphere. What a grand undertaking! Looking at the magnificent building before him, Xiao Shujing couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. This was the provincial capital city center of Shandong province, where every inch of land was valuable. Acquiring such a large piece of land could not be achieved merely with money. The martial arts hall must have a solid background. However, none of this mattered to him. He was just there to measure his punching power and would leave after that. Xiao Shujing thought to himself. He had come here to take advantage of the situation and had no intention of paying for a membership. Welcome. As soon as he stepped through the door of the martial arts hall, a pleasant voice greeted him, lifting his spirits. Following the sound, Xiao Shujing saw a woman in martial arts attire looking at him expectantly. The woman was beautiful, with a charming expression, resembling a peach blossom, evoking a sense of pity. Wow, what a figure! Seeing the woman in front of him, even with Xiao Shujing's experience from 2 lifetimes, he couldn't help but gasp. Damn, can this really be the test for the cadre? Who could withstand such a test? Xiao Shujing couldn't help but recall some famous scenes from his past life. The two were strikingly similar. However, the woman's next words felt like a bucket of cold water poured over Xiao Shujing's head. Little brother, would you like to know more about our martial arts hall? Little brother. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shujing's brain short-circuited, and everything suddenly felt dull. He snorted coldly and said, I heard that a new martial arts hall opened in Jiangbei Prefecture, and I happen to have nothing to do today, so I came to take a look. Hearing Xiao Shujing's words, the beautiful woman's face broke into a slight smile. Sir, please follow me. I will introduce you while you look around. Chapter 11. Baishan Martial Arts School, how should I address you, sir? A beautiful woman stood sideways next to Xiao Shujing. Leading the way, Xiao Shujing. I'm Lin Weiwei, the receptionist at Baishan Martial Arts School. Let me introduce you to the school. Lin Weiwei smiled as she looked at Xiao Shujing's determined face. Xiao Shujing nodded, initially thinking it was just a small martial arts school and not paying much attention, but wanted to quickly test his punching power. However, seeing the scale of the school piqued his curiosity, so he allowed Lin Weiwei to show him around. As they walked, Lin Weiwei said, Baishan Martial Arts School is divided into several areas, including a basic training area, advanced training area, combat simulation area, and so on. Each area is equipped with the most advanced equipment and professional instructors. Xiao Shujing listened while looking around, secretly surprised. The entire martial arts school not only occupied a vast area, but the training equipment inside was also the latest models, showcasing a wealth of resources. All martial arts apprentices were in the basic training area, while the advanced training area was for those above the martial artist level. After finishing her explanation, Lin Weiwei showed a hint of hesitation on her face. Take me to the basic training area to have a look. Xiao Shujing sensed Lin Weiwei's unspoken words and said in a calm tone, This way, please. Lin Weiwei then shifted her body and led Xiao Shujing toward the basic training area. In no time, they arrived at the basic training area. At that moment, many students were sweating profusely, the sounds of various training machines mingling with the voices of instructors, creating a lively atmosphere. Xiao Shujing glanced around. The entire basic training area occupied about 1/3 of the school's total area. It was roughly divided into 3 large sections, the most prominent being the central training area, densely packed with various training equipment, which took up half of the training area. The second largest section was the testing area, which not only had intelligent robots for testing punching power, but also featured a running track about 100 meters long, lined with various instruments on both sides. Is this a special instrument for measuring nerve reaction speed? Xiao Shujing's tone was somewhat uncertain. Mr. Xiao has a good eye. This track is indeed used to measure nerve reaction speed, Lin Weiwei replied confidently, a hint of pride appearing on her face. What a grand setup at Baishan Martial Arts School, Xiao Shujing exclaimed upon receiving a positive response. It was worth noting that even a number 1 high school in Jiangbei Prefecture did not have equipment to measure nerve reaction speed. That was the top high school in the province, so one could imagine the strength of the school's backers. It wasn't that the school couldn't afford to buy it, but rather that there was no need. Only about 20 to 30 students could reach the martial artist stage before the high school entrance exam. For martial arts apprentices, the difference in nerve reaction speed was minimal, making such measurements meaningless. Here, the training programs cover various aspects such as strength, speed, and endurance, which can improve students' physical quality comprehensively. Moreover, our coaches in the basic training area have decades of experience in this industry, and our gold medal coaches can create exclusive training plans for each student, Lin Weiwei introduced at the right moment. Xiao Shujing nodded slightly, understanding the situation. However, apart from the instrument for measuring nerve reaction speed, Xiao Shujing did not feel that there was anything particularly special about the school. No matter how powerful the so-called exclusive training plans were, they could not compare to Tianhai. Tianhai was an artificial intelligence developed by the top research teams from dozens of countries within the Tianhai Star, possessing extraordinary computing power to create the perfect training plan based on each student's family situation, without leaving any hidden dangers. This was also one of the privileges Xiao Shujing had as a martial arts student, far more reliable than the so-called gold medal coaches in society. At that moment, a burly young man caught Xiao Shujing's attention. The young man was struggling to lift a barbell that far exceeded what an average person could bear, veins bulging on his forehead, yet he persisted. Xiao Shujing couldn't help but ask. He seems to be giving it his all. His name is Zhao Gang, and he is 20 years old this year. He has always dreamed of becoming a powerful martial artist, so he trains exceptionally hard. Unfortunately, his aptitude is poor, only rated as below average, and until now, his punching power is just over 800 kilograms, still far from breaking through to the martial artist threshold. Lin Weiwei explained nearby. According to the classification of aptitude by the Xia government, there are 3 main categories: upper, middle, and lower, with each category further divided into upper, middle, and lower levels, totaling 9 grades. Since all students entered middle school, the Tianhai Alliance led unified testing, with those rated below average being assigned to the academic classes. After all, no matter how wealthy the Xia government was, it couldn't afford to waste resources training some cannon fodder. Moreover, the Tianhai Alliance's technology was powerful. As long as there were resources, they could produce as many high-level martial artist-level intelligent warriors as needed, so there was no shortage. The entire Xia and even the Tianhai Alliance implemented elite training, aiming to cultivate core forces such as Earth-level and Sky-level martial artists, and even those surpassing Sky-level martial artists. Therefore, from high school onward, students lacking in aptitude, comprehension, or potential were gradually eliminated. Miss Lin, may I use the martial arts school's punching power testing equipment? Having understood what he needed to know, it was time to get back to the main topic. Xiao Shujing was well aware of his purpose for coming to the martial arts school and naturally would not lose sight of the essentials. Of course, no problem. This way, please. Lin Weiwei's expression showed no signs of surprise. She still wore a smile, then turned to lead the way, and Xiao Shujing immediately followed. When they reached the punching power testing equipment, Xiao Shujing took a deep breath, adjusted to the standard stance, and then struck the punching power testing device with a strong punch. Bang! As Xiao Shujing's fist landed, beams of red light flashed across the device, and the numbers on the screen began to jump rapidly. Ding! Student test completed. Punching power, 820 kilograms. As the testing robot's voice fell, the surrounding people's attention was instantly attracted to Xiao Shujing. Lin Weiwei beside him also widened her eyes in surprise, her mouth agape enough to fit an egg. Is there a new student? Coming in and showing us a thing or two right away. What about you? Do you think you're worthy of saying anything? Aye. After that, it was all about how he had a stomachache today and couldn't perform well, and the people around burst into laughter, filling the entire basic training area with a cheerful atmosphere. Mr. Xiao, may I ask how old you are this year? After a moment, Lin Weiwei finally regained her senses and asked the young-looking Xiao Shujing. 15. Xiao Shujing glanced at Lin Weiwei, his tone indifferent. Applause. Mr. Xiao is truly a young hero. Just then, a round of applause came from behind. A tall man in a gray martial arts uniform approached. The middle-aged man was about 40, with a square face and a hint of ferocity in his brows, as if he had just come from a fierce battle. I am Yang Jianhua, the person in charge of Baishan Martial Arts School. Mr. Xiao, this way please. After saying that, he gestured for Xiao Shujing to follow. Before long, they brought Xiao Shujing to a secluded room upstairs. Young friend, you are so young yet possess such strength. It truly is enviable. I just heard from Lin that you are only 15 years old. You are truly a young talent, much stronger than I was at your age. Yang Jianhua looked at the young man before him, filled with emotion. Director Yang, you flatter me. My modest strength is nothing compared to yours. And calling me a young talent is an overstatement. Xiao Shujing couldn't figure out the other person's intentions for a moment, so he simply followed along with his words. Upon hearing this, Yang Jianhua laughed heartily and said, Young friend, you're being too modest. If you can't be considered a talent, then that standard is probably too high. Xiao Shujing smiled, neither refuting nor agreeing. Then Yang Jianhua began to chat casually, wanting to extract some useful information from Xiao Shujing. However, Xiao Shujing was not a real child. When asked about this or that, he would just reply with a simple yes or no, leaving Yang Jianhua with a headache. Seeing this, Yang Jianhua decided not to waste more words and got straight to the point. Brother Xiao, may I ask where your teacher is from? Finally, it had come. Xiao Shujing silently thought to himself, I'm a student of Jiangbei First High School and have not joined any martial arts school. Sure enough, upon hearing the answer, Yang Jianhua felt a surge of joy, and his attitude became even more amiable. I thought so. Coming from First High School, you must be from a prestigious school. It's indeed different. Xiao Shujing merely nodded slightly and did not show much change in expression due to Yang Jianhua's praise. Yang Jianhua, seeing this, was not annoyed and continued. Brother Xiao, with your talent, if you could join our Baishan Martial Arts School, you would surely receive key training, and your future prospects would be limitless. Xiao Shujing remained silent inwardly, but kept a calm demeanor. Manager Yang, I still need to think about this matter. That is only natural. But our martial arts school's resources and conditions are extremely advantageous. Brother Xiao, you shouldn't miss this great opportunity. Hearing Yang Jianhua say this, Xiao Shujing couldn't help but show a hint of interest, raising an eyebrow. Oh, Manager Yang, why don't you elaborate? Seeing that Xiao Shujing was interested, Yang Jianhua immediately began to enthusiastically introduce the various benefits that the martial arts school could provide for Xiao Shujing, from top-notch coaching to precious training resources, as well as opportunities to participate in various high-level competitions. Xiao Shujing listened, but was dismissive in his heart, though he didn't want to show it. After Yang Jianhua finished speaking, Xiao Shujing slowly said, What Manager Yang said is indeed tempting, but I'm still young and not yet of age. I need to go back and discuss it with my family. Yang Jianhua's expression changed slightly, but quickly returned to normal. That is to be expected. Brother Xiao, please give me a response as soon as possible. Xiao Shujing stood up. All right, then I'll take my leave. Yang Jianhua also got up to see him off. Brother Xiao, take care, and I look forward to your good news. Xiao Shujing left the room and walked briskly towards the martial arts school exit. In no time, he had already distanced himself from Baishan Martial Arts School, leaving only a long silhouette behind. Manager, do you think he will accept your offer? Lin Weiwei asked softly, watching the gradually receding figure from upstairs in the martial arts school. It's hard to say. This kid is quite slick. He is the type who won't act without seeing results. Our proposal probably didn't impress him. Yang Jianhua frowned and pondered for a long time. With such good conditions from our martial arts school, he still hesitates? Lin Weiwei exclaimed in surprise. Yang Jianhua sighed upon hearing this. The conditions we offered are indeed good, but they fall far short compared to what the Daxia government can provide. Can we tailor a plan using Tianhai for him? Can we offer basic nutritional meals at cost price? Can we provide him with shopping subsidies? Upon hearing Yang Jianhua's words, Lin Weiwei couldn't help but nod. Manager, if that's the case. Then there is no hope at all, right? Should we raise our offer? No need. Now is not the best time. Being too eager may cause the other party to ask for too much. Wait a few days, and then you can contact him with a new proposal. Yang Jianhua waved his hand, gazing far into the sky. At 4 in the afternoon, Xiao Shujing finally finished everything and returned home. Reflecting on his visit to the martial arts school today, Xiao Shujing couldn't help but shake his head, muttering, such a big martial arts school. And they actually want to take advantage of me? I usually take advantage of others. I didn't expect someone to treat me like a child today. He scoffed at the conditions offered by Baishan Martial Arts School. As a martial arts student of Jiangbei First High School, he had a chance to apply for Tianhai once a month. So the so-called golden coaches held no appeal for him. Furthermore, Yang Jianhua's so-called precious resources could only fool those who knew nothing. The Daxia government had repeatedly issued orders prohibiting the use of excessive drugs during the apprentice stage, and even the children of noble families strictly adhered to this rule. The most effective nourishment was the basic nutritional meals, but could Baishan Martial Arts School sell them to him for 50 Daxia coins each? Of course. There was also a therapy package, which might have tempted Xiao Shujing before he awakened his innate abilities. However, since awakening his abilities, he could easily remove internal injuries on his own, so that offer had no appeal for him either. Truly, there was no sincerity at all. Xiao Shujing also had some guesses about the martial arts school's intentions, which were to use his name to promote the school and recruit students. He shook his head. These so-called conditions seemed decent, but were merely aimed at ordinary people in society. For those who could truly enter the Daxia system as martial artists, they were indeed tasteless and a waste. With these messy treatments, it would be more straightforward to just throw money at me. After all, with my current progress, I would soon qualify to absorb Yuanli and become a formal martial artist. Just thinking about this made Xiao Shujing's head spin. In the apprentice stage, everyone was the same, working hard. While spending money could yield some results, it was definitely not as significant as imagined. However, once one became a junior martial artist, just the cost of nutritional meals would skyrocket several times. Coupled with other basic drugs, combat gear, and weapons, which one of these didn't require a substantial amount of money? Even though Xiao Shujing could get subsidies as a student with his family's current assets, it was hardly enough to make a difference. Forget it for now. I can only take it one step at a time and focus on raising my basic fist strength to the critical point. Xiao Shujing rubbed his temples. He couldn't find another way for the time being, so he decided to abandon this line of thought. 3 days ago, my basic spear technique had already reached perfection. Now only my basic movement technique remains incomplete. Next, aside from enhancing my basic fist strength, I will focus the rest of my energy on training my basic movement technique. Xiao Shujing assessed his current progress, adjusted his training plan, and then entered the training room to prepare for practice. Chapter 13. The Secret Realm and the League. The next day, Xiao Shujing arrived at the school's training room early as usual, focusing intently on practicing the 9th set of basic stance exercises. His posture was steady, and every movement was incredibly coordinated, seemingly merging with the surrounding environment. His breathing was calm, changing with the variations of the stance techniques. Before long, beads of sweat began to gradually appear on Xiao Shujing's body. The training room was quiet and silent, with only the faint sound of his breathing and the wind generated by his movements. Soon, other students began to arrive in the training room one after another. No wonder he could achieve second place in class. With such talent and dedication to practice, it would be hard not to improve. If only I had the strength of second place, then Wenwen might just become my girlfriend. Ugh. A simp sitting at the same table as a dog. Xiao Shujing seemed to be unaware of the discussions around him and remained immersed in his stance practice, becoming increasingly skilled. As time passed, the beads of sweat on Xiao Shujing increased, sliding down his cheeks and back, soaking his clothes. With a deep breath, Xiao Shujing slowly concluded his practice, releasing a solid, arrow-like energy that shot out several meters. He had heard the previous discussions, but none of it concerned him. Whether it was envy or jealousy, as long as it didn't obstruct his path, he would ignore it completely. If he were to become arrogant due to others' praise or petty because of jealousy, that would be underestimating him. Cultivation is not just the process of physical evolution. It also requires attention to spiritual cultivation. If one only focuses on strength and neglects the spirit, they will become a puppet of power and gradually lose themselves. It's almost time. I should head to the classroom. Xiao Shujing glanced at the time on his smartwatch, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and strode towards the classroom. In the classroom, just as Xiao Shujing sat down, his classmate Chunming leaned over mysteriously. "Old Xiao, have you heard?" "Heard what?" Xiao Shujing replied, looking puzzled. "There have been 2 big events at school recently." Chunming whispered, "I sent them to your smartwatch. Make sure to keep it to yourself." "Old Bai already knows." He then made a gesture to Xiao Shujing, as if saying, "You should thank me." After hearing this, Xiao Shujing looked at his smartwatch, which was flashing. Then, with a ding, a window popped up. Chunming. The first thing is that the school has recently controlled a Yuanli secret realm. Chunming. The second thing is that the school has joined with other high schools in Jiangbei to hold a 10-school league. After reading these 2 messages, Xiao Shujing quickly deleted the chat window and looked at Chunming with curiosity, especially regarding the first piece of news, which was indeed surprising. Chunming pointed to the smartwatch, and Xiao Shujing immediately understood. He opened the chat window again. "Xiao Shujing, is this the Yuanli secret realm I know about?" Chunming, of course, it's the Yuanli secret realm mentioned by the Daxia government. The so-called Yuanli secret realm is akin to the legendary paradise from Xiao Shujing's previous life, both sharing a similar essence. Xiao Shujing, how was this Yuanli secret realm discovered? Xiao Shujing was a bit curious. Yuanli secret realms do not exist directly in the present world, usually located within spatial folds, and most are not stable, at risk of collapsing at any moment. Yuanli secret realms are divided into natural and artificial ones. Generally, natural realms are not stable, and without correction, they can easily be destroyed in spatial turbulence. Artificial Yuanli secret realms are usually opened by beings who transcend the sky-level warriors, who can initially grasp the laws and can destroy a continent with full force. Only such beings can create realms that last long. Chunming, it's said that a sky-level warrior, while retreating from the Star Sea to rest, inadvertently discovered it while passing through Jiangbei and then gifted it to our school. Xiao Shujing, I see. That makes sense. Only those who stand at the pinnacle of the Tianhai Alliance, having comprehended the laws, would have little secrets left in the entire Tianhai star. Xiao Shujing, could this 10-school league be related to this secret realm? Chunming, exactly. More accurately, this 10-school league is to divide the benefits of the Yuanli secret realm. Chunming, although that being gifted the Yuanli secret realm to Jiangbei First High School, you know that, while other schools may not be as good as our First High, they have trained many outstanding individuals over the centuries, including high-level figures from Daxia and even the Tianhai Alliance. Chunming, if our school doesn't want to become a target, we can only offer a portion of the benefits, but fortunately, our school is leading this time. Chunming, unfortunately, this Yuanli secret realm is only a level 1 realm, and the Yuanli concentration inside can only cultivate resources for high-level warriors. Xiao Shujing, you should be glad it's just a level 1 realm. Otherwise, it definitely wouldn't be available to our school. After reading the messages, Xiao Shujing quietly closed the smartwatch. It seemed that Chunming's father was not just an ordinary high-level warrior. He was either a person from the Daxia government or from the Tianhai Alliance. Otherwise, such matters would not be easily known by just any high-level warrior. Even the textbooks from the Daxia government have very little information about Yuanli secret realms. If not for someone with intent, one would hardly notice. Xiao Shujing only remembered this after his talent awakened and his memory improved significantly. Information about Yuanli secret realms on the internet is even less disclosed. If you search for Yuanli secret realm, you will only find a bunch of unrelated things. Xiao Shujing pondered privately, but these 2 pieces of news were indeed good news for him, as he was soon going to break through to become a martial artist. He was still a bit troubled about where to obtain cultivation resources after the breakthrough, but today Chunming had given him a big surprise. Ding, ding, ding. A hurried sound rang out, and then a familiar burly man walked into the classroom. It was Xiao Shujing's homeroom teacher, Li Baishi. The students in Class 7 had privately given him the nickname Li Heishi, and when he found out, those students were punished and had difficulty walking for several days. As the saying goes, good news doesn't leave the house, but bad news travels far. The nickname Li Heishi spread throughout Jiangbei First High School. And Teacher Li's face began to match the nickname more and more, turning dark. Li Qingxiu, Xiao Shujing, Zhou Yunguai. You three come my office. The rest go to the training ground for self-study. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shujing stood up and looked at Li Qingxiu and Zhou Yunguai. Li Qingxiu immediately stood up upon hearing Li Baishi's words, while Zhou Yunguai wore a blank expression. It seemed that Li Qingxiu was already aware of the Yuanli secret realm and the 10-school league, while Zhou Yunguai was likely completely unaware. Seeing their actions, Xiao Shujing suddenly gained some clarity and followed Li Qingxiu, standing up and walking out. Chapter 14 Conversation. Before long, the three arrived at Li Baishi's office. The entire office was decorated in an antique style, facing south with several guest chairs on both the east and west sides. On the south side was a bookshelf filled with various books. Additionally, there was a separate training room and a well-equipped bathing area. Li Baishi took his seat at the main position and invited the three to sit down. After hearing Li Baishi's words, the three of them found chairs in the office to sit down. Xiao Bai applied to the school administration system to turn off the blocker. After the three sat down, Li Baishi issued a command through his smartwatch. Sure enough, upon seeing Li Baishi's reaction, Xiao Shujing became even more convinced of his guess. Ding! Dear Master, the blocking system has been turned on. Ahem, let's cut to the chase. Li Baishi cleared his throat and then looked at the three, saying, in order to broaden the students' horizons, our school intends to join forces with the other 9 middle schools in Jiangbei to organize a competition called the 10-School League. This competition is crucial, and you three must give it your all to achieve a good result. Moreover, it's said that the leaders of Jiangbei's top high school will also be present to watch the competition. If you catch their eye, it will be a great help once you enter high school. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shujing was somewhat surprised. He had originally thought that Li Baishi was making such a big fuss because of the Yuanli secret realm, but he remained silent and instead talked about the 10-School League. Either he was also unaware of the Yuanli secret realm, or something fell off. With old Li's strength as a senior martial artist, it was impossible for him to not know about the Yuanli secret realm. Either that, or he had signed a confidentiality agreement. It seemed that Chun Ming's father was even more powerful than I had imagined. Xiao Shujing pondered, realizing that even teachers directly affiliated with the school were silenced, while Chun Ming's father could openly discuss it. The gap between the two senior martial artists was evident. Furthermore, the prize money for this competition was exceptionally rich. The top 100 would each receive 100,000 Daxia coins. The top 50 would receive 200,000 Daxia coins. And the top 20 would receive 500,000 Daxia coins. The top 10 would receive 1,000,000 Daxia coins. Such a large sum of money was not a small amount, even for martial artists. As soon as Li Baishi finished speaking, Zhou Yunguai could no longer contain himself and eagerly asked, Teacher Li, what about the top 3? How generous will the rewards be? Top 3? You can't even make it into the top 20 in your grade, yet you want to aim for the top 3? Making it into the top 50 would be quite impressive for you. Li Baishi coldly interrupted Zhou Yunguai's fantasies. This isn't right. I'm ranked 23rd in my grade. It can't be that I can't even make it into the top 50, Zhou Yunguai said incredulously. Li Baishi glanced at him and replied in a flat tone. Do you think this competition is a joke? There are plenty of experts from other schools. With your current strength, making it into the top 50 would be a blessing. As far as I know, at least 3 students from other schools have punching power above 800 kilograms, while you're still far from 800 kilograms. In practical combat, you're not as good as Xiao Shujing. Do you really think you can compete with him? The 3 in the room were all taken aback. It's important to note that even the top student in their class, Li Qingxiu, had just crossed the 800 kilogram mark and was ranked 12th in the grade. This result would still put him in the 2nd tier, even at the top high school. Roughly calculating, there would be no less than 40 students with punching power above 800 kilograms in the entire 10-school league. Xiao Shujing thought to himself. Zhou Yunkuai's face turned red, and he stubbornly retorted, "Teacher, don't look down on me. I refuse to believe I can't make it into the top 50. Li Baishi raised an eyebrow. All right, then I'll wait to see your performance. But if you don't meet the target, your special training will be doubled." Zhou Yunkuai gritted his teeth and said firmly, "Teacher, I will definitely make it into the top 50. Xiao Shujing and Li Qingxiao exchanged glances, both seeing a sense of pessimism in each other's eyes. As for you two, Xiao Shujing and Li Qingxiao, work hard. You have a chance to aim for the top 20. Li Baishi then looked at the two with a pleased expression. "Teacher, I refuse to accept this. Last time, Xiao Shujing's punching power was still 20 kilograms lower than mine. Why do you think he has a chance to enter the top 20? After hearing Li Baishi's evaluation of the other two, Zhou Yunkuai could no longer contain himself, his face full of disbelief. Li Baishi couldn't help but laugh in anger. "Do you think this league is just for you to compare punching power? If that were the case, why bother holding a competition? We could just gather everyone in school and rank them by punching power." Li Qingxiao looked at Zhou Yunkuai with disdain upon hearing his words, while Xiao Shujing remained quietly seated, saying nothing. "Zhou Yunkuai, you can leave now." Seeing that Zhou Yunkuai still wanted to say something, Li Baishi quickly interrupted and threw him out of the office. "Teacher Li, there hasn't been a similar competition in previous years. Why this year?" Once the annoying fly had left, Xiao Shujing couldn't help but probe. "Due to your authority, I cannot share more with you. This involves a confidentiality agreement, and I can't disclose a single piece of information without authorization. I can only say that this competition is crucial, and you must give it your all. Especially you, Xiao Shujing. Strive to make it into the top 10. After saying this, Li Baishi stood up and walked over to Xiao Shujing, patting him on the shoulder. "Your practical assessment was only 420 points. Or was your punching power holding you back, preventing you from showing higher strength? The testing system only rated you this high. If it comes down to a fight, even a martial artist apprentice at the critical point would find it difficult to defeat you." Upon hearing this, Li Qingxiao could no longer control his expression. "Uncle, what are you saying? Xiao Shujing's strength can actually rival that of a martial artist apprentice at the critical point?" Li Baishi's expression instantly became serious as he looked at Li Qingxiao. "How many times have I told you to address me by my title while at school?" "Yes, Teacher Li." Xiao Shujing then realized the relationship between the two and couldn't help but take a few more glances, silently thinking, "This doesn't look like an uncle-nephew relationship at all. After all, one was a handsome young man, and the other was a burly man with a dark face. No one could tell they were relatives. Do either of you have any questions?" Li Baishi blew on the tea leaves in his cup, looking at the two. "Teacher Li, will there be formal martial artists participating in this league?" Since Li Qingxiao didn't speak, Xiao Shujing had to ask Li Baishi. After all, the top 5 from the previous assessment had already crossed the critical point and officially became martial artists. Even if other schools were less capable, it wouldn't be possible for them to have no martial artists at all. Under such circumstances, if Li Baishi still believed there was a chance for him to make it into the top 10, there was only one possibility. Those who had broken through to become martial artists would not participate in this league. All students who have broken through to the martial artist realm will not participate in this competition. Indeed, Xiao Shujing silently thought, and then realized that this situation was the most normal. Chapter 15. Li Qingxiao's favor after all, the teaching staff and the school's heritage of no. One high school are significantly stronger than those of other secondary schools. Whether in this province or outside it, the first choice is always number 1 high school. If it weren't for the strict limits on enrollment numbers, other schools would hardly attract any good talent. In this situation, other schools would definitely not agree to let formal martial artists participate in the competition, otherwise wouldn't know. One high school take the lion's share of the benefits regarding the elemental force secret realm. If it were limited to martial artists below the apprentice level, there might still be a chance to compete. All right, the reason I called you here today is to give you a heads up so you can be mentally prepared. The school should issue a formal notice in a few days. You can head back now." After Li Baishi finished speaking, he lowered his head to deal with the documents on his desk. Seeing this, Xiao Shujing and the other person felt it inappropriate to disturb him further. So they respectfully greeted Li Baishi and left the office. "Shall we chat?" Just as Xiao Shujing left the office building, a cold voice came from beside him. Surprised, Xiao Shujing stopped and turned to look at Li Qingxiao. In Xiao Shujing's impression, Li Qingxiao was always a person of few words, rarely initiating conversations with others, except for his beautiful sister. Of course, he had that privilege, as he came from an extraordinary background and typically didn't regard ordinary people. "Are you planning to discuss here?" Li Qingxiao said flatly, observing Xiao Shujing's puzzled expression. Xiao Shujing glanced around, smiled, and said, "Since other students are in the training room, let's go to the library. It's close by and currently not crowded." However, he couldn't help but be surprised. Although he and Li Qingxiao had been classmates for several years, Li Qingxiao's aloofness meant he had no intention of trying to get close. So they certainly could not be considered familiar. Li Qingxiao nodded in response and turned to walk towards the library. In no time, the two arrived at the library of No. 1 High School. The library is 3 stories tall and covers about 5 to 6 acres, resembling a plum blossom when viewed from the sky. Stunningly beautiful. Ding! Class 37-001 Li Qingxiao, 002 Xiao Shujing, applying to enter the library. Application approved. Soon, the red-lit gate in front of them turned white with a command. After seeing the application was approved, the two no longer hesitated and strode inside. With the development of technology in the Great Xia over the past 800 years, most intensive labor jobs have gradually been replaced by intelligent robots. Nowadays, even some low-skill positions are disappearing. Ordinary people with talent can still pursue the martial arts path. If they are talented, they can rise to higher levels step by step. If not, they can still work hard to accumulate resources to provide better conditions for the next generation. Those without talent can only pursue the literary path. With the successful engaging in research and education, the moderately successful becoming entertainment stars or writers, while most can only dabble in short videos or work in service industries. Of course, every field has its top performers. However, the social elite still belongs to martial artists. It is precisely because of them that the entire world can repel foreign races and even counterattack. The whole society revolves around martial artists or serves them, and many things are not open to the general public. Even the library is the same. If you lack permission, the application just now would be directly rejected by the school system, and you wouldn't even get a step inside. If someone tried to force their way in, the library's defense system could instantly reduce a high-level martial artist to ashes. The reason for such strict restrictions is to ensure stable development in society. After all, the resources controlled by the Tianhai Alliance are limited and must first be supplied to promising martial artists. This will do. After entering the library, the two casually chose a secluded room and began to converse. "Brotherly, I wonder if you call me here for something else?" Upon entering the room, Xiao Shujing cupped his hands and directly asked, "Brother Xiao, don't joke. We're both from class 37. We might even be comrades in the future." Li Qingxiao said with a chuckle, appearing at ease. "Comrades?" Upon hearing the word comrades, Xiao Shujing looked thoughtful and confused as he gazed at Li Qingxiao. Li Qingxiao feigned mystery, glanced out the window, and quietly said, "Brother Xiao, you heard what Teacher Li just said, right? A 10-school competition is about to be held soon." Feigning confusion, Xiao Shujing replied, "Didn't Teacher Li just tell us about that? What's so special about it? Could it be that this guy wants to talk to me about the elemental force secret realm?" Xiao Shujing pondered internally, considering that with Li Qingxiao's background, he likely had the qualification to be informed that the school had just secured an elemental force secret realm. How should I put this? It's quite complicated. The upcoming 10-school competition is not simple. "I can't disclose more information because you haven't been authorized," Li Qingxiao said with a troubled expression. Seeing this, Xiao Shujing simply pretended to be deaf and mute, curious about what Li Qingxiao had up his sleeve. "Brotherly, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Xiao Shujing cupped his hands and pretended to stand up. "Look, you're in a rush again." A familiar voice echoed in Xiao Shujing's ear, making him momentarily dizzy. The specific time for the 10-school competition has yet to be determined, as the leaders of each school are still negotiating, but it is generally around early October. With less than 10 days left until the end of the month, the school intends to establish a special training class, with each class allowed to recommend 3 candidates, totaling 36 people. Seeing that Xiao Shujing was indeed about to leave, Li Qingxiao no longer kept it a secret and spilled everything. "I see now. Xiao Shujing finally understood. Then why didn't... You want to ask why Teacher Li didn't tell us about the special training class just now, right? Li Qingxiao interrupted Xiao Shujing, then continued. The matter of the 10-school competition has already been confirmed and will not change, but the opinions of no one high school's leadership regarding the special training class have yet to unify. Is that so? Xiao Shujing stroked his chin thoughtfully. No wonder you just said that we might be comrades in the future. Upon hearing this, Li Qingxiao shook his head, looking serious as he regarded the contemplative Xiao Shujing. This is not very related. What is crucial for you now is to achieve a good ranking in the competition, and, secondly, to quickly enhance your strength and reach the critical point to break through and become a martial artist. This is related to a significant opportunity in the future. If you break through too late, there might be no share for you. After hearing this, Xiao Shujing's expression became serious. The significant opportunity Li Qingxiao mentioned should refer to the elemental force secret realm. Could it be that this secret realm will open after the competition? Brother Li, why are you telling me such important things? Zhou Yunkuai is also from our class 7. Why not tell him? After hearing Li Qingxiao's hint, Xiao Shujing felt a bit puzzled. The idea that they might be comrades in the future seemed too far-fetched, as he was quite capable in practical combat. And with the Li family's influence, they certainly wouldn't be lacking just one person. You have that potential, making you worthy of investment from the Li family. As for Zhou Yunkuai, he is too narrow-minded and won't amount to much, Li Qingxiao said sincerely, showing disdain when discussing Zhou Yunkuai. Thank you, Brother Li. Xiao Shujing cupped his hands and said solemnly to Li Qingxiao, Brother Xiao, you're overestimating it. Just keep this information to yourself and don't spread it around. After saying this, Li Qingxiao took his leave, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from Xiao Shujing's sight. Chapter 16 Advantage is mine. As Li Qingxiao walked out of the library, he chose not to head to the training ground, but instead turned back to the teaching building. Back already? Li Baishi heard footsteps approaching and didn't he look up, continuing to read the documents in his hand. Uncle, I just told Xiao Shujing about the school's plan to establish a training class. But Li Baishi looked at his hesitant nephew, his tone calm, as he continued. Since the family has already decided to win over Xiao Shujing, why not tell him the truth about the Yuan Li secret realm? After this 10-school league, the school should also grant them access to this information. Li Qingxiao looked at the burly man in front of him, a puzzled expression on his face as he voiced his thoughts. Although you have good talent, know too little about the class situation. Li Baishi looked at the handsome young man before him. Despite his good talent and character, he still lacked much in terms of social skills. I'll ask you, who does Xiao Shujing usually get along with? Seeing that Li Qingxiao was still oblivious, Li Baishi had to remind him again. Who does Xiao Shujing get along with? Bai Jing? Chen Ming? Li Qingxiao was somewhat uncertain. He didn't usually pay much attention to class matters since there were only a few people he considered worthy of his notice in the entire class. You got it right. It's those two. Seeing Li Qingxiao's answer, Li Baishi nodded in satisfaction. Chen Ming is fine. His talent is average, and he won't achieve much in the future. But he has a good father, so his future is limitless. When it came to Chen Ming's father, even with Li Baishi's background, he couldn't help but feel envious. Uncle, are you saying that Chen Ming will secretly tell Xiao Shujing about the Yuan Li secret realm? Does he dare to openly challenge the regulations of the Great Xia government and the Tianhai alliance? Li Qingxiao was instantly shocked by his own speculation. Openly challenging the Great Xia and the Tianhai alliance? Don't say his father has a special identity. Even if his father were to advance further, it would still be a dead end. Who openly challenges the Great Xia and Tianhai alliance? Li Baishi was startled by what he just said and immediately interrupted Li Qingxiao's conjecture. Don't think about things that aren't true. Go back and practice. He then stood up and ushered Li Qingxiao out. It wasn't surprising that Li Baishi reacted so strongly. These young people had no idea of the weight of the Tianhai alliance. Back at the training ground, Xiao Shujing was still disturbed by the continuous messages. Standing in the stance with many flaws, clearly not having digested the recent news well. Old Xiao, you're back. At that moment, a familiar voice came from beside Xiao Shujing. It was undoubtedly that kid Chen Ming. Old Chen, we're brothers, don't play the emotional card. Chen Ming patted Xiao Shujing on the shoulder. You'll find out about this sooner or later. I just want to give you a heads up to prepare you mentally. If you really want to thank me, then get in the top 10 in this 10-school league so that I can brag when I go out to chase girls. Xiao Shujing looked at Chunming, serious. For my good brother's happy life, I'm determined to take the championship in this 10-school league. Even the king of hell can't stop me. Damn, old Xiao, you're blowing smoke without a draft. If you can make it into the top 10, I'd be grateful to the heavens. And you're talking about winning the championship? Chunming rolled his eyes in response. People need to have dreams. What if they come true? Xiao Shujing chuckled lightly and then said calmly, Old Xiao, are you serious? Of course. Do you think I'm joking about being number 1 in practical combat? Xiao Shujing glanced at Chunming, his words filled with confidence. How about we make a bet? If you win, I'll cover your food expenses for next month. Chunming patted his shoulder, pretending to be generous. What? The champion of the 10-school league is only worth a month's worth of food expenses? Xiao Shujing was instantly amused by Chunming. If you lose, you have to do me a favor. At the mention of this, Chunming's expression became somewhat awkward. And seeing this, Xiao Shujing discreetly pulled back. Just to be clear, I'm male and I like females. Only after creating some distance did Xiao Shujing cautiously look at Chunming. Bah, what nonsense are you talking about? Chunming was instantly embarrassed and angry. What exactly is this favor? You have to make it clear. You can't force a guy into this. Seeing Chunming still unwilling to say, Xiao Shujing continued to press. Sure, my request isn't high. If you lose, just find Lu Wenyun and help me get a contact number. Chunming looked around and saw everyone else focused on their training before lowering his voice to express his thoughts. What? You want? Before Xiao Shujing could finish his sentence, he was immediately covered by Chunming's hand. Bro, I'm begging you. Don't say it so loudly. Chunming looked at Xiao Shujing with a pleading expression, inwardly cursing, who said old Xiao was naive. This is called being naive. This is the school flower of our first high school. The people pursuing her could line up from here to the school gate. You want me to ask her for her contact number? Isn't that putting my buddy in the line of fire? Xiao Shujing hesitated, looking conflicted as he turned to Chunming. Huh? Is it that serious? Then maybe. Before Chunming could finish, he was stunned by Xiao Shujing's next words. Then you have to pay more. Seeing Xiao Shujing's pained expression, Chunming momentarily didn't react. Huh? What do you mean? If I lose, I'll go ask for the contact number, and if I win, you'll cover my food expenses for next month too. Only then did Chunming react, quickly saying, Bro, you know me. I never ask people for favors. As long as I can get Lu Wenyun's contact number, I'll cover your expenses for a year. All right. Don't be a nuisance here. Don't interfere with my training. I'm a man determined to win the league championship. Seeing that he had already wasted enough time today, Xiao Shujing issued the order to dismiss and began to focus on his training. Old Xiao stopped struggling. Just go ask Lu Wenyun for her contact number. Chunming chuckled, looking somewhat pleased. Champion? With my strength. As long as no formal martial artists enter the competition, the championship is definitely mine. Even if Xiao Shujing didn't use his talent of unity of man and heaven, his chance of winning with his strength was above 90%. Previously, due to his punching power, even though he was skilled in martial arts and could easily fight against martial artists with higher punching power, his practical combat score had dropped because of his low base punching power. Now, with the recovery of his internal injuries, his punching power had surged to 820 kilograms. He truly didn't take mere threshold martial artists seriously. If winning a 10-school league depended solely on talent, wouldn't that negate all the sweat he had shed over the years? Although his talent was extraordinary, more often than not, he still had to rely on his own strength. Xiao Shujing thought to himself, trying to avoid exposing his special abilities. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. If he recklessly used his talent and accidentally got noticed by the big shots, he feared it would bring him great disaster in the future. He couldn't risk his life on others' mercy. After all, he was still young and could fully raise his strength to the peak of Great Xia and even the Tian High Alliance. By then, even if others discovered his talent, he would have fully grown, and who would dare to covet him? In short, it was a matter of one sentence. The advantage is mine. Chapter 17, Special Training Class. As night falls, at the practice field of Jiangbei First High School, A ghostly figure darts around the training ground. The figure moves with light steps, its form flickering unpredictably, sometimes darting left and other times leaping right, completely lacking any rhythm. I can feel that my basic footwork has improved significantly. This feeling is truly wonderful. Xiao Shujing slowly exhales, a wave of joy surging in his heart as he can clearly sense his rapid progress. It is precisely because he can feel this improvement that his motivation for training is so strong. After all, he can experience himself growing stronger bit by bit. Currently, his foundational stance and basic spear techniques have already reached perfection, leaving only the basic footwork to be perfected, filling in the last gap. For Xiao Shujing at this moment, the apprentice phase is almost at its peak, with the basic footwork being the final piece of the puzzle. Old Xiao, why haven't you gone back yet? Xiao Shujing turns around to see Bai Jing, who has finished his training and is preparing to pack up and head home. I'll practice a bit more. You go back first, Xiao Shujing replies. Bai Jing steps forward, concerned. Don't overdo it. You need to pay attention to balancing work and rest. Xiao Shujing smiles. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Chunming shakes his head helplessly. All right then, take it easy. I'm off to sleep. After saying that, Chunming turns and leaves. Xiao Shujing continues to immerse himself in the practice of footwork. He moves like the wind, flickering around the training ground like a ghost. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Shujing finally feels a wave of fatigue wash over him. He stops, wipes the sweat from his forehead, and murmurs to himself, "That's enough for today. I'll continue tomorrow." Stepping out of the campus, the bright moon hangs high in the sky. Xiao Shujing looks up at the moon, its pure light casting a silvery veil over him. He takes a deep breath of the cool night air, his tense nerves relaxing slightly. The streets are sparsely populated, with only the occasional passing vehicle breaking the silence. Xiao Shujing walks slowly, still reviewing the shortcomings he encountered during his footwork practice in his mind. By the time he returns home, it's already late at night. Xiao Shujing opens the door to find his family has long since gone to sleep, so he doesn't disturb them too much. After a quick wash, he lies down on his bed. Although his body is tired, Xiao Shujing feels very pleased. He knows that as long as he perseveres, he will surely achieve greatness. With beautiful visions of the future in mind, Xiao Shujing slowly drifts off to sleep, a faint, elusive smile on his lips. Days pass in a blur. At Jiangbei First High School, in the classroom of class 3 to 7, Xiao Shujing arrives at school early as usual. As time passes, the classroom gradually becomes noisy. But Xiao Shujing pays no attention, taking out a book to read. This is his unique habit. If he is not training, he is usually reading. The Great Xia has been established for 820 years, and the martial arts and technology have developed over these 800 years, creating an abundance of achievements. Even now, Great Xia still spends a large amount of resources each year to continuously improve its foundational stances, day in and day out for decades, or even centuries, all to lay the most solid foundation for martial arts practitioners. This is to cultivate more earth-level martial artists, sky-level martial artists, and even those who surpass sky level, providing support for wars beyond the stars. Moreover, there are countless research achievements in fields like medicine, physics, mathematics, and martial arts. After all, if one only blindly pursues power, understanding the how, but not the why, they will eventually fall into a mental trap, getting stuck at a certain stage and unable to progress. In simple terms, they will hit a bottleneck. Throughout Great Xia's history, there have been many such figures who, within a few short years, went from ordinary people without strength to advanced martial artists, only to remain stuck at that level for the rest of their lives. Xiao Shujing learned from history that moving quickly is important, but being able to go further is even more crucial. Top, top, top. A familiar sound of footsteps comes from outside the window, and the previously noisy classroom instantly quiets down. Li Baishi walks into the classroom, looking at the quiet students with satisfaction. Class 7 deserves praise today. It's not as chaotic as usual. Hearing this, Xiao Shujing almost couldn't hold back a smirk, as if to say, "Are you kidding me?" With Li Baishi's strength as an advanced martial artist, he could hear everything clearly even from hundreds of meters away from the teaching building. Li Baishi pauses for a moment, The reason I'm late today is mainly due to two important matters, and I just received the notice. He continues. The school has decided to hold a 10-school competition in conjunction with the other 9 schools in Jiangbei, scheduled for October 7th. The rewards for this competition are substantial. Specific details will be disclosed on the school's official website later. Teacher, what are the conditions for signing up? Can we all register? A student stands up eagerly to ask as soon as Li Baishi finishes. The other students begin to murmur among themselves. Li Baishi glances at the students. There are no restrictions for this 10-school competition. All students can register to participate. You will learn the specific competition rules when you sign up. So I want to elaborate further. After saying this, Li Baishi raises his right hand to signal for silence and continues, now, for the second important matter. In order to prepare for this 10-school competition, the school has decided to organize a special training class. Each martial arts class can recommend 3 students, totaling 36 participants. Li Qingxiao, Xiao Shujing, Zhou Yunkai, follow me. The rest of you can practice on your own. After Li Baishi finishes speaking, he gestures for the 3 to follow him, while the other students shoot envious glances at them. Once they step out of the classroom, Xiao Shujing nudges Li Qingxiao. Seeing this, Li Qingxiao immediately turned around, and Xiao Shujing gestures towards Li Baishi in front of them. Li Qingxiao instantly understands the purpose. Teacher Li, have the slots for the special training class been confirmed? Li Baishi glances back. In principle, they shouldn't change. Li Qingxiao keenly notices the word principle and immediately asks, do you mean the slots might change? Li Baishi does not turn around this time, leaving the rest of the 3 with only his back. Later, the school will post the list for the special training class on the official website for 3 days. Everyone will have a chance to challenge. The capable will rise, and the less capable will fall. What if someone uses a wheeled battle tactic? Zhou Yunkai asks worriedly. Not a problem. Each challenge has a 3-hour buffer period. Enough for you to recover to your peak, Li Baishi replies. Zhou Yunkai breathes a sigh of relief upon hearing this, his expression relaxing somewhat. Meanwhile, Li Qingxiao and Xiao Shujing are not worried at all, as one ranks 12th in the grade and the other 16th. Who would be foolish enough to specifically challenge them? After about 10 more minutes, Li Baishi leads the 3 to an unremarkable building and points behind it, saying, all right, this is where your special training class will be held from now on. Chapter 18. Lu and Yinwao, it's so big in here. Upon entering, Xiao Shujing looked at the spacious area in front of her and couldn't help but exclaim. The entire training ground looked small from the outside, but when the 3 of them stepped inside, they realized it was at least the size of several football fields. Suddenly, Zhou Yunkai seemed to have discovered something and exclaimed, look, there's actually a device for testing nerve reaction speed here. Li Qingxiao said disdainfully, what is so surprising about that? This place is a testing ground for the school's teachers. We're just taking advantage of the opportunity provided by the 10-school league. Otherwise, it wouldn't be open to the public at all. Xiao Shujing nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. No wonder the equipment was so complete. All right, your training class instructor is coming over. Let us go meet him. Li Baishi interrupted their discussion. Xiao Shujing then noticed that quite a few people had already arrived at the training ground, presumably members from other training classes. Old Li, you finally made it. A stern-looking middle-aged man approached them. The man sized up Xiao Shujing and the others and asked, are these the trainees from class 37? Li Baishi smiled and replied, Principal Wei, these 3 are the aces of our class 37. I've sent them all over to you. This is your training class instructor from now on, Principal Wei Ming. From now until the end of the 10-school league, you will all be under Principal Wei's command, and you must listen to his instructions. He added. The stern man jokingly rebuked, you old black, you're quick to shift the blame. Xiao Shujing listened to their conversation in surprise, not expecting that the stern man was actually the vice principal of No. 1 middle school. Turning around, she thought it was normal since this matter was of great importance and couldn't afford any negligence. After a brief exchange, Li Baishi left the training ground under the pretext of guiding students, but not before asking Wei Ming to take care of Xiao Shujing and the others. All right, you all go ahead and gather. Once everyone is here, I will make a unified announcement, Wei Ming instructed. Hearing this, Xiao Shujing and the others nodded and jogged to the assembly point to stand in position. Hey, buddy, which class are you from? just as Xiao Shujing stood firm. A voice came from beside her. Turning around, she saw a robust man looking at her with curiosity. Xiao Shujing smiled. "We're from class 37. How about you?" The sturdy man lifted his chin proudly and said, "I'm Zhou Rong from class 31. Have you heard of Wang Ming? He is in our class." "Respect, respect. So you're in the same class as our class 1S top expert." Xiao Shujing replied perfunctorily. Zhou Rong seemed oblivious to the insincerity in her tone and kept chattering away, making her feel quite annoyed, wishing she could give him a good beating. Fortunately, this situation didn't last long. Soon, as the last few people arrived, all members of the training class were gathered. "Form ranks." With a command from Wei Ming, the 36 people present quickly assembled in just a few seconds. Wei Ming nodded in satisfaction upon seeing this. "I'm Wei Ming, the vice principal of Jiangbei No. 1 middle school, and I'll be your training class instructor from today on." "Principal, good day." A loud, synchronized voice rang out, and Wei Ming's stern face broke into a smile, unable to suppress the joy. Although Wei Ming said not to, his expression had already betrayed him. He waved his hand and said, "All right, enough with this superficial stuff. Next, you will each test your punch power in order, and then I will test your combat abilities. Number 1, Lu Wenyan." "Yes, instructor." The first girl in the front row stepped forward. She was wearing a white martial arts uniform, her figure graceful, with her long hair tied back neatly, appearing exceptionally clean and tidy. Hiss. No wonder Chen Ming is so obsessed with her. Xiao Shujing gasped as she clearly saw the girl's face. She had heard of Lu Wenyan's fame, but had only heard of her before today. Seeing her in person was indeed impressive. The girl's skin was as white as snow, delicate like sheep fat jade, shimmering with a warm glow under the morning light. Beneath her elegantly arched brows were a pair of bright, star-like eyes, deep and clear, resembling a pool of autumn water, making one easily fall into them. The slight upward tilt at the corners of her eyes gave her a natural allure without losing her dignified grace. As soon as Lu Wenyan appeared, she immediately attracted everyone's attention, and Xiao Shujing even heard someone beside her swallow hard. Lu Wenyan walked to the punch power tester, adjusted her breathing slightly, and shouted, striking out with her jade fist like lightning. Bang! The numbers on the tester quickly fluctuated, finally stopping at 924 kilograms. Lu Wenyan gently shook her somewhat sore wrist, her expression calm, as if this outstanding result was merely routine for her. As this test result came out, it immediately shocked all the students present, and their gazes towards her grew even more fervent. Wei Ming nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad, Lu Wenyan." Hearing Wei Ming's praise, Lu Wenyan's expression remained unchanged as she cupped her hands in salute and said, "Instructor, please give me guidance." Wei Ming chuckled and replied with an appreciative tone, "Lu, good spirit." Taking a step forward and steadying himself, he said, "For this assessment, I will use the standards of the high school entrance examination." After speaking, Wei Ming put his hands behind his back, signaling Lu Wenyan to attack him. Lu Wenyan's eyes sharpened, and without any hesitation, she dashed towards Wei Ming like a bolt of lightning. As she approached him, Lu Wenyan leaped up and aimed a kick directly at Wei Ming's chest. Wei Ming remained unperturbed, slightly sidestepping to easily avoid Lu Wenyan's attack. With one failed strike, Lu Wenyan quickly adjusted her stance and launched another fierce assault. Her punches were fierce and varied, each aimed at Wei Ming's throat and chest. However, Wei Ming handled it with ease, moving his feet to deflect Lu Wenyan's attacks one by one. The classmates by the side held their breath, their eyes fixed on the two in the arena, afraid to miss any exciting moment. Lu Wenyan is about to lose. Xiao Shujing could see clearly from the side that although Lu Wenyan's attacks were relentless, none posed any real threat to Wei Ming, who hadn't even moved his feet. The only reason he was maintaining this was that he wanted to see the limits of the girl in front of him. As time passed, beads of sweat began to form on Lu Wenyan's forehead, yet she still didn't give up, her attack pace showing no signs of slowing down. Seeing this, Wei Ming's eyes flashed with a hint of admiration as he said, "Lu, pay attention to the distribution of strength and the rhythm of your attacks." Lu Wenyan nodded slightly, took a deep breath, and increased her attack frequency once more. Li Qingxiao stared at Lu Wenyan on the stage, murmuring, such strong strength. It's incredible. Lu Wenyan's basic boxing skills are definitely at a master level. No wonder she's the woman I have my eyes on. She's truly impressive. She's clearly my woman. Everyone, step aside, I need to pee. Chapter 19, Battle with Wei Minghum. If Lu Wenyan's strength is just like this, I can defeat her in at most 10 moves. Xiao Shujing watched Lu Wenyan, who was gradually losing focus on the stage, and roughly estimated how long it would take to defeat her. Just as everyone was discussing, the situation on stage suddenly took a sharp turn. Wei Ming suddenly seized a flaw in Lu Wenyan's defense and sent her flying several meters away with a single palm strike. Wei Ming retracted his fist and said, "All right, classmate Lu, you can step down now. I understand your situation." Lu Wenyan nodded silently in response and returned to the line. Next, Chen Kong. As time passed, one by one, members of the special training class took the stage for assessment. Some students performed exceptionally well and received praise from Wei Ming. Others exposed various issues and were harshly criticized and guided by Wei Ming. Among them, Lu Wenyan, Qian Shuwen, and Xiao Shujing left a deep impression on Xiao Shujing, as their punching power had all exceeded 900 kilograms and their foundational martial arts were fully developed. Xiao Shujing watched from the sidelines with increasing seriousness, constantly contemplating how he should respond when it was his turn. Finally, it was Xiao Shujing's turn to take the stage. Next, Xiao Shujing. Hearing Wei Ming call his name, Xiao Shujing quickly stepped out of the line, greeted Wei Ming, and went directly to the testing equipment. Xiao Shujing steadied himself, fixed his gaze on the punching power tester, took a deep breath, and gathered all his strength into his right arm. He suddenly threw a punch, and the wind from his fist howled. Bang! The numbers on the tester fluctuated wildly before finally settling at 853 kilograms. Wei Ming's expression changed dramatically upon seeing this, and he said sternly, "Xiao Shujing, if I remember correctly, your test result at the beginning of the month was 733 kilograms. In less than a month, your punching power has skyrocketed by over 100 kilograms. Have you taken any banned substances?" The school has repeatedly stated that during the apprentice phase, the use of banned substances is prohibited. One can only rely on hard work and practice. Yet some people resort to tricks, treating others as fools, unaware of the blood and tears that went into achieving such conclusions. After saying this, Wei Ming looked at Xiao Shujing with a mixture of disappointment and anger. Xiao Shujing's improvement was astonishing, far beyond Wei Ming's expectations. Meanwhile, upon hearing Wei Ming's words, other members of the special training class began to discuss amongst themselves. The sturdy man Zhou Rong shouted in surprise, "Whoa, this guy isn't afraid of death. He actually dares to use banned substances." Others echoed his sentiments. In just a month, over 100 kilograms? He must be treating banned substances like food. Zhou Yunquai looked at Xiao Shujing, who was being criticized by everyone, and felt a flash of satisfaction, thinking, short-sighted fool. Except for a few who remained silent, most of the others scoffed at the situation, with Zhou Yunquai even directly mocking him. Xiao Shujing listened to the waves of ridicule behind him without feeling a ripple in his heart. In a calm tone, he said, "Principal Wei, I can assure you that I have absolutely not taken any drugs." Wei Ming looked at the calm and composed Xiao Shujing, his expression serious. "Xiao Shujing, how do you explain your increase of over 100 kilograms in punching power in less than a month?" Xiao Shujing smiled lightly and replied, "A few days ago, I went to a specialized therapy center to recuperate my body and repair some internal injuries, which is why my improvement is so significant." He had long anticipated this situation and was fully prepared. What he said was true and reliable, and he had indeed visited the therapy center a few days ago, with verifiable spending records. After all, he needed to demonstrate his value to receive better training. Playing the fool would only lead others to make incorrect judgments. For someone like him, who lacked resources, it was unwise. Only by showcasing himself as worthy of cultivation could he attract angel investors. Upon hearing this, Wei Ming immediately breathed a sigh of relief, but his expression remained serious as he grabbed Xiao Shujing's wrist to check. After a moment, Wei Ming released Xiao Shujing's wrist and turned to the entire special training class, nodding. "Xiao Shujing indeed has not taken banned substances. I told you, We are the pride of #1 high school. How can we be so short-sighted? Whoa, bro, you weren't saying that just now. Don't talk nonsense. It's damaging our special training class's unity. I'll sue you for defamation. With Wei Ming's clarification, the attitudes of the crowd did a complete 180, as if nothing had happened. Damn it. How could Xiao Shujing improve so quickly? Zhou Yunkuai looked at Xiao Shujing on stage, his face filled with unwillingness. Yet he failed to notice that those around him were trying to distance themselves from him. All right, let's move on to practical combat. Wei Ming looked at Xiao Shujing and said, Oldly told me you are quite good in actual combat. Let's see it today. Xiao Shujing, seeing this, did not waste words, grabbed a long spear, and swiftly attacked Wei Ming. Come on. Wei Ming's eyes lit up, sidestepping and then striking the spearhead off course with a punch. Xiao Shujing didn't feel regret. He immediately withdrew the spear, performing a flourish before lunging at Wei Ming again. Try to use the advantage of your weapon. Huh? You think longer is stronger? Wei Ming saw through Xiao Shujing's intentions. The fundamental spear techniques mainly involve thrusting, sweeping, and slicing, especially in wide spaces where the spear can be utilized effectively. With the spear, Xiao Shujing could unleash a force several times greater than his own punching power. Even Wei Ming did not dare to be careless, secretly gathering his focus before dodging at a perilous angle. I can't guarantee to catch Xiao Shujing's next strike. Lu Wenyan, standing among the crowd, suddenly became serious. Is it really true that he is as good as the vice principal? He could dodge that. Xiao Shujing was taken aback, not expecting Wei Ming's speed to be so astonishing. At that moment, taking advantage of Xiao Shujing's distraction, a figure shot in like lightning, appearing before Xiao Shujing, the wind from the punch howling directly at his face. Xiao Shujing hurriedly blocked with his spear, the shaft colliding with the fist and producing a dull sound. He felt a great force come through, causing his arm to go numb. I can't just passively defend like this. Xiao Shujing thought to himself, quickly retreating to create distance from Wei Ming before thrusting the spear again. Wei Ming sidestepped and reached out to seize the spear. Xiao Shujing reacted quickly, spinning the spear and sweeping it out. Whoosh! The sound of wind echoed, and this sweep was fierce. Wei Ming had to retreat a few steps to avoid the attack. At this moment, Xiao Shujing was completely immersed in the battle, seemingly entering a mysterious state where every movement was clean and decisive, and the spear's momentum became increasingly fierce. The surrounding students watched in awe, holding their breath, afraid of missing any exciting moment. Seeing Xiao Shujing as such a tough opponent, Wei Ming no longer held back. His attacks became even more ferocious and his techniques more cunning. Before long, Xiao Shujing found himself at a disadvantage. Hold on! Xiao Shujing roared in his heart, sweat pouring down his forehead, but his fighting spirit soared higher. Finally, after several exchanges, Wei Ming found a flaw. Targeting this flaw, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Xiao Shujing's chest. Xiao Shujing had no time to dodge and was hit by the punch, causing him to be sent flying several meters away, unable to even hold onto his spear. Dizzy, Xiao Shujing stood up shakily, clasped his hands, and said, Instructor, I lost. Chapter 20 Gravity Room. Xiao Shujing put away his long spear and said helplessly, I wield a long spear and have the advantage in weapons. Yet I can't even manage to tie with you. This situation can only indicate that the gap in skills between the two has become unimaginably large. Around them, the members of the special training class had long fallen silent. Everyone stared in shock at Xiao Shujing and Wei Ming. The battle between the two was extremely intense. And compared to the previous student comparisons, it was evident that Xiao Shujing's actual combat ability was far superior. You are already very strong. Ordinary people can't fight me for this long. Wei Ming stepped forward, patted Xiao Shujing on the shoulder, and continued. Even Wang Ming is still a bit short of perfection in his foundational skills. In terms of skills alone, you're the best in the entire first high, and I had to give it my all to win against you. Give it your all? Perhaps. Xiao Shujing sighed inwardly, then regained his composure and humbly said, Instructor, you flatter me. I still have many shortcomings. Wei Ming smiled and said, All right, you can step down now. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shujing cupped his hands and returned to the ranks. As soon as he joined the line, The members of the special training class surrounded him. Xiao Shujing, you are amazing, being able to fight Principal Wei to such an extent. Yeah. How did you train? My foundational skills have just reached a great level, yet you have already perfected yours. Only Xiao Shujing from the entire first high has perfected his foundational skills. Even those few who have broken through to martial artist level haven't perfected theirs. Hearing these words, Xiao Shujing simply smiled humbly at everyone without saying much. In the distance, Lu Wenyun and others looked at Xiao Shujing with deep wariness in their eyes. Fortunately, I awakened my talent. Otherwise, my foundational spear techniques wouldn't have reached perfection so quickly. Xiao Shujing secretly felt grateful. If he hadn't awakened his talent and only had a great level of spear skill, plus his foundational fist strength wasn't outstanding, then it would depend on luck to make it into the top 10 in this inter-school competition. As long as the skill gap isn't too large, the effect of foundational fist strength would come into play, and the advantage in power could tilt the scale of victory. Just as Xiao Shujing was lost in thought, Wei Ming's voice rang out again. All right, everyone quiet. Let's continue the assessment. Everyone get your spirits up. The members of the special training class immediately quieted down and re-engaged in the tense assessment. Xiao Shujing took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and carefully observed the performance of other students, silently summarizing experiences and lessons. Time passed minute by minute, and the assessment gradually approached its end. All right, I have understood your situations. We will officially enter special training next. After the assessment, Wei Ming cleared his throat and continued. Next, we will go to the gravity room. After saying this, Wei Ming turned and walked toward the stairs. Gravity room? What is that? Idiot, as the name implies. The gravity in the gravity room must be different from the outside world. Didn't they say this thing was still in development? How did it suddenly appear? How would I know? As soon as Wei Ming finished speaking, the entire special training class erupted into a heated discussion. While discussing, everyone followed Wei Ming's footsteps to the stairs. Before long, they arrived at a closed room located in the basement. The entire gravity room was black, constructed from an unknown material, exuding an ancient aura. Xiao Shujing stood outside, looking through the door window. The layout of the gravity room was very simple. Just a large room. There were no facilities inside, only the surrounding walls and the floor etched with some unknown lines, with a white light occasionally flowing along the lines. This is the gravity room, one of the research achievements of the Tianhai Alliance's Research Center. The construction cost to the gravity room is enormous, and only recently, due to breakthroughs in materials, has the cost been reduced. Wei Ming stood at the entrance of the gravity room, introducing it to the students behind him. Even our first high cannot afford to build many. This is also the reason for this inter-school competition. Otherwise, you would have to wait until after high school to see this thing. Xiao Du applied to open the gravity room. After finishing the introduction, Wei Ming stopped talking and immediately took out his smartwatch to apply for permission. Ding! Permission granted, application approved. Subsequently, the red light indicating no entry at the gravity room door changed to a white light indicating entry allowed. Wei Ming was the first to step into the gravity room, and the students followed in. As soon as they entered the room, everyone immediately felt a strange pressure hit them, as if they were carrying a heavy mountain on their backs. Ah, so heavy! Someone couldn't help but exclaim. Xiao Shujing also felt a great force pressing down on him, and he quickly adjusted his posture, trying to adapt to this pressure. Wei Ming said, "Everyone, adapt to it in place first. This is just the minimum gravity multiplier." After a while, Xiao Shujing finally adapted to the gravity. At this time, he suddenly noticed the flowing white light lines around him. This should be the key to how the gravity room works. Not knowing how long had passed, once everyone had adapted to the gravity, Wei Ming continued to instruct. Now, let's start practicing the 9th set of foundational stance skills and see what level you can achieve in this gravity environment. Hearing this, everyone immediately took their positions and began performing the 9th set of foundational stance skills. In this gravity room, every movement became extraordinarily difficult. Xiao Shujing felt his legs trembling slightly, muscles aching, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. Other students were not faring much better. Some turned red in the face. Others had bulging veins on their foreheads, their expressions twisted. Wei Ming walked back and forth, observing everyone's movements, occasionally calling out instructions. Pay attention to your breathing. Maintain your rhythm. Time passed slowly, and Xiao Shujing's stamina gradually depleted, but he still gritted his teeth and refused to give up easily. After an unknown amount of time, Wei Ming finally shouted, "All right, stop and rest for a while." Everyone felt as if a great weight had been lifted, collapsing on the ground, gasping for air. Xiao Shujing struggled to move his body. Unlike others who chose to lie down, he adjusted his breathing and slowly did some basic fitness movements to reduce his fatigue. All right, for the next period, you can train on your own. If you feel you can't hold on, just stop and rest for a bit. After Wei Ming finished speaking, he walked to a corner and began recording the data in his hands. Xiao Shujing continued doing his relaxing movements, secretly thinking, "This gravity room is indeed extraordinary. I must make good use of this time to improve my strength." Other students lay on the ground resting, while some quietly exchanged their feelings. The burly man Zhou Rong gasped and said, "This is too torturous. I feel like I'm falling apart." Beside him, Cui Hua echoed, "Yeah, but the effect should be good. If we persevere, we will definitely make great progress." Xiao Shujing ignored them and focused on his adjustments. After a while, he felt his stamina had recovered a bit, so he began practicing his stand skills again. Unknowingly, it was already noon. Wei Ming checked the time and said, "Let's go eat. Rest for an hour. And in the afternoon, we will start practical combat." Everyone felt as if they had been pardoned, dragging their tired bodies out of the gravity room. Chapter 21, Special Training Class. Afternoon, Special Training Ground. As the class time approached, the members of the special training class began to settle down, standing properly and waiting for Wei Ming's arrival. Soon, Wei Ming walked into the training ground with steady steps. His sharp gaze swept across everyone. "Are you all ready? We're going to have a real combat competition next." The crowd responded in unison, "Ready." "Very good, very spirited." Wei Ming nodded. "This time, the combat competition will be conducted by random drawing. You will pair up for duels, and the winners will advance to the next round. I will select the top 5 based on the number of victories. The final 5 will each have to fight 4 matches to determine the first place at today's competition. Do you understand?" "Understood," everyone replied in unison. Seeing this, Wei Ming nodded in satisfaction. "Let's begin the drawing." He took out a box filled with slips of paper and placed it in front of everyone. The members of the special training class took turns stepping up to draw slips. Their expressions varied. Some were full of confidence, while others appeared a bit nervous. After Xiao Shujing drew a slip and opened it, it wasn't long before all 30 members had finished drawing. Number 12. After the drawing was complete, Wei Ming announced, "Those who drew the same number will form a group. The first group, step up. The second group, prepare." Soon, 2 students from the first group put on their protective gear and stepped into the center of the arena, facing each other, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. "Begin." With a command from Wei Ming, the 2 erupted into action, the sounds of their strikes echoing throughout the training camp. The other members watched nervously from the side, occasionally gasping in awe or expressing regret. Xiao Shujing was not careless. He focused intently on the battle, analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of both fighters while absorbing experience. Those who could enter the special training camp were truly exceptional talents, each with their own strengths. One must never underestimate others. It is known that even a lion must exert itself to catch a rabbit. The 2 fighters exchanged blows, their fists colliding with fierce intensity. One was skilled in boxing, delivering powerful punches that sliced through the air. The other used agile footwork to evade attacks and looked for opportunities to counter. Xiao Shujing observed carefully, noting their footwork, the angles and timing of their punches, and their reactions to attacks. "Good. That counter was beautiful." Someone in the crowd couldn't help but cheer. "Oh, what a pity. If that kick had been a bit higher, he could have scored." Others lamented, shaking their heads. Finally, after a fierce exchange, one fighter seized an opening and delivered a heavy punch, knocking his opponent to the ground and winning the match. In the first group, the winner is Wang Yu. Wei Ming announced loudly. Wang Yu's face lit up with an excited smile, while his opponent walked off the mat looking somewhat dejected. "Second group, step up. Third group, prepare." Wei Ming called out. Before long, as time passed, it was almost Xiao Shujing's turn. 11th group, step up. 12th group, prepare. Upon hearing Wei Ming's words, Xiao Shujing immediately stepped forward, donned his protective gear, and selected his weapon. Students in combat must wear proper protective gear. They are not like Wei Ming and the other teachers, who possess immense strength that would make it impossible for a student to harm them, even with a knife. 12th group, step up. 13th group, prepare. Xiao Shujing took a deep breath and walked steadily into the center of the arena. His opponent was a burly man whose eyes seemed to hold a fierce intensity. After the two exchanged respectful bows, Wei Ming shouted, "Begin," and the battle erupted instantly. The opponent launched the first attack, charging at Xiao Shujing with a knife, the blade slicing through the air with a whoosh. Seeing the aggressive advance, Xiao Shujing sidestepped and raised his spear, forcing his opponent back. The opponent, realizing the first strike had failed, launched a horizontal sweep. Xiao Shujing jumped back to create distance. He did not rush to attack, but continued to observe his opponent's movements, knowing that defeating him would be easy. The classmates watching from the sidelines were transfixed, and the atmosphere felt slightly stagnant. Xiao Shujing, seizing the opportunity, took a quick step forward as his opponent's attack grew stale, thrusting his spear directly at him. The opponent hurriedly raised his knife to block, but was pushed back a few steps by Xiao Shujing's strength. Not letting up, Xiao Shujing pressed the attack, his spear moving like a dragon emerging from the sea, becoming increasingly fierce. Before long, the opponent began to struggle, showing signs of fatigue. Xiao Shujing decisively seized the moment, exerting force to push his opponent to the edge of the arena. In an instant, the opponent stumbled, and Xiao Shujing took the chance to strike his opponent's protective gear with a spear, winning the match. In the 12th group, the winner is Xiao Shujing. Wei Ming announced loudly. Xiao Shujing sheathed his spear, bowed to his opponent, and left the arena. 13th group, step up. 14th group, prepare. As the competition progressed, one group after another completed their duels. The atmosphere remained tense and lively, with each member of the special training class showcasing their unique strengths. After Xiao Shujing left the arena, he stood to the side, watching the subsequent matches and silently reflecting on the gains and losses from his earlier battle. Time flew by amidst the intense confrontations, and soon, the first round of matches concluded. Wei Ming stepped forward and announced loudly, "The first round is over. The winners will continue to draw lots. Number 1, lucky draw." Xiao Shujing looked at the slip in his hand, a slight smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Moments later, Wei Ming noticed that most of the students had rested and their stamina had returned to peak levels, and he announced the continuation of the matches. The second round begins. First group, step up. Second group, prepare. Zhou Yunkai. Xiao Shujing looked up and saw a familiar figure. It was Zhou Yunkai, also from class 37. He hadn't paid attention earlier. Had Zhou Yunkai won too? Xiao Shujing thought to himself, realizing it was normal since Zhou Yunkai's ranking was not low either. As long as he didn't face those top-tier experts, he had a fighting chance. Zhou Yunkai stepped into the arena and exchanged a glance with Xiao Shujing, a hint of provocation in his eyes. "Xiao Shujing, today I'll show you my strength." Before Xiao Shujing could respond, the crowd erupted. Is Zhou Yunkai out of his mind? Someone pointed and mocked. Didn't he see Xiao Shujing's strength just now? Who cares? This will be entertaining. Xiao Shujing's expression turned strange, unsure of where Zhou Yunkai's sudden courage came from. Once he was ready, Xiao Shujing flashed forward, thrusting his spear directly at Zhou Yunkai's face with a sharp whistle of wind. Zhou Yunkai was startled and hurriedly sidestepped. However, Xiao Shujing's spear came like a storm, relentless. Zhou Yunkai could only keep retreating, struggling to keep up. "What a fast spear!" someone in the crowd exclaimed. Xiao Shujing did not give Zhou Yunkai a moment to breathe. Flicking his wrist and sweeping his spear, Zhou Yunkai hurriedly raised his staff to block, but was shaken by the immense force, causing his arm to go numb. What excellent spear technique! Li Qingxiao's eyes brightened, unable to contain his admiration. Zhou Yunkai is about to lose. Lu Wenyun observed the situation and said with a heavy expression. Before Lu Wenyun finished speaking, the situation on the field changed. Suddenly, Zhou Yunkai pulled out a dagger from his pocket and, taking advantage of the moment Xiao Shujing's spear was sweeping, lunged at him fiercely. "Despicable!" someone in the crowd shouted angrily. Xiao Shujing reacted quickly, dodging the blade's edge with a sidestep. But Zhou Yunkai pressed the attack, the dagger striking at Xiao Shujing's vital points like a snake. Xiao Shujing's gaze turned cold as he swung his spear violently, knocking the dagger out of Zhou Yunkai's hand. First group, Xiao Shujing wins. Wei Ming looked at Zhou Yunkai on the stage with a cold expression, but said nothing. Chapter 22. The special training class finale soon. After several rounds of battles, the remaining participants also eliminated their opponents. Li Qingxiao was no exception in this round. He displayed extremely strong strength and easily defeated his opponent to advance to the top 10. In the subsequent top 5 qualifying matches, Xiao Shujing also swiftly resolved his opponent and advanced first. "Brother Xiao, I really didn't misjudge you," Li Qingxiao said with admiration. Xiao Shujing smiled slightly. "Brother Li, you are the same, winning decisively." The two exchanged smiles. The last group took the stage. Suddenly, Wei Ming's voice rang out, "Brother Li, let's meet at the peak." Seeing this, Xiao Shujing clasped his hands and offered his best wishes. Li Qingxiao laughed heartily. "Brother Xiao, I appreciate your good words." He then walked onto the stage holding a long sword. His opponent was a man wielding a knife, ranked similarly to Li Qingxiao. Once on stage, the knife-wielding man fixed a sharp gaze on Li Qingxiao, emanating a fierce aura. Li Qingxiao showed no fear, holding his long sword with an upright posture, like a towering pine tree. With Wei Ming's shout to begin, the two instantly sprang into action. The knife-wielding man launched the first attack, swinging his long knife, the blade flashing as it charged toward Li Qingxiao. Li Qingxiao stepped forward, sidestepped to evade, and simultaneously swung his long sword, aiming for his opponent's opening. In an instant, the stage was filled with the clash of blades, and the two fought fiercely. Xiao Shujing observed with a solemn expression, carefully analyzing their moves and responses, silently assessing the situation. It appeared that Li Qingxiao should be able to win. Before long, Xiao Shujing noticed a clue. Although the knife-wielding man attacked aggressively, all of his moves were evaded by Li Qingxiao. Over time, this would inevitably lead to impatience. At that moment, as long as Li Qingxiao seized the opportunity, victory would be just a moment away. Sure enough, as time passed, Li Qingxiao gradually gained the upper hand, his swordsmanship becoming increasingly fierce, making it difficult for the knife-wielding man to defend. Li Qingxiao is going to win. Someone couldn't help but shout. Indeed, under Li Qingxiao's relentless assault, the knife-wielding man exposed a clear opening. Li Qingxiao seized the chance to thrust his sword forward, winning the match. With a smile, Li Qingxiao stepped off the stage and exchanged glances with Xiao Shujing, understanding each other without words. At that moment, Wei Ming's voice announced, "All right, the top 5 have all been decided. Next is the round-robin matches among you. The first match is Xiao Shujing against Lu Wenin." Xiao Shujing and Lu Wenin exchanged glances, donned their protective gear, and entered the arena together. Class 3, Section 2, Lu Wenin, please guide me, Lu Wenin initiated, cupping her hands toward Xiao Shujing. Class 3, Section 7, Xiao Shujing, I dare not claim to guide, Xiao Shujing replied, holding his spear and standing firm, slightly cupping his fists. Seeing this, Lu Wenin said nothing further, taking out a long whip and cracking it in the air like a silver snake dancing. Xiao Shujing gripped his spear tightly, standing ready. At Wei Ming's command, Lu Wenin's long whip struck like a nimble snake, whistling toward Xiao Shujing. Xiao Shujing narrowed his eyes, sidestepped to evade, and attempted to entangle the whip with his spear. Lu Wenin flicked her wrist, and the whip instantly changed direction, attacking Xiao Shujing's lower body again. Seeing this, Xiao Shujing quickly leaped up, avoiding the attack of Lu Wenin's whip. What a quick reaction speed! The spectators below were already wide-eyed, their praises ringing out. Seeing her attack ineffective, Lu Wenin flipped her wrist and attempted to strike again with her whip. Xiao Shujing had already discerned her intentions and swiftly used a spear to entangle Lu Wenin's whip tightly, then forcefully flicked it away. It's over, Xiao Shujing thought to himself. But he showed no mercy, his figure flashing as a spear, like a dragon emerging from the water, thrust directly at Lu Wenin's face during her moment of distraction. I lost. Lu Wenin said calmly, her expression slightly dejected. I concede. Xiao Shujing retracted his spear and cupped his fists, displaying humility. Wei Ming stepped onto the stage, announcing loudly, in the first match, Xiao Shujing wins. The audience erupted in applause as Xiao Shujing stepped down from the stage, and Li Qingxiao approached him. Brother Xiao. Excellent skills. Xiao Shujing waved his hand, just lucky. At that moment, Lu Wenin also approached. Brother Xiao, your strength is formidable. I admit defeat wholeheartedly. I will practice diligently in the future and seek your guidance. Xiao Shujing smiled in response. Great. I'm always here to accompany you. Lu Wenin was quite strong and beautiful, known as the school flower. Although Xiao Shujing wasn't interested in pursuing her, having a free sparring partner was quite nice. His friends, Chen Ming, Bai Jing, and others, were too far behind in strength to be of help, and finding a sparring partner would be costly. Now, with a free training partner, he was more than pleased. In the second match, Xiao Shujing faced Li Qingxiao. On stage, Li Qingxiao remarked, Brother Xiao, I didn't expect to face you so soon. He forced a smile, feeling helpless. Xiao Shujing laughed. Brother Li, this battle will surely be spectacular. Let us give it our all. Begin. A voice announced. Li Qingxiao, seeing this, no longer hesitated, shaking his long sword, the blade shimmering as he aimed for Xiao Shujing's throat. Xiao Shujing, seeing Li Qingxiao's fierce advance, horizontally positioned his long spear, deflecting the sharp sword strike. The two instantly engaged in a whirlwind of combat, sword shadows and spear lights intertwining, dazzling the spectators. Li Qingxiao's swordsmanship was agile and varied, like a swimming dragon, leaving others unable to grasp his technique. Meanwhile, Xiao Shujing's spear techniques were fierce and domineering, each move resembling a mountain pressing down, heavy and powerful. Is Xiao Shujing holding back? Lu Wenin below seemed to sense something, speaking uncertainly. After all, although Li Qingxiao's strength was decent, it still fell significantly short compared to Xiao Shujing. The two on stage were locked in a fierce battle. Clearly one side was intentionally guiding the other. On stage, Xiao Shujing and Li Qingxiao fought increasingly fiercely. Xiao Shujing appeared to attack with all his might, but was intentionally deviating his path. Li Qingxiao, sensing this, became increasingly adept under Xiao Shujing's pressure. Brother Xiao, thank you. Li Qingxiao whispered. Xiao Shujing smiled slightly, focusing on his response. Now I'm going to attack with all my strength. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xiao Shujing's aura shifted, and the long spear attacked Li Qingxiao like a torrential storm, each strike containing unmatched power. Li Qingxiao's heart sank, and he quickly crossed his sword to block. Bang! In an instant, a tremendous force surged from the sword, causing Li Qingxiao to stagger, his blood surging, nearly unable to hold onto his long sword. Xiao Shujing noticed his opponent's predicament, sweeping the long spear to knock Li Qingxiao and his weapon to the ground. Out of consideration for Li Qingxiao's previous reminders, Xiao Shujing chose not to disarm him, but instead to give him a dignified exit. Brother Li, I concede. Xiao Shujing clasped his hands. Brother Xiao, you're treating us differently. Li Qingxiao struggled to stand up, leaning on his sword, jokingly saying. Xiao Shujing laughed heartily. If Brother Li were also a beauty, I would definitely cherish you. In the next match, Xiao Shujing faced Zhao Shenming. On stage, Xiao Shujing's expression stiffened at the mention, while Li Qingxiao nearby seemed to revel in the misfortune. Brother Xiao, I will go rest first. It seems Wei Ming wants to see what my limits are. Xiao Shujing shook his head, not taking it to heart. In the following matches, Zhao Shenming and Qian Shuwen had average strength, only slightly stronger than Li Qingxiao, and were easily defeated by him. Thus, the entire special training class's practical combat concluded with Xiao Shujing's complete victory, decisively taking first place. Chapter 23. Registration and Competition System. Xiao brother, let's go to the second floor together, Li Qingxiao said while wiping the sweat from his forehead. It's just right. We can check out how the therapists prepared for us are doing. I heard that to cope with this 10-school league, the school specifically invited a group of top-tier therapists at a high price to help us recover our bodies, which is quite a big deal in the entire Jiangbei prefecture. After Li Qingxiao finished speaking, he made a face at Xiao Shujing. Xiao Shujing couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. to deal with the 10-school league. The school really seemed to have put in a lot of effort. Not only did they arrange for a vice principal to guide them, but they also opened the gravity room to them without restrictions. It's worth noting that even teachers at the school have to pay extra to use it, and there are time limits. From what Xiao said, it seems they even specially hired a group of therapists for their recovery. All right, let's go together. Recalling the time he spent a fortune on a therapy session, Xiao Shujing started to reminisce. Unfortunately, the price of $398 made it impossible for him, and he had to say goodbye to the therapist with tears in his eyes. Before long, they arrived at the second floor. As soon as they entered, a familiar faint herbal scent wafted over. This is the scent. It feels very comfortable just by smelling it. Xiao took a deep breath, his face full of enjoyment. It seemed he had visited the therapy shop quite a bit. Xiao Shujing looked around and saw exquisitely decorated rooms, each furnished with various advanced therapy equipment. 2 students, please follow me. A staff member greeted them as soon as they stepped onto the second floor. This way, please. The staff led them through a winding path until they finally brought them to a secluded room. Looking up, the room was simply decorated, with soft lighting that instantly lifted one's spirits. Before long, 2 therapists knocked on the door and walked in. Welcome, students. Please lie down on the bed over here, one of the therapists said with a smile. Xiao Shujing and Xiao followed their instructions and lay down, feeling the soft mattress. Relax your bodies and don't be tense. You'll soon feel the effects, the other therapist whispered. Xiao Shujing slowly closed his eyes, trying to relax his body and mind. The therapist's hands began to gently press on them, with moderate strength and skilled techniques. Xiao Shujing felt a warm current flowing through his body, and the fatigue gradually dissipated. Xiao couldn't help but let out a comfortable sigh. This feeling was simply amazing. Xiao Shujing wholeheartedly agreed. As night fell, Xiao Shujing, as usual, took the driverless car back to his community. Upon returning home, he heard the sounds of his parents and Xiao, who's snoring in the room, clearly already lost in dreamland. Xiao Ji opened the school website. In the room, Xiao Shujing didn't choose to rest immediately. There was still something very important he hadn't done today. With Xiao Shujing's command, the smart assistant instantly projected a virtual screen in front of him with a beam of light. On the homepage of the school website, a prominent title read 10 School League, along with several pieces of information about the competition. Xiao Shujing focused his gaze, carefully browsing through the information on the page. This competition was led by Jiangbei Prefecture No. 1 High School, in collaboration with 9 other schools, including Yucai High School, Renmin High School, and more. 10 prestigious schools, over 10,000 students, who would ultimately take first place. Shockingly, the prize money for the top 10 in this 10-school league reached an astonishing 1 million. Xiao Shujing looked at these eye-catching headlines, and his heart didn't stir in the slightest. After a moment, he finally found the registration entry for the league. Shortly after, he filled out the registration information and then turned his attention to the competition system. The competition was set to take place at the Jiangbei Prefecture Sports Center, which had a large enough area to easily accommodate 100,000 people. The competition was divided into 3 major rounds: elimination matches, advancement matches, and round-robin matches. From October 7th to October 10th, the elimination matches would take place, during which everyone would participate in 4 rounds of competition over 4 days. After 4 days, over 90% of the participants would be eliminated, determining the top 1,000. From October 11th to October 18th, the advancement matches would take place, determining the top 100, top 50, top 20, and top 10. October 20th would be the round-robin matches, where each of the top 10 would need to play 9 matches, with the one having the most wins being crowned the champion of this league. In addition, the rewards for this league were exceptionally generous. Just entering the top 1,000 would earn 10,000 Daxia coins. The top 100 would receive 100,000 Daxia coins. The top 50 would receive 200,000 Daxia coins. The top 20 would receive 500,000 Daxia coins, and the top 10 would receive 1 million Daxia coins. The most coveted were the rewards for the top 3. The third place would receive 500,000 Daxia coins, an E-rank combat suit, and an E-rank standard weapon of choice. The second place would receive 800,000 Daxia coins, an E-rank combat suit, an E-rank standard weapon of choice, and an E-rank martial arts technique. The first place would receive 10 million Daxiao coins, an E-rank combat suit, an E-rank standard weapon of choice, an E-rank martial arts technique, and E-rank standard resources for 1 year. Looking at the information on the virtual screen, Xiao Shujing's eyes instantly reddened. Wow, that's a lot of money. The first place has a whopping 10 million Daxiao coins. What? The rewards can be stacked? At this moment, Xiao Shujing suddenly noticed a note behind the reward information indicating that it could be stacked. 10,000, 110,000, 310,000. If I take the first place in the league, it would total 1,181,000 Daxiao coins. Xiao Shujing began to count on his fingers. That's a total of 1,181,000, not including the other combat suits and standard resources. The so-called E-rank corresponds to beginner warriors. Even for E-rank, a set of combat suits and standard weapons would typically cost around 1 million Daxiao coins in the market. And a year's worth of standard resources would be about the same. I'm going to make it big. Xiao Shujing kept murmuring to himself. If I can secure all of this, it should be enough to support me until I reach the intermediate warrior stage. Xiao Shujing's heart raced, and his breathing became rapid. Such generous rewards were an enormous temptation for him. As for not getting first place, that's impossible. There are still 10 days before the competition starts and more than 20 days until the finals. This long time is enough for Xiao Shujing's basic fist strength to reach another level. By then, combined with his perfected basic spear techniques and nearly perfected basic body techniques, no one would stand a chance against him. Even if a beginner warrior stepped on stage, Xiao Shujing would still give it a shot. At worst, he'd activate his talent a bit. After all, a small activation doesn't count as a full activation. Not activating is like not activating at all. It's no wonder Xiao Shujing seemed a bit out of his mind. After all, the rewards were just too enticing. Over 10 million Daxiao coins. An ordinary beginner warrior would take at least 10 years to earn that much. Now, there's an opportunity to easily earn it. How could one not be tempted? It's worth noting that at the warrior stage, one can use premium resources. Without resources, one can only absorb elemental power little by little to train. With resources, one can quickly progress in a short time and break through bottlenecks, saving a lot of time. Moreover, there are expenses for martial arts suits, nutritional meals, standard combat suits, standard weapons, and more. If one wants to customize, it would be even more expensive. Chapter 24, Lin Weiwei's Call. Special Training Class Practice Area. We take this. As soon as the words were spoken, a figure rushed out like the wind. It was Xiao Shujing. He wielded a long spear, the tip glinting with cold light, aimed directly at Li Qingxiao's face. Li Qingxiao's expression tightened. Not daring to be the slightest bit negligent, he horizontally held his long sword to meet Xiao Shujing's spear. Clang! The weapons collided, producing a crisp sound. Both of them felt a jolt in their bodies. Xiao, it's been a few days since we last met. Your spear technique has improved quite a bit. Li Qingxiao exclaimed, his eyes full of excitement. Xiao Shujing laughed heartily. Li, you're not bad either. Let's continue. After saying that, Xiao Shujing attacked again, and Li Qingxiao unleashed all his skills. Engaging in combat with Xiao Shujing. That guy's spear technique is even more terrifying than a few days ago. Qian Shuan from Class 3 commented from below. In just a few days, such obvious progress. I fear Wang Meng is no match for him. Wang Meng? He might not even compare to Xiao Shujing. Lu Wenyun, with her cold eyes fixed on the stage, shook her head and said, it seems at this time the championship of the 10-school league should be in Xiao Shujing's bag. Zhao Shunming said beside her, not necessarily. Qian Shuan rebutted. It is said that Sunda from Class 3 and Lu Yun from Class 7 have also perfected their foundational skills. For Xiao Shujing to win the championship, he must defeat these two. No way. There are actually two more. Zhao Shunming sighed. With Xiao Shujing, he had already given up on expecting to get first place. And now he had lost hope for even the top 3. It seems Xiao Shujing can at least secure a top 3. Zhao Shunming said with envy. Even third place has a reward of 5 million Daxiao coins. I really don't know how they practice. Even many formal martial artists haven't perfected their foundational skills. Perhaps that's talent. Qian Shuan sighed. All right, they've finished. If you don't go up, I'll go first. Lu Wenyun saw Qian Shuan and the others arguing endlessly, and took this opportunity to find Xiao Shujing for practice. For several days, After Xiao Shujing entered the special training class, he basically lived a 3.1-line life. He got up at 5 in the morning, practiced stance techniques in the morning, had practical combat training with Li Qing Xiao and others in the afternoon, went to the second floor for therapy at night, practiced basic body techniques for 3 hours, and then went home to rest. During this time, Wei Ming would occasionally appear in the practice area, taking out a notebook to record some data, and also took some time to answer everyone's questions. In just a few days, Xiao Shujing clearly felt his progress. Even his foundational body techniques were approaching perfection. At noon, Xiao Shujing, as usual, went to the cafeteria and ordered a basic nutrition meal. "Old Xiao, it's really not easy to see you." As soon as Xiao Shujing sat down, a familiar voice came from beside him. He looked up and saw Chunming. "Old Chun, old Bai," Xiao Shujing exclaimed in surprise. "For Chunming and Bai Jing." Xiao Shujing truly regarded them as good friends. Talking to them allowed him to temporarily set aside all worries. Chunming sat down across from Xiao Shujing and said with a smile, "You guy, since entering the special training class, it's like you've evaporated from the world. How's it going? Is life in the special training hard?" "Yeah, you didn't even send us any messages," Bai Jing added with a complaint, making Xiao Shujing's hair stand on end. "These past few days during training, I've had my smart assistant turn off." Xiao Shujing chuckled and explained, "No wonder you haven't replied to my messages these days." Chunming realized. While eating his nutrition meal, Xiao Shujing replied, "I've been a bit tired these days, but I've gained a lot." Chunming nodded. "Just by looking at your spirit, I can tell. By the way, how's the preparation for the 10 School League going?" A glint of confidence flashed in Xiao Shujing's eyes. "It's going smoothly. Just waiting to showcase my skills on the competition stage. Don't forget, if I get first place in the league, the next 2 months' meal expenses will depend on you." Chunming exclaimed, "Good for you, Xiao Shujing. Making big bucks and still not forgetting to take advantage of your brother. By the way, have you seen Lu Wenyan in the special training class?" Speaking of Lu Wenyan, Chunming's demeanor suddenly became shy, and he said with embarrassment, "You kid, you just want to be a frog dreaming of eating swan meat." Bai Jing mocked from the side, drawing an angry glare from Chunming. In the afternoon, back at the practice area, Xiao Shujing took advantage of a break in training to open his smartwatch. He received dozens of messages, most of which were from Chunming and Bai Jing. Suddenly, he noticed a few unfamiliar contact calls which had been coming in once a day for the past few days. Frowning, Xiao Shujing thought this situation was unlikely to be a sales call. After hesitating for a moment, he dialed back. The call was quickly connected, and a familiar, gentle voice came through. "Xiao, I finally got through to you. It's really not easy." "Lin Weiwei?" Xiao Shujing asked, puzzled, wondering what Lin Weiwei wanted. "Xiao, is it convenient to meet now?" On the other end of the phone, Lin Weiwei finally breathed a sigh of relief, recalling the persistence of these past few days. Nearly moved to tears. "Miss Lin, it's probably not convenient right now. I'm at school and don't have time to go out," Xiao Shujing said, confused about why Lin Weiwei was looking for him. "Then when will you be free? I'll come and find you," Lin Weiwei said anxiously upon hearing Xiao Shujing's words. Xiao Shujing, however, remained calm. "Miss Lin, is there something you need?" Lin Weiwei bit her teeth and said irritably, "Xiao, the Baishan Martial Arts School is interested in investing in a batch of outstanding potential students. I have been strongly recommending you to Supervisor Yang. And since Supervisor Yang has a good impression of you," he agreed. Hearing this, Xiao Shujing was slightly taken aback. "Thank you for the recommendation, Miss Lin, but I'm really busy these days. Let's talk about it in a few days." With that, Xiao Shujing hung up the phone. On the other end, Lin Weiwei felt her beautiful face flush with anger after Xiao Shujing hung up, her chest rising and falling with intense breaths. "Damn, Xiao Shujing. How dare he hang up on me?" After stomping her foot, she turned and walked towards Supervisor Yang's office. Knock, knock, knock. Soon, Lin Weiwei arrived at Yang Jianhua's office and gently knocked. "Come in." After hearing the affirmative response, Lin Weiwei pushed open the office door and walked in. "Supervisor Yang." "I got through to Xiao Shujing's phone," Lin Weiwei said respectfully as she stood beside Yang Jianhua. "How is it?" Xiao Shujing said he has been very busy these past few days and does not have a definite answer for us at the moment. Lin Weiwei's eyes flickered, not mentioning that Xiao Shujing hung up on her. "Let's not disturb him for now. We'll wait until after the competition to set up a time with him." Yang Jianhua said in a calm tone, as if he had anticipated this. Competition? Lin Weiwei asked, somewhat puzzled. Class 1 has contacted the other 9 schools to hold a 10-school league, and Xiao Shujing is a seed player from Class 1. He really doesn't have time these days for training. Yang Jianhua glanced at her and patiently explained. I see, Lin Weiwei murmured. Chapter 25 Gene Repair Liquid. Is the Baishan Martial Arts Center interested in investing in me? After hanging up the phone, Xiao Shujing pondered Lin Weiwei's words, murmuring to himself. Investment is a common occurrence. In the entire Tianhai Star, every force chooses to cultivate some promising newcomers. This is to win over talented martial artists and ensure their own competitiveness. Without fresh blood, a force will quickly decline. However, each force is very cautious when investing in talents. There have been instances where individuals specifically practiced methods that wasted potential to quickly enhance their strength to deceive investors. Moreover, Xiao Shujing felt uncertain, so he decided to hang up first and discuss the details with the Baishan Martial Arts Center only after clarifying the situation, to avoid being sold off and having to pay others. For now, he could only seek advice from Principal Wei. After considering his options, Xiao Shujing decided to find Wei Ming. As the vice principal of the school and a special training class instructor, he wouldn't ignore such matters. Without hesitation, Xiao Shujing immediately headed to Wei Ming's office. Along the way, he felt anxious, as this matter was serious and related to his future training, so it was crucial to take it seriously. Arriving at the office door, Xiao Shujing took a deep breath and gently knocked. Come in, came Wei Ming's steady voice from inside. Xiao Shujing pushed the door open and respectfully said, Principal Wei, I have some matters I would like to consult you about. Seeing this, Wei Ming took off his glasses and smiled. Xiao Shujing, do you have any confusions regarding your training? Wei Ming had a high regard for Xiao Shujing, not just because of his talent. Over the past few days, Wei Ming noticed that Xiao Shujing not only trained diligently, but also handled interpersonal matters quite well, getting along harmoniously with the members of the special training class, who subtly regarded him as a leader. Xiao Shujing sat down and explained everything from his first visit to the Baishan Martial Arts Center to Lin Weiwei's recent call expressing interest in signing contract. There was no need to hide such matters. Honesty was the best policy, as deliberate concealment could lead to misunderstandings. Wei Ming tapped the table and, after a moment of thought, said, I've heard of the Baishan Martial Arts Center. It was founded by a descendant of a Tianhai Alliance member. The Baishan Martial Arts Center in Jiangbei Prefecture is just one of its branches, and its reputation is trustworthy. Xiao Shujing nodded and said, Principal Wei, the student is unsure of the Baishan Martial Arts Center's background and fears there might be a trap, which is why I specifically sought your advice. Having both courage and strategy is what our school students are about, Wei Ming said, a satisfied look on his face. You're too kind, Principal, Xiao Shujing quickly replied. However, you shouldn't be too anxious at this moment. Wait until after the 10-school league competition to discuss the details of the contract with them. Hearing this, Xiao Shujing felt reassured and said, Thank you for your guidance, Principal Wei. I will take my leave now. After speaking, Xiao Shujing prepared to stand up and leave. What's the rush? It's not a matter of a moment. Wei Ming waved his hand, signaling Xiao Shujing to sit down again. Seeing this, Xiao Shujing had no choice but to sit back down. Do you have confidence in winning the championship in the upcoming 10-school league? Wei Ming straightened his posture and looked seriously at Xiao Shujing. Xiao Shujing met Wei Ming's gaze with determination in his eyes, confidently saying, Who else but me? Good, good, good. What a bold statement. That's the spirit. Wei Ming couldn't help but clap and laugh. This is the young talent of our school. Let the others see the demeanor of our school's prodigies. I also represent the school to make you a promise. As long as you can win the championship in the 10-school league, the school will not only provide competition rewards, but can also apply for a gene repair liquid for you. Xiao Shujing couldn't help but stand up, exclaiming, What? A gene repair liquid? His expression could no longer hide the glimmer of desire. Yes, it's the gene repair liquid. This one is enough to elevate your qualifications to an excellent level. Wei Ming nodded affirmatively upon seeing Xiao Shujing's astonished expression. What a generous offer. Xiao Shujing took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He knew that gene repair liquid was a truly rare item, more precious than ordinary heavenly materials and earthly treasures. It could not only wash the marrow and remove impurities from the body, gradually bringing it closer to a prenatal state, but it also repaired genetic defects. It was one of the results of research in biology, botany, and technological martial arts, and was absolutely a controlled substance. Each one had its unique identification number and was directly managed by the Tianhai artificial intelligence. Its value could not be measured in monetary terms. The application process was incredibly complex. It had to be requested by someone with sufficient authority to the Tianhai artificial intelligence, which would then conduct an evaluation. And only if the application met the criteria would a designated person be sent to deliver it, and it had to be consumed under the surveillance of Tianhai to prevent private transactions. It seemed that in order to secure the benefits of the Yuanli secret realm, the school was indeed willing to invest heavily, even offering something as precious as gene repair liquid. Xiao Shujing suppressed his joy and thought to himself, compared to the gene repair liquid, the gravity room and the therapy room seemed insignificant and could not be compared at all. Xiao Shujing calmed his excitement and solemnly looked at Wei Ming, principal. I will not disappoint the school's expectations and will do my utmost to win the championship. Wei Ming smiled with satisfaction. Good. With your words, I can rest assured. In the coming days, focus on preparing for the competition and don't get distracted. Xiao Shujing nodded vigorously. Principal, rest assured I understand. Go on, prepare well. Wei Ming waved his hand. Xiao Shujing bowed again to Wei Ming and then turned to leave the office. On the way back to the special training class, Xiao Shujing's emotions were still unsettled. The temptation of the gene repair liquid was too great, making him even more eager for the championship in the 10-school league. Upon returning to the special training class, Xiao Shujing's eyes burned with fighting spirit as he immersed himself in even more rigorous training. 3 days later, a figure darted across the training ground like a ghost. His steps were light and agile, each movement like a dragonfly skimming the water, without a trace of sluggishness. However, at this moment, despite his incredible speed, there was still a sense of hindrance, as if an invisible membrane was restraining him, preventing him from reaching a higher realm. Xiao Shujing gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging, sweat pouring down like rain. He kept telling himself in his heart, break through, I must break through. Xiao Shujing began to regulate his breathing, trying to synchronize his breath with the rhythm of his steps, attempting to merge his body with the surrounding environment. His figure grew faster, gradually becoming a blurred shadow. Just as he felt his body nearing its limit, Xiao Shujing suddenly sensed a strange power surging from deep within him. This power surged like a tidal wave, instantly breaking through the invisible restraints. At the same time, Xiao Shujing's figure became even more elusive, as if he had shed the shackles of gravity, able to turn freely in the air and weave through space. The originally smooth movements became even more natural and agile, as if he had merged with the wind. Finally, his fundamental footwork was perfected. The last piece of the puzzle was completed. Xiao Shujing wiped the sweat from his forehead and murmured. Chapter 26, the 10-school league, begins now. It's just the physical fitness that's not up to standard yet, Xiao Shujing silently thought. However, during these past few days, my punching power has increased by another 20 kilograms. By the time the competition ends, my punching power should exceed 900 kilograms. This kind of improvement is truly astonishing. At the beginning of the school year, Xiao Shujing's basic punching power was only 733 kilograms. In just a month and a half, it's close to 900 kilograms. Last year, Xiao Shujing only improved by 300 kilograms in a whole year, which is equivalent to his results from the first half of last year. According to the current progress, if everything goes smoothly, by mid to late November, my physical fitness should reach 1,000 kilograms, meeting the conditions to absorb elemental energy and become a formal martial artist. Subsequently, Xiao Shujing continued to train hard. Time flew by, and it was soon October 7th. Early in the morning, Xiao Shujing arrived at the competition venue to wait. Although he was a seed player for the school, he still had to fight his way up step by step. Otherwise, he might easily be targeted by some ill-intentioned individuals. Anyway, with his strength, it wouldn't matter who he faced. It was also a good opportunity to gain some practical combat experience. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the leaders of the 10 schools gradually arrived at the competition hall. At this time, the entire venue was already packed with people, aside from the northern podium, which wasn't fully occupied. The surrounding area was filled with participating students, and dozens of small rings were set up in the middle. In the resting area of Class 37, Old Xiao Chunming's voice rang in Xiao Shujing's ears. Turning around, he saw Chunming and Bai Jing walking toward him side by side. "Why are you two so late? I thought you had forfeited," Xiao Shujing teased, noticing their tardiness. "Hey, Old Chen got up a bit late today, and the road was full of cars coming to watch the competition, which blocked us outside. We've got in," Bai Jing said with a helpless expression. "So, Chunming, do you have confidence in getting through the elimination rounds and making it into the top 1,000? Xiao Shujing shifted the topic, looking at Chunming. He wasn't worried about Bai Jing. His strength was significantly stronger than Chunming's, and even making it into the top 100 wasn't out of the question. "I have no hope. My class ranking is barely 30, and my grade ranking is over 300. Even among other schools, at least 100 or 200 people are stronger than me," Chunming said with a wry smile. "Not necessarily. The competition is still about practical combat. Some people may have higher punching power than you, but they might not necessarily be able to defeat you," Bai Jing encouraged, patting Chunming on the shoulder. "Enough of that. Old Xiao, do you have confidence in making it into the top 10 this time?" Chunming sighed, having come to terms with his current state, no longer expecting to catch up with Xiao Shujing and Bai Jing. "Old Chun, my goal is to win the championship of the 10-school league." Xiao Shujing raised an eyebrow, his tone half serious, half joking. "Old Xiao, I've noticed you're much more cheerful lately. You used to hardly joke around," Chunming said, looking seriously at Xiao Shujing, while Bai Jing nodded in agreement. "Come on, tell us secretly, are you in a relationship?" Chunming leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "Who would look at a penniless guy like me?" Xiao Shujing self-deprecatingly replied. The reason he felt like joking was entirely due to Xiao Shujing awakening his talent, which eased the urgency in his heart. Just then, a deep voice suddenly echoed throughout the arena. "Good morning to all participants." Suddenly, a holographic projection appeared in the center of the ring. The figure had black hair and a black robe with a weathered face. Despite looking like a young man, he gave off an impression of age. The first 4 days of this competition will be the elimination rounds, during which you will eliminate more than 90% of the participants and determine the top 1,000. There are a total of 50 rings in the venue, and participants will face off in pairs. All contestants will be drawn by the system to determine their opponents. The competition uses a point system. The winner gets 3 points, a tie gets 1 point, and the loser gets 0 points. Each person must compete once a day. And after 4 days, the top 1,000 participants based on points will advance. The man in the black robe continued. The audience listened intently to the competition rules, not daring to be careless. "Now, I announce that the elimination rounds of the 10-school league officially begin. Please prepare yourselves. The system is about to start drawing lots." As soon as the black robe man's voice fell, Xiao Shujing felt his smartwatch on his wrist vibrate slightly. 9:31. Looks like my luck is good. I can finish the matches early, Xiao Shujing thought as he looked at the number on his smartwatch. "How did you two draw?" Xiao Shujing turned to Chunming and Bai Jing. 78, 1360. Their voices came in succession. "Yours is ahead of mine?" Xiao Shujing was a bit surprised. "Chunming, doesn't that mean you have to go on stage now?" Xiao Shujing smiled and said, "Old Chun, good luck. I wish you a great start." Chunming nodded and then strode toward the ring. Before long, the first 100 participants had all put on their protective gear and selected their weapons. "Now I announce, participants numbered 1 to 100, the match begins." As soon as the words were spoken, the virtual characters on the field instantly transformed into 50 small screens hanging in the center, showing the 100 participating contestants. "Old Xiao, Chunming is here." Bai Jing patted Xiao Shujing on the shoulder and pointed to a small screen in the southwest corner. On the screen, Chunming was battling a thin man. Chunming held a long sword, his steps steady, while the thin man wielded a short knife, darting around. As soon as the match started, the thin man launched the first attack, his short knife darting towards Chunming like lightning. Chunming seemed to have anticipated this. He remained calm, sidestepped, and wielded his long sword in a counterattack. The two exchanged blows, battling fiercely without giving an inch. Chunming gradually gained the upper hand. His swordplay became increasingly fierce, forcing the thin man to keep defending. Old Chen's moves are quite good. It looks like he has a chance to win, Xiao Shujing said. Bai Jing nodded. Yeah, but that guy isn't weak either. It depends on whether Chen Ming can maintain his advantage. At that moment, Chen Ming suddenly found a flaw, thrusting his long sword straight at the thin man, and it looked like he was about to hit him. In a critical moment, the thin man rolled to evade the attack. Seeing that his first strike missed, Chen Ming immediately executed a move called rolling sword hang. He spun sharply in the air while simultaneously slashing with his long sword. The thin man was caught off guard and was swept on the arm by Chen Ming's sword, leaving a deep mark on his protective gear. His face turned pale, and he staggered a few steps. Seizing the moment, Chen Ming launched a flurry of attacks like a storm, and soon the thin man could only struggle to defend himself, barely holding out for a few more exchanges before ultimately losing. Old Chen, that was impressive. That rolling sword hang left the opponent stunned. Xiao Shujing and Bai Jing couldn't help but cheer for Chen Ming as he returned victorious. Chen Ming wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled. Ha! It was just good luck that I caught a flaw. Bai Jing patted Chen Ming on the shoulder. Stop being modest. With your strength, you have a good chance of making it into the top 1,000. I hope so. Now it's up to you too, Chen Ming said. Chapter 27, Easy Victory. Around 9:30 a.m., the third round, Li Qingxiao and another member of the special training class entered the arena at the same time. Li Qingxiao shone on the stage, easily defeating his opponent with just 3 swords, his handsome figure eliciting continuous gasps from the audience. The other member of the special training class, however, unexpectedly suffered an upset, being defeated by a contestant from a lower-ranked school. On the observation platform, Lao Xiao remarked, "This pretty boy has some real skill." Chen Ming sarcastically commented, he eliminated his opponent in just 2 or 3 moves. Bai Jing's expression was serious as he said, "Not just that, there are many strong competitors from other schools. In just 3 rounds, I've already seen at least 10 who are stronger than me. It's really going to be tough to break into the top 100. Xiao Shujing smiled and comforted him. Old Bai, don't boost others' confidence while undermining your own. You want to know who is strong or weak until you've fought. Chen Ming nodded in agreement. Exactly, Old Bai, don't be so lacking in confidence. Besides, we've put in a lot of hard work lately. We might not be worse than them when it comes to fighting. Bai Jing took a deep breath and said, Yeah, I know. It's just that seeing so many strong opponents does put some pressure on me. Xiao Shujing patted Bai Jing on the shoulder and said, Pressure is just motivation. We should just give it our all. Losing isn't shameful. What is embarrassing is not having the courage to step onto the stage. Chen Ming waved his fist and said, Right? What is there to be afraid of? At worst, it's just an experience to accumulate. As they discussed, another hour quickly passed. On the stage, a deep voice announced, Please welcome the contestants for the 10th round. The sound reverberated throughout the competition hall. Lao Xiao, Xiao Shujing turned around and nodded to the two, striding toward the stage. Holding a spear, Xiao Shujing stepped onto the platform, facing a burly man wielding a long staff, whose eyes revealed a hint of ferocity. 3, 2, 1. With the referee's whistle, the contestant suddenly flashed forward, swinging the long staff with a powerful strike aimed directly at Xiao Shujing. Your moves are really too slow. Xiao Shujing chuckled lightly, easily dodging this swift attack. He thrust his spear, aiming directly at the opponent's throat. The burly man reacted quickly, swinging his staff to block. Clang! The spear and staff collided, producing a crisp sound. To everyone's surprise, Xiao Shujing's strike knocked the weapon out of the man's hands. Seeing this, Xiao Shujing showed no mercy, launching a straightforward thrust straight at the opponent's chest. In an instant, the man was so intimidated by the spear that he dared not move. No way. He finished his opponent in just 2 strikes. Isn't this a fixed match? Are you out of your mind? This is only the first day of competition. Even if it were a fixed match, it wouldn't be revealed until later. The audience below erupted into a commotion, discussing fervently. Xiao Shujing stood with his spear in hand, his expression calm. The referee stepped forward and announced loudly, Xiao Shujing wins. Xiao Shujing turned and walked off the stage, where Chen Ming and Bai Jing excitedly approached him. Lao Xiao, you were too fierce. 2 strikes, and you ended the fight. Chen Ming exclaimed excitedly. I was lucky. The opponent wasn't that strong, Xiao Shujing modestly replied with a smile. In fact, the opponent's strength wasn't too weak, with a punch force around 600 kilograms, but compared to Xiao Shujing, it paled in comparison. If he hadn't faced Xiao Shujing in the first round, he would have had a good chance of entering the top 1,000 and getting a consolation prize. This competition format is indeed quite cruel. If you accidentally face a few top competitors, even if you have top 10 strength, you might still fall short. The subsequent matches had little excitement, with few evenly matched encounters. Is the system automatically filtering strong against weak? Xiao Shujing observed for a while and found the matches quite interesting. They were mostly strong against weak, with strong against strong being rare, clearly arranged by the system. It seems the school also hopes to eliminate underperforming competitors quickly to avoid having some lucky individuals advance. Xiao Shujing thought about it and found the situation quite normal. After all, no matter how lucky you are, once you get on stage, you can only give points to your opponent and might as well be eliminated early. Moreover, the final round is a round-robin format, so even if you're lucky, if you lack strength, there's no chance of winning. Soon it was Bai Jing's turn to compete. Bai Jing took a deep breath and walked toward the stage with determination. His opponent was a nimble young man wielding twin daggers, whose eyes held a hint of cunning. As the whistle for the start of the match blew, the young man attacked swiftly with his twin daggers. Bai Jing remained calm, skillfully wielding his spear to deflect the opponent's attacks. As expected, Xiao Shujing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief for Bai Jing. "Old Xiao, what's wrong?" Chun Ming, confused, turned to look at Xiao Shujing. Seeing Chun Ming's bewildered expression, Xiao Shujing explained what he had just realized to him. "What? Isn't this a conspiracy?" Chun Ming exploded in anger, indignantly saying. Xiao Shujing quickly covered Chun Ming's mouth, lowering his voice. "Don't shout. This isn't exactly a conspiracy. The school arranged it this way to make the competition more efficient. Besides, those with real strength won't be afraid of such arrangements." Chun Ming wriggled free from Xiao Shujing's hand, muttering, "This is too unfair. Isn't this clearly targeting us weaker students? It's too much." Xiao Shujing patted Chun Ming's shoulder and said, "Stop overthinking it. Let us just watch old Bai's match." At that moment, the situation on the stage had already changed. In just over a dozen moves, Bai Jing had gained the upper hand. Suddenly, Bai Jing seized a flaw in his opponent's defense and thrust his spear sharply, catching the young man off guard and hitting him in the shoulder. The spear, propelled by great force, caused the young man to stagger, and by the time he reacted, Bai Jing's spear was already aimed at his face. Bai Jing wins. The referee's voice rang out. Bai Jing stepped down from the stage, and Chun Ming immediately rushed over, saying, "Old Bai, that was beautiful. I was lucky. The opponent I faced this time wasn't strong." Bai Jing smiled, looking quite happy. "It's not luck. It's the system's intentional arrangement." Seeing Chun Ming about to continue speaking, Xiao Shujing interrupted him. "Don't worry about that. Today, the three of us have all had a good start, which is a good omen. So, are we going to have our future league champion treat us to a meal?" Chun Ming seized the opportunity to play along, smiling as he said, "No problem, I'll treat this time." Xiao Shujing waved his hand grandly, full of enthusiasm. "Aren't you going to watch the next matches?" Bai Jing asked hesitantly. Xiao Shujing shook his head and said, "It's the elimination rounds now. These days, they will prioritize eliminating those with the lowest strength, so there's not much to see." According to the data Xiao Shujing reported to the system, it was impossible for him to be scheduled against top competitors in the coming days. Even if he did encounter one, he would have to worry about them, not himself. As for Chun Ming and Bai Jing, Chun Ming had basically chosen to give up, as he had no hope of entering the top 1,000. Getting eliminated sooner rather than later didn't make much difference. Bai Jing's situation was similar to Xiao Shujing's. It was unlikely that he would be matched against opponents of similar strength before the qualifying rounds. At least, he would only be paired against similarly strong opponents in the later stages of the qualifying rounds. In the afternoon, after bidding farewell to Chun Ming and Bai Jing, Xiao Shujing returned home alone. "Brother, you're back." As soon as he got home, Xiao Shujing heard his younger brother, Xiao Hu's voice. "Brother, you won today's match really quickly, defeating your opponent in no time." Xiao Shujing smiled and patted Xiao Hu's head, saying, "Of course, your brother is going to be an unparalleled martial artist in the future." Xiao Hu looked at Xiao Shujing with admiration and said, "Brother, I want to be as strong as you and become a powerful martial artist too." "All right, little Hu, don't cling to your brother. He just finished a match. Let him rest a bit," came the voice of their mother, Lin Qian, from the kitchen. "It's fine. The opponent was average. I didn't exert much effort." Xiao Shujing shook his head. "Okay, let's get ready for dinner." Xiao Ming came out of the study, clearly having just dealt with some matters. The family gathered around the dining table, and the aroma of the food filled the air. "Shujing, how do you feel about today's match?" Xiao Ming asked. Xiao Shujing swallowed a mouthful of food and replied, "Dad, not bad. The matches have been going smoothly so far." Xiao Ming nodded and said, "No matter what the opponent is like, just give it your all. But don't put too much pressure on yourself." Xiao Hu chimed in, "Brother will definitely win. I believe in you." Xiao Shujing nodded, appearing relaxed. As for his specific strength, Xiao Shujing did not elaborate to his family. First, he was not a showy person and usually did not draw attention to himself. Second, he wanted to give his parents a surprise. After all, it is said that returning with wealth to one's hometown is like walking in the night in splendid clothes. After eating a few bites, Xiao Shujing returned to his room. After reviewing the details of today's match, he began to continue researching his talent. Ever since he awakened the talent of unity with heaven and man, he would spend some time each day after training to study it. This not only further enhances his strength, but also strengthens his development and utilization of his talent, which is quite beneficial. After all, when his talent is activated, as long as Xiao Shujing's mental power is sufficient, he can almost achieve anything he wants. Then, Xiao Shujing crossed his legs and sat on the bed, silently chanting in his heart, "Unity with heaven and man, activate." Suddenly, a familiar perspective came forth. An entire space centered around Xiao Shujing, with a radius of 12 meters reflected in his mind. The sensing range had increased by another meter. Xiao Shujing realized that the sensing range had expanded again, now 2 circles larger than when he had just awakened, and he could no longer suppress the joy in his heart. "Indeed, the range of my talent ability will increase with my strength, compared to before awakening my talent." Xiao Shujing's current strength had increased several times. Xiao Shujing focused his mind and began to carefully sense the subtle changes within this newly added 12-meter range. The flow of air, the movement of dust, and even the subtle energy fluctuations were all clearly presented in his perception. Next, let's continue the previous research. Then, Xiao Shujing concentrated his mental power and began to directly analyze the material structure in the air. He could feel that those small particles, usually ignored, gradually revealed themselves under his talent perception. As he analyzed with his mental power, those tiny particles began to show complex and wonderful forms. Each molecule and the arrangement and movement of atoms seemed like a map laid out before him. "Let me see if I can forcibly change the material structure and transmute stone into gold," Xiao Shujing silently thought. Through the talent of unity with heaven and man, directly forcibly changing the material structure and condensing supermaterial had always been one of Xiao Shujing's research focuses. For this, he specifically spent some time collecting relevant books and finding the compositional structures of some common materials to attempt synthesis. If successful, it would not only significantly enhance his application of his talent ability, but also allow him to produce resources equivalent to carrying a paradise with him. However, to achieve the expected results, it might take a while. Xiao Shujing concentrated fully, gathering all his mental power to penetrate the surface of the dust, viewing the molecular and atomic structures, then mobilizing his mental power to attempt to forcibly change the structure of those tiny particles in the air. Veins bulged on his forehead, and sweat poured down like rain, yet his gaze remained unwavering. In his perception, those originally stable molecular and atomic structures began to show subtle tremors, as if resisting his power. But Xiao Shujing did not give up. He continually adjusted his mental power output, trying to find the breakthrough point. Time passed second by second, and Xiao Shujing's body slightly trembled from excessive exhaustion. Just when he was about to collapse, the structure of those tiny particles finally showed a hint of change. There's hope. Xiao Shujing was overjoyed and immediately increased his mental power output. However, at this critical moment, he suddenly felt a strong dizziness wash over him, and the scene before him began to blur. Not good. I've exhausted my mental power, Xiao Shujing thought to himself. But he could no longer control his body and fell forward. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Shujing slowly regained consciousness. He opened his eyes, looking at the familiar room before him, and couldn't help but smile wryly. It seems that this ability to transmute stone into gold is not so easy to master. Perhaps after I break through to become a primary martial artist, when my physical quality and mental power are further enhanced, I will be able to achieve it. Xiao Shujing slowly sat up, took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and prepared to re-engage in his research on his talent. Time flew by, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The knockout rounds of the 10-school league finally concluded. Chunming unfortunately did not make it to the qualifying matches, as he encountered a member of the special training class in the final match and had to announce his exit. Bai Jing performed well over the past few days, just as Xiao Shujing had anticipated, easily entering the qualifying matches, as long as he doesn't encounter members of the first or second tier for various schools. He has a great chance of making it into the top 100. October 11th, Jiangbei Prefecture Arena. Days passed, and the arena not only did not lose popularity with the reduction of competitors, but the atmosphere inside was even more heated than before. Many eliminated students spontaneously formed cheerleading squads to cheer for their schools, making the atmosphere even more lively than before. In the center of the arena, a familiar virtual projection condensed, followed by a familiar deep voice. Ladies and gentlemen, after 4 days of intense competition, the top 1,000 competitors have been determined. Let's applaud and cheer for them. As soon as the words fell, the entire arena erupted in an overwhelming roar that echoed without end. After a moment, the virtual projection gestured to silence. Next, from October 11th to October 18th, we will have the qualifying matches. The scoring rules remain the same as in the knockout rounds. After 8 days, 990 competitors will be eliminated, leaving only the top 10. As soon as this was said, the arena began to buzz with discussion. Even though they already knew the competition rules, they couldn't help but feel excited. Eliminating 990 competitors in 8 days. The competition system is too cruel. Just losing one match means direct elimination. This not only requires strength, but also can't rely on bad luck. Otherwise, encountering those few people would guarantee elimination. Grandpa, please bless me from below and let me compete a few more rounds. Next year, I'll burn more paper money for you. Chapter 29, the promotion matches begin in an instant. The entire arena was drowned out by the voices of competitors and spectators. Silence. At the command of the virtual projection, the arena immediately fell silent, and everyone stopped their discussions, turning their gazes to the center of the arena. Seeing that the situation was under control, the virtual projection slowly spoke. At the same time, the rewards for this round of promotion matches have also been significantly increased. Anyone who enters the top 100 of the league will receive 100,000 Daxia coins. Those who enter the top 50 will receive 200,000 Daxia coins. The top 20 will receive 500,000 Daxia coins, and the top 10 will receive 1 million Daxia coins. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Wow, these rewards are too generous. Yeah, if only I could break into the top 10. That would be a full 1 million Daxia coins. You've miscalculated. The rewards are cumulative. It should be 81 million Daxia coins, and there are no taxes. Murmurs of amazement and discussion spread through the crowd. The virtual projection continued. I hope all competitors can give their all in the coming days, achieve higher rankings, and earn more rewards. This statement reignited the enthusiasm of the audience, and cheers rose and fell like waves. Now, I announce that the promotion matches officially begin. Please, all competitors, get ready, and I wish you all to perform at your best. The voice of the virtual projection echoed throughout the arena. Finally, it began. In the crowd, Xiao Shujing had finally waited out the virtual projection's lengthy speech. Everything about this league was well organized, except for the fact that the overall competition time was drawn out too long. However, for other competitors in the top 10 schools, they couldn't wish for a longer duration. First, to collect more data on other seed competitors, and second, to showcase their school's teaching capabilities through the competition. But for Xiao Shujing, it had no meaning. He was confident he could absolutely crush everyone else. 3, 2, 1. The countdown was complete, and the first round of competition officially began. Xiao Shujing turned his gaze to the arena, where there were still 50 platforms. At this moment, the matches on the platforms had already started. Xiao Shujing focused intently on the competition, and he saw one competitor on a platform unleash a fierce set of punches. The wind from his fists howling as his opponent retreated under his rapid onslaught. On another platform, two competitors clashed with weapons, sparks flying, the battle extremely intense. Xiao Shujing silently assessed the strength of these competitors while contemplating his strategy for when it was his turn. At that moment, someone beside him whispered, "Look at that guy with the fists. His momentum is so fierce, he might make it into the top 50. Hard to say, it's just the beginning. The opponents later will only get stronger." Xiao Shujing didn't pay these discussions any mind. His gaze remained determined and calm. Suddenly, a voice came over the broadcast. "Please prepare for the next round of competitors to enter." The waiting time was always torturous. After a while, it was finally Xiao Shujing's turn to compete. Swish! The moment he saw his name, Xiao Shujing dashed toward the platform. Xiao Shujing's opponent was a tall and muscular man, also wielding a large spear, his muscles bulging, and a fierce look in his eyes. Seeing this, Xiao Shujing didn't hesitate at all and raised his spear to attack the opponent. With a loud clang, the two spears collided, sending a shower of sparks flying. The muscular man felt his arm tingle from the impact, secretly startled. However, Xiao Shujing was completely unaffected. With a twist of his wrist, the spear's tip lunged toward the muscular man's throat like a venomous snake striking. The muscular man quickly brought his spear up to block, and the two engaged in a rapid exchange, the spears flashing. In just a few moves, the muscular man was already swaying under Xiao Shujing's assault. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Shujing executed a powerful sweep, the spearhead crashing into the man's waist with a whoosh. The muscular man couldn't dodge in time and was struck with tremendous force, crashing to the ground with a thud. He struggled to get up but found he had no strength left. Concede. Xiao Shujing stood with his spear, his expression indifferent. The referee announced loudly, "Xiao Shujing wins." Cheers erupted from the audience as Xiao Shujing calmly walked off the platform, as if he had just accomplished something trivial. In the following time, Xiao Shujing did not waste any moment. He closed his eyes to carefully reflect on his combat experience until he received a notification for Bai Jing to come on stage, then slowly opened his eyes. "Old Bai, it's your turn, go for it." Seeing this, Xiao Shujing immediately cheered for Bai Jing. Bai Jing nodded, saying little, took a deep breath, and walked firmly toward the platform. His opponent was a nimble young man wielding twin daggers, a cunning look in his eyes. As soon as the match began, the young man moved around Bai Jing like a ghost, his twin daggers flashing. Bai Jing, however, remained calm and collected, responding steadily, swinging his long spear in a tight defense. With focused eyes, Bai Jing kept a close watch on the ghost-like opponent, not daring to be careless. The young man's dagger attacks grew increasingly fierce, but Bai Jing's long spear blocked and parried with a series of crisp sounds. Xiao Shujing watched intently from below, feeling a sense of anxiety for Bai Jing. Let us see how long you can last." The young man snorted coldly and suddenly accelerated his attack rhythm. Bai Jing remained calm and composed. Seizing the moment, he sharply thrust his spear, forcing back one of the young man's attacks. The two fell into a brief stalemate, both searching for each other's weaknesses. At that moment, Bai Jing changed his footwork, his figure flashing, and his spear lunged like a dragon, aiming straight for the young man's chest. The young man's face changed drastically, hurriedly lifting his dagger to block. Clang! Another loud sound echoed as the young man was knocked back several steps. Bai Jing seized the opportunity to pursue, his spear swirling with momentum. Seeing the situation turned dire, the young man tried to escape, but Bai Jing kept him tightly bound. Finally, Bai Jing found an excellent opportunity, sweeping his spear and striking the young man's leg. The young man stumbled and fell to the ground. Bai Jing wins, the referee announced loudly. Bai Jing let out a breath of relief and slowly walked off the platform. "Oh, Bai, well done." Xiao Shujing praised Bai Jing, giving him a thumbs up. Don't flatter me. It was just luck, Bai Jing replied with a wry smile. If the next opponent is as strong, then I basically have no hope of entering the top 100. Xiao Shujing patted Bai Jing on the shoulder, encouraging him, old Bai, don't be so pessimistic. Your performance was outstanding. As long as you maintain this state, entering the top 100 is not impossible. Besides, competitions are full of uncertainties. Who knows what will happen next? Bai Jing nodded, his expression relaxing a bit. Yeah, I hope so. I still need to pay attention to the matches of other competitors and look for ways to counter them. By the way, why hasn't Qinming shown up today? Xiao Shujing wondered why he hadn't seen Qinming, who was usually the most eager to join in the excitement. He didn't even make it into the top 1,000 this time. I heard it made his dad really angry. He is probably receiving some fatherly love right now, Bai Jing said with a hint of schadenfreude. No wonder. I was wondering why I hadn't seen him, Xiao Shujing realized. Chapter 30. The Top 50 Advancement Competition at Jiangbei No. 3 Middle School. Inside the office. Sunda, you finally met your match. A middle-aged man said seriously as he handed over 2 documents. Sunda took the documents, furrowing his brow as he quickly flipped through them. His expression gradually turned grave. The situation indeed looked grim. The middle-aged man nodded and said, Lu Yun from No. 7 Middle School is not too bad. His punching power is approaching the critical point, and his basic skills are also at a perfect level. The outcome can only be determined after the match. But Xiao Shujing from No. 1 Middle School is troublesome. Although his punching power is only over 800 kilograms. Our observations over the past few days indicate that not only has he perfected his basic skills, but his basic footwork also seems to be perfect. At this point, the middle-aged man's brow furrowed even tighter. Seems perfect? Sunda's pupils constricted, his lips trembling slightly. That's right, although he tried to conceal it. Our observations over the past few days reveal enough clues from his movements. The term seems perfect is merely a precaution, the middle-aged man said with a heavy tone. Sunda took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. Teacher, how should we respond? The middle-aged man pondered for a moment and slowly said, in the coming time, you need to focus on enhancing your explosive power and adaptability. Against Lu Yun, your solid fundamentals make the outcome hard to predict. But with Xiao Shujing, you can only give it your all and look for his flaws. If you really can't beat Xiao Shujing, at least you need to win against Lu Yun to secure a second place. Sunda nodded helplessly at this. Meanwhile, at Jiangbei No. 7 Middle School, Lu Yun tightly gripped the 2 documents in her hands, murmuring, Humph. Xiao Shujing, Sunda, we'll see you on the competition field. At No. 1 Middle School, in the principal's office, Xiao Shujing glanced at the documents in his hands before casually putting them aside. Principal Wei, if this is their strength, the championship is already mine. Wei Ming let out a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Xiao Shujing, it's good to hear you are confident. Xiao Shujing smiled with confidence. Principal, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. These 2 may have some strength, but they're not enough to pose a threat to me. Wei Ming said seriously. That may be so, but in competitions, circumstances can change rapidly. A moment's carelessness could lead to total defeat. Xiao Shujing straightened his expression. Principal Wei, I'm counting on the school to apply for the gene repair fluid for me. I wouldn't joke about this matter. Although Sunda and the other person's strength is decent, there's already a clear gap compared to Xiao Shujing now. If Xiao Shujing were to undergo a practical assessment again, he could at least score 490 points. He had intentionally observed their battles over the past few days and didn't feel they could pose a threat to him. After hearing Xiao Shujing's words, Wei Ming's expression softened slightly. It's best that you have such awareness. The application for gene repair fluid requires considerable connections for the school. If you can win the championship, the school will naturally support you fully. Xiao Shujing nodded. Principal, I will not disappoint the school's expectations. Wei Ming waved his hand, signaling Xiao Shujing to leave. All right, prepare well and face the competition in your best condition. On October 12th, Xiao Shujing easily defeated his opponent in 3 moves, advancing to the top 250. Meanwhile, Bai Jing had a tough battle with his opponent, fighting for dozens of rounds before advancing. On October 13th, Xiao Shujing once again easily defeated his opponent, advancing to the top 100. Bai Jing had good luck today, facing a relatively average opponent, also advancing to the top 100. On October 14th, at the competition arena, Chunming asked, "Old Xiao, do you think Bai Jing can make it to the top 50? Looking at Bai Jing, who was ready to go on stage, he said worriedly. Xiao Shujing patted Chunming on the shoulder and replied, "It's hard to say. I've seen his opponent, and their strengths are quite similar. It all depends on their performance in a match. All we can do is cheer for him." At that moment, Bai Jing had already stepped onto the stage, facing a tall and imposing opponent. Although Bai Jing felt a bit nervous, he was filled with a strong fighting spirit. Chunming was so nervous that beads of sweat started to form on his forehead, and he unconsciously clenched his fists. Xiao Shujing appeared calm on the surface, but a hint of concern was evident in his eyes. On the stage, Bai Jing took a deep breath and launched the first attack. He moved like lightning towards his opponent. The opponent, not to be outdone, charged forward to meet Bai Jing's attack. Both were skilled with their weapons, and the sound of their weapons clashing filled the arena. Bai Jing's weapon moved like a dragon emerging from the sea, fierce and powerful, with each strike carrying a cutting wind. The opponent's technique, however, was steady and solid, with tight defense, countering each move without giving Bai Jing any openings. Chunming was so tense he didn't dare to blink, and sweat continued to roll down his forehead. Xiao Shujing frowned slightly, his gaze fixed on the two fighters, analyzing the situation in his mind. Bai Jing grew more and more courageous, wielding his weapon with increasing ferocity, the tip glinting as he tried to break through his opponent's defenses. The opponent gradually found himself pushed back by Bai Jing's offensive, but continued to resist fiercely. "Bai Jing, go for it!" Chunming couldn't help but shout, his voice barely audible over the noise of the arena. Xiao Shujing clenched his fists, silently cheering for Bai Jing. At that moment, Bai Jing spotted a flaw in his opponent's defense. He thrust his weapon forward, the tip darting like lightning towards his opponent's chest. The opponent was taken aback, hurriedly trying to counter, but looking somewhat flustered. Bai Jing seized the opportunity to launch a flurry of attacks, forcing his opponent to defend without the chance to counter. Bai Jing's strikes became increasingly fierce, the shadows of his weapon enveloping the opponent like a storm. Under the immense pressure, the opponent's breathing quickened and sweat poured down his forehead. Chunming, excited and flushed, shouted Bai Jing's name loudly. Xiao Shujing, who had been tense, also relaxed slightly, his eyes revealing approval for his friend. "Huh!" Bai Jing shouted, swinging his weapon powerfully, sending his opponent's weapon flying. The opponent watched his weapon fly out of his hands, his eyes filled with unwillingness, but he knew defeat was inevitable. Bai Jing wins. The referee's voice rang out. Bai Jing let out a long breath, his face showing a tired but joyful smile as he stepped down from the stage. "Bai Jing, great job. You didn't embarrass us." Xiao Shujing and Chunming rushed over, showering Bai Jing with praise. "This time, I really got lucky, facing an average opponent." Bai Jing recalled the match, feeling a bit apprehensive. "I definitely can't make it into the top 20, but if I can get into the top 50 and win 310,000 Xiao coins, I'll be very satisfied." After saying this, a look of contentment appeared on Bai Jing's face. "I really can't stand you two. One has already made it into the top 50, and the other is guaranteed to be in the top 20. Chunming pouted, feigning a grievance. "Only I can't even make it into the top 1,000. Chapter 31. Teaching a lesson to my cousin, it's fine. We'll have her back when the time comes. Bai Jing pulled Chunming's shoulder and smiled, then turned to Xiao Shujing and said, "Old Xiao, it's up to you next." Xiao Shujing smiled calmly. "Don't worry." The battle that followed was uneventful. Xiao Shujing easily dealt with his opponents just like the previous days. In the afternoon, Xiao Shujing bid farewell to his two friends and took a self-driving car back home. Before he even entered the door, he heard cheerful laughter coming from inside. "What's this? Are there guests at home?" Xiao Shujing was surprised. In his impression, his father, Xiao Ming, was a taciturn person. Although he worked as a clerk in the Daxia government, he had average social connections and no close friends, and today was not a holiday. With a puzzled heart, Xiao Shujing pushed the door open and saw his father, Xiao Ming, chatting happily with a middle-aged stranger who was accompanied by a boy of about 12 years old. A warrior? The moment he saw the middle-aged stranger, Xiao Shujing felt a faint sense of threat. "Look, we were just talking about you," his father, Xiao Ming, waved at Xiao Shujing and said, "This is your uncle, Xiao Ji, and your cousin, Xiao Ling uncle cousin hello. Xiao Shujing greeted them blandly. Xiao Ji looked Xiao Shujing up and down and nodded with a smile. Shujing, you've grown so much. I heard you've been participating in competitions recently and performing well. Xiao Shujing replied with a professional smile. Thank you for the compliment, uncle. I will keep working hard. The boy next to him, Xiao Ling, curled his lip, seemingly unimpressed, and a hint of reluctance showed on his face. Seeing the atmosphere grow a bit awkward, Xiao Ming quickly spoke up. Xiao Shujing, your cousin is also studying at the same school. You two can communicate more when you have time. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ling immediately provoked, great. Then let's see what skills you have. Since you have a training room at home, let's spar a bit. Xiao Ji hurriedly scolded, Xiao Ling, don't talk nonsense. Your cousin won't bully you. Xiao Shujing sneered inwardly. This so-called uncle seemed to be scolding, but in reality, he was adding fuel to the fire. It seemed he wanted to use me to teach his son a lesson. As a formal warrior, he couldn't possibly be unaware of their differences. Knowing full well, he still said this clearly had ulterior motives. Xiao Shujing looked at the two of them with interest and said, since Ling brother is so interested, I can't refuse your face. I won't bully you. I'll only use a punch force of 100 kilograms, and I won't use any weapons. Xiao Ling snorted coldly. Since cousin said so, I hope you won't regret it. Xiao Shujing smiled, said nothing more, and stepped into the training room first. Xiao Ling followed in, determined to prove himself. Inside the training room, Xiao Shujing stood casually, yet he exuded an invisible pressure. Xiao Ling took a deep breath and launched the first attack, throwing a punch at Xiao Shujing. Xiao Shujing easily sidestepped and countered with just the right amount of force. Xiao Ling stumbled back from the punch, his face turning even uglier. Grinding his teeth, he charged again, but no matter how he attacked, he couldn't touch Xiao Shujing at all. After several exchanges, Xiao Ling was already panting, while Xiao Shujing remained calm and composed. Damn it, if you have the ability, don't dodge. Xiao Ling yelled angrily. As you wish. Xiao Shujing smirked coldly and stopped holding back. In an instant, he unleashed his power, and the wind from his punch whistled as it flew toward Xiao Ling. Xiao Ling's eyes widened in terror. He wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. With a bang, Xiao Ling was hit by Xiao Shujing's punch and flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Xiao Ling! Xiao Ji exclaimed in shock from the side. Xiao Ling struggled to get up from the ground. A trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, the arrogance in his eyes now entirely gone. Xiao Shujing! Xiao Ming also exclaimed, his eyes filled with worry. Xiao Ji walked over with a dark expression to help Xiao Ling up, and said to Xiao Shujing, that was a bit too heavy-handed. Xiao Shujing replied blandly, Uncle, it was cousin who told me not to dodge. I've already gone easy on him. Xiao Ming had no choice but to say some kind words at this point. However, after this incident, none of them felt like talking anymore. After a brief exchange, Xiao Ji hurriedly took Xiao Ling and left. Dad, what were they doing at our house? After Xiao Ji walked far away, Xiao Shujing turned to Xiao Ming. I don't know. Xiao Ming shook his head, hesitating, but didn't you go a bit too hard today? What if your uncle holds a grudge against you? Xiao Shujing felt speechless and said, You're overthinking it. He wishes I would teach his son a lesson. Today, we were both used. Xiao Ming looked confused. Xiao Shujing patiently explained, Xiao Ling is clearly spoiled by the adults. He just started learning martial arts and is already arrogant. If this continues, he might suffer a big loss. That's why he let Xiao Ling provoke me on purpose and even fan the flames. The goal was to temper his arrogance. After saying this, Xiao Shujing sneered. No wonder. Xiao Ming finally understood. By the way, how was your competition today? I was so busy talking to your uncle that I didn't see the match. Xiao Shujing smiled and said, just the top 50. It wasn't difficult for me. Xiao Ming smiled with relief and said, that's because your mother and I are useless. Otherwise, with your talent, you would have already become a warrior. Xiao Shujing shook his head and said, Dad, don't say that. If it weren't for your full support, I wouldn't have achieved what I have today. To quickly become a warrior, one's own talent is key. If the aptitude isn't enough, one can only rely on time to grind. If it weren't for Xiao Shujing awakening the talent of unification with heaven and earth, even if he worked 10 times harder, it would be difficult to improve his strength quickly, let alone achieve his current accomplishments. Hearing this, Xiao Ming felt even more guilty. I don't understand martial arts. You've always had your own opinions since you were young. If you encounter difficulties, just tell your parents directly. Even if we have to sacrifice our face, we will help you solve it. Xiao Shujing felt warmth in his heart, but didn't say anything. In the evening, in Xiao Ming's bedroom, Qin, should we find time to go back to the old man's place? Xiao Ming, unable to sleep after tossing and turning, woke up Lin Qin beside him. Go back. Haven't you been disliked enough by the old man? Lin Qin, awakened, spoke with evident displeasure. Xiao Shujing is about to become a warrior. We can't help with the money. But don't we still have a set of martial arts at home? Xiao Ming certainly knew his partner's dissatisfaction. Even he himself felt a belly full of grievances towards the old man. Since childhood, any benefits were always prioritized for the elder brother. And it was strange if they didn't have complaints. Lin Qin frowned and said, just that set of martial arts? Will the old man agree to give it? Xiao Ming gritted his teeth and said, no matter what, we have to try. For the sake of the child, what does it matter if we lower our heads? Lin Qin was silent for a moment and sighed. All right, let's give it a try, but I can't guarantee it will work. Chapter 32. The appearance of a sky-level warrior Xiao Shujing was naturally unaware of the whispered conversation between Xiao Ming and his companion that night. After all, he didn't have a habit of eavesdropping. He had never cared much about his uncle or his cousin. The most important thing now was to finish the competition quickly and reach the critical point to break through as a warrior. Everything else could wait. The next 2 days of competition were uneventful, and Xiao Shujing smoothly advanced to the top 10. Bai Jing, as expected, no longer had such good luck this time and was easily eliminated by Qian Shuwen from the special training class, stopping at the top 50. Among the special training class, aside from Xiao Shujing, only Lu Wenyun and Li Qingxiao made it to the top 10, while over 30 other members mostly stayed within the top 50, with only a few unfortunate ones being eliminated early by encountering top competitors. On October 20th at the competition hall, the venue was particularly lively. Looking around, it was packed with spectators, and the noise was tremendous. Xiao Shujing was somewhat surprised by the sheer number of people. It was significantly more than he had expected. He had woken up early that day and arrived at the competition site before the crowd had gathered. After all, this was the finals, and the attention was much higher than in the previous days. Li Qingxiao smiled and said, "That's true." Xiao Shujing nodded. At that moment, Lu Wenyun approached with a serious expression and said, "Today's competition is different from usual. We have to play 9 matches within a day to determine the final champion." Xiao Shujing frowned and asked, "I should be fine. How about you two? Do you have any strategies?" After all, only Sunda and Lu Yun in the top 10 could pose a challenge to him. The others wouldn't consume too much of his stamina. Li Qingxiao Siga. It's hard to say. We can only do our best. But no matter what, we have to give it a shot. Lu Wenyun gritted her teeth. Exactly. No matter how difficult it gets, we can't give up easily. Xiao Shujing looked at the two of them, who still hadn't reacted, and said directly, "I suggest you both forfeit directly if you encounter Sunda and Lu Yun. Conserve your stamina. Winning one more match is better than exhausting yourselves." Li Qingxiao and Lu Wenyun exchanged glances, revealing hesitation on their faces. Li Qingxiao hesitated. This? Forfeiting directly? Wouldn't that be too frustrating? Xiao Shujing said seriously, "This isn't about giving up, it's a strategy. Sunda and Lu Yun are strong. Even if you miraculously win, you will be severely drained, making the subsequent matches harder. Conserving stamina and scoring points against other opponents is the wise choice." Just as Xiao Shujing was about to say more, suddenly, a figure appeared in the center of the competition hall, suspended in the air, dressed in black robes with black hair. The man stood tall, his face appearing both blurry and clear, making it hard to discern. However, the powerful aura emanating from him imposed an invisible pressure on everyone present. This sky-level warrior. How could it be? A mere inter-school competition could attract such a significant figure's attention? The crowd gasped in astonishment, and Xiao Shujing couldn't help but narrow his eyes, filled with shock. Just a single silhouette made him feel daunted at the thought of facing him. This kind of existence. Even if I achieve unity with heaven and man, I would still have no way to compete with him, Xiao Shujing murmured in his heart. After all, the gap between them was unimaginably vast. It was a difference in the essence of life. Silence. Silence. The man in black robes called out lightly. His voice was not loud, yet clearly reached everyone's ears like a thunderclap. The competition hall fell silent instantly. Everyone was hushed and dared not make a sound. Xiao Shujing felt a jolt in his heart. That voice seemed to penetrate his soul, making him involuntarily straighten his back. The man in black robes slowly scanned the entire hall. His gaze felt tangible, causing those being watched to shiver with coldness up their spines. I will supervise today's finals to ensure fairness and justice. No cheating will be tolerated. His tone was flat, but carried an undeniable authority. Wow, the sky-level figure is here to supervise personally. What kind of honor is this? Originally, everyone thought this great person was just here to watch the competition, but it turned out he was here to supervise the match. Xiao Shujing quickly realized this was likely the result of the 10 schools competing. Finding a sky-level warrior to oversee things, ensuring that no one could pull any tricks. On the surface, this 10-school competition was initiated by Jiangbei First High School in conjunction with other schools in the region, with perhaps slightly richer rewards. In reality, this competition was specifically set up by the 10 schools to divide the benefits of the spiritual energy secret realm, directly finding a significant figure to supervise to prevent any underhanded tactics. You all know the rules of the competition. I won't waste more words. The man in black robes said, standing in mid-air with his hands behind his back, coldly stating, I declare the finals officially begin. With the command from the man in black, the first match immediately commenced. The first to take the stage was a short-haired youth wielding a long sword, while his opponent was a burly man holding a giant axe. The two stood opposite each other, their eyes filled with fighting spirit. The short-haired youth launched the first attack, his figure flashing like a ghost as he charged towards the burly man, sword swinging and shadow flickering. The burly man was not to be outdone. He raised his giant axe to meet the attack, the axe wind howling with tremendous momentum. Clang! The sword and axe collided, producing a crisp sound of impact, sparks flying. The short-haired youth used the force to retreat and initiated another attack. His swordplay was sharp and crafty, targeting the burly man's weaknesses. At this moment, Li Qingxiao in the audience had a heavy expression, sweat unexpectedly dripping from his forehead, while Lu Wenyun beside him appeared much more relaxed. Li brother, don't feel pressured. Xiao Shujing patted Li Qingxiao's shoulder upon seeing his expression. Li Qingxiao smiled wryly and said, I don't have absolute confidence in winning against either of them. It's hard not to feel pressure. Xiao Shujing was still quite surprised that Li Qingxiao made it to the top 10. In his impression, although Li Qingxiao's strength was good, he was not particularly outstanding among many experts. But for now, he could only offer words of comfort. After all, Li Qingxiao had previously reminded him, and although he was already aware, feelings still needed to be acknowledged. Xiao Shujing frowned slightly and said, Li brother, making it this far is enough to prove your strength. Don't underestimate yourself too much. Whether you can win, we'll see when the match is over. Upon hearing this, Li Qingxiao's expression instantly firmed up. What you said is right. Whether I can win will be determined by the match. Backing down at this point is not my character. After saying this, Li Qingxiao smiled again, returning to his elegant demeanor. The results were about to come out. Lu Wenyun suddenly spoke up. On the stage, as the youth struggled to break the deadlock, the situation suddenly changed. The burly man erupted with a powerful force. The momentum of his axe became even more formidable, and the wind from the axe forced the youth to retreat repeatedly. The youth tried to steady himself and reorganize his attack, but the burly man had now taken absolute control, advancing relentlessly, and his axe techniques grew increasingly fierce. Like a raging tide, the youth's forehead was covered in beads of sweat, his breathing grew more rapid, and the swinging of his long sword began to show signs of exhaustion. Chapter 33. A good start after a few exchanges. The young boy was too exhausted to defend himself and was struck down by the burly man, who found an opening with his axe. Li Zhonglin Rong wins. The referee announced loudly. The boy lay on the ground, his face filled with unwillingness and frustration, but he could only accept it helplessly. After all, he was outmatched. The audience was abuzz with comments, some lamenting the boy's defeat, while others cheered for the burly man's victory. Next up, Li Qingxiao and Ma Feiyun are ready to take the stage. Upon hearing the referee's voice, Li Qingxiao took a deep breath, slowly stood up, and walked steadily towards the ring. Li Qingxiao from Class 1, please enlighten me. Li Qingxiao held his sword with both hands and bowed slightly. Ma Feiyun from Class 5, please enlighten me. Ma Feiyun returned the gesture with a knife in hand, but his eyes clearly showed a hint of contempt. Seeing that both were ready, the referee waved his hand. The match begins. Ma Feiyun shot out like an arrow, his long knife flashing as he aimed directly for Li Qingxiao's face. Li Qingxiao remained calm, twirling his long sword to cleverly block the fierce attack. Clang! The blades met, creating a shower of sparks. Li Qingxiao took a few steps back to stabilize himself, his gaze becoming sharper. This is trouble, Lu Wenyun whispered, her expression quite serious. In just a few exchanges, Ma Feiyun had pushed Li Qingxiao into a disadvantageous position. We can only hope Qingxiao can turn the tables. Xiao Shujing shook her head, not holding much hope for Li Qingxiao's comeback. It can't go on like this, Li Qingxiao thought, feeling a slight sweat on his forehead. If I keep defending, I will surely lose. Once I fall into my opponent's rhythm, there's no chance to turn around. Li Qingxiao's eyes sharpened, and he suddenly changed his tactics. No longer on the defensive, he opted for a proactive attack. He dashed towards Ma Feiyun, thrusting his long sword at an awkward angle towards Ma Feiyun's ribs. Desperate resistance. Ma Feiyun recognized the intent and sneered, immediately blocking with his knife. Clang! The weapons collided again with a crisp sound. Li Qingxiao felt a numbness in his arm, but gritted his teeth, refusing to back down. Taking advantage of Ma Feiyun's momentary return of the knife, he twisted his wrist, letting his long sword snake around the knife and stab towards Ma Feiyun's chest. Ma Feiyun's expression changed slightly as he quickly sidestepped to avoid the blow. Li Qingxiao pressed the attack, his sword strikes becoming more ferocious, like a torrential storm against Ma Feiyun. However, Ma Feiyun clearly had more practical experience. He quickly adjusted, steadied himself, and shifted from offense to defense, neutralizing Li Qingxiao's attacks one by one. Li Qingxiao's attacks became increasingly urgent, which revealed openings. A glint flashed in Ma Feiyun's eyes as he seized the opportunity, swinging his long knife sharply to deflect Li Qingxiao's sword. Li Qingxiao's balance wavered for a brief moment, and Ma Feiyun took the chance to press forward, aiming directly for Li Qingxiao's throat. Li Qingxiao was alarmed and desperately tried to defend himself, but it was already too late. Stop! Ma Feiyun from Class 5 wins, the referee announced loudly. The crowd erupted in a mix of disappointment for Li Qingxiao and cheers for Ma Feiyun's victory. Li Qingxiao's face turned pale, filled with disappointment as he slowly walked off the stage. Qingxiao, are you okay? Xiao Shujing looked at the disheartened Li Qingxiao with concern. Li Qingxiao slowly shook his head and said, sigh, it's all my fault for not practicing hard enough. I always fall short at critical moments. Qingxiao, don't dwell too much on this loss. There are still several matches ahead. You can't keep getting distracted, Lu Wenyun said as she approached him and patted his shoulder. Li Qingxiao took a deep breath and nodded. I will adjust my state of mind and prepare for the upcoming matches. Next up, Xiao Shujing and Zhao Lingfeng are ready to take the stage. The referee's voice rang out again in the arena. Xiao Shujing immediately straightened her expression, thinking to herself, finally, it's my turn. Qingxiao, Wenyin, watch me turn this around for us. With that, Xiao Shujing flashed and instantly appeared on the stage. This contestant has not yet donned protective gear or chosen a weapon. The referee reminded her, noticing her empty hands. Thank you for the reminder. I have confidence, Xiao Shujing said, bowing to the referee. As long as you have confidence, the referee nodded in agreement. On the stage, Xiao Shujing's gaze was sharp as she fixed her eyes on Zhao Lingfeng, who was tall and holding a long staff, his eyes revealing a hint of caution. Zhao Lingfeng from Class 2, please enlighten me. Zhao Lingfeng called out loudly. Xiao Shujing nodded slightly. Xiao Shujing from Class 1, let us begin. Let me see what strength you have to underestimate me this much. Zhao Lingfeng roared, then charged at Xiao Shujing with his staff. In the audience, many began to mock Xiao Shujing's performance. This kid is too arrogant. He doesn't even want protective gear or weapons. Does he think he is invincible? He must be out of his mind for attention. He'll have a hard time soon. Exactly. Zhao Lingfeng is no pushover. Xiao Shujing is likely to suffer. Even Lu Wenyun in the audience frowned. Xiao Shujing is being too reckless. Li Qingxiao shook his head and said, since Xiao Shujing is doing this, she clearly has full confidence. I've never seen her do anything without assurance. Is that so? Lu Wenyun seemed somewhat skeptical. On the stage, Xiao Shujing heard the mockery but didn't take it to heart. The reason she acted this way was that she had complete confidence. Moreover, if she was to win, she wanted to do so convincingly to achieve the goal of winning without fighting, instilling fear in future opponents even before facing her. On the stage, Zhao Lingfeng's staff whistled through the air, aiming for Xiao Shujing's head. Xiao Shujing sidestepped and easily evaded the blow. When Zhao Lingfeng missed, he immediately followed with a horizontal sweep. Xiao Shujing lightly stepped back several meters, avoiding the attack again. Seeing this, Zhao Lingfeng became even angrier, swinging his staff with increasing ferocity. This guy only knows how to dodge. If you have the ability, face me head-on. Zhao Lingfeng yelled as he saw his attacks easily thwarted. Xiao Shujing's lips curled slightly as she replied, as you wish. She swiftly closed the distance, her hands forming palms as she struck towards Zhao Lingfeng's chest. Zhao Lingfeng was taken aback, trying to defend himself, but it was already too late. Bang! Zhao Lingfeng was sent reeling backward from the blow. Xiao Shujing seized the opportunity to press the attack, using both fists and feet, forcing Zhao Lingfeng into a passive position. At this point, Zhao Lingfeng was panting heavily, while Xiao Shujing remained calm and steady. Yield. You're not my opponent, Xiao Shujing said indifferently. Impossible. As martial artists, we cannot retreat without fighting. Let's go again. Zhao Lingfeng shouted, raising his staff once more and charging at Xiao Shujing. Your courage is commendable. I will give you a dignified end, Xiao Shujing said, shaking her head. In a flash, she kicked Zhao Lingfeng's wrist, sending the staff flying from his grip. Instantly, the audience's tone shifted. I said it, daring to fight barehanded definitely shows skill. Wait, I remember you didn't say that just now. I never said that. Don't make wild accusations. I'll sue you for defamation. Xiao Shujing from Class 1 wins. The referee declared loudly as the victor was decided. Chapter 34. Lu Wenyun vs. Lu Yin under the arena. Preparation area of Class 3. Damn, how could Xiao Shujing be this strong? Sunda's expression was heavy as he couldn't help but curse softly. He knew that even he had to put in a lot of effort to defeat Zhao Lingfeng. But unexpectedly, Xiao Shujing subdued him empty-handed, which showed his strength. Preparation area of Class 7. Empty-handed? Lu Yin looked at the result on the arena, her pretty face slightly cold. She had thought that the three of them had similar strength, but Xiao Shujing gave her a wake-up call right from the start. Lu Yin frowned slightly and murmured, it seems this time I can only aim for second place. Brother Xiao, your performance in this match was truly spectacular. Li Qingxiao approached with a beaming smile. Did you see how those few were already on pins and needles? After speaking, he gestured towards the other competitors. Lu Wenyun also praised him repeatedly. Xiao Shujing smiled softly and said, I just wanted to deliver a decisive blow to avoid being overwhelmed by 100 punches. I hope they can know when to retreat, allowing me to maintain my condition better. At this moment, the referee's voice rang out again. Next match. Sunda and Wu Tianming prepare to take the stage. Sunda is on stage. Let's take a closer look. Upon hearing the match start, Li Qingxiao immediately focused his attention. On the arena, Sunda and Wu Tianming stood facing each other, bowing and greeting. At the referee's command, the match began. Sunda launched the first attack, his steps agile and his moves fierce, charging straight at Wu Tianming. Wu Tianming did not show weakness and responded calmly. And for a moment, the two were locked in a fierce exchange. Xiao Shujing slightly squinted, carefully observing Sunda's moves and tactics, internally analyzing his strengths and weaknesses. He was quite attentive to both Sunda and Lu Yun. Although their strength was not on par with his, he did not want to take any chances. Lu Wenyun softly remarked, Sunda indeed has some skill, his attacks are swift, and his defense is very tight. Li Qingxiao Nudda. But I think Wu Tianming is not bad either. It just depends on who can hold out until the end. On the arena, Sunda gradually gained the upper hand, his attacks becoming increasingly fierce, and Wu Tianming began to struggle to defend himself. It seems Sunda is going to win, Xiao Shujing said. Just as Xiao Shujing had predicted, Sunda's offensive grew fiercer, and Wu Tianming, exhausted from defending, finally revealed a significant opening. Seizing the opportunity, Sunda swiftly struck Wu Tianming in the chest, causing him to grunt and stagger back a few steps. Sunda pressed his advantage, delivering a flurry of strikes until Wu Tianming could no longer resist and fell to the ground. Stop. Class 3, Sunda wins. The referee announced loudly. Sunda walked off the arena with a proud expression, looking in Xiao Shujing's direction, his eyes full of provocation. However, Xiao Shujing remained indifferent, merely smiling faintly. Li Qingxiao frowned. This guy gets so arrogant after winning one match. Lu Wenyin said, "Ignore him, he's just a clown." The following matches had little to offer in terms of excitement. Li Qingxiao participated in 2 more matches, but unfortunately did not win any. It seemed he was likely to finish at the bottom this time. During this period, Lu Wenyin also took the stage once, taking considerable effort to defeat Lin Rong. Next match, Xiao Shujing versus Lin Rong. The referee's voice echoed again. Everyone turned their attention to Xiao Shujing. Hiss! Is Xiao Shujing going to compete empty-handed again? Someone exclaimed. So what if he is empty-handed? Didn't you see the previous match where he dominated? Someone retorted. Enough noise, just watch the match quietly. On the arena, Xiao Shujing stood calmly with his hands behind his back, appearing composed. However, there was no one in front of him. Lin Rong, the referee shouted. Yet Lin Rong remained seated in the preparation area, his eyes tightly closed and unmoving, seemingly unaware. The crowd below began to stir, whispering among themselves. After a moment, a staff member hurriedly ran up to the arena and whispered something to the referee. The referee frowned and announced loudly, due to Lin Rong's forfeit, Xiao Shujing wins this match. Upon hearing the referee's words, the crowd erupted in an uproar. No way, he just gave up? Lin Rong is so cowardly. He doesn't even dare to compete. Anyone can surrender. At this moment, Lin Rong also heard the mocking voices around him, his face turning as red as if he had been in a dye house, but he stubbornly kept his eyes closed, pretending not to hear anything. Class 1, Xiao Shujing, wins. The referee, seeing Lin Rong's forfeit, did not waste any time and directly announced the result. With Lin Rong's actions, the remaining competitors faced Xiao Shujing and his companions, essentially surrendering. Next match, Lu Wenyin versus Lu Yun. The referee's voice rang out again. Lu Wenyin? Li Qingxiao looked at Lu Wenyin with a questioning gaze. Xiao Shujing also turned his attention over and said, "It's worth a try. If it really doesn't work, just concede." Lu Wenyin took a deep breath, nodded, and then walked towards the arena. Class 1, Lu Wenyin, please give me guidance. Lu Wenyin said, bowing on the arena. Class 7, Lu Yun, please give me guidance. Lu Yun on the opposite side also saluted with her gun. Wow, this match will be exciting. 2 beautiful women. I declare, starting today, I'm a fan of both of them. Sisters, you are the best. As the spectators saw the 2 beauties battling, they couldn't help but cheer, and the previously quiet venue became lively again. Lu Yun shouted, her long gun spinning out a few flowers of the gun, the tip aimed directly at Lu Wenyin's throat. Lu Wenyin remained composed, her whip like a bolt of black lightning, swiftly striking the gun and neutralizing the attack. Seeing her first strike miss, Lu Yun changed her steps, sweeping her long gun and creating a gust of wind. Lu Wenyin lightly leaped up, her whip following through to strike at Lu Yun's feet, forcing her to retreat a few steps. Lu Yun's marksmanship is indeed impressive. Lu Wenyin needs to be careful. Someone below couldn't help but sweat for Lu Wenyin. Seeing her attacks repeatedly neutralized by Lu Wenyin, Lu Yun's thoughts shifted, and her moves became increasingly fierce and aggressive. She wielded her long gun, the shadows of the gun falling heavily, attacking Lu Wenyin like a storm. Oh no! Li Qingxiao exclaimed. Indeed, although Lu Wenyin remained calm, her stamina was gradually depleting, and her defense began to show flaws. Lu Yun seized the opportunity and thrust her long gun fiercely. Lu Wenyin was caught off guard and was struck by the tip of the gun on her shoulder. Lu Wenyin immediately felt a sharp pain and couldn't help but let out a soft groan. Oh! A gasp arose from the crowd. Having been struck by the gun's tip, Lu Wenyin's movements slowed slightly, and Lu Yun took the chance to unleash a series of strikes, leaving Lu Wenyin exhausted from defending, and ultimately, Lu Yun knocked the long whip out of her hand with a single thrust. What a pity! Lu Wenyin is still slightly inferior. My wife Lu Yun is the best. Let me take over. Don't let her get a taste of victory. With the outcome decided, the crowd couldn't help but discuss, some regretting Lu Wenyin's loss, others rejoicing in Lu Yun's victory, while some were daydreaming. Lu Wenyin, are you all right? Seeing Lu Wenyin come down, Li Qingxiao immediately asked with concern. I just saw Lu Yun hit your shoulder. Is it affecting you? Lu Wenyin shook her head and said, it's just a bit numb. A short rest will be fine. She then forced a smile. I overestimated myself this time. I knew I wouldn't win, but still went up to humiliate myself. Xiao Shujing's expression became serious as he said, why should you belittle yourself, classmate Lu? Sometimes, having the courage to draw your sword is the true mark of a warrior. Chapter 35, Xiao Shujing versus Sunda. What a warrior. Just a bit unwilling, that's all. Lu Wenyin lightly bit her jade teeth and said self-deprecatingly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shujing secretly shook his head. Rather than unwillingness, it was more about the competitive spirit between women. He had seen such scenes before, so he didn't take it to heart. In the following matches, whenever they encountered Xiao Shujing and his group, the other competitors chose to forfeit to conserve their strength. Next up, Xiao Shujing versus Sunda. The referee announced the next contestants loudly on the ring. Instantly, the entire arena erupted like a boiling pot. It's starting. The most exciting part of this competition is here. I wonder who will come out on top between the two. I'm betting on Xiao Shujing. I think Sunda is stronger. For a moment, the arena was filled with intense debates as everyone supported their favorite contestant. Qingxiao, do you think Xiao Shujing can beat Sunda? Lu Wenyin looked at the two on the ring and couldn't help but glance at Li Qingxiao beside her. Of course, Xiao Shujing will win. This championship is definitely his, Li Qingxiao replied without hesitation. You have so much confidence in him? Lu Wenyin asked curiously. Li Qingxiao shook his head and continued. You should know that the head teacher of Class 7, Li Baishi, is my uncle, right? Lu Wenyin nodded. I've heard a bit about it. Do you know how my uncle evaluates Xiao Shujing? Li Qingxiao teased, with a meaningful expression. Lu Wenyin frowned slightly, looking a bit impatient. How would I know? I'm not in your Class 7. See, you're getting anxious. When my uncle evaluated Xiao Shujing, even those at the critical point would have to expend considerable effort to take him down easily, Li Qingxiao said. Lu Wenyin's face turned cold. Are you kidding me? It's hard to believe that apart from a few, others in the top 10 can basically compete with martial artists at the critical point. What are you anxious about? I haven't finished my words yet. Li Qingxiao glanced at her and continued. When my uncle said that Xiao Shujing's punch force had just surpassed 700 kilograms. What? Lu Wenyin couldn't help but exclaim. Incredible. He managed to achieve this with a nearly 300-kilogram difference in punch force. Seeing Lu Wenyin's shocked expression, Li Qingxiao was quite satisfied and smiled proudly. Now you know why I have so much confidence in him. Lu Wenyin nodded. At this time, the two on the ring were already prepared. Both stood with their guns, their gazes like lightning, staring intently at each other. What's going on? Why aren't they moving at all? You don't get it. This is a duel of experts. Whoever speaks first loses momentum. You were just talking nonsense. Seeing that the two were motionless, the other spectators in the arena couldn't sit still. On the stage, Xiao Shujing broke the silence first, loudly saying, I am Xiao Shujing from Class 1. I've heard much about you, Brother Sunday. Sunda sighed in relief upon hearing Xiao Shujing speak. I am Sunda from Class 3. Nice to meet you, Brother Xiao. Xiao Shujing nodded, flipping his wrist, and instantly swung out several gunflowers. Brother Sun, please. After saying this, he signaled Sunda to attack. Seeing Xiao Shujing's arrogance, Sunda's expression changed, revealing a hint of anger. Since that's the case, I want to hold back. Sunda shouted and thrust his gun straight at Xiao Shujing. Good shot. Xiao Shujing wasn't going to back down. He swiftly dodged Sunda's fierce thrust. Damn! Sunda cursed inwardly. Realizing his first strike missed, he quickly changed tactics, launching a barrage of attacks like a storm. Is that how you lose your composure? Xiao Shujing silently thought, yet his hands remained calm, wielding the long gun to neutralize all of Sunda's attacks. Seeing this, Sunda grew increasingly anxious, his gunplay becoming chaotic. It's over, it's over. Sunda is done for. No wonder he dares to fight unarmed. He truly has skills. On the ring, the situation gradually became clear. Xiao Shujing seized on Sunda's opening, swinging his long gun like a dragon emerging from the sea, directly pressing towards Sunda. Sunda hurriedly defended, but was shaken by Xiao Shujing's immense strength, his hands going numb, nearly dropping the gun. I'll fight. Sunda gritted his teeth, his eyes narrowing as he made up his mind. When Xiao Shujing's long gun struck again, Sunda didn't retreat but advanced, intending to fight to the death. The gun in his hand lunged toward Xiao Shujing's chest without holding back. Want to fight to the death? Dream on. Xiao Shujing saw through Sunda's intention, changing his long gun from a thrust to a sweep. With a loud bang, the two long guns collided, producing dazzling sparks. Sunda felt a tremendous force surge through him, his arm going numb, and he was knocked back repeatedly. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Shujing quickly flashed to Sunda's side, his long gun striking fiercely against Sunda's shoulder, causing him to stagger. Sunda nearly fell to the ground, but he endured the pain, quickly readjusted his stance, and gripped the long gun tightly, his eyes revealing an indomitable spirit. Courageous indeed. Xiao Shujing admired him, but showed no mercy. With a swing of his long gun, he delivered another heavy blow that knocked Sunda to the ground, unable to rise for a long time. What a pity. Good job, Sunda. At this moment, the victory was clear, and many spectators offered words of comfort to Sunda, which improved his expression significantly. Brother Sun, I concede, Xiao Shujing said lightly, cupping his hands, then calmly walked off the ring. Li Qingxiao and Lu Wenyun hurriedly approached. Brother Xiao, amazing. That was a beautiful win, Li Qingxiao said, his face filled with excitement. Lu Wenyun also smiled and said, Sunda is not weak. To win so quickly, you truly live up to your reputation, Xiao Shujing. Xiao Shujing smiled slightly. It was just luck. At this moment, the referee stepped onto the ring and announced loudly, this match, Xiao Shujing wins. Sunda also stood up with the help of his companions, and although defeated, there was not much disappointment in his eyes. Instead, his fighting spirit grew stronger. Just wait. Xiao Shujing, it won't be so easy next time. The competition was drawing to a close. After battling Sunda, the other competitors knew they couldn't win and didn't foolishly seek a match against Xiao Shujing. Lu Wenyun, after a disastrous defeat against Lu Yun, had a small surge and achieved a 3-match winning streak. Unfortunately, she encountered Xiao Shujing again afterward, gritted her teeth, and decided to face him once more. The match was without suspense, but Xiao Shujing, considering they were both members of the special training class, showed mercy and gave her a chance. As for Li Qingxiao, he basically suffered a series of defeats, not winning a single match. It was no surprise that he would end up with 9 consecutive losses. Finally, with Li Qingxiao as forfeit, Xiao Shujing's record reached 8 consecutive wins. He only needed to win the last match to claim the championship of this inter-school competition. Next up, Xiao Shujing versus Lu Yun. The referee's voice rang out on the ring, and the entire arena fell silent for a moment, then erupted into even more fervent discussions. Brothers, we've finally reached the finals. If Xiao Shujing wins this match, he'll become the champion. Lu Yun also has an 8-match winning streak. Why should she definitely lose? Chapter 36, Champion laughing out loud. Can Lu Yun really achieve 8 consecutive victories without relying on Xiao Shujing? Exactly. If it weren't for Xiao Shujing beating Sunda into submission, what does it have to do with her? Nonsense, Xiao Shujing just got lucky. At this moment, many spectators were arguing. Although Xiao Shujing's strength attracted considerable support, Lu Yun also had many supporters. As one of the only 2 female contestants in the top 10 of the 10-school league, she was naturally surrounded by a large number of admirers due to her beauty and good figure. Xiao brother, Xiao brother. 2 voices rang out simultaneously, and when Xiao Shujing turned to look, he saw Li Qingxiao and Lu Wenyun looking at him excitedly. Li Qingxiao sighed and said, Xiao brother truly is one who does not make a sound until he is astonishing. Lu Wenyun also smiled and said, I lost to you in the practical combat. And at that time I was quite unwilling. Now that I think back, I fear that Xiao brother let me win quite a bit. Just as Xiao Shujing was about to speak, he was interrupted by Li Qingxiao. Li Qingxiao straightened his expression, clasped his hands, and said, "Please, Xiao brother, win the championship for our school. Please, Xiao brother, win the championship for our school." Lu Wenyun also clasped her hands in salute upon seeing this. "Of course," Xiao Shujing said seriously, his expression solemn. He then walked firmly towards the stage. Li Qingxiao and Lu Wenyun watched his back, their eyes filled with expectation and trust. At this moment, the noise in the competition hall had not ceased, and the two groups of supporters for Xiao Shujing and Lu Yun were still arguing endlessly. Xiao Shujing stepped onto the stage, his gaze calm and resolute, as if the surrounding clamor had nothing to do with him. Lu Yun had already taken her position, her eyes fixed firmly on Xiao Shujing, her face full of stubbornness and fighting spirit. "Lu Yun from Class 7, I've met Xiao brother." Lu Yun stood with her spear, coldly looking at Xiao Shujing. Standing on the stage, Xiao Shujing then noticed Lu Yun's appearance, which was by no means inferior to Lu Wenyun's. Lu Yun had fair skin, arched eyebrows, bright eyes like stars, shining with determination. Her nose was straight, her lips rosy without any makeup, and the corners of her mouth had a stubborn curve. Her long hair was tied in a ponytail, her figure tall and graceful, with a slender yet strong waist. Xiao Shujing couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Such a beauty, not only outstanding in strength, but also stunning in appearance. "Xiao Shujing from Class 1, I've met Miss Lu." Xiao Shujing did not dare to be negligent, and similarly returned the salute with his spear. Watch the spear. Lu Yun's face turned cold upon hearing this, and she immediately shouted angrily, her long spear like a meteor streaking across the sky, stabbing toward Xiao Shujing. What the heck? Xiao Shujing was somewhat puzzled, not knowing why Lu Yun was so furious. However, his movements were not at all flustered. With a flick of his wrist, he deflected Lu Yun's long spear. Lu Yun's first strike missed, but she did not pause, changing the trajectory of her spear and attacking Xiao Shujing again. Xiao Shujing steadied himself, his long spear sweeping toward Lu Yun's attack. Clang! The two spears met with a crisp collision, sparks flying. This Xiao Shujing has such speed. Lu Yun clenched her silver teeth and exerted more force. What has Lu Yun eaten, gunpowder? Xiao Shujing looked at the increasingly frenzied Lu Yun and felt quite helpless. It has always been difficult to handle women and petty people. He didn't know which words or actions had provoked her, and now she was like a madwoman. However, his movements remained steady, still calmly responding to Lu Yun's fierce attacks. Lu Yun's spear technique grew increasingly fierce, each move directly targeting Xiao Shujing's vital points. Xiao Shujing moved like a ghost, dodging one deadly attack after another. Xiao Shujing, today I will definitely defeat you," Lu Yun shouted, her attack becoming even more ferocious. Xiao Shujing frowned slightly and said, "Miss Lu, then let us see your strength." Lu Yun ignored him and continued her frenzied assault. Seeing this, Xiao Shujing's gaze sharpened, and he immediately stopped holding back. "This ends now," Xiao Shujing shouted, seizing on a flaw in Lu Yun's defense, and thrust his spear sharply. Lu Yun was taken aback, wanting to defend, but it was already too late. At this moment, the competition hall erupted with applause like a tidal wave. "He won! Xiao Shujing won! Xiao brother won! Xiao brother won! Old Xiao, well done!" At this time, in a certain elementary school in Jiangbei Prefecture, "Look, the champion is my brother." Xiao, who proudly pointed to the avatar on the virtual screen in front of him, introducing it to his classmates. Meanwhile, in a certain office of the government, the voice of a middle-aged man could be heard, filled with joy and tears. In the center of the competition hall, suddenly, a figure appeared in midair, standing there suspended. As its gaze swept across the area, everyone felt as if they were being targeted by a fierce beast, and their faces turned pale. The 10-School League has successfully concluded. Champion Xiao Shujing. After speaking, the figure flickered and instantly vanished. On the podium, everyone, our school has graciously accepted this competition. At this time, Wei Ming saw that Xiao Shujing had finally won the championship, and everything was settled. His smile could no longer be concealed. With a cold snort, The other school principals also did not make themselves uncomfortable and left the podium. Good kid. I knew I didn't misjudge you. Wei Ming looked at Xiao Shujing, who was standing on the award podium, and his heart was filled with joy. With the conclusion of the final match, the final rankings were also established. Among them, Xiao Shujing ranked first with 9 consecutive victories. Lu Yan ranked second with 8 wins and 1 loss. Sunda ranked third with 7 wins and 2 losses. Lu Wenyan ranked fourth with 6 wins and 3 losses. Xiao brother, you truly lived up to expectations. Seeing Xiao Shujing approach, Li Qingxiao and Lu Wenyan immediately rushed over. Lu Wenyan also followed up, saying, Xiao brother, after this competition, you will be famous. This was no exaggeration, as Jiangbei Prefecture, the capital of Shandong Province, has a large population close to 100 million. The number of school-age children in Jiangbei Prefecture is as high as 1 million. This time, the 10-school league held in Jiangbei Prefecture had an unprecedented number of participants and generous rewards. This competition not only caused a stir throughout Jiangbei Prefecture, but also attracted close attention from the other 8 prefectures in Shandong Province. According to statistics, the lowest number of online viewers during the competition reached hundreds of thousands, and during the finals, it even approached 20 million. Xiao Shujing smiled faintly at the words. It's just a false name. For this 10-school league, Xiao Shujing had not taken it too seriously. After all, with his strength, if he couldn't win the championship, it would be better to restart. If it weren't for the generous rewards of this competition and the school promising him gene repair fluid, he wouldn't have wasted his time participating. After all, the duration of this 10-school league was too long. From the elimination round starting on October 7th to the round-robin ending on October 20th, spending a full 14 days, nearly half a month on it. If he had not participated in the competition during this half month and focused on cultivation, Xiao Shujing felt that his punching power should be able to break through to 900 kilograms. However, there are pros and cons. After this competition, at least he would not have to worry about resources and money in the short term after becoming a martial artist, allowing him to focus more on cultivation. Chapter 37 Application for Gene Repair Liquid the next day. Xiao Shujing had just finished his morning training and was preparing to go to the cafeteria for a meal. Suddenly, a call request popped up on Xiao Shujing's smartwatch. Principal Wei's call. Xiao Shujing raised his hand to take a look, and it was indeed his training class instructor. Wei Ming. Xiao Ji connect. Yes, master. Instantly, a virtual projection appeared above the smartwatch. Principal Wei, you're looking for me? Xiao Shujing looked at the virtual projection and asked respectfully. Xiao Shujing, just call me instructor. Wei Ming smiled, looking quite pleased. Come to my office when you have time. It's about the distribution of your rewards for the 10 Schools League. Wei Ming said concisely before hanging up the call. So fast. Xiao Shujing was a bit surprised, but he didn't dare to delay and immediately turned to walk toward the principal's office. After all, no one would refuse money. In Wei Ming's office. Our champion is here. Have a seat. Seeing Xiao Shujing enter the office, Wei Ming put down the documents in his hand, pointed to a chair beside him, and gestured for Xiao Shujing to sit. Principal, it's only the second day. Has the league reward already been distributed? Xiao Shujing sat down as instructed, then looked at Wei Ming and couldn't help but ask. Wei Ming smiled and said, this amount of money may be a huge number for you, but for those merchant associations, it's just a drop in the bucket. Xiao Shujing was puzzled. Merchant associations? Isn't this reward coming from the 10 schools? Wei Ming chuckled and replied, of course, it's those merchant associations funding it. This competition has caused quite a stir. They want to use the 10 Schools League to expand their own visibility, and we can't give them free advertising. Besides a publicity fee, the prize money for your competition is all sponsored by them. Of course, the training resources and E-level martial arts are still provided by the school. Xiao Shujing finally understood. So that's how it is. Wei Ming glanced at his watch and said, if all goes well, the prize money will be deposited into your account within 3 days. Thank you, instructor. Xiao Shujing expressed his gratitude. Wei Ming waved his hand and continued, this is also due to your own efforts. Otherwise, even if the opportunity is in front of you, you wouldn't be able to seize it. Regardless of the outcome, I must thank the school and the instructor for their guidance. Otherwise, I wouldn't have performed so well on the field. Xiao Shujing thought to himself, maintaining his expression. Wei Ming nodded in appreciation, then took out a document and handed it to Xiao Shujing. The school previously promised you that as long as you won the 10 Schools League Championship, they would help you apply for the Gene Repair Liquid. This is the application document for the Gene Repair Liquid. Please fill in your information. Xiao Shujing received the document with trembling hands. His eyes filled with surprise and gratitude. This. Thank you, instructor. You should thank the school, thank the great Xia government, and thank the Tian Hai Alliance. Although Wei Ming said this, his smile had already become quite broad. Xiao Shujing carefully examined the document. It only contained some blank personal information fields and a few application instructions. He then took a deep breath to calm his excited heart and began to fill it out word by word. Although the prize money came so quickly, which surprised Xiao Shujing, it was still within reason. However, being able to apply for the Gene Repair Liquid so soon was something he hadn't expected. He had thought the school was just giving him false hope, as he had experienced in his previous life. Therefore, when Wei Ming told him about it, he had only been excited for a moment and didn't take it to heart. Unexpectedly, the leadership of the first high school was indeed solid. They promised to help him apply, and they did so without any hesitation. All right, stop looking, Wei Ming said impatiently, watching Xiao Shujing grinning foolishly. Oh, right. Xiao Shujing then realized and quickly handed the document over. Wei Ming received the document, his expression serious, and said, although the school has helped you apply for the Gene Repair Liquid, whether it can be approved or not, the school cannot guarantee it. Let me make this clear first. Xiao Shujing nodded in response, saying, I understand, instructor. Regardless of the outcome, I'm very grateful for your efforts on my behalf. Wei Ming slightly nodded. That's good to hear. The application approval process may take some time, so during this period, don't be idle. Continue to train hard. Xiao Shujing nodded seriously and said, yes, instructor, I will definitely not slack off. Wei Ming nodded in satisfaction and asked Xiao Shujing, how long do you think it will take to reach the critical point? Instructor, at most 2 months. Xiao Shujing's heart tightened. 2 months? That's still plenty of time. Wei Ming paced back and forth, organizing his words. For the next 2 months, focus on your stance training and reach the critical point as soon as possible. After reaching the critical point, go directly to the Great Xiaotown Martial Arts Division for certification and apply for the 9th set of guiding techniques. Do not randomly practice the guiding techniques available on the market. After saying this, Wei Ming looked at Xiao Shujing with a serious expression. Xiao Shujing nodded earnestly. I understand. He knew that the guiding techniques available on the market were often incomplete. Either they lacked crucial information, or they were simply unrefined techniques with significant flaws. The 9th set of guiding techniques, as the name suggests, is a technique that is inextricably linked to the 9th set of stance training. Both developed over hundreds of years with the participation of countless sky-level martial artists, and even those beyond sky level by the Great Xia government. In terms of power, potential, and universality, it is one of the top guiding techniques in the entire Tian Hai Alliance. Only students trained by the Great Xia government and public schools are eligible to apply. Others, if they do not have the qualifications or authorization, will face severe penalties from the Great Xia government, even if they are sky-level martial artists. Xiao Shujing naturally knew these basic facts. He certainly wouldn't recklessly experiment with those chaotic guiding techniques. He wouldn't choose a difficult path when a clear and straightforward one lay before him. His mind wasn't that muddled. In 2 months, the school will hold a major event. If you can become a formal martial artist by then, you will be eligible to participate, and perhaps you can gain some significant benefits. After saying this, Wei Ming took a sip from the teacup on the table. A major event? Xiao Shujing's eyes sparkled as he half-jokingly asked, what kind of benefits could possibly compare to the Gene Repair Liquid? Wei Ming shook his head and said, even if there are, they won't be for you. However, there may be some lesser rare treasures, depending on your luck. Rare treasures? Xiao Shujing silently thought. In the entire Tian Hai Alliance, all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures are divided into 3 tiers and 9 grades. These correspond to rare treasure level items for beginner, intermediate, and advanced martial artists. Earth treasure level items for Earth level martial artists, and heavenly material level items for Sky level martial artists. As for items beyond Sky level, public information has not disclosed them. The gene repair liquid that Xiao Shujing applied for belongs to the low-grade Earth Treasure level items, which, if auctioned on the market, could easily sell for billions of great Xia coins. As for the major event that the instructor mentioned, it is likely related to the Yuan Force secret realm. As for the wild, it is not even considered. The entire Tianhai star, the entire planet, is under the monitoring of the Tianhai Alliance. There are no so-called wild heavenly materials and earthly treasures. All ownership of the Yuan Force nodes is in the hands of the Tianhai Alliance, which cultivates and farms them uniformly. Only Yuan Force nodes have a sufficient concentration of Yuan Force. And those precious level items and even heavenly materials and earthly treasures have the proper growing environment. And the Yuan Force nodes are precisely where the Yuan Force secret realm connects with the real world. Chapter 38. Yang Jianwes Optimis Aurig. I said all I needed to say. From here on, it's up to you, Wei Ming said, giving Xiao Shujing a deep look. Thank you for your guidance, instructor. Xiao Shujing respectfully stood up and bowed to Wei Ming. Master, you have a call request. Just as Xiao Shujing stepped out of the office, his smart assistant sent a reminder. Is it Lin Weiwei? Xiao Shujing raised his wrist to check and murmured. Connect me. With a ding, a virtual projection suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Shujing. A beautiful woman appeared in the image. Her brows were like distant mountains, her eyes like autumn waters, her lips naturally red, and her long, smooth hair casually draped over her shoulders, adding a touch of gentleness. Xiao Shujing, congratulations on winning the championship of the 10-school league. Lin Weiwei's voice was crisp and pleasant, her face beaming with a bright smile. Xiao Shujing smiled slightly. Thank you, Miss Lin. I fear that Miss Lin is not just here to congratulate me today. Please speak directly. Xiao Shujing, I'll get straight to the point. Our Baishan Martial Arts School is interested in investing in you, and I wonder if you're interested. Lin Weiwei succinctly stated her purpose. Xiao Shujing's lips curled up slightly as he said, Of course I'm interested. I would welcome it even more. Although Xiao Shujing currently does not lack money in the short term, he wouldn't be foolish enough to turn down someone eager to invest. Last time, he hesitated because he was unaware of the background of Baishan Martial Arts School. Lin Weiwei's eyes lit up, and she continued, Do you have time today? If so, come to our martial arts school to review the details of the contract. We can address any questions in person, and if everything is satisfactory, we can sign right away. Xiao Shujing thought for a moment and decided to go take a look. I'll go ask for leave right now. Wait for me a bit. Baishan Martial Arts School. Supervisor Yang, Xiao Shujing has agreed and will be coming over shortly. Lin Weiwei stood beside Yang Jianhua and briefly reported the situation. That's great. Yang Jianhua stood by the window, looking at the distant scenery. Supervisor, what level of contract are we signing with Xiao Shujing? Lin Weiwei hesitated a bit. Yang Jianhua thought for a moment and said, I watched Xiao Shujing's competition. His basic skills and foundational movements have reached perfection, but his physical fitness is slightly lacking. His talent in Tianhai is only above average. If he's only above average, then our Baishan Martial Arts School doesn't need to invest in Xiao Shujing, right? Lin Weiwei was somewhat puzzled. While above-average talent is decent, it is nothing significant for a well-established institution like Baishan Martial Arts School. Yang Jianhua turned around, shook his head, and continued, You need to look beyond the surface. How old is Xiao Shujing this year? 15 years old, Lin Weiwei answered without hesitation. Yang Jianhua sighed, Yes, he is only 15. His foundational skills and movements have already reached perfection. Moreover, considering his talent, his physical fitness is not much worse than that of Sunda and the others. It seems his foundational stance training must also be perfected. Lin Weiwei finally realized, Supervisor, are you saying that although Xiao Shujing's talent is average, his comprehension is very high? Yang Jianhua picked up a teacup from the table and took a gentle sip. Exactly. While his talent is average, there are many rare resources that can enhance talent. The more ordinary, the greater the improvement. However, very few things can directly enhance comprehension, aside from life transitions, and even our Baishan Martial Arts School's benefactor would have to pay a considerable cost for that, especially at the advanced martial artist stage. Many people have already met the conditions for breakthroughs, but unfortunately, they cannot comprehend the realm and remain stuck at the Earth level for their entire lives. As Yang Jianhua spoke, his eyes darkened. Lin Weiwei gasped. Supervisor Yang, are you saying that Xiao Shujing has the potential to become an Earth-level martial artist? You know that Earth-level martial artists are considered mid-tier even in the entire Tianhai Alliance. Don't underestimate the advanced martial artists. There are at least 20 in the whole province, but there are very few Earth-level martial artists in Shandong Province. According to the official statistics released by the Tianhai Alliance, it takes about 120 advanced martial artists to produce one who breaks through to Earth level. In Daxiao Province, aside from government officials, only the directors of the Martial Office and the Education Office are held by Earth-level martial artists, while others are all held by advanced martial artists. The government officials hold the power of life and death in a province. Without sufficient strength, they cannot maintain authority. The directors of the Martial Office are appointed directly by the Tianhai Alliance, and Daxiao's government has no right to interfere. The Education Office requires that the position be held by an Earth-level martial artist as mandated by the Tianhai Alliance. Furthermore, Earth-level martial artists rarely make public appearances. They spend most of their time either cultivating near-energy nodes or fighting against alien races in the Star Sea. Yang Jianhua nodded. That's right, given his current performance. There is a certain chance for a breakthrough. Lin Weiwei murmured. No wonder you've been urging me to hurry and sign Xiao Shujing. Yang Jianhua smiled proudly. Of course. Even if Xiao Shujing does not become an Earth-level martial artist in the future, becoming an advanced martial artist is still very feasible, no matter what. This investment will not be a loss. So, what level of contract should we sign? Human level or Earth level? Lin Weiwei looked at Yang Jianhua, her expression somewhat hesitant. According to common agreements, contracts are roughly divided into 3 levels. Human level corresponding to advanced martial artists, Earth level corresponding to Earth level martial artists, and Sky level corresponding to Sky level martial artists. Regardless of how various factions change, they are generally categorized into these 3 levels. If someone doesn't even have the potential to break through to advanced martial artists, then there is no need for cultivation. As for surpassing sky-level existence, no country currently has the capability, let alone smaller factions. Such existences do not break through according to a set process of talent, luck, comprehension, and temperament. Yang Jianhua smiled slightly. You take 1 copy each. And when Xiao Shujing arrives, first put the human-level contract in front of him, then tear it up and take out the Earth-level contract. Lin Weiwei was taken aback at first, then immediately admired him. No wonder you are the supervisor. In the afternoon, after Xiao Shujing asked Lao Li for leave, he headed straight to Baishan Martial Arts School. Before long, Xiao Shujing arrived at the martial arts school. Mr. Xiao, you're here. As soon as Xiao Shujing stepped through the door of the martial arts school, the receptionist came forward to greet him. Miss Lin has been waiting for you for a long time. Please follow me. After saying that, she made a gesture inviting him to enter. Xiao Shujing nodded. Thank you. Following the receptionist, Xiao Shujing crossed the hall of the martial arts school, ascended the carpeted staircase, and arrived at an elegantly decorated reception room. Mr. Xiao, please wait a moment. Miss Lin will be here shortly, the receptionist said before turning to leave. Xiao Shujing looked around the reception room. Several exquisite martial arts paintings hung on the walls, and a vase in the corner held fresh flowers, emitting a faint fragrance. Before long, the sound of light footsteps approached, and Lin Weiwei walked into the reception room with a smile. Xiao Shujing, sorry to keep you waiting, Lin Weiwei said. Xiao Shujing stood up. Miss Lin, you're too polite. Lin Weiwei walked to the sofa and sat down, motioning for Xiao Shujing to sit as well. Chapter 39. The Battle Above the Star. Lin Weiwei sat on the sofa and took a contract from the folder beside her, gently pushing it in front of Xiao Shujing. Xiao Shujing, this is a human-level contract. Please take a look. Lin Weiwei wore a professional smile. Xiao Shujing took the contract and began to read it carefully. After signing, the Party A promises to provide Party B with 1 million Daxiao coins each year. At the same time, Party A will provide Party B with E-level combat suits and weapons. Party B must commit to an annual training progress that cannot be lower than the average speed of the human-level contract. If it falls below the average speed, Party A has the right to reduce resource input. Party B must accept an annual martial arts competition, with expenses reimbursed by Party A. Party B must commit to voluntarily serve the Baishan Martial Arts School for 20 years after becoming a senior martial artist. And Party A's compensation will be 25% higher than the market rate. Xiao Shujing frowned slightly, seemingly dissatisfied with certain clauses. Lin Weiwei observed Xiao Shujing's expression, feeling a bit anxious. Just as Xiao Shujing was about to speak, Lin Weiwei suddenly reached out and took the contract back. Originally, you were assigned a human-level contract, Lin Weiwei said, tearing the contract directly and pulling out another contract from the folder. However, after Manager Yang's strong arguments, the higher-ups agreed to upgrade your contract to a ground-level contract. Xiao Shujing was momentarily taken aback and then looked deeply at Lin Weiwei. Playing tricks with me? Xiao Shujing somewhat understood Lin Weiwei's thoughts, but he did not expose her. Since they wanted to act, he would play along, as he would not suffer any loss. Soon, a grateful expression appeared on Xiao Shujing's face as he excitedly said, "Sister Lin, please thank Manager Yang for me." Seeing this, Lin Weiwei nodded with satisfaction. "Mr. Xiao, please review the contract." Xiao Shujing then took the contract and began to examine it carefully. 1. Party A promises to provide Party B with a fund of 10 million daxia coins each year. 2. Party A promises to provide Party B with combat suits and weapons corresponding to the martial artist level. 3. Party A promises to provide Party B with a purchasing limit of 10 million for martial arts each year. 4. Party A promises to arrange an annual opportunity for Party B to cultivate in a secret realm of elemental energy. Party B must commit to an annual training speed that cannot be lower than the average training speed of the ground-level contract. Otherwise, Party A has the right to reduce the resource input for the second year. Party B can choose whether or not to participate in the annual martial arts competition. If Party B breaks through to the ground level, Party B must do 3 things within their capability for the Baishan Martial Arts School. Note, these must not violate current laws of Daxia or the Tianhai Alliance and must not exceed Party B's capability. If Party B fails to break through to the ground level, they must serve the Baishan Martial Arts School for 10 years, and the martial arts school promises compensation higher than the market average by 25%. After reading the ground-level contract, Xiao Shujing was quite surprised. He originally thought it was just slightly more funding support than the human-level contract, but he did not expect the support to be significantly enhanced and the restrictions to be nearly non-existent. "Sister Lin, this ground-level contract is truly a big surprise for me," Xiao Shujing said, looking at Lin Weiwei in astonishment. "Ha, Mr. Xiao, now you can see our martial arts school's sincerity." Lin Weiwei was very satisfied with Xiao Shujing's expression. "I'll sign this contract," Xiao Shujing said decisively. Lin Weiwei's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. "Great, let's complete the formalities." After saying that, she took out a pen and handed it to Xiao Shujing. Xiao Shujing took the pen from Lin Weiwei's hand and signed his name on the contract with a flourish. "From now on, Mr. Xiao will be a key training target for our Baishan Martial Arts School," Lin Weiwei said as she put away the contract. "I will communicate with you promptly regarding subsequent resource arrangements and related matters." Xiao Shujing nodded. "Thank you, Sister Lin." At that moment, a cheerful voice suddenly came from the reception room. Good, as long as it's settled." Accompanied by the voice, Yang Jianhua strode in with a big smile, his gaze sweeping between Xiao Shujing and Lin Weiwei. "Manager." Lin Weiwei stood up respectfully and then stood behind Yang Jianhua. "Xiao Shujing, from now on we are family," Yang Jianhua said as he walked up to Xiao Shujing and patted him on the shoulder kindly. Xiao Shujing quickly stood up and said respectfully, "Manager Yang, please take care of me in the future." Yang Jianhua laughed heartily. "Of course, as long as you work hard, the martial arts school will not mistreat you." Lin Weiwei smiled beside him and said, "Manager, now you can rest assured." Yang Jianhua nodded, his eyes full of expectation. "Xiao Shujing, I have high hopes for you, and I hope you won't let us down." Xiao Shujing was somewhat puzzled and asked, "Manager Yang, although my comprehension is quite good, my talent is ordinary. Our martial arts school doesn't need to provide me with such great support, right?" Yang Jianhua was first taken aback, then signaled Lin Weiwei to leave the reception room. "Xiaohua, activate the reception mode." As soon as Yang Jianhua finished speaking, the entire reception room suddenly transformed, beams of light pouring in from all directions, enveloping the room tightly. Manager. This. Xiao Shujing looked at Yang Jianhua's actions, somewhat surprised. You only need to know what I say next. Do not spread it outside. Yang Jianhua said with a serious expression, staring at Xiao Shujing and speaking word by word. Some things are not open to you due to your insufficient authority. How do you think our Daxia or Tianhai star is doing now? Xiao Shujing thought for a moment. It's a time of great prosperity, unprecedented in history. Although there are still hidden dangers in the sea areas, but they are all under the control of the Tianhai alliance. Yang Jianhua nodded first, then shook his head, and said, what you said is partially correct. Within the Tianhai star, it is indeed, as you said, a time of great prosperity. However, all of this is predicated on our leaders and countless experts of the Tianhai star fighting bloodily in the star's sea for today's peace and prosperity. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shujing's heart trembled. Next, I will speak, and you listen without making any comments. Yang Jianhua raised his hand to stop Xiao Shujing speaking. On September 11th, 654 of the Daxia calendar, the Purple Blood Clan invaded from the western region of the Tianhai alliance, and a commander of the Third Army, Lu Yi, led the troops to resist. In April 659 of the Daxia calendar, the Purple Blood Clan retreated, and this battle lasted 5 years. Commander Lu Yi of the Third Army died in battle. 3 sky-level martial artists were killed, 35 earth-level martial artists died, and countless high-level martial artists were injured or killed. In 705 of the Daxia calendar, the White Demon Clan invaded from the northern region of the Tianhai alliance. Commander Wang Hao of the Fourth Army died in battle. 5 sky-level martial artists were injured or killed, and earth-level martialists. In 752 of the Daxia calendar, the Star Demon Clan invaded from the eastern region of the Tianhai alliance. In 812 of the Daxia calendar, the Purple Blood Clan, White Demon Clan, Star Demon Clan, and Barbarian Bull Clan joined forces to invade the Tianhai alliance. This battle lasted 7 years, ending with the deaths of 5 commanders from the 1st, 3rd, 4th, 7th, and 9th armies, 15 sky-level martial artists killed, 103 earth-level martial artists killed, and heavy losses among other personnel. After hearing this, Xiao Shujing gasped in disbelief, his face filled with shock and incredulity. Chapter 40. The prize from the 10 School League arrives. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but recalling Yang Jianhua's earlier advice, he could only swallow his words. After a long while, Xiao Shujing finally regained his composure and said with a slight tremor in his voice, Director Yang, I didn't expect the situation to be so dire. Yang Jianhua si gid heafili. This is just the tip of the iceberg. The dangers in the Star's Sea far exceed your imagination. The peace we have now is bought with the blood and lives of countless heroes. Over the past 200 years, due to the increasingly perfected talent cultivation system, the situation in the Tianhai Alliance Star region has improved significantly compared to when the leaders first expelled the alien races from Tianhai Star. This is why any martial artist with a bit of talent can receive substantial resources from the Alliance, government, and society. The Star Sea is in dire need of people. We have countless front lines to defend, and we need more Earth-level martial artists, Sky-level martial artists, and even great beings that surpass the Sky level. Yang Jianhua looked deeply and meaningfully at Xiao Shujing. When you reach the advanced martial artist level, you will be eligible to apply to become a reserve soldier of the Tianhai Alliance military. After passing the assessment, you will be assigned to various battle zones in the Star Sea to carry out missions. Xiao Shujing's heart tightened, and he said solemnly, as a citizen of Tianhai Star, I am willing to fight for the people of Tianhai Star. Yang Jianhua nodded with satisfaction and said, it's still too early to talk about this. Your most important task now is to break through and become a formal martial artist. Only then will the conditions of the contract take effect. Xiao Shujing nodded, his gaze firm. Director Yang, I understand. Yang Jianhua stood up and patted Xiao Shujing on the shoulder. Good. I look forward to your good news. Go back. Xiao Shujing bowed to Yang Jianhua and then turned to leave the reception room. That night, at First High School, dots of faint light began to twinkle in the sky, like jewels embedded in black satin, distant and mysterious. It was already 10 o'clock. It was time to go home. Xiao Shujing raised his hand to check the smartwatch on his wrist, then tidied up his things and walked out of the school gate. Sitting in the driverless car, Xiao Shujing recalled his conversation with Yang Jianhua during the day, and his thoughts began to swirl. Xiao, check the latest news. Okay, Master. Here is the news from the Tianhai Alliance's Great Xia Kingdom in the last few days. The intelligent assistant responded, and a virtual screen appeared in front of Xiao Shujing. Top news. On October 23rd, after a month and a half, the alien beasts that swept the coastal areas of Great Xia have finally been suppressed. This alien beast turmoil resulted in the deaths of over 50 advanced martial artists, with casualties among junior martial artists exceeding 1,000, and ordinary civilians suffering losses exceeding 100,000. Good news. The Great Xia Bind Research Institute has successfully increased the power of E-level combat weapons by 12% and reduced costs by 5% after decades of research. This station reports, this year, a total of 300 reserve soldiers passed the assessment and are about to embark on battles in the Star Sea. Let's wish them well. Xiao closed the news. Xiao Shujing rubbed his brow and self-mockingly said, Xiao Shujing, you're just a small fry now. These national affairs are not something for you to worry about. With this thought, the heaviness in Xiao Shujing's heart dissipated, and even the air felt fresher. Shortly after, the driverless car arrived at its destination, Wenhui Community. From a distance, Xiao Shujing saw that the lights in his home were bright. Dad, Mom, why are they still not asleep? He quickened his pace, puzzled. Upon entering the house, he saw his parents sitting in the living room, seemingly waiting for someone. Jing, you're back. Lin Qian smiled brightly upon seeing Xiao Shujing. Your brother is already asleep. Let's talk in the study. Xiao Ming said lightly, then stood up. Xiao Shujing followed him into the study. This weekend, your mom and I decided to take you back to our hometown. Xiao Shujing was a bit confused. Dad, are you talking about going back to Grandpa's place? Xiao Ming was silent for a moment, then nodded, clearly not wanting to mention that place. Seeing this, Xiao Shujing felt it was not appropriate to press further and could only nod silently. Go rest early. You still have to continue school tomorrow. After saying this, Xiao Ming waved his hand, signaling Xiao Shujing to leave. Back in his room, Xiao Shujing lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling, and thought about his father, Xiao Ming's hesitations, filled with curiosity. Should I listen in tonight? Xiao Shujing hesitated, as it felt inappropriate to eavesdrop on his parents. Forget it. It's only a few days. I'll know when I go back. Although he was very curious, Xiao Shujing's rationality prevailed. 3 days later, since today was the weekend, Xiao Shujing chose not to go to school. He got up early and began practicing his stances in the training room. To avoid disturbing his family's rest, he intentionally set the household system to training mode, blocking out noise. Master, you have received 6 messages. Suddenly, while practicing, Xiao Shujing received a voice prompt from the intelligent assistant. He slowly exhaled, finished his stance, picked up a towel, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Xiao, open the messages. Xiao Shujing raised his wrist and said lightly, Okay, Master. The virtual screen popped up, and 6 messages appeared one by one. On October 29th, 8:20 of the Great Xia calendar, at 8 o'clock, your account ending in 3634 received 10,000 yuan from the 10 School League Committee. On October 29th, 8:20 of the Great Xia calendar, at 8 o'clock, your account ending in 3634 received 100,000 yuan from the 10 School League Committee. On October 29th, 8:20 of the Great Xia calendar, at 8 o'clock, your account ending in 3634 received 200,000 yuan from the 10 School League Committee. On October 29th, 8:20 of the Great Xia calendar, at 8 o'clock, your account ending in 3634 received 500,000 yuan from the 10 School League Committee. On October 29th, 8:20 of the Great Xia calendar, at 8 o'clock, your account ending in 3634 received 1,000 yuan from the 10 School League Committee. On October 29th, 8:20 of the Great Xia calendar, at 8 o'clock, your account ending in 3634 received 10,000 yuan from the 10 School League Committee. Xiao Shujing looked at the series of deposit notifications on his smartwatch, and his heart felt as if it were gripped tightly by an invisible hand, pounding wildly. Wow, 11, 810, 000, just like that? Xiao Shujing slapped his face hard, feeling somewhat incredulous. After all, this was the first time in both his lives that he had seen so much money appear in his account. After a long while, he finally regained his composure and smiled wryly. It turns out I'm just an ordinary person. Suddenly, there was a knock on the training room door. Jing, we're about to leave. Hurry up and get ready. His mother Lin Xian's voice came from outside. Hearing this, Xiao Shujing quickly responded, "Oh, I'll be out soon." After saying that, Xiao Shujing took a deep breath, trying to calm his excitement and surprise. He quickly tidied up his clothes, put on his smartwatch, and opened the door to step outside. In the living room, his parents had already prepared the luggage, and his younger brother Xiao, who was waiting for him to set off together. Chapter 41. Slaying the intermediate beast. Xiao Ming was not a native of Jiangbei Prefecture. 20 years ago, after graduating with a degree in liberal arts, he chose not to stay in his hometown, but instead ventured to Jiangbei Prefecture alone. It was in Jiangbei that he met his wife, Lin Xian. The two fell in love at first sight and soon entered the halls of marriage. Over the past 20 years, Xiao Ming had only returned home a few times, and he never took Xiao Shujing and Xiao Hu with him. Xiao Shujing had only seen his grandfather, Xiao Jing, through video calls. In his memory, Xiao Jing always wore a black martial arts robe, had thick hair, and an imposing expression, looking to be around 50. However, he was actually nearly 80 years old and had 2 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest, Xiao Jai, had mediocre martial arts aptitude. The name given by his father reflected his hopes, but unfortunately, it did not meet expectations. The second, Xiao Ming, had no martial arts aptitude and, being neglected by his grandmother and unloved by his grandfather, ran away as soon as he graduated. The youngest, Xiao Fun, also lacked martial arts aptitude and married early. Before long, Xiao Ming was driving an intelligent car, taking his family towards Yuzhong Prefecture. The intelligent car sped along the wide road, and the scenery outside resembled a flowing painting. In the distance, tall mountains covered in dense forest stood like giants between heaven and earth. The trees on the mountains were lush and green, their dark hues rising and falling with the terrain, resembling a heavy cloak draped over the earth. Occasionally, beams of sunlight pierced through the gaps in the leaves, forming golden pillars of light that added a sense of mystery to the mountains and forests. Xiao Shujing leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes to rest, uninterested in the scenery outside. Suddenly, a series of wild beast roars came from ahead, mixed with some screams. "Oh no, it's a beast." Xiao Shujing's expression changed drastically upon hearing the roars. Looking towards the source of the sound, he saw a motorcycle lying on the ground not far ahead, leaving a long scratch on the road, with parts scattered everywhere. Next to it, a beast resembling a black bear was tearing at the victim's body. "Dad, turn around quickly." "Oh," Xiao Shujing urged when she saw Xiao Ming still stunned. Only then did Xiao Ming react, hurriedly slowing down to prepare to turn around. In the distance, the black bear-like beast stopped eating upon seeing the intelligent car driven by Xiao Ming, its blood-red eyes fixed on the car, emitting a low growl. Xiao Ming hurriedly maneuvered the car, sweat beading on his forehead. Xiao Shujing's heart was in her throat as she stared at the beast, ready to respond to any potential danger. Lin Xian held Xiao Hu tightly, trembling uncontrollably, repeatedly muttering, "Heaven protect us. Heaven protect us." Just as the car was about to complete its turn, the beast suddenly charged towards them. "There's no time. Dad, I'll go down and hold it off. You guys get away quickly." After saying this, Xiao Shujing forcefully pushed open the car door and rushed towards the beast. "Ajing, brother." Lin Xian was terrified by Xiao Shujing's actions, her face turning pale, tears welling up in her eyes. Xiao Hu was also frightened and began to cry. "Brother, don't go." Xian, Xiao Hu, what we need to do now is to get away quickly and not cause trouble for Ajing. Xiao Ming gritted his teeth and pressed down hard on the accelerator, speeding away. His heart felt as if it were being torn apart with pain, but he knew that they had to leave first to ensure Xiao Shujing's risk was not in vain. Phew, finally away. Xiao Shujing watched the intelligent car drive off, letting out a long sigh of relief. Then, facing the roaring black bear beast not far away, he shouted, "Come on, let me see your strength. Unity of heaven and man, activate." Without hesitation, Xiao Shujing activated his talent. This was the source of his courage to face a beast whose strength far exceeded his own. In an instant, his vision transformed, and a 12-meter radius was reflected in his mind. His gaze became sharper, and his aura instantly grew stronger. Let me see what I can do with the enhancement of a unity of heaven and man. The black bear beast stood there, massive like a small mountain. It was several meters tall and nearly 10 meters long, its enormous body exuding an oppressive aura. Its entire body was covered in thick, shiny black fur, with coarse hair resembling sharp spikes, glimmering with a cold sheen in the sunlight. The beast's head was extraordinarily large, its broad forehead high, and its eyes burned with a blood-red flame, revealing endless ferocity and violence. Xiao Shujing shouted and charged at the beast. Bang! Xiao Shujing's figure flickered and appeared before the beast in a flash, swinging his fist and smashing it hard against the beast's head, producing a dull thud that made the beast stagger. Hiss, it's actually an intermediate beast, such a hard body. When Xiao Shujing's fist struck the beast's head, he felt as if he had hit an incredibly hard iron block, sending a sharp pain through his hand. The beast roared in fury, letting out a violent howl. Its massive jaws opened, releasing a stench, and its sharp fangs glinted menacingly in the sunlight. With a powerful swing of its strong forelimbs, it created a gust of wind and struck towards Xiao Shujing. Xiao Shujing did not dare to be careless and quickly leaped back, narrowly avoiding the deadly blow. Oomph. You vile creature, do you really think I can't deal with you? Xiao Shujing snorted coldly. After testing the beast's strength, he had roughly gauged its capabilities. He realized that his current punching power was insufficient to break through the beast's defenses. But that doesn't mean I can't handle you. Try this move. Xiao Shujing closed his eyes tightly, fully exerting the talent of unity of heaven and man, concentrating his mental power to the extreme. A powerful, invisible pressure radiated from him, making the air feel heavy. Under his talent, everything within a 12-meter radius was reflected in his mind, and he quickly found a mini black bear. Found you, Xiao Shujing murmured. Turn for me. Then, Xiao Shujing directed his mental power towards the mini black bear's brain. This mental energy transformed into an invisible vortex, charging straight into the brain of the black bear beast. The beast instantly froze in place, the ferocity in its eyes replaced by extreme fear. As Xiao Shujing continuously poured in his mental power, the invisible vortex began to churn violently, like countless unseen blades cutting through the beast's brain. It was as if a storm ravaged the inside of the black bear beast's head, its brain matter becoming a mess. The beast howled in agony, its body twitching uncontrollably, unable to break free. Xiao Shujing's face turned pale, but he held on tightly until the beast crashed to the ground, no longer showing any signs of life. Only then did he feel a sense of relief and collapse to the ground in exhaustion. Finally resolved, Xiao Shujing lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Thankfully, there was no second beast nearby. Otherwise, I would have become the beast's meal. Chapter 42. Xiao Jing originally thought that he could handle advanced martial artists with his talent, but now it seems he still has some shortcomings. The thought that he almost exhausted himself just to kill a mid-level exotic beast made him feel a bit scared. But why would an exotic beast suddenly appear here? After a moment, Xiao Shujing finally calmed down, and the pallor on his face diminished somewhat. Generally speaking, it's unlikely for exotic beasts to appear in the wild because the concentration of elemental energy is insufficient for ordinary wild animals to evolve. Right? Elemental energy. Xiao Shujing's eyes lit up when he just activated his unity with the heavens. He indeed noticed that the concentration of elemental energy was more than 10 times higher than that in Jiangbei Prefecture. Xiao Shujing came back to his senses and murmured, "Such an abnormal concentration of elemental energy. Xiaoji, have there been any reports of ambushes in the wild recently?" "Yes, master. I have found 76 related news articles for you." Xiao Shujing raised his wrist and quickly glanced. Sure enough, in the past few days, there had been various incidents of exotic beasts attacking people, and they were spread across various provinces of the Great Xia. Xiao Shujing turned off his smartwatch and suddenly felt a wave of unease. With the sudden increase in elemental energy concentration, it was likely that the wild would become quite lively soon. "Master, you have an incoming call request." The smart assistant sent a prompt. "Connect." Instantly, a virtual screen popped up showing a familiar face. "Aging, how are you? Are you okay?" A sobbing voice came from the screen. Xiao Shujing hurriedly comforted. Mom, I'm fine. Don't worry. Lin Xian wiped her tears and said with a trembling voice, You child, you've worried us so much. Don't be so reckless next time. Xiao Shujing could only smile helplessly. Mom, I'm fine, so just relax. By the way, I've already dealt with that exotic beast. You all can turn back. Before long, the roar of the smart car approached. Xiao Ming drove back with Lin Xian and Xiao Hu. As soon as the car stopped, Lin Xian couldn't wait to open the car door, rushing out to hug Xiao Shujing. Seeing this, Xiao Shujing could only offer words of comfort. An hour later, a few figures in black appear by the roadside. It seemed that this exotic beast had already been dealt with. The leader looked at the fallen black bear exotic beast, and his eyes involuntarily narrowed. How is this possible? It doesn't even have a single scar on the surface. The leader, with a face full of astonishment, moved closer to the exotic beast for a detailed inspection. The several black-clad individuals behind him also surrounded him, all looking shocked and puzzled. Captain, how on earth did this happen? Could it be that some super strong person intervened? One of them couldn't help but ask. It should be that some big shot passed by and took care of it casually. The leader pondered for a moment and then said, Take pictures of the scene for documentation. Yes. A few hours later, Xiao Ming drove the smart car to a small town called Yuhuang Town. The streets of the town were narrow and ancient, with buildings arranged in a pleasing manner on both sides. Xiao Ming carefully drove the car, avoiding pedestrians, then passed through the town and arrived next to a large courtyard. The courtyard's walls were tall and thick, and the crimson gate was tightly closed, with the copper ring on the door reflecting a dim light in the sunset's glow. Here we are. Xiao Ming parked the smart car and stood outside the crimson gate, filled with emotion. He stepped forward and gently knocked on the big door. After a moment, footsteps could be heard from within, and the door slowly opened, revealing an old man. The old man appeared to be in his 50s, dressed in a black martial arts robe, with deep and sharp eyes. Dad! Xiao Ming choked up. The old man's originally stern face softened slightly upon hearing this call. A hint of surprise and excitement flashing in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Just being back is good, the old man said lightly, but the surprise in his eyes betrayed him. A martial artist? Xiao Shujing looked at the old man, and the hairs on his body stood up. The old man glanced at Xiao Shujing and Xiao Hu, his gaze scrutinizing. Is this your child? Xiao Shujing, Xiao Hu, this is your grandfather. Xiao Shujing and Xiao Hu immediately bowed respectfully. Good children. Xiao Jing stroked his chin, now graying with silver strands, and a hint of warmth appeared in his eyes. Gulme, let's go inside and sit. Don't just stand there foolishly outside. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shujing and the others followed Xiao Jing into the courtyard. The courtyard was simply arranged, with the overall layout facing north and south. The north side had the main house, with a row of side rooms on each side. In the middle of the yard was a martial arts training ground, surrounded by various weapons. Dad, this is the blood-nourishing soup I brought for you, Xiao Ming said, handing a delicate box to Xiao Jing. Xiao Jing took the box and nodded slightly. You're thoughtful. The blood-nourishing soup was a formula developed by the Great Xia Golden Needle Research Institute, involving precious medicinal materials and special chemicals, specifically designed for aging martial artists to further slow down their decline. You kid, you never come without a reason. Speak, what do you want? Xiao Jing looked at Xiao Ming with a playful expression. Xiao Ming scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Dad, you know me well. Actually, I came back this time for two reasons. One is to see you, and the other is that Xiao Shujing is about to become a martial artist. And I want to ask you to pass on that martial art to him. After all, as a martial artist, without martial arts, one cannot fully unleash their strength. And Xiao Jing didn't take the first part seriously until he heard that Xiao Shujing was about to become a martial artist, and he could no longer sit still. Wait, you mean Xiao Shujing is about to become a martial artist? Xiao Jing suddenly interrupted Xiao Ming, staring seriously at Xiao Shujing. That's right. My punching power has already reached over 900 kilograms. If all goes well, I should be able to break through next month. Xiao Shujing met Xiao Jing's gaze and said confidently, Ha 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 ha. Xiao Jing suddenly burst into a long laugh, tears streaming down the grooves of his face. My Xiao family has produced another prodigy. Everyone was a bit confused by Xiao Jing's sudden laughter. Xiao Ming, You finally gave me a surprise. Xiao Jing looked at Xiao Ming beside him, then waved his hand. No problem, but whether you can learn this martial art will depend on you. After Xiao Jing said this, he looked at Xiao Shujing with great anticipation. Grandpa, could it be a high-level martial art? Xiao Shujing asked. Xiao Jing shook his head and said, this martial art was accidentally obtained by your grandfather during the Starry War, and it is a martial art specifically for cultivating spiritual power, which is extremely rare. However, this martial art lacks an entry method, making the difficulty of cultivation significantly higher. Besides your grandfather, none of my brothers, including your uncle, have succeeded in cultivating it. Back then, I even forced him to practice for a while, but unfortunately, he couldn't get started. After hearing this, Xiao Ming couldn't help but say, Dad, I'm not unaware of these things. Xiao Jing glanced at him. What's the use of telling you? When I was young, I was also a high-level martial artist, and I participated in the Alliance Army, even following the army to fight for many years. If I couldn't get started myself, what use is it to tell you? Xiao Ming smiled awkwardly. Could it be that my great-grandfather was a ground-level martial artist? Xiao Shujing pondered for a moment, and then looked at Xiao Jing. That's right. Your great-grandfather was indeed a ground-level martial artist. Xiao Jing nodded, a proud expression on his face. Then why have I never seen my great-grandfather? Xiao Shujing asked curiously. In general, the average lifespan of ordinary people in the Great Xia is around 100 years. After breaking through to become a martial artist, one can extend their life by 50 years, and further breakthroughs to intermediate and advanced martial artists also provide some additional lifespan, but overall it won't exceed 200 years. As for Earth-level martial artists, their lifespan can reach up to 500 years, and with the assistance of technology from the Heavenly Sea Alliance, living to 600 or 700 years is not a big problem. For sky-level martial artists, their starting lifespan already exceeds 1,000 years, and their various means have long surpassed human imagination. According to estimates, even though the great-grandfather spent a considerable amount of time breaking through to Earth-level martial artist, he is still far from the upper limit of his lifespan. However, in Xiao Shujing's impression, he has never seen them. When Xiao Shujing heard this, a hint of sorrow appeared on his face. Your great-grandfather fell in battle during an alien invasion 70 years ago. I was only about 7 years old at that time. Not long after, your great-grandmother couldn't bear such a blow and passed away early. Xiao Shujing's voice was low, and his eyes revealed deep sorrow and nostalgia. Hearing this, Xiao Shujing couldn't help but feel a complex emotion rise in his heart. A mix of regret for never having met his great-grandparents and admiration for his great-grandfather who died in battle. After a long while, Xiao Shujing came out of his memories and smiled. Old age makes one reminisce about childhood. Kid, talk is cheap. Come, let's see what you can do. After saying that, Xiao Shujing stood up and stretched his muscles. Since Grandpa is in such a good mood, I naturally wish to accompany you, Xiao Shujing confidently replied. Lin Qian, standing aside, was a bit worried. Dad, a Jing is still young. You have to go easy on him. Haha, I won't bully you. I'll only use 900 kilograms of punch power and basic techniques. If you want to learn that martial art, let me test you first, Xiao Shujing said with a hearty laugh. After that, the two walked towards the martial arts training area in the center of the yard. Kid, what weapon are you good at? Xiao Shujing turned to ask Xiao Shujing. Long spear, Xiao Shujing replied decisively. He catch. After saying that, Xiao Shujing waved his hand and threw a long spear over. E-grade weapon? Xiao Shujing caught the weapon and immediately felt a heaviness in his hand. Indeed, this is an E-grade weapon from the Divine Sharp series. According to market prices, this one is worth 200,000 Great Xia coins. This weapon is a gift for you today, Xiao Shujing said generously. Hearing this, Xiao Shujing was instantly delighted. Although he currently had over 10 million in wealth, he did not have the authority to purchase weapons and related items for martial artists since he had not yet broken through. Kid, let's begin. After saying that, Xiao Shujing beckoned with his finger. Then I won't be polite. After saying that, Xiao Shujing's figure flashed, and he thrust the long spear straight towards Xiao Shujing's face. However, Xiao Shujing remained unhurried, easily dodging this fierce attack by sidestepping, and smiled. Kid, your speed isn't fast enough. Not discouraged by missing his first strike, Xiao Shujing turned his wrist, sweeping the spear out, creating a gust of wind. Xiao Shujing changed his footwork to evade again while saying, "You have some strength, but your moves are too straightforward. What quick reaction speed?" Xiao Shujing was taken aback, but he quickly adjusted his state, retracting the long spear and thrusting out again, the spear tip flashing with cold light at a tricky angle. Xiao Shujing nodded slightly, showing a hint of appreciation. "Not bad. You've improved." Seeing this, Xiao Shujing's eyes narrowed. Such quick reaction speed. Even when fighting principal way, I didn't feel this much pressure. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Shujing launched another attack. The spear's momentum like a dragon, creating a strong wind. Xiao Shujing responded leisurely, instructing while fighting, "Pay attention to your breathing rhythm. Don't lose your composure. This way, you can better exert your strength." While fighting, Xiao Shujing listened to Xiao Shujing's guidance, constantly adjusting his state. After dozens of exchanges, Xiao Shujing was already panting, beads of sweat covering his forehead. Seeing this, Xiao Shujing stopped and said, "All right, let's take a break." Xiao Shujing followed suit, putting down the spear and standing aside. Gasping for breath, Xiao Shujing looked at him, speaking earnestly. "Shujing, your foundation is solid, but you still lack adaptability and experience in actual combat." Xiao Shujing nodded and said seriously, "Grandpa, I understand. I will keep working hard." Xiao Shujing smiled and said, "Yes, think it over carefully and practice more in the future." Xiao Shujing glanced at him, wanting to say something but hesitating. "What do you want to say?" Xiao Shujing, being quite perceptive, noticed Xiao Shujing's odd behavior. "Then I will speak directly. Just now, when I was fighting with you, why was your reaction speed so fast? Even our vice principal at Yizhong is not as fast as you." After saying this, Xiao Shujing's gaze was fixed on Xiao Shujing. Xiao Shujing was momentarily taken aback, then burst out laughing. "Although I was injured on the battlefield in my youth, which damaged my foundation and made my strength less than at my peak, I'm not an ordinary advanced martial artist." He continued, "Even though I haven't fully mastered the Nine Suns Divine Mind technique, I have still gained some insights over the years." "Nine Suns Divine Mind technique?" Xiao Shujing murmured. Xiao Shujing nodded and said, "That's right. This is a special martial art your grandfather obtained from the Starry battlefield. It specializes in cultivating mental power, significantly enhancing one's nerve reaction speed. Once you enter, you can interfere with reality using mental power. Once you reach a small level of mastery, you can split 3,000 thoughts attaching to various things, making it easy to navigate the battlefield. When fully mastered, one can condense a mental power avatar and freely choose to exist or dissipate." After hearing this, Xiao Shujing couldn't help but take a deep breath, quickly asking, "Then what about the perfection of the Nine Suns Divine Mind technique?" Xiao Shujing shook his head and said, "The perfection of a Nine Suns Divine Mind technique is merely a conjecture, condensing 9 great suns in the mind with mental power. Once the suns rotate, everything withers. However, this is just a guess. Even your great-grandfather didn't reach small mastery. Otherwise, as long as he didn't encounter someone vastly stronger than himself, he could retreat at ease. That is indeed a remarkable martial art. Over the years, I have heard of many martial arts, but they are far inferior to it," Xiao Shujing murmured. Hearing this, Xiao Shujing shook his head and said, "So-called martial arts only enhance your combat ability and cannot directly break through realms. Once you become a martial artist, you still have to focus on guiding techniques. Focus on improving your martial arts realm. Don't get lost in martial arts. As long as your realm rises, it will be easier to understand those obscure martial arts. If you become too absorbed in martial arts and neglect the fundamentals, when your vitality weakens, it will be impossible to turn back. I was like that when I was young, always wanting to master the Nine Suns Divine Mind technique, which led me to neglect my own cultivation. When I was injured, the decline of my vitality came early, completely cutting off my hope for further advancement." At this point, a hint of regret appeared on Xiao Shujing's face. If I could break through to Earth-level martial artist, even without a guide, I could force my way in like my father, Xiao Shujing murmured. For a moment, Xiao Shujing stood there, not knowing how to comfort him. "All right, come with me to the secret chamber. That martial art is there." After a while, Xiao Shujing waved his hand, signaling Xiao Shujing to follow. Chapter 44. Trailing the moonlight energy, Xiao Shujing quickly regained her senses and closely followed behind Xiao Jing. After passing through several rooms, they arrived at an inconspicuous door. Xiao Jing gently pressed a few mechanisms on the wall, and a hidden door slowly opened, revealing a dimly lit passageway. Xiao Jing stepped in first, and Xiao Shujing followed closely behind. The passage was filled with an ancient atmosphere, the oil lamps on the walls flickering with a faint yellow light. After walking for an unknown amount of time, they finally arrived at a secret chamber. The chamber was not large, surrounded by bookshelves, and in the center was a stone platform with an ancient box on it. Xiao Jing stepped forward, gently brushed the dust off the box, and slowly opened it. This was the Nine-Yang Divine Thought Method. Xiao Jing's voice echoed in the chamber as he carefully reached into the box and took out a yellowed scroll. As soon as Xiao Shujing received it, she immediately noticed that the material of the scroll was extraordinary. The scroll felt slightly cool to the touch, delicate yet possessing an indescribable toughness, as if the erosion of time had left little mark on it. Xiao Jing said, "This scroll was obtained by your great-grandfather in the Star Sea battlefield. Unfortunately, several other alien races were also discovered at the same time, and after a struggle, it was inevitably damaged." Upon hearing this, Xiao Shujing immediately opened the scroll. Sure enough, the beginning of the scroll was incomplete, lacking a crucial part of the scripture. Xiao Jing continued, "Without the scripture, the difficulty of cultivating this martial art increases significantly. I spent a lifetime studying it and never succeeded, which wasted a lot of time. Unless one possesses the strength of an earth-level warrior like your great-grandfather, they can forcibly cultivate it. The mental power of an earth-level warrior can already interfere with reality. Lacking the scripture merely makes the cultivation more difficult. Study this martial art carefully. Write it down and return it to its original place," Xiao Jing said solemnly. In truth, Xiao Jing did not have high hopes for Xiao Shujing's ability to master this martial art. After all, he had failed to even get started in his lifetime, let alone someone who wasn't even a warrior. "All right, from now on, you can study it on your own." After saying this, Xiao Jing turned and left the secret chamber. Unexpectedly, there was such a surprise. Xiao Shujing held the yellowed scroll in her hands, unable to contain her joy. Interfering with reality using mental power was a hallmark of Earth-level warriors. Only after comprehending the realm could mental power transition from the abstract to the tangible, reaching the level of interfering with physical reality. If the mental power could not meet the standard for interfering with reality, one could not break through to the Earth level. Forcibly doing so would only result in being torn apart by violent elemental energy. Although Xiao Shujing had not comprehended the realm, due to her innate awakening, her mental power could already interfere with reality, albeit not as strong as that of an Earth-level warrior. In other words, the greatest difficulty of this martial art had already been resolved for Xiao Shujing. "Let me see how formidable this martial art really is," just as Grandpa said. Xiao Shujing murmured softly, then began to read the scroll carefully. "I see. No wonder it requires an Earth-level warrior to cultivate without the scripture." After a long time, Xiao Shujing set the scroll down. The Nine-Yang Divine Thought Method, as the name suggests, needed to absorb the energy of the sun to refine mental power. Without the special method of the scripture, forcibly absorbing it could easily lead to injury from the intense solar energy, resulting in mental damage or, at worst, becoming an idiot. Only the mental power of an Earth-level warrior was sufficient to interfere with reality and strong enough to withstand the backlash of solar energy, allowing for forced cultivation. According to the scroll, one should first draw in the moonlight energy to refine mental power, gradually increasing its strength. Once the mental power was strong enough to interfere with reality, one could then condense thoughts to draw in solar energy, and this should not be rushed. Moonlight energy is essentially solar energy, reflected by the moon, and its intensity is significantly reduced compared to solar energy. Although my mental power is strong enough to interfere with reality, it's still better to first draw in moonlight energy for refinement, just to be safe. Patience is key. Xiao Shujing understood this principle. It was still early in the evening, and since she had already memorized the Nine-Yang Divine Thought Method, there was no need to remain in the secret chamber. Xiao Shujing carefully put the scroll back into the box and returned it to its place. Now, she could quietly await the arrival of night. Aging, you're out. When Xiao Jing saw Xiao Shujing emerge from the secret chamber, a look of concern appeared on his face. This martial art is powerful, but unfortunately, it cannot be cultivated. Don't take it too much to heart. Xiao Jing approached and patted Xiao Shujing's shoulder, comforting her. Once you become a soldier of the Tian Hai Alliance, you will have the opportunity to exchange for advanced martial arts from the Alliance, many of which far exceed the power of the Nine Yang Divine Thought Method. Xiao Shujing nodded and said, Grandpa, I understand. I want to become obsessed with this. Regarding her ability to cultivate, Xiao Shujing did not plan to let anyone else know, explaining it would be too troublesome and could easily expose her uniqueness. If one does not keep secrets, one loses their ministers. If ministers do not keep secrets, they lose their lives. If several matters are not kept secret, it leads to disaster. Xiao Shujing naturally understood this principle. At night, Xiao Shujing came alone to an open area in the wild. With moonlight pouring down like water, bathing her, she took a deep breath, slowly closed her eyes, and began to attempt to draw in moonlight energy according to the method recorded in the scroll. At first, the surroundings were silent, with only the steady sound of Xiao Shujing's breathing. But as time passed, beads of sweat began to appear on her forehead, and her expression grew slightly strained. Just when she felt she could no longer hold on, she finally captured a wisp of cool moonlight energy with her mental power. Xiao Shujing was overjoyed in her heart and quickly guided this wisp of moonlight energy into her mental power with great care. In that moment, she felt a wave of coolness spreading through her mind, instantly alleviating her fatigue. I did it, Xiao Shujing thought with excitement. However, she did not dare to relax for a moment and continued to concentrate on drawing in moonlight energy. Not knowing how long it had been, Xiao Shujing slowly opened her eyes, a glimmer of excitement flashing in her eyes. She could feel her mental power becoming more resilient and powerful after this refinement. Keep pushing. Xiao Shujing took a deep breath, closed her eyes again, and prepared to continue drawing in moonlight energy for refinement. In the night sky, stars twinkled, complementing the bright moonlight. Xiao Shujing immersed herself in this tranquility, focusing solely on her cultivation. This time, she was clearly much more skilled and quickly captured more moonlight energy. The coolness continuously merged into her mental power, as if injecting a clear spring into her mental world, making it even purer and stronger. As time passed, a faint glow began to emanate from around Xiao Shujing's body, indicating the continuous strengthening of her mental power. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept by, rustling the leaves. Xiao Shujing furrowed her brow slightly, sensing a subtle disruptive force affecting her drawing of moonlight energy. But she quickly adjusted her mindset, eliminated distractions, and stabilized the rhythm of her mental power's drawing process. When the eastern sky began to brighten, Xiao Shujing finally stopped her cultivation. After a night of practice, she could clearly feel her immense progress in mental power. Chapter 45, Punching power of 921 kilograms, both in quantity and quality. There has been significant progress. If I encounter that intermediate exotic beast again, Xiao Shujing is confident that he can kill it using only 30% of his mental power. Not only that, but I can also feel that my control in the state of unity between heaven and man has improved. Xiao Shujing murmured, It's still early. Trying out wouldn't hurt. With this thought, Xiao Shujing immediately entered the state of unity between heaven and man. In an instant, he felt as though he had merged with the surrounding environment, and every subtle change was clearly presented in his perception. The flow of the wind, the sway of the leaves, and even the crawling of small insects in the distance were all within his mental reach. This feeling was akin to a nearsighted person putting on glasses. Everything became clear. Moreover, my perception range in the state of unity between heaven and man has expanded. It should now be about 15 meters. Xiao Shujing slowly closed his eyes, concentrating on experiencing this marvelous state. He tried to control his mental power, sensing the myriad things around him. Why not try to see if I can change the structure of matter? After being tempered by the power of moonlight, Xiao Shujing's mental power had made considerable progress in both quality and quantity, so he should be able to accomplish what he couldn't do last time. With this in mind, Xiao Shujing couldn't sit still. He immediately directed his mental power towards the matter within the domain of unity between heaven and man. That invisible mental power instantly enveloped the target material, and Xiao Shujing focused intently, beads of sweat gradually appearing on his forehead. He worked hard to manipulate the mental power, attempting to change the internal structure of the material. At first, there was no change in the material at all. Xiao Shujing did not get discouraged and continued to increase the output of his mental power. Finally, through his persistent efforts, the material began to show slight tremors, and some tiny particles seemed to rearrange themselves according to his will. Xiao Shujing's heart leaped with joy as he concentrated even harder, not daring to relax for a moment. I did it. After a long while, Xiao Shujing opened his tired eyes, excitement written all over his face. Just now, Xiao Shujing successfully changed part of the material structure, rearranging the atoms inside it, transforming it from low-energy material into high-energy material. It seems I1T lack means to deal with enemies in the future. A hint of a sly smile appeared on Xiao Shujing's lips. Looking at the fish-belly white in the sky, Xiao Shujing murmured. 3 days later, after bidding farewell to Xiao Jing, everyone drove back to Jiangbei Prefecture. The return journey was smooth, without any incidents of exotic beasts attacking, which left Xiao Shujing's desire to practice his skills unfulfilled. Early the next morning, Xiao Shujing arrived at school early. Today was another monthly exam. Many students had already arrived at the training ground, beginning to practice their stances. A last-minute effort is better than none. Old Xiao, a familiar voice rang out. Xiao Shujing knew without turning that it was Chun Ming. You've been so mysterious since the competition ended. It's harder to see you than the principal. Xiao Shujing turned around and teased. What can I do? I just won a championship. I have to go show off. Chun Ming rolled his eyes. You brat. You would ditch your buddies just because you've got some fame, would you? Xiao Shujing laughed heartily. Who are we to each other? What is yours is mine. Chun Ming shot him a glare. Where old by? Why don't I see him? Xiao Shujing looked around for a while, but didn't see by Jing. Aren't you two always inseparable? Why are you alone today? What inseparable? Don't talk nonsense. Chun Ming retorted. That kid is hopelessly infatuated, bewitched by a vixen. Xiao Shujing laughed. So that's it. I wonder which beauty it is. Chun Ming gritted his teeth. The key is that he's the one being confessed to. Why him? What's so special about him? I'm not bad either. Although my strength is a bit lacking, I'm not less handsome than him. Seeing Chun Ming full of grievances, Xiao Shujing couldn't help but laugh out loud. All right. Xiao Shujing interrupted Chun Ming with a smile. If you're really envious, why don't you go find a girlfriend yourself? Forget it. Chun Ming shrank his head. Just then, Li Baishi walked into the training ground. With Li Baishi's arrival, the training ground fell silent. Everyone stood at attention, waiting for Li Baishi's speech. In the past 2 months, everyone has performed well, and many students have made significant progress. Li Baishi, usually serious, spoke in a kind tone. I want to especially commend Xiao Shujing and Li Qingxiao. They not only showcased the spirit of our first high school in the 10-school league, but also ranked among the top. Especially Xiao Shujing, who defeated all competitors and won the championship of the 10-school league. As soon as Li Baishi finished speaking, the entire training ground erupted with thunderous applause. And everyone turned their gaze to Xiao Shujing and Li Qingxiao, their eyes filled with envy. All right, enough with the chatter. Let us begin today's assessment. Li Baishi raised his hand to signal for silence. Let our champion demonstrate first. Xiao Shujing, you go first. After saying this, everyone turned to look at Xiao Shujing. Xiao Shujing remained calm and indifferent to the crowd's gaze, walking steadily towards the testing robot. Standing in front of the testing robot, Xiao Shujing took a deep breath, then gathered his strength and punched the testing robot. With a loud bang, the red light on the testing robot flickered, revealing a set of data. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Wow, how is this possible? In just 2 months, he has improved this much? Unbelievable. Upon seeing the data on the testing robot, the crowd erupted, revealing expressions of disbelief. The display showed a staggering 921 kilograms. Even Li Baishi was taken aback. It should be noted that during the test in early September, Xiao Shujing's basic punching power was only 733 kilograms. In just 2 months, He had increased it by nearly 200 kilograms, averaging 100 kilograms each month. This is just 2 months. Many students have worked hard for a year and only managed to increase their punching power by about 200 or 300 kilograms. In other words, Xiao Shujing's progress in these 2 months was enough to match the achievements of ordinary people over a year. Li Baishi walked up to Xiao Shujing, his eyes full of admiration. Xiao Shujing, your achievements in these 2 months are nothing short of a miracle. Our first high school has yet to see such a talent. You've set an incredible record. Xiao Shujing humbly smiled. Teacher Li, perhaps it's because my foundational stance practice is complete. After 2 months of training, it feels like I'm swimming in water. Li Baishi did not say much in response, only giving Xiao Shujing a deep look. All right, you can go down now. Seeing this, Xiao Shujing slightly bowed to Li Baishi and then returned to the crowd. Wow, old Xiao, you're too much. Old Bai, when did you get here? Back in the crowd, Xiao Shujing saw a familiar figure. It was Bai Jing. Just now, during your test. You brat, now that you have a girlfriend. You don't even care about your brothers. You deserve a beating. Xiao Shujing stepped forward and playfully punched Bai Jing's chest. Chapter 46 Practical Assessment, 483 points until noon. The entire class 37 of the 3rd year finally completed the boxing strength test. Come on, today I'll treat both of you to a meal. As soon as the test ended, Xiao Shujing immediately called Chun Ming and the others. Don't be polite. Old Xiao just won a championship. Now he has plenty of money. I'm going to eat him out of house and home, Chun Ming said, pretending to be fierce. Xiao Shujing laughed heartily. Sure, eat whatever you want, just afraid you don't have the ability. Bai Jing also laughed along. Huh, then we need to choose a good place. I'm tired of the nutritious meals at the school cafeteria. Let us change the flavor. I know a nice private restaurant. Xiao Shujing and Chun Ming's eyes lit up as they said in unison. What are we waiting for? Let us go. The 3 of them set off right away, chatting and laughing all the way to the private restaurant. When they arrived, they found that although the restaurant was not large, it was elegantly decorated. Xiao Shujing smiled. Old Bai, you really know how to pick a place. The 3 of them entered the restaurant, found a window seat, and ordered a table full of delicious dishes. Before long, dish after dish of delectable food was served, filling the air with a fragrant aroma. Old Xiao, according to your current training progress, you should soon reach the critical point and become an official martial artist, right? Bai Jing said enviously, looking at Xiao Shujing. Xiao Shujing took a bite of food and said while chewing, I still need to work harder, but it should be soon. Your training progress isn't slow either. You've increased your boxing strength by 70 kilograms in just 2 months. Upon hearing this, Bai Jing smiled slightly. At my current pace, I should be able to become an official martial artist before the high school entrance examination, and then we can continue being classmates. Chun Ming, hearing this, immediately looked aggrieved. What is going on? You two are going to first high school, and just leave me behind? Bai Jing immediately retorted, don't be ridiculous. We're not like you with a good dad. You can use the pay-to-win method to become a martial artist, and your training speed will definitely surpass both of us. Chun Ming chuckled and said, Old Bai, you're mistaken. Xiao Shujing just won a championship with over 10 million in prize money. He definitely won't lack resources for a while. Damn, how did I forget about this? After lunch, the 3 of them returned to the training ground. Today, they would complete the basic boxing strength and practical combat assessments all at once. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the other students from the class gradually arrived at the training ground. The atmosphere became lively as everyone whispered and discussed the upcoming practical combat assessment. Old Chun, don't be nervous. Just perform normally, Xiao Shujing said, noticing that Chun Ming was tightly clenching his fists and immediately comforted him. Bai Jing chimed in, that's right. I see your boxing strength has improved quite a bit recently. As long as you perform normally in the practical combat, you can also achieve a good score. After a while, Li Baishi's figure appeared in the training ground, and everyone fell silent upon seeing him. Ahem, it's about time. Let us start the practical assessment now, Li Baishi said, seeing that everyone was ready. As usual, I will use only 1,000 kilograms of basic boxing strength and basic techniques. Xiao Shujing, you'll go first. Upon hearing this, everyone moved aside to clear a path. Xiao Shujing smiled helplessly, then picked up a spear and stepped on the stage. Teacher Li, please guide me. After saying this, Xiao Shujing's figure suddenly darted forward, the spear in his hand attacking Li Baishi like a dragon probing the sea. Li Baishi remained calm, sidestepping and easily dodging this fierce strike. Xiao Shujing didn't panic after missing his first attack. He immediately chose to change tactics, sweeping the spear and creating a gust of wind. Such quick adaptability, Li Baishi thought to himself, secretly approving. At the same time, he nimbly stepped aside again, and with a swift motion, he swung his sword to block, clashing with Xiao Shujing's spear, producing a loud clang. Xiao Shujing felt a great force transmit through the spear, causing his arm to slightly tingle. "Come again," Xiao Shujing shouted. Before his voice faded, he swung the spear again, the tip glinting coldly like scattered stars, with fierce and varied moves. "Good boy." Li Baishi didn't dare to be careless, his eyes fixed on Xiao Shujing while he wielded his sword in a tight defense, neutralizing Xiao Shujing's attacks one by one. Seeing this, Xiao Shujing changed his tactic again, thrusting the spear at a tricky angle towards Li Baishi's ribs. Li Baishi was alarmed and quickly twisted his body, narrowly avoiding Xiao Shujing's spear. "He can dodge this?" Xiao Shujing was secretly surprised, but his movements didn't stop, retracting the spear and attacking Li Baishi once more. At this point, Li Baishi was also stirred up by the fight. He shouted, "Come on," swinging his long knife fiercely, clashing violently with Xiao Shujing's spear, sparks flying. "Now it's my turn to attack." After saying this, Li Baishi's figure moved like lightning, instantly closing in on Xiao Shujing, his long sword cutting through the air towards him. Xiao Shujing's pupils constricted, and he quickly raised his spear to defend. With a loud bang, Xiao Shujing was knocked back a few steps. Before he could steady himself, another wave of attacks from Li Baishi surged forth. Xiao Shujing gritted his teeth and responded with all his might. His spear danced in front of him like a curtain of light, trying to block Li Baishi's fierce assault. Unfortunately, the gap between them was too great. It was already impressive that Xiao Shujing could force Li Baishi to counterattack. After several exchanges, Li Baishi seized on a flaw in Xiao Shujing's defense, closing in and horizontally positioned his sword at Xiao Shujing's face. "Teacher Li, I lost," Xiao Shujing said with a wry smile. Li Baishi smiled slightly. "You've done very well, Xiao Shujing. Given time, you will definitely surpass me." Candidate Xiao Shujing. Practical assessment score, 483 points. With the conclusion of their battle, the intelligence system immediately provided a score based on Xiao Shujing's performance. Incredible. Last time I remember his practical assessment score was only 420 points. This increase is more astonishing than his boxing strength. Haha, you're mistaken. Last time, Xiao Shujing's boxing strength was only over 700 kilograms, which greatly limited his performance. I see. As Xiao Shujing stepped down from the stage, Chun Ming and Bai Jing immediately surrounded him. Chun Ming patted Xiao Shujing on the shoulder. "Old Xiao. Impressive, this score has increased too much." Xiao Shujing shook his head and said, "Although my basic techniques have improved somewhat, it's more due to the increase in boxing strength that allowed me to perform exceptionally. Those who know their own family matters, although my techniques are already perfect, it's still not possible to suddenly increase by 60 points. Before, it was just that the basic boxing strength was too low to be utilized." The practical assessments of other students began one after another, and the atmosphere in the training ground was lively. The three of them watched attentively from the side, exchanging a few comments now and then. During this time, Bai Jing and Chun Ming both took their turns for testing. Both performed very well, earning continuous praise from Li Baishi. "Master, you have a call request." Just then, Xiao Shujing's smartwatch rang with a notification. Xiao Shujing raised his wrist to see that it was a call from Vice Principal Wei Ming. Seeing this, Xiao Shujing immediately left the group and found a quiet place to take the call. Chapter 47. Injecting Gene Repair Liquid. Principal Wei, did you call for me? Xiao Shujing looked at Wei Ming on the virtual screen with a respectful expression. "Xiao Shujing, I have good news for you." Wei Ming's face showed a slight smile as he said, "The Gene Repair Liquid you applied for has been approved. The person escorting the Gene Repair Liquid is currently in my office." "Really?" Xiao Shujing exclaimed in surprise. "With the Gene Repair Liquid, Xiao Shujing could elevate his aptitude to a higher level, further freeing himself from aptitude restrictions. Although he had the talent of unity with heaven and man, he would eventually dominate the world, but the enhancement of his aptitude would allow him to elevate his strength more quickly. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry over and don't keep the adult waiting. Seeing Xiao Shujing still grinning foolishly, Wei Ming couldn't help but urge, "Oh, I'm coming right now. I'm coming right now." After saying that, Xiao Shujing rushed towards Wei Ming's office without delay. On the way, Xiao Shujing felt as excited as a groom on his wedding night, unable to contain his emotions. Images of using the gene repair liquid kept flashing through his mind, and his steps quickened. Finally, Xiao Shujing arrived at the door of Wei Ming's office. Taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, he gently knocked on the door. "Come in." Wei Ming's voice came from inside. Xiao Shujing pushed open the door and saw the usually stern Wei Ming smiling broadly as he talked to a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man appeared to be around 37 or 38, dressed in a black robe, with a serious expression and golden patterns etched into his clothing. "Xiao Shujing, come here quickly." Seeing Xiao Shujing, Wei Ming hurriedly beckoned him. "This is Lord Jean, who is escorting the gene repair liquid." Hearing this, Xiao Shujing did not dare to be careless and immediately approached respectfully, bowing to the middle-aged man. "Thank you, my lord, for your hard work. I am very grateful." The middle-aged man nodded slightly, his piercing gaze scrutinizing Xiao Shujing, his voice deep and powerful. You are Xiao Shujing?" Wei Ming said from the side. "Xiao Shujing, quickly let your intelligent assistant display your identity information. Lord Jean needs to verify it." Xiao Shujing immediately called out, "Xiaoji, open my identity information panel." "Okay, master." Instantly, a virtual screen appeared before the three of them. Name, Xiao Shujing. Gender, male. Date of birth, summer of the 805th year of the Great Xia Calendar. Personal ID, 2911. The man in the black robe looked at the virtual screen, checking it repeatedly before confirming that Xiao Shujing's identity information was authentic. "That's right, it's him." Lord Ji nodded. Xiao Shujing let out a long sigh of relief upon hearing this. "Next, go directly to the secret room of your school to inject the gene repair liquid. Don't waste any time." After confirming the identity information was correct, Lord Jean made a decisive decision. Xiao Shujing and Wei Ming quickly agreed, and the three of them hurried towards the school's secret room. All the while, Xiao Shujing's heart was in his throat, feeling both nervous and excited, as if he wanted to fly while walking. Soon, they arrived at the door of the secret room. Wei Ming opened the secret door first and walked in, with Xiao Shujing and Wei Ming closely following. "Next, it's not convenient to display the situation. Principal Wei, please step outside for a moment." In the secret room, Lord Jean stopped Wei Ming. Wei Ming was slightly taken aback, but quickly reacted, saying, "All right, I will wait for you outside." After saying that, Wei Ming turned and left the secret room, closing the door behind him. Inside the secret room, only Xiao Shujing and Lord Jean remained, and the atmosphere suddenly became somewhat tense. Lord Jean looked seriously at Xiao Shujing and said, "Kid, the process of injecting the gene repair liquid may be a bit painful, so be mentally prepared. At the same time, we will also record the changes in your body before and after the injection of the gene repair liquid." Xiao Shujing took a deep breath, nodded, and firmly replied, "My lord, I'm not afraid. I am fully prepared." "That's good," the man in the black robe said with satisfaction. Then, he took out a small golden-white box from his body. Placing it on the table, he slowly opened it to reveal a blue-white vial of liquid. Xiao Shujing couldn't help but widen his eyes, staring intently at the vial of gene repair liquid that emitted a faint blue glow. Lord Jean carefully took out the gene repair liquid, then picked up a syringe and slowly drew the liquid into it. "Relax your body and don't be nervous." As he spoke, Lord Jean walked over to Xiao Shujing. Xiao Shujing followed his advice to relax, but his heartbeat quickened. Lord Jean found the vein in Xiao Shujing's arm, quickly inserted the syringe, and slowly pushed the plunger. Xiao Shujing felt a cold liquid entering his body, followed by a wave of intense pain, as if countless small knives were stirring inside him. Can't waste this opportunity. Activate unity with heaven and man and analyze the composition of the gene repair liquid. Xiao Shujing gritted his teeth, not allowing himself to cry out, gripping the armrests of the chair tightly, his knuckles turning white from the effort. Then, Xiao Shujing activated his talent. In an instant, a small model of a 15-meter radius appeared in Xiao Shujing's mind. Everything in the secret room was present in his mind. The arrangement of tables and chairs, the distribution of instruments, and even the subtle movement of particles in the air were clearly visible. Even the black-robed man beside him was reflected in his mind. At this moment, he was picking up an instrument and continuously recording Xiao Shujing's current state. Don't waste time. Hurry up and analyze the organizational structure of the gene repair liquid. Despite the intense pain, Xiao Shujing focused his mental energy inward. In an instant, countless rays of light seemed to appear in Xiao Shujing's mind, and within the light, the components of the gene repair liquid were dissected and analyzed one by one. This is a liquid composed of various rare gene fragments and mysterious energy substances, among which there seems to be a substance that can stimulate cell activity. Xiao Shujing endured the pain, striving to interpret this information in his mind. As the gene repair liquid continued to spread within his body, the pain Xiao Shujing endured became increasingly intense, yet his mind remained highly focused, not missing any detail of the analysis. Sweat beads the size of soybeans rolled down Xiao Shujing's forehead, his face pale as paper, but his gaze remained resolute. Not bad. Strong willpower. The black-robed man beside him admired as he saw Xiao Shujing still persisting. As the escort for the gene repair liquid, he had recorded many individuals' changes before and after the injection. Many people fainted from the pain after just a few minutes, with only a few able to last over 10 minutes. At this moment, Xiao Shujing was completely oblivious to the changes in the outside world. His body was undergoing earth-shattering changes. Xiao Shujing could feel as if his body was being burned in a raging fire, yet also frozen in an ice cellar. Every cell experiencing extreme torment. But relying on his powerful willpower, he continued to analyze the components of the gene repair liquid. This mysterious energy substance seems to be reorganizing my gene chain. Xiao Shujing's consciousness was becoming somewhat blurred, but he still pressed on. Time passed second by second, and Xiao Shujing's body began to tremble, his throat emitting low, muffled groans. Just when Xiao Shujing felt he could no longer hold on, the pain suddenly receded like a tide, replaced by a warm and comfortable force flowing through his body. Xiao Shujing gasped heavily, exhausted, and collapsed onto the chair. Lord Jean stepped forward to check the data on the instrument, revealing a satisfied smile. Not bad. The initial fusion was very successful. Next, it will depend on the subsequent recovery and adaptation. Xiao Shu smiled weakly and said, "Thank you, Lord Jean." Chapter 48, reaching the critical point at the same time. Xiao Shujing felt a warm and comfortable power within his body, as if every cell was cheering. First, he felt a tingling sensation throughout his limbs and bones, like countless gentle hands massaging his muscles and skeleton, and his fatigue quickly dissipated. Then, Xiao Shujing could clearly feel his meridians slowly expanding, as the originally thin meridians welcomed a surging flood, becoming wide and resilient. Blood surged through them, flowing at speeds several times faster than before, bringing vitality and strength. The muscle fibers were also quietly changing, constantly reorganizing and strengthening, filled with elasticity and explosive power. His bones emitted faint cracking sounds, their density continuously increasing, becoming as solid as high-quality steel. His senses became exceptionally sharp. What was once a blurry vision was now crystal clear, able to see tiny dust particles dancing in the light. His ears could hear faint sounds from afar, as if the entire world was opening up to him. A faint glow emanated from the surface of his skin, delicate and firm, as if he had gained a layer of natural protection. Even his breathing became deep and powerful, each inhalation bringing in a large amount of oxygen, providing his body with a continuous source of energy. The man in the black robe nodded and said, "All right, since the injection is complete, I should return to report." Seeing this, Xiao Shujing quickly got up. Outside the secret chamber, Wei Ming was anxiously pacing at the door when suddenly a sound came, and two figures appeared at the door of the secret chamber. Wei Ming saw the man in the black robe and the somewhat pale Xiao Shujing and hurriedly approached. Lord Jin, Xiao Shujing. Wei Ming stepped forward, glancing at the man in the black robe, hesitating to speak. The man in the black robe waved his hand slightly and said, "Principal Wei, there's no need to worry. The injection was very successful. I must return to report now." Wei Ming immediately spoke up, "But, Lord Jin, why the rush? I am preparing." The man in the black robe waved his hand again, stopping Wei Ming's further words. "I appreciate your kindness, but I must return to report. Please, let this matter rest." After saying that, the man in the black robe flickered and instantly disappeared from the spot. Wei Ming sighed helplessly, turning to Xiao Shujing with concern and asking, "How do you feel?" Xiao Shujing smiled slightly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Principal, I feel unprecedentedly good, as if I've been reborn, full of endless strength." Wei Ming nodded and said, "That's good. Take some time to rest and adjust your body in the next few days." Xiao Shujing replied earnestly, "Yes, Principal." Wei Ming patted Xiao Shujing on the shoulder. "Go back. I look forward to your greater progress in the future." Xiao Shujing immediately bowed to Wei Ming and then slowly withdrew. Wei Ming watched Xiao Shujing walk away, pondering for a moment before dialing an unfamiliar number. Soon, the other party accepted his call. Wei Ming looked at the imposing man on the virtual screen and respectfully said, "Minister Xiao Shujing has completed the injection of the gene repair fluid. Do you think the education department should increase the support for his training?" "Oh, the injection is complete?" The man on the screen tapped his desk, pondering for a moment before saying, "Wei Ming, I personally support increasing the training efforts from the education department. However, I think you should wait a bit longer, apply for it after Xiao Shujing has mastered the guidance technique and become a formal martial artist. That way, others won't have anything to say. Everyone practices the same guidance technique, but there are significant differences between people. Some people can only increase their fist strength by a few hundred pounds during their first cultivation, while others can increase it by several thousand kilograms. The gap is wider than between humans and dogs." Wei Ming felt a chill in his heart. He naturally understood the implied meaning of the minister's words. To gain further training, one must demonstrate their potential, making it undeniable to others. Otherwise, it would be handing a handle to opponents. Where there are people, there are factions, especially in schools, which are naturally aligned. Applying for resources for the juniors of one's own school is akin to snatching food from a pot. If you are strong enough to win people's respect, others will have no objections. Otherwise, you must follow the rules. Clearly, this minister from Shangu province is a member of the faction behind Yizhong. Otherwise, in other schools, wanting to apply for the gene repair fluid so easily without offering some benefits in exchange would be unthinkable. Wei Ming understood the stakes involved. He spoke to the screen, "Minister Shujing, I understand. I will urge Xiao Shujing to work hard in his training and become a formal martial artist as soon as possible." After injecting the gene repair fluid, his qualifications have already improved to a high level, and with his excellent comprehension, he will definitely silence those people. The minister nodded slightly. I hope Xiao Shujing won't let us down. You also need to be prepared. Once he reaches the critical point, immediately go to the town martial department to apply for the guidance technique. Don't let him practice some improper guidance techniques." Wei Ming nodded and said, "I have already reminded Xiao Shujing about this. He is aware of the stakes." The minister acknowledged with a nod. "You handle things well. I trust you." He then ended the call. "Xiao Shujing, you must strive hard. Whether I can be promoted depends on you." Wei Ming muttered to himself as he stood in place. Clearly, there are factions even within a faction. From a moment Wei Ming's call was connected until the injection of the gene repair fluid was completed, more than half a day had passed. By the time Xiao Shujing emerged from the school's secret chamber, it was already late at night. The school's training ground had long since closed, and Xiao Shujing's permissions were insufficient to request it to open. Just as he was thinking of asking Wei Ming for help, he found him on a call. He wondered if the Baishan Martial Arts Hall was still open. Xiao Shujing shook his head helplessly and then sent a text message to Lin Weiwei. After a while, upon receiving a reply, Xiao Shujing's expression brightened, and he immediately left the school and took a taxi to the Baishan Martial Arts Hall. "Xiao Shujing, why are you coming to the Martial Arts Hall so late?" When Xiao Shujing arrived at the Baishan Martial Arts Hall, Lin Weiwei had already been waiting for a long time. "Sister Lin, The training ground at our school closed too late. So I had to come to the martial arts hall to test my fist strength, Xiao Shujing said apologetically. Lin Weiwei raised an eyebrow and said, "No problem, follow me." Then, Lin Weiwei led Xiao Shujing to the testing area. Xiao Shujing took a deep breath, walked up to the strength testing machine, gripped the handle tightly, and suddenly exerted force. With a loud bang, the value on the machine instantly soared. Lin Weiwei, who was beside him, was taken aback. Even though Xiao Shujing was mentally prepared, seeing this scene still thrilled him. He then threw two powerful punches at the testing robot. 1021 kilograms, 1022 kilograms, 1021 kilograms. 3 consecutive values were displayed from the testing robot, and Xiao Shujing could no longer contain his joy. "I've reached the critical point." Xiao Shujing almost shouted in excitement. Ever since the injection of the gene repair fluid, Xiao Shujing sensed a significant improvement in his strength, but he was still uncertain about how much it had improved. Chapter 49. Town Marshal Division. Lin Weiwei, beside him, slapped her face hard, suddenly feeling a sharp pain, confirming that this wasn't a dream. Xiao Shujing, you." Xiao Shujing looked at Lin Weiwei, who was dumbfounded, and asked, "What is wrong? Didn't you just come to the martial arts school for testing last month? How did you reach the critical point in the blink of an eye? Is making an aircraft this fast? In just a month, your punching power has increased by 200 kilograms. Is this still human?" Lin Weiwei finally regained her senses and voiced her doubts all at once. Xiao Shujing, hearing this, didn't play coy and said directly, "The school leaders helped me apply for gene repair fluid, and I just injected it today. By the time I finished the injection, it was already late at night, and the school training grounds were closed, so I could only come to you for help, Sister Lin." "Gene repair fluid?" Lin Weiwei exclaimed again. "What did you just say? Gene repair fluid?" Xiao Shujing nodded and said, "That's right, gene repair fluid. Isn't that outrageous? Why would your school apply for gene repair fluid for you? Do you know how hard it is to get approval for that?" Lin Weiwei was somewhat taken aback. Xiao Shujing hesitated for a moment and replied, "Not really. I don't think it's particularly difficult. It took about 10 days for the alliance to agree." At this point, Lin Weiwei was too exhausted to retort. Looking at Xiao Shujing's bewildered expression, she felt that the world was no longer worth it. "Sister Lin, since I've already got the test results, I won't disturb you any longer. It's getting late, goodbye." Xiao Shujing didn't continue to provoke Lin Weiwei, waved goodbye, and left the Baishan Martial Arts School. Lin Weiwei was still in shock over the gene repair fluid. After a while, she finally reacted and immediately called Yang Jianhua. "Lin Weiwei, what time is it? Why aren't you sleeping?" Yang Jianhua struggled to open his sleepy eyes. "Manager Yang, Xiao Shujing just came to the martial arts school for testing. Punching power 1022 kilograms. Already reached the critical point." "What nonsense are you talking? Didn't Xiao Shujing only have over 800 kilograms last month? How could he increase by 200 kilograms in less than a month? Are you kidding me?" Yang Jianhua was initially stunned. Then his voice suddenly rose. "Lin Weiwei, don't joke with me. You can't just say such things casually." Lin Weiwei urgently said, "Manager Yang, I'm not joking. It's absolutely true. He also said the school applied for gene repair fluid for him, and he just finished the injection today." Yang Jianhua on the other end of the phone fell silent for a moment, then said, "I understand this matter. Send me the videos of Xiao Shujing's 2 tests, and I will report it to the higher-ups." The next morning, Xiao Shujing arrived at school early. After the testing at Baishan Martial Arts School last night, it was already past midnight, and it was too late to disturb Wei Ming, so he came to school early to wait. Before long, he spotted a familiar figure. "Instructor." "Good morning," Xiao Shujing said respectfully. Privately, Xiao Shujing preferred to call Wei Ming instructor, as it made their relationship seem closer. Wei Ming, hearing Xiao Shujing's address, was quite satisfied. "Xiao Shujing, what brings you here so early?" After speaking, he took a sip from his teacup. "Instructor, after I got home last night, I tested my punching power. It's 1022 kilograms, and I've reached the critical point." Xiao Shujing scratched his head. "Cough, cough, cough." Wei Ming choked on his tea and began to cough violently. "What did you say? You've reached the critical point?" Wei Ming looked at Xiao Shujing in shock. "I've never heard of anyone's physical quality skyrocketing after injecting gene repair fluid. while injecting gene repair fluid does slightly improve physical quality. He had never heard of someone like Xiao Shujing increasing punching power by a full 100 kilograms. As the vice president of the school, Wei Ming certainly had the authority to check Xiao Shujing's results. Although an increase of 200 kilograms in 2 months was exaggerated. He had seen such records before among students who had already become martial artists in Xiao Shujing's cohort. Come with me. We need to test this immediately. After saying that, he immediately called for Xiao Shujing. It wasn't that he didn't believe it, but this matter couldn't be taken lightly. He had to see it with his own eyes. In no time, the two arrived at the training area where the special training class had taken place. Since the 10-school league, the school had disbanded the special training class, and this venue was rarely visited by anyone other than school teachers. It was currently class time, so naturally there were no people around. Arriving at the testing area, Wei Ming looked at Xiao Shujing seriously and said, "Try again." Xiao Shujing nodded, walked up to the testing robot, took a deep breath, exerted all his strength, and threw out a punch. Bang! The value on the instrument instantly froze, and Wei Ming hurriedly leaned over to check. When he saw that number, his eyes widened in shock. 1,031 kilograms. You really have reached the critical point. Wei Ming couldn't help but exclaim. Xiao Shujing looked at the test results, feeling a bit surprised himself. Wasn't he at just 1,022 kilograms last night? How did it increase again today? Wei Ming explained, the gene repair fluid doesn't repair everything all at once. This process takes about 3 to 5 days, during which your punching power will increase as the genes are repaired. This is all normal. However, I've never heard of someone with such a large increase. Xiao Shujing didn't know how to explain it. He vaguely felt that it might be related to his innate ability. All right, enough talk. We're going to the town marshal division. After saying this, Wei Ming hurriedly left with Xiao Shujing. Soon, Wei Ming drove the smart car toward the Zhongbei Prefecture Town Marshal Division. Instructor, why do we need to apply for guiding techniques at the Town Marshal Division? Can't our school teach them? Xiao Shujing, sitting in the passenger seat, asked curiously. Wei Ming laughed and said, in the entire Great Xia government, local affairs are generally led by 3 main officials. The first is the government chief, who mainly assists with specific provincial affairs and has a lot of power. The second is the education official of the Academic Affairs Division, who is responsible for all educational matters in the province. The third is the director of the Town Marshal Division, where all martial artists at the critical point and above must register. Failure to register can lead to dire consequences if discovered. They are also responsible for screening reserve soldiers for the Tianhai Alliance. In such circumstances, the Town Marshal Division certainly does not allow the private teaching of guiding techniques. After hearing this, Xiao Shujing finally understood. If there were no restrictions on the teaching of guiding techniques, it could easily create social instability, as countless ordinary people might recklessly attempt to try it. For those who had reached the critical point, guiding techniques were naturally not a rare thing. Even if they weren't orthodox martial artists and couldn't practice the latest 9th set of guiding techniques, they could still be authorized to learn some ordinary guiding techniques from the Town Marshal Division, so there was no need to worry about that. We're here. This is the Town Marshal Division. What came into view was a group of ancient-style buildings, generally resembling ancient architecture, entirely in red and yellow. The grand and dignified main gate was adorned with gold rivets, giving an imposing and solemn appearance. The steps in front were paved with blue stone, covered with the marks of time. Chapter 59 set of guidance techniques here is the Zhenwu Division. No unauthorized personnel are allowed to approach. As soon as they got close to the gate of the Zhenwu Division, a guard immediately stepped out and blocked the way of Xiao Shujing and the others. What a grand display! A dignified martial artist actually standing guard at the door. Xiao Shujing secretly clicked his tongue. Before him stood 4 guards in combat uniforms at the entrance of the Zhenwu Division. We are here for the critical point test. Wei Ming stepped forward, summoned his intelligent assistant, and displayed his identity information. Upon seeing Wei Ming's identity, the guard immediately bowed. So it's Principal Wei, please come in. Wei Ming nodded slightly and led Xiao Shujing into the Zhenwu Division. As soon as they entered, Xiao Shujing was affected by the solemn and dignified atmosphere inside. Straightening his back unconsciously. Lidong, long time no see. I almost died waiting for you. After entering the Zhenwu Division, Wei Ming brought Xiao Shujing to a room where a burly man was busy at a table. Hearing Wei Ming's voice, the man looked up with a surprised smile. "Old Wei, aren't you the principal at number 1 high school? What brings you here?" Wei Ming laughed. "Not as free as you see. My student just reached the critical point and needs to register at the Zhenwu division and apply for the 9th set of guidance techniques." "Xiao Shujing, this is Li Dong, the person in charge of registrations for martial artists at the Zhenwu division." Upon hearing this, Xiao Shujing stepped forward and cupped his hands towards Li Dong. Li Dong, with a serious expression, said, "Since he is a student from number 1 high school, as long as his punch strength meets the standards, there is no problem. Cool, follow me for the test." After saying this, Li Dong stood up and led Xiao Shujing and Wei Ming towards the testing area. When they arrived at the testing area, there were already 3 people waiting in line for the test. Didactoli. As soon as they entered the testing area, a sweet-looking girl walked up to them. "Xiao Zhou, help him with the registration." Li Dong nodded. "Sir, please follow me," the sweet girl smiled. Seeing this, Xiao Shujing immediately followed her to the registration desk, where he quickly filled out various information according to the girl's instructions. By the time Xiao Shujing finished filling out the information, there was only one person left in front of him. Next, Huang Wen, the monitoring staff, called out loudly. Immediately, a pale-looking man stepped forward, his body slightly heavy, and with his right hand he gathered strength and punched the testing robot. After about 2 seconds, the screen displayed the test data. 989 kilograms, not qualified. The monitoring staff coldly announced the test results. The pale-looking man immediately felt darkness before his eyes, nearly fainting, and after a while, he managed to regain his composure and staggered out of the testing area. Next, Xiao Shujing. The monitoring staff's voice rang out again. Seeing that it was finally his turn, Xiao Shujing took a deep breath and strode forward. He adjusted his breathing and gathered all his strength in his right arm, his muscles instantly tensing up. He suddenly threw a punch, the fist cutting through the air as it smashed into the testing robot. Bang! With a loud noise, the testing robot trembled slightly, and the values on the screen jumped quickly. 1031 kilograms qualified. The monitoring staff was somewhat surprised. After all, the boy in front of them looked only about 15 or 16 years old, and yet his strength was so impressive. "Oldly, are you reassured now?" Wei Ming smiled and said to Li Dong. Li Dong nodded, a look of appreciation on his face. This young man is not bad, worth cultivating. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and take Xiao Shujing to apply for the guidance techniques. Wei Ming urged from the side. Li Dong gave a helpless glance and said to the approaching Xiao Shujing, "All right, your test results have qualified. Now follow me to apply for the 9th set of guidance techniques." Xiao Shujing nodded excitedly, obediently following behind the two. Before long, they arrived at a room that looked quite futuristic. The walls of the room were silver white, constructed from an unknown transparent material, allowing clear visibility of the furnishings inside, even from outside. There were also some unknown patterns and symbols on the walls. Zhenwu Division Director Li Dong applying for entry into the authorization room. Li Dong stood outside the room, his expression serious. "Permission granted, application approved," an electronic voice announced, and the door to the room slowly opened. Li Dong entered first, followed closely by Xiao Shujing and Wei Ming. Upon entering the room, Xiao Shujing was immediately attracted by a huge circular device in the center. The device flickered with various lights, making it quite dazzling. "Xiao Shujing, stand in front of the device and follow the instructions on it." Li Dong stepped forward and fiddled with the device. Xiao Shujing nodded, then stood in front of the circular device. Name, Xiao Shujing. Gender, male. School, Jiangbei Prefecture number 1 high school application. Apply for the 9th set of guidance techniques. Xiao Shujing quickly skimmed through it. There were not many issues, so he signed his name. After about 10 seconds, the device displayed a confidentiality agreement. Xiao Shujing didn't hesitate and immediately signed it. Once everything was completed, the circular device in front of Xiao Shujing emitted a mechanical voice. "Applicant Xiao Shujing, system verification passed. Please stand in front of the authorization device to prepare to receive the 9th set of guidance techniques." Xiao Shujing was somewhat surprised, but obediently stood as instructed by the system. Suddenly, The authorization device emitted a white light that shot straight toward Xiao Shujing's forehead. Xiao Shujing felt a pressure in his head, and instantly, a wave of information flooded into his mind, about several hundred words, which was the 9th set of guidance techniques. All right, the 9th set of guidance techniques has been authorized to you. Remember your signed confidentiality agreement, which prohibits disclosure. If you're found out, you know the consequences. Li Dong said, looking seriously at Xiao Shujing. Seeing this, Xiao Shujing immediately nodded. He had already seen the specific punishment details when he signed the confidentiality agreement and naturally wouldn't deliberately challenge the alliance's bottom line. Wei Ming looked at Xiao Shujing and said, Xiao Shujing, you don't need to go to school now. I've already helped you take leave. Hurry back to practice the guidance techniques, and once you succeed in your training, come back to the Jinwu division to register as a formal martial artist. Thank you, instructor. Then I will take my leave. Xiao Shujing cupped his hands and then turned to leave. After Xiao Shujing left, Wei Ming immediately said proudly, How about it? My student is not bad, right? He reached the critical point at 15. Shouldn't you consider investing in him at the Jinwu division? Li Dong replied with annoyance. Now I finally understand why you were so eager. It turns out you were waiting for me here. Just say whether you will invest or not. Wei Ming urged. Li Dong smiled. You are too anxious. We have to wait until he becomes a formal martial artist and confirm that he has potential for cultivation before I can negotiate. Then you should at least mention a standard. Wei Ming said. Li Dong pondered for a moment. As long as after his first practice of the guidance technique, he can increase his punch strength by more than 1,000 kilograms, I will help him negotiate. Moreover, the greater the increase, the better the application conditions will be. How about that? Sounds good, right? Wei Ming immediately revealed a cunning smile. Old Li, then it's a deal, no backing out. If Wei Ming had no confidence before injecting the gene repair fluid, after witnessing Xiao Shujing's progress over the past 2 days, he was absolutely confident that Xiao Shujing could meet the conditions mentioned by Li Dong. Chapter 51. Breakthrough Warrior. As soon as he walked out of the Jinwu division, Xiao Shujing eagerly hailed a driverless car and headed straight for the Wenhui community. Before long, the car smoothly stopped at the entrance of the community. Xiao Shujing hurriedly got out and ran towards his apartment building. Once home, Xiao Shujing immediately went to the secret room, activated the cultivation mode, and then sat cross-legged to carefully study the 9th set of guiding techniques in his mind. The so-called guiding techniques hinge on the words guide and lead. Through a special method, they channel the primordial energy from the vast universe into the body. Then, according to specific routes, they guide the primordial energy to merge into the cells within the body, allowing the flesh, bones, organs, brain, and so on to continuously evolve. After all, the basic punch strength of a warrior can reach thousands of kilograms, and combined with the speed, it can easily exceed 10,000 kilograms of punch force. If the body's strength is insufficient, it might not even withstand the effort before it collapses. The essence of primordial energy is a form of high-energy power. Warriors can enhance their bodies and achieve evolution and transformation by absorbing the primordial energy from the universe. A punch force of 1,000 kilograms is the minimum threshold for the body to endure primordial energy through the cultivation of guiding techniques. If one fails to meet this standard and forcibly absorbs primordial energy, it will only crush the flesh and ruin the genes. Is this the principle of guiding techniques? Xiao Shujing murmured. The principle of guiding techniques is not difficult to understand. Xiao Shujing grasped it after just one read. However, the routes for guiding the primordial energy are somewhat complex, but for Xiao Shujing, it was not a problem, as his memory was extraordinary now. For ordinary warriors, besides the difficulty in remembering the routes for the primordial energy's operation, there is another tricky issue: sensing the primordial energy of the vast universe. If one cannot sense the existence of primordial energy, then even the most advanced guiding techniques placed before them will be nothing more than flowers in a mirror or the moon in the water. Many warriors who reach a critical point spend 10 years sensing without success, and when their vitality declines, they can no longer sense the primordial energy and must leave in disappointment. There are also some talented warriors who can sense the primordial energy in just a few hours, while those slightly less talented can do so in about 3 to 5 days. However, The vast majority of ordinary warriors need to spend several months or even half a year. Ever since I awakened the unity of heaven and man, I have been able to clearly sense the primordial energy. Previously, it was due to my physical fitness not meeting the standards and not having guiding techniques. So I dare not attempt it recklessly. Now, all my conditions are met, and I am familiar with the routes for the primordial energy's operation. It is time to officially absorb the primordial energy. With this in mind, Xiao Shujing immediately began to draw in the primordial energy from the universe. He closed his eyes, adjusted his breathing, and gradually calmed his mind like a clear lake, undisturbed. "I see you," Xiao Shujing murmured. In his view, the space was already filled with the scattered primordial energy from the universe, which shone like stars in a sea of stars. Seeing this, Xiao Shujing immediately focused his mind and tried to absorb the energy into his body according to the guiding techniques. As the guiding techniques operated, Xiao Shujing seemed to transform into a massive vortex, drawing in the surrounding primordial energy. However, this influx of primordial energy also brought immense pressure. Xiao Shujing's body began to tremble slightly, pain coursing through his limbs like electricity. He gritted his teeth against the pain and began to guide the primordial energy according to the route of the guiding techniques. Veins bulged on his forehead. Sweat poured down like rain, and beads of sweat soaked his martial arts uniform. But Xiao Shujing did not give up. As the primordial energy circulated within him, gradually integrating into his limbs and bones, Xiao Shujing could clearly feel the changes in his body. His previously somewhat frail body seemed to be reshaped by an invisible force, with muscle lines becoming more defined, and his bones cracking slightly, their density noticeably stronger than before. His organs, nourished by the primordial energy, became more resilient, each heartbeat filled with vibrant life. Even his brain felt as if it were soaked in a cool energy, making his thoughts sharper and clearer. Do not be careless. Xiao Shujing felt the changes in his body, but this was not the time to celebrate. He suppressed his joy and continued to focus on guiding the primordial energy into his limbs and bones. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Shujing finally sensed a slight swelling pain within his body. Have I reached the limit? Seeing this, Xiao Shujing immediately stopped drawing in the primordial energy and slowly opened his eyes after a moment. Generally speaking, the first absorption of primordial energy yields the largest increase. Subsequent improvements rely solely on daily hard work. To put it metaphorically, before absorbing the primordial energy, the human body is like a field that has been dry for 20 years, long in a state of water scarcity. After absorbing the primordial energy, it transforms from a dry field into a rice field, no longer lacking water. At this point, to continue absorbing primordial energy, one must increase the volume of the field. But the volume increase during each cultivation session is limited, and one cannot surpass the limits to absorb primordial energy, or it risks causing genetic collapse. Of course, besides absorbing primordial energy, there are other methods to strengthen the body. For example, the E-grade cultivation potion researched by the Tianhai Alliance, suitable for beginner warriors, or the decade-old primordial ginseng and xiang mushroom. These herbs, cultivated deliberately by the Alliance, grow near primordial energy nodes or in primordial energy secret realms, absorbing the primordial energy from the universe and containing mysterious factors that can also strengthen the body. However, herbs are generally used as raw materials to manufacture cultivation potions and are rarely taken directly. Taking them directly utilizes very little of their effects and is too wasteful. I wonder how much my punch strength will increase from absorbing primordial energy for the first time. Xiao Shujing stood up and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Ordinary warriors can typically increase their punch strength by about 300 kilograms during their first absorption, with over 800 kilograms qualifying as elite warriors, and 2,000 kilograms or more meeting the Alliance's genius standard. Xiao Shujing clenched his fist, feeling the immense power within him, at least 2 to 3 times stronger than before the breakthrough. This time, my increase must be at least 2,000 kilograms. But the exact value will need to be tested, Xiao Shujing said excitedly. According to the current progress, I don't know how long it will take to reach the standard of intermediate warriors. The thought of the power gap between warriors made Xiao Shujing's head ache. According to the Alliance's standards, the basic punch strength of 1,000 kilograms to 12,000 kilograms qualifies as a beginner warrior, 12,000 kilograms to 36,000 kilograms as an intermediate warrior, and 36,000 kilograms to 108,000 kilograms as a senior warrior, let alone surpassing levels. Even the gap between the same levels is vast, not to mention the differences between martial arts. It is basically unrealistic to attempt to defeat someone of a higher level head-on. However, fortunately, I won over 10 million in prize money from the 10 Schools League, and with the school's promise of a year's worth of cultivation resources, I should still be able to maintain rapid progress in the short term. Thinking of this, even with Xiao Shujing's 2 lifetimes of experience, his mindset already stabilized, he couldn't help but feel excited. After all, being able to directly feel progress is the most exhilarating. Just look at how many warriors spend their whole lives stuck at the beginner level without making any progress. Among them, talent is one factor, but resource limitations are another. Chapter 52, attempting to condense gene repair liquid. The breakthroughs among the 3 are not as obvious as those of Earth-level warriors, which have distinct bottlenecks. As long as the fist strength and neural reaction speed reach the minimum standard, it is considered a breakthrough. Even so, many people practice for a lifetime, and until their vitality begins to decline, they're still stuck as junior warriors, with Xiao Shujing's uncle, Xiao Ji, being a typical example. Apart from physical fitness, my mental power has also improved significantly compared to before. Xiao Shujing carefully sensed the changes after breaking through to become a warrior. Let's try to activate the unity of heaven and man. As soon as he thought of it, Xiao Shujing immediately activated his talent. What is this? My sensing range has actually become so large. At this moment, in Xiao Shujing's mind, everything within a 30-meter radius was reflected. It had doubled. Xiao Shujing was extremely excited. Previously, when he activated the unity of heaven and man, the sensing range was nowhere near this wide, unable to suppress his inner excitement. Xiao Shujing carefully felt this new and vast sensing world. Within this 30-meter range, every particle of dust movement and every slight change in temperature was clear to perceive. Why not try to condense the gene repair liquid? With this thought, Xiao Shujing could no longer contain himself. A few days ago, after practicing the 9-yang divine thought technique, his control over mental power had significantly improved, allowing him to barely synthesize a trace of high-energy material. Now that his strength had broken through and his mental power had made great progress, it should be much easier than a few days ago. Subsequently, following his previous experience, Xiao Shujing began to analyze the microscopic world of the material. As his mental power continuously deepened, he advanced step by step into the microscopic world. Xiao Shujing seemed to enter a mysterious and wonderful realm, where everything around him became incredibly strange, yet full of temptation. In this microscopic world, the structure of materials presented complex and exquisite forms, with various particles arranged and combined in peculiar ways. Xiao Shujing was fully focused, not daring to be distracted, and tried hard to restructure their structures. Under the influence of his mental power, Xiao Shujing redisassembled the original material structure and began to reorganize it according to the structure of the gene repair liquid. During the last injection of the gene repair liquid, Xiao Shujing had taken the opportunity to activate the unity of heaven and man, analyzing the material structure of the gene repair liquid thoroughly. In other words, as long as Xiao Shujing's mental power was strong enough, he could completely produce a gene repair liquid himself. This was an extremely delicate and challenging task, requiring precise accuracy in the position and arrangement of every particle. Xiao Shujing's mind was highly concentrated, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, but he was completely unaware. Time passed minute by minute, and Xiao Shujing's mental power was continuously consumed, yet he never gave up. Finally, a preliminary material structure gradually took shape under his efforts. Just a little more. Xiao Shujing gritted his teeth and continued to persevere. Just when Xiao Shujing felt he was about to fail, a significant breakthrough in the restructuring of the material structure finally occurred. A faint blue water light smaller than a hair by a third, was hovering in front of Xiao Shujing. It was a success, but unfortunately, the quantity was too small. It was uncertain when he would be able to gather enough for a complete gene repair liquid. Xiao Shujing smiled wryly and shook his head. It seems that mass-producing resources in a short time is still not possible. Xiaoji, what time is it now? Xiao Shujing activated the smart assistant in his hand. Master, it is currently 7:30 p.m. on November 5th. What? A whole day has passed. Xiao Shujing exclaimed in surprise. He had gone to the town marshal office to collect the 9th set of guidance techniques yesterday morning, and when he returned home, it was around 10:30 a.m., officially starting to practice the guidance techniques at 11 o'clock. So, I absorbed the elemental force for a full 32 hours the first time. Xiao Shujing's face was filled with excitement. You should know that the longer the time, the more elemental force absorbed and the greater the improvement to the body. No wonder I feel hungry now. It turns out I haven't eaten for a day and a night. Xiao Shujing murmured. Xiaoji, check how many call requests I have. Master, from yesterday morning until now, you have received a total of 78 call requests. Among them, Xiao Ming had 12, Lin Xian had 35, Wei Ming had 4. Xiao Ji's electronic synthesized voice echoed in the training room. So many? Xiao Shujing was somewhat surprised. Forget it, let's go out first. After saying that, Xiao Shujing closed the training mode in the training room. As soon as he stepped out of the training room, he saw two familiar figures pacing back and forth in the living room. Dad, Mom, what are you? As soon as Xiao Shujing finished speaking, Lin Xian immediately rushed over and hugged Xiao Shujing tightly. Jing, I thought something happened to you. Looking at his mother's red-rimmed eyes, Xiao Shujing felt a pang of guilt. Mom, I just collected the guidance technique from the town marshal office yesterday. I've been practicing in the training room since then. That's good, that's good. Lin Xian said repeatedly. We both thought something happened to you inside. Your mom almost called someone to forcibly unlock it. Luckily, I called your teacher to ask about the situation. And it turned out that a principal named Wei called us to tell us you were practicing the guidance technique and told us not to worry, to wait for you to come out by yourself. Xiao Ming recounted the events of the past 2 days to Xiao Shujing. No wonder I saw 4 missed calls from Principal Wei on my smartwatch. Xiao Shujing suddenly realized. Mom, is there anything to eat? I am starving. Xiao Shujing looked at Lin Xian with a pitiful expression. Lin Xian quickly released her hold and pulled Xiao Shujing towards the dining room. I prepared it for you a long time ago. I was afraid you'd be hungry. The family gathered around the dining table, and Xiao Shujing looked at the table full of dishes and began to eat voraciously. Lin Xian said beside him with concern, Eat slowly, don't choke. Xiao Ming smiled as he watched his son, his eyes filled with pride. By the way, Principal Wei from your school said that the longer you practice the guidance technique for the first time, the better. Have you become a warrior now? Xiao Ming asked curiously. Of course, I succeeded, but the specific values still need to be tested. Xiao Shujing replied affirmatively. Good, that's great. My son has become a warrior. Xiao Ming was so happy upon hearing Xiao Shujing's answer that he nearly jumped up. After a hearty meal, Xiao Shujing returned to his room, pondered for a moment, and decided to call Wei Ming. Xiaoji, please connect me to Principal Wei's phone. Okay, Master. Before long, a stern virtual projection appeared in front of Xiao Shujing. Instructor. Xiao Shujing greeted respectfully. Xiao Shujing, how is it? You successfully practiced the guidance technique, right? Wei Ming looked at Xiao Shujing and asked with satisfaction. Xiao Shujing smiled and said, I have to thank the instructor, otherwise I would have had to put in a lot of effort myself. Wei Ming nodded slightly, his expression serious. Fortunately, your parents called yesterday to ask about the situation. Otherwise, being disturbed from the outside while practicing could have serious consequences. By the way, how long did you last in your first practice of the guidance technique? Hearing this, Xiao Shujing relaxed and said, Not too long. I started practicing at 11 a.m. yesterday and went until 7 p.m. tonight. About 32 hours. What? 32 hours, are you sure? Wei Ming exclaimed. Then his expression became serious. His eyes fixed intently on Xiao Shujing. Xiao Shujing nodded solemnly. Seeing this, Wei Ming said seriously, Tomorrow morning, come directly to my office and wait for me. I will give you permission. Chapter 53. Punching power 4,561 kilograms. intermediate martial artist with excellent neural reaction speed the next day. Xiao Shujing woke up early as usual and arrived at Wei Ming's office ahead of time. With the permission granted by Wei Ming, Xiao Shujing waited for him directly in the office. "Oh, what book is this?" Xiao Shujing's attention was drawn to an ancient-looking book on the desk. Curious, he picked it up and began to read. Ahem. Xiao Shujing was so engrossed that he didn't notice Wei Ming walking beside him and coughing a few times until he came to his senses. Instructor. Upon seeing Wei Ming, Xiao Shujing respectfully bowed and then looked at him with a strange expression. He never expected the usually stern Wei Ming to enjoy reading romance novels. It seemed he had a warm heart beneath his cold exterior. Wei Ming felt quite uncomfortable under Xiao Shujing's gaze and quickly changed the subject. "How was your first absorption of Yuan power?" Hearing Wei Ming's question, Xiao Shujing immediately put away his smile and replied seriously. "The effect of the first absorption of Yuan power was very good. It felt like I hadn't eaten enough for 3 days, and I was completely stuffed. I feel my punching power has increased by at least 2,000 kilograms. Though the exact figure still needs to be tested." Wei Ming nodded slightly, discreetly putting the book back into the drawer, and said, "You absorb Yuan power for 32 hours on your first try. You're the first person I've seen since I started teaching, and you would also rank in the top 3 in the history of our school." Xiao Shujing was a bit surprised. "Only in the top 3 for over 30 hours of absorption?" Wei Ming replied irritably. "Our school has been established for nearly 600 years. Are you not satisfied with being in the top 3 in that time?" Xiao Shujing smiled awkwardly. "Let us go to the town martial affairs office and update your record of becoming a martial artist. After that." Wei Ming pulled Xiao Shujing towards the door. "Only by updating your martial artist information at the town martial affairs office can your permissions be upgraded. Otherwise, there are many things you 1T have access to, and you 1T be able to purchase corresponding martial artist resources." As they walked, Wei Ming educated Xiao Shujing on some common knowledge about martial artists. Xiao Shujing nodded upon hearing that all resources above the martial artist level in the Tianhai Alliance were uniformly controlled by the Alliance. Only by becoming a martial artist and registering at the town martial affairs office would the corresponding permissions be activated, allowing for the purchase of martial artist resources. Without permissions, even if you had hundreds of millions, you wouldn't be able to buy martial artist resources unless you found a martial artist to purchase them on your behalf. However, doing so would take up the martial artist's own quota. Unless it was a martial artist whose potential was exhausted, no one would be foolish enough to do that. Once your permissions are upgraded, immediately download the Martial Artist Home app. All your future resources, such as E-grade training potions, martial arts, combat suits, weapons, etc., will need to be purchased there, and the Alliance will send someone for unified delivery. There is also a martial artist forum where tens of millions of martial artists communicate daily, Wei Ming continued. Listening to this, Xiao Shujing was secretly shocked and couldn't help but ask, "Is there no other force selling those martial artist resources besides the Alliance's Martial Artist Home?" Wei Ming glanced at Xiao Shujing and said seriously, "If it's just private gifts and transactions, the Alliance certainly won't interfere. But if you dare to sell on a large scale, that would be opposing the Alliance, and there will be no good outcome." Back then, the country of Tianju to the west of Daxia violated this iron rule of the Alliance. Within 3 days, all personnel involved were executed. From ordinary people to sky-level martial artists, none were spared. Xiao Shujing had read about this in history books, but it wasn't written as privately selling martial artist resources. It was glossed over as a plague. "I see," Xiao Shujing murmured. Wei Ming's expression was serious as he said, "The Alliance has very strict control over martial artist resources, which is also to maintain the order and balance of the entire martial artist world. If everyone could sell martial artist resources freely, it would easily lead to a solidified class system, which is something the leader does not want to see." Speaking of the leader, even Xiao Shujing couldn't help but admire him. His life could be described as legendary. He was born into an ordinary family in Daxia during an invasion by foreign tribes, and the entire Tianhai Star was under the violent rule of these invaders. In those dark times, he witnessed his friends and family being bullied by the foreign tribes and the human race being trampled upon, leading him to vow to drive out the invaders and save the people. After becoming a martial artist, he gathered like-minded individuals and formed the Tongxin Society to resist the invaders. After hundreds of years of bloody battles, he finally expelled the invaders after the leader broke through to become a sky-level martial artist. After driving out the invaders, the leader did not dare to be negligent. He immediately convened the 100 Nations Conference, established the Tianhai Alliance, and led the martial arts experts of the entire Tianhai Star to block the invaders outside the Tianhai Star domain. All right, let us go in. Wei Ming's voice pulled Xiao Shujing back from his thoughts. The two walked into the town martial affairs office, where the atmosphere was solemn and serious. Let us go directly to the martial artist registration office. After saying this, Wei Ming skillfully led Xiao Shujing towards the east. Soon, Xiao Shujing arrived at a room in the martial artist registration office, where he filled out his identity information based on the staff as prompts. Mr. Xiao, please follow me. After your strength test is completed, your martial artist information will be updated in Tianhai, and the corresponding permissions will be activated. Xiao Shujing nodded and followed the staff, quickly arriving at the martial artist testing area. Today, Xiao Shujing was lucky. When he arrived, there were no other testers. After submitting his identity information for verification, Xiao Shujing stood in front of the testing robot. Xiao Shujing focused his gaze, slightly bent his legs, exerted force in his waist, and suddenly threw a punch. Bang! The tremendous force hit the testing target, and the value instantly skyrocketed. 4,561 kilogram. Tester Xiao Shujing. Testing result. Qualified as an intermediate martial artist. An electronic, synthesized voice came through. What? Wei Ming's eyes widened in disbelief upon seeing Xiao Shujing's test results, and he rubbed his eyes vigorously. Even the monitoring staff nearby couldn't help but look shocked. Mr. Xiao, please come over here for the neural reaction speed test. The staff's tone softened a bit. Xiao Shujing nodded, then stood on a special pathway. Testing begins. As soon as the words fell, Xiao Shujing shot out like an arrow, running towards the end of the passage. At the same time, dozens of lasers shot from both sides of the passage, but Xiao Shujing managed to dodge most of them. Before long, the results of Xiao Shujing's neural reaction speed test came out. Tester Xiao Shujing. Testing result. Excellent intermediate martial artist. Seeing Xiao Shujing's neural reaction speed test result, even after decades of teaching, Wei Ming couldn't help but gasp in awe. He had never encountered such a scene. Even the monitoring staff began to stutter. Mr. Xiao, your results have been recorded in Tianhai. You are now officially a martial artist of the Tianhai Alliance. Xiao Shujing nodded in satisfaction and said to Wei Ming, Instructor, since I have completed my martial artist registration, let us go back. Haha, truly a hero comes from the youth. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Our town martial affairs office loves young heroes. At this moment, a hearty voice came from outside the testing area. Chapter 54, Registering as a Warrior. Permission level L3. Xiao Shujing and Wei Ming looked in the direction of the sound and saw a tall, rugged-looking middle-aged man striding towards them. Director Zhou, Wei Ming exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the newcomer and immediately grabbed Xiao Shujing. Xiao Shujing, this is Director Zhou from the Town Martial Affairs Bureau of Shanghai Province. Wei Ming quickly introduced him to Xiao Shujing. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shujing immediately cupped his fists and said, Greetings, Director Zhou. Director Zhou looked intently at Xiao Shujing and said, Indeed, a prestigious school produces outstanding students. I just received a notification from the background that our Shanghai province has produced another talent. Xiao Shujing slightly bowed in response. Thank you for your praise, Director Zhou. Given Xiao Shujing's current display of talent, there was no need for false modesty. Showcasing his potential openly was a better choice. After much contemplation, Xiao Shujing decided that revealing his potential would more easily attract investment from various sources and accelerate his cultivation speed, thus discarding the idea of hiding his abilities. Indeed, it proved that Xiao Shujing's choice was not wrong. From the initial special training quota to Wei Ming's recognition, from the prize money of the 10-school league to the investment from Baishan Martial Arts Hall, and then to the school's application for gene repair fluid for him. All these were results that Xiao Shujing worked hard to achieve. Had he deliberately concealed his abilities from the beginning, he would have missed out on all these opportunities. Young friend, you're quite impressive. Let's talk in my office. Director Zhou said, admiring the spirited young man before him. The surrounding staff immediately cast envious glances, as many people working in the Town Martial Affairs Bureau for years might not even have the opportunity to enter the director's office. Indeed, I guess right, Xiao Shujing silently thought, then followed Director Zhou into the office. After entering, Director Zhou gestured for Xiao Shujing to sit down and said, according to the Alliance's requirements, anyone who absorbs Yuan force for the first time and increases their power by over 1,000 kilograms will receive support from the Town Martial Affairs Bureau. I've looked over your information. You just received the guiding technique from the Town Martial Affairs Bureau the day before yesterday. Can you tell me how long you sustained your first absorption of Yuan force? 32 hours, Xiao Shujing replied without hesitation. Director Zhou had a look of realization. No wonder. Your power has increased by 3,500 kilograms. According to the Alliance's standards, anyone who increases their Yuan force by over 1,000 kilograms on their first attempt will receive 1 million martial artist points in martial resources and 1 million in martial arts secret realm credits. Wei Ming immediately added from the side. Martial artist points are currency specifically created for martial artists by the Alliance, used for consumption at the martial artist home. And the exchange rate is roughly 1 with the Daxia currency. Xiao Shujing nodded. Director Zhou continued, of course, for a genius like you, that reward is rather insignificant. Therefore, our Town Martial Affairs Bureau of Shanghai Province has decided to grant you a one-time gift of 30 million martial artist points and 30 million in martial arts secret realm credits, allowing you to purchase corresponding cultivation potions, combat uniforms, weapons, and martial arts manuals. Wow. Xiao Shujing was instantly stunned by Director Zhou's words, his mind going blank and his breathing becoming rapid. Ordinary talented warriors typically receive around 2 million in resources, but he was receiving a total of 60 million, a staggering 30-fold difference. Director Zhou looked at the expression on Xiao Shujing's face with satisfaction and continued, of course, I personally have high hopes for you. I have decided to personally grant you an additional 40 million martial artist points, bringing the total to 100 million. This money will be transferred to your martial artist home shortly. Xiao Shujing was momentarily at a loss, his mind filled with the figure of 100 million. Wei Ming stood up, patted Xiao Shujing on the shoulder, and hurriedly reminded him, Xiao Shujing, hurry and thank Director Zhou. Xiao Shujing immediately came to his senses, Director Zhou. Before Xiao Shujing could finish, Director Zhou raised his hand to stop him. Don't think that this money is a lot. The martial arts, secret realms, combat uniforms, weapons, many places require funding. Once you become an Earth-level warrior, this amount of money will be easily spent, Director Zhou said with a smile. Xiao Shujing calmed down at this moment. Director Zhou, although I believe I have decent talent, the Town Martial Affairs Bureau is placing too much importance on me. Director Zhou shook his head and said seriously with a smile, you're mistaken. Do you know how many people globally have increased their Yuan force by over 3,000 kilograms this year? Including you, there are only 5 in total. The entire Tianhai Alliance has nearly 5 billion people, and in a year there might be a dozen at most, or sometimes none at all. That is the reason. Moreover, you are still young. That is your greatest advantage. After saying this, Director Zhou looked at Xiao Shujing meaningfully. All right, you two can head back now. Seeing this, Xiao Shujing and Wei Ming had no choice but to take their leave. After the two left, Director Zhou suddenly stood up, took out his smartwatch, and after calming himself, dialed a phone number. A moment later, a dignified virtual projection appeared before Director Zhou. Upon seeing this, Director Zhou immediately stood up respectfully, not daring to show any laxness. Zhou Yunpeng, what is the matter? The authoritative man spoke. Lord Chongkong, we have just discovered a talented warrior in Shanghai Province who sustained his first absorption of Yuan force for a full 32 hours. With a power increase of 3,500 kilograms, Zhou Yunpeng said excitedly. The man known as Lord Chongkong showed a slight change in expression, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Oh, such a talented individual exists? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yunpeng quickly said, Lord Chongkong, I just granted him 60 million in martial artist points on behalf of the Town Martial Affairs Bureau, and I personally granted him an additional 40 million. Chongkong Bufan laughed and scolded. Good job, Zhou Yunpeng. you've come to beg for favors from me." He then added, "For such a genius, I'm also very willing to invest. I will grant him 100 million in martial artist points as his startup capital." Zhou Yunpeng immediately beamed with joy. "Thank you, Lord Chong Kong. Thank you, Lord Chong Kong. I will bow to you," he said, preparing to kneel. Chong Kong Bufan was both amused and exasperated, quickly stopping him. After exiting the Town Martial Affairs Bureau, Xiao Shujing parted ways with Wei Ming and took a car home. For formal warriors, aside from the monthly assessments, there was generally no strict requirement to attend school, and training alone at home might be more efficient. Xiao Shujing naturally enjoyed this privilege after becoming a warrior. "Master, Tianhai has just upgraded your permissions to L3. Xiao Ji, you can talk on your own now?" Xiao Shujing asked in surprise. "Yes, Master. With your permission upgrade, Lord Tianhai has also raised my permissions to better serve you. All smart assistants for members of the Tianhai Alliance are essentially avatars of Tianhai, but their intelligence varies based on each individual's permissions. Generally speaking, the higher the permission level, the more responsive the smart assistant becomes. It is said that the smart assistants of sky-level warriors have intelligence levels comparable to ordinary adults. All right, Xiao Ji, help me download the martial artist home." "Okay, Master. Please wait a moment." Before long, a fist emblem appeared on Xiao Shujing's virtual screen. Seeing this, Xiao Shujing immediately clicked on it and filled out his identity information as prompted. Chapter 55, 200 million martial points. Name, Xiao Shujing. Gender, male. Address, Block C, Apartment 201, Wenhui Community, Jiangbei Prefecture, Shandong Province, Daxiao Warrior ID, 946813579531911. Permission level, L3. Martial points, 170 million martial arts quota. 30 million, huh? How could the martial points be 170 million? And there's still 30 million in the martial arts quota. Xiao Shujing stared at the series of numbers on the screen, momentarily stunned. At this moment, 2 messages popped up on the interface of the warrior's home, and seeing this, Xiao Shujing immediately clicked on one. Suddenly, a pre-recorded video popped up, and a cartoon character appeared on his screen. "Dear Mr. Xiao, hello. I am the intelligent assistant of the Martial Town office. Since you meet the criteria for the Human Star Cultivation Program of the Tianhai Alliance, according to the Alliance regulations, the Martial Town office of Shandong Province is granting you 30 million martial points and 30 million martial arts quota. Additionally, the director of the Martial Town office of Shandong Province, Zhou Yunpeng, personally gives you 40 million martial points, and the director of the Daxia Martial Town office, Chong Kong Bufan, gives you 100 million martial points. You can use these martial points freely, but I still recommend that you use them to purchase cultivation potions in martial arts secret realms, and try not to buy items that are useless for cultivation. Those things can be purchased with currencies from various countries. Don't waste martial points, as they are not easy to obtain." After watching, Xiao Shujing clicked on another message, which was also a pre-recorded video. "Haha, Xiao Shujing, were you surprised by the balance in your account?" The cheerful voice of director Zhou came through the video. The other 100 million was specifically reported to the director of the Daxia Martial Town office, Chong Kong Bufan, about your situation. "After hearing my report, Lord Chong Kong immediately decided to gift you 100 million martial points. I won't say any more sentimental words. Just remember the cultivation expectations of the Martial Town office and the Alliance, and don't let down the hopes of us elders." After reading, Xiao Shujing silently closed the message box. It was indeed very necessary to showcase talent. Even the director of the Daxiao Martial Town office personally invested in martial points. The Martial Town office truly deserves to be an affiliate of the Tianhai Alliance. Their decisiveness is commendable. As long as there is cultivation value, they are generous with money and resources. Xiao Shujing took a deep breath and murmured. Then, he continued to explore the warrior's home. Among them, what attracted him the most was the mall system and the warrior forum. Seeing this, Xiao Shujing immediately clicked into the mall system to check it out. As soon as the mall system page opened, a dazzling array of products presented itself before him. Various types of cultivation potions, powerful martial arts manuals, well-crafted combat suits, various E-class combat weapons, etc. left him dazzled. Let us look at the beginner martial artist as cultivation potions first. Then, Xiao Shujing opened the search bar and typed in E-Class Cultivation Potion. Immediately, the originally dazzling mall system became simple, leaving only 7 or 8 types of products. E-Class Cultivation Potion Vital Essence Elixir, developed by the Vitality Research Institute of the White Eagle Nation, excels at strengthening the body. A standard Vital Essence Elixir can enhance the physique of a standard martial artist by 100 kilograms of punch power, priced at 100,000 martial points. E-Class Cultivation Potion Azure Ocean Heart Liquid excels at clearing distractions and maintaining clarity, priced at 150,000 martial points. E-Class Cultivation Potion Ethereal Immortal Dew. Xiao Shujing patiently reviewed all the cultivation potions. After all, it concerned his future cultivation, so he couldn't be careless. Alright, didn't I also have a championship reward from the 10 School League? I remember it included a year's worth of E-Class cultivation potions, an E-Class combat suit, an E-Class combat weapon, and a set of E-Class martial arts secret realms. Xiao Shujing suddenly remembered that he had rewards yet to claim, and immediately opened the search bar in the warrior's home, typing in the public account of Jiangbei Prefecture No. 1 Middle School. Then he found the relevant information about the 10 School League in the public account, and after completing the identity verification, a selection window immediately popped up on the public account interface. Sure enough, there wasn't much good stuff. Xiao Shujing pouted. The E-Class Cultivation Potion from the Championship Reward was the most ordinary Yuanyang Body Refining Potion, much worse than the few he had just seen. Well, it's better than nothing. After saying that, Xiao Shujing clicked to claim it. Let us see the combat suit and weapon provided by the school. Xiao Shujing shook his head. Moments latte. Xiao Shujing wore a helpless expression. The E-Class combat suit and weapon were also ordinary items, far inferior to the God Sharp series gifted by Xiao Jing. Next, Xiao Shujing clicked on the martial arts manuals. Having learned from the previous 2 experiences, he no longer held any hopes and was ready to select one randomly. Xiao Shujing's eyes narrowed. E-Class Martial Arts Meteor Gun Technique. Type. Amplification Martial Art, created by the Earth-level martial artist Liu Yuan. Can increase the amplification of a beginner martial artist by 8 times, priced at 880,000 martial points requirement. Tianhai Alliance Permission L3 and above. E-Class Martial Arts Gentle Breeze Sword Technique. Type. Amplification Martial Art, created by the Earth-level martial artist Hei Feng, can increase the amplification of a beginner martial artist by 0 times, priced at 200,000 martial points requirement. Tianhai Alliance Permission L3 and above. E-Class Martial Arts White Phoenix Knife Technique. E-Class Martial Arts Gentle Breeze Phantom Step. Xiao Shujing looked for a while and found that the quality of the martial arts manuals was generally quite good. The lowest amplification multiplier was above 5, and a few even reached 8, but there wasn't a single one that achieved a 3x multiplier. After selecting for a while, Xiao Shujing still chose a movement technique manual named Moonlight Lingbo Step. Although the martial arts quality provided by the League was fairly good, it was not very attractive to Xiao Shujing, who held a large sum of money. It was better to buy directly from the warrior's home. After all, for Xiao Shujing, with limited energy, he couldn't afford to waste time practicing martial arts with insufficient potential. This would only waste his time without any other benefits. Returning to the warrior's home, Xiao Shujing clicked on the E-Class Martial Arts Secret Realm, and a long list of information immediately popped up. After carefully sifting through it for a while, he finally found a manual that suited his taste. E-Class Martial Arts Flame Gun Technique Category. Amplification Martial Art, created by the sky-level martial artist Lai Yang, can increase the amplification of a beginner martial artist by 0 times. Note, this gun technique also has D-level and C-level versions. Amplifications reach 7 times for intermediate martial artists and 12 times for advanced martial artists, priced at 888 martial points requirement. Tianhai Alliance Permission L3 and above. This flame gun technique is it. Not only does it achieve the maximum amplification of 0 times for beginner martial artists, but the subsequent D-level and C-level versions also reach the respective limits for the corresponding martial artists, making it very promising. Xiao Shujing murmured, then boldly chose to purchase it, and then selected the best E-Class cultivation potion, the Moonlight Vital Energy Liquid. After finalizing the martial arts manual, Xiao Shujing exited the mall system. For him, the E-Class combat suit and movement technique manual could be used with the resources from the League rewards. The E-Class weapon he received from Xiao Jing's gift. The God Sharp indeed didn't require additional expenditure. Good steel should be used on the cutting edge. Just now, he had casually glanced at the D-Class martial arts manuals, and the long string of numbers was enough to make him feel apprehensive. Chapter 56, Xiao Shujing's optimism after finishing these tasks. Xiao Shujing logged out of the mall system and opened the martial artist forum of the martial artist home, engrossed in reading. The forum was bustling with activity, featuring a variety of posts. Some shared cultivation insights, others exchanged combat techniques, and some discussed martial art secrets. Xiao Shujing first clicked on a popular post titled, "How Beginner Martial Artists Can Quickly Break Through Bottlenecks." In the post, a high-level martial artist detailed his experiences breaking through bottlenecks during his beginner stage, including how to adjust one's mindset, arrange training time reasonably, and use special training methods. Learn a lot. I'll try it out when I get back today. Thank you, Big Shot. Big Shot, are you still short on charms? Xiao Shujing shook his head. Everything seemed normal at first, but by the time he reached the 100th floor, the comments had become a complete mess and were unreadable. Next, he saw a post recommending E-level martial arts based on cost-performance ratio. After clicking in, most of it turned out to be misleading promotions, just salespeople. It seemed the information on the martial artist forum had both truth and falsehood, requiring personal discernment. Xiao Shujing shook his head and decided to ignore it. On the other end, Wei Ming, after bidding farewell to Xiao Shujing, immediately arrived at the education department of Shanghai province. Inside the department, people were coming and going, busy with their respective affairs. Wei Ming walked directly to an office he was familiar with and knocked on the door. "Come in," a deep voice responded from inside. Upon hearing this, Wei Ming opened the door and walked in. Subordinate Wei Ming, "Greetings, Master Shujing." Inside the room sat a serious-looking middle-aged man behind a desk, holding a document. "Wei Ming, what brings you here?" "Master Shujing, the Xiao Shujing I mentioned to you a few days ago has successfully absorbed Yuanli and has become a formal martial artist." Wei Ming stepped forward and found seat. Master Shujing raised his eyebrows slightly, put down the document in his hand, and said, "Oh, that was quite fast. How has his performance been?" Wei Ming excitedly replied, "Master Zhao, this child Xiao Shujing has extremely high talent. During his first absorption of Yuanli, his fist strength increased by 500 kilograms. Upon hearing this, Master Shujing immediately couldn't sit still. 500 kilograms? That's quite rare. Tell me more details." Wei Ming seized the opportunity and continued. "Moreover, his nerve reaction speed has tested at an excellent level for intermediate martial artists. He also managed to sustain his first absorption of Yuanli for 32 hours. What? 32 hours? Nerve reaction speed, an excellent level for intermediate martial artists? Master Zhao stood up excitedly upon hearing this. "Are you sure you're not joking?" He looked at Wei Ming with a serious expression. Wei Ming immediately raised his hand to swear, "Master Shujing, I swear on my martial arts future that there is not a shred of error in the information I just provided about Xiao Shujing. If I am wrong, may I never advance in martial arts in this life. No, for eternity." Upon hearing this, Master Shujing's expression underwent a complete 180-degree turn, and he smiled broadly. "Xiao Wei, it's not that I don't believe you, but this fact is just too shocking. If it turns out to be a misunderstanding, we would both be in trouble." Wei Ming quickly nodded and added, "Even Zhou Yunpeng from the town martial department was alerted by this matter and personally met with Xiao Shujing. He also, in the name of the town martial department of Shanghai province, gifted Xiao Shujing 60 million martial arts points and personally gave an additional 40 million martial arts points." Upon hearing this, Master Shujing immediately stopped smiling. What a bold move. Wei Ming cautiously said, "Master Shujing, should we?" Master Shujing's expression turned serious as he squinted his eyes and said, You're only telling me now? It's too late." Wei Ming exclaimed loudly. Master Shujing shook his head. Since he has received 100 million martial arts points from the town martial department, he won TB lacking resources for the time being. What should we do then? Master Shujing snorted coldly. Didn't Lord Ming recently gift you all a Yuanli secret realm? How is your school handling it? Wei Ming quickly replied, we are currently working with several other schools to clear the beasts inside. We expect to have a preliminary cleanup done by the end of next month. Master Shujing frowned upon hearing this, dissatisfied, with just some intermediate and advanced beasts. Why is the progress so slow? Hurry up and clean it up. Wei Ming immediately said loudly, yes, Master Shujing. Master Shujing nodded in satisfaction and continued. Once the intermediate and advanced beasts inside are cleared, we will open it up for Xiao Shujing. Master Shujing. Our school originally planned to open the Yuanli secret realm to students who have become formal martial artists, Wei Ming asked, somewhat puzzled. Master Shujing glanced at him and said, why are you in such a hurry? I haven't finished speaking yet. Wei Ming awkwardly smiled. At that time, you can specially design an event tailored for Xiao Shujing, and then directly gift part of the profits from the Yuanli secret realm to him in the name of the school. This way, we achieve our goal without leaving room for criticism. Is that really feasible? Wei Ming was somewhat stunned, but after seeing Master Shujing's warning gaze, he immediately became obedient. Yes, Master Shujing, I guarantee the task will be completed. After saying this, he exited the room. Once Wei Ming left, Master Shujing muttered to himself, if things continue like this, if Xiao Shujing truly achieves great success in the future, our school can establish a strong connection with him through the profits of the Yuanli secret realm, ensuring he won't forget us. As for the operations inside, I'll just follow the usual practice. After all, everyone plays this way. As long as the investor's talent is high enough, the alliance will only turn a blind eye and pretend not to see. As for what Wei Ming was doing, Xiao Shujing naturally had no idea. At this moment, he had already closed the martial artist home and was focusing intently on practicing the guiding technique. Xiao Shujing sat cross-legged in the center of the training room, his eyes closed and breathing steady and deep. He followed the guiding technique's mantra, drawing in Yuanli from the vast universe, step by step guiding it into his body, then directing the Yuanli within to flow slowly, washing over his limbs repeatedly. As he continued to cultivate, fine beads of sweat gradually appeared on Xiao Shujing's forehead, but his expression remained focused, showing no signs of distraction. After an unknown period, Xiao Shujing slowly opened his eyes and let out a long breath. This guiding technique is indeed amazing. Every time I practice, I can feel the Yuanli continuously enhancing my body. Xiao Shujing felt secretly pleased. Should I consider buying a testing robot? After all, I can't run to the Baishan Martial Arts Museum every day for tests. Thinking of this, Xiao Shujing couldn't help but frown. Then he thought again. Since he now had nearly 200 million in funds, why worry about this small expense? In the past, he didn't buy one because he only had around 10 million, which was only enough for ordinary martial artist resources, not even enough to purchase a martial arts secret manual with a 3.0-fold enhancement. Deciding to go for it, Xiao Shujing immediately took out his smartwatch, opened Ping Xiao Xiao, and then selected the testing robot. What? It actually costs 1 million? And the fist strength cannot exceed 500,000 kilograms? Xiao Shujing looked at the price on Ping Xiao Xiao and immediately felt like he was being taken advantage of. Forget it. Let us go check the martial artist home. Xiao Shujing shook his head and then opened the martial artist home. Sure enough, the prices there were much more reasonable. The same specifications were only 1/3 of Ping Xiao Xiao's price. After browsing for a long time, he finally chose a testing robot with a strength limit of 1,296,000 kilograms, spending a full 10 million martial arts points. With the upper limit of a high-level warrior's fist strength at 1,080,000 kilograms, plus the 12 times amplification for martial arts, this testing robot is sufficient. After filling in his identity and address information, Xiao Shujing clicked to confirm the purchase. The next day, Xiao Shujing did not choose to go to school. The results of the school's October assessment were out, and Xiao Shujing ranked first in class 37 and 6th in the grade, marking a temporary end. However, this was just the result from Xiao Shujing's time as a martial artist apprentice. He would undoubtedly top the rankings next month and become the first in the grade at Yizhong, although Wang Ming and his companions broke through a few months earlier. According to Wei Ming, the strongest among them had only increased his fist strength to just under 2 0.000 kilograms during his first absorption of yuan power. Currently, the strongest. Wang Meng had only just reached 4.000 kilograms in testing fist strength, still some distance from Xiao Shujing. Once an unattainable goal has now become within reach. Xiao Shujing clenched his fist tightly, feeling emotional. Around noon, at Building C, Room 201 of Wenhui Community, a stranger in a black combat suit arrived at Xiao Shujing's doorstep. Ding dong. Mr. Xiao, this is the flame gun technique you purchased. Please verify your identity information before receiving it. Xiao Shujing opened the door and found a stranger who was a martial artist, with a martial artist home emblem on his combat suit. Xiao Shujing took the sealed box from the stranger and pressed his fingerprint on the chip on top of the box. Beep, fingerprint verification passed, identity information confirmed. An electronic voice sounded, and then the sealed box automatically opened, revealing a book about an inch thick. This was indeed the martial arts manual flame gun technique that Xiao Shujing had purchased yesterday. Mr. Xiao, the manual has been delivered. Please confirm receipt, the delivery man said. Mr. Xiao, although you're already aware of the relevant regulations, as a staff member of the martial artist home, I must remind you. The martial arts manual you purchased from the martial artist home is copyrighted by the creator. You only have the right to learn it, not to distribute it. If the Alliance discovers that you privately sell or teach the manual, you will face pursuit from the entire Alliance. The delivery man said seriously. Xiao Shujing nodded, indicating he understood. Seeing this, the delivery man turned and left. Back in the training room, Xiao Shujing couldn't wait to pick up flame gun technique and start flipping through it. Oh, there's even video instruction. Xiao Shujing opened the manual and found a video URL on the first page. Well, the 18 million is worth it otherwise. If I just held a manual and researched it by myself, who knows when I would get started. Xiao Shujing nodded in satisfaction. However, selling martial arts manuals really makes a lot of money. One sold for nearly 20 million, and Flame Gun Technique has total sales of nearly 1 million copies. That is enviable. As Xiao Shujing thought of the income from selling the manuals, tears of frustration flowed from his mouth. Forget it. Thinking about this is useless. I should first learn Flame Gun Technique. It's just right to watch the video instruction first. Having guidance is much better than diving in alone. Xiao Shujing murmured. Then opened the martial artist home, entered the URL from the manual, and filled in his identity information. In no time, a page popped up in front of Xiao Shujing. Hello, students. I am Liang, the founder of Flame Gun Technique. Flame Gun Technique is simplified from my own creation, Liang Gun Technique, and is divided into 3 sections: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. It can also be seen as a prelude to Liang Gun Technique. Students who break through to Earth-level warriors can seamlessly transition to the Earth section of Liang Gun Technique. On the video appeared a red-haired elder, speaking confidently to the screen. The beginner section consists of the first 3 forms of Flame Gun Technique, where the first form provides a 1.8 times amplification of fist strength for beginner warriors. The second form offers a 2.6 times amplification, and the third form reaches a 3.0 times amplification at the upper limit of beginner warriors. Now, let's explain the first form of Flame Gun Technique. The red-haired elder's expression was serious as he shook his long gun, raising the gun tip sharply. This first form is called Flame Dragon emerges from the sea. The key is in the moment of exertion, where all the power must be gathered in the arm and transmitted to the tip of the gun through the gun body, while the waist and legs are unified, thrusting out with explosive force. The elder spoke while slowly demonstrating the movements, with every detail clearly shown. When practicing this form, pay attention to the rhythm of your breathing, coordinating with the movements to achieve a perfect fusion of force and energy. The red-haired elder continued to explain. So that's how it is. Xiao Shujing nodded while picking up the long gun in his hand, practicing along with the elder. 3 days later, in the training room, Xiao Shujing held the long gun. Exuding en impressive aura, he shouted loudly, and the long gun stabbed fiercely towards the side testing robot, officially executing the first form of Flame Gun Technique. With a loud bang, red lights flashed on the testing robot, and the values on the screen began to jump wildly. 1386, 2649, 3965. Ultimately, The value on the testing robot stopped at 942 kilograms. Phew, after 3 days of hard practice, I can finally execute the first form of flame gun technique perfectly. Xiao Shujing let out a sigh of relief. During these 3 days, Xiao Shujing did not waste his time. He absorbed yuan power diligently every day. And with the cultivation potion taken every 3 days, his fist strength increased by over 300 kilograms in just 3 days. Even without counting the amplification from martial arts, Xiao Shujing's current base fist strength was nearly 5,000 kilograms. In these 3 days, not only did the purchase testing robot arrive, but the remaining rewards from the 10 School League were also credited. Unfortunately, he could not perfectly execute the second form yet. Xiao Shujing shook his head in regret. Of course, he didn't only learn the first form of flame gun technique in these 3 days. He could also perform the second form, albeit with some flaws. At the same time, he had also started practicing the movement manual rewarded from the 10 School League and could use it in actual combat. Given his current progress of increasing fist strength by 100 kilograms daily, it would take him 3 years to reach the intermediate warrior level. Thinking of this, Xiao Shujing couldn't help but frown. It is known that many warriors spend their entire lives struggling to reach a base fist strength of 120,000 kilograms before their vitality wanes. For Xiao Shujing to achieve this in just 3 years is already incredibly exaggerated. To further increase the speed of cultivation, relying solely on the cultivation potions is indeed insufficient. Xiao Shujing shook his head. The yuan power absorbed by the body daily has its limits. It cannot be increased indefinitely. Many cultivation potions actually contain high-energy substances, which are yuan power. It's just that compared to the slow process of meditating and drawing yuan power from the universe, the speed is far too slow, which is why cultivation potions were developed to accelerate the cultivation process. He thought about checking the martial artist home for any rare materials that could enhance his constitution. However, Xiao Shujing found himself without a good solution for the time being, so he opened the martial artist home. Insufficient permissions. Xiao Shujing looked at the big words on the page, feeling helpless. It seems he would have to ask Principal Wei. It's important to note that the upper limit of a high-level warrior's base fist strength is 1,080,000 kilograms. Even with Xiao Shujing's progress, it would take him 30 years to reach that requirement, let alone those ordinary warriors whose cultivation speed is far behind his. The Alliance must have other ways to accelerate this speed, but due to Xiao Shujing's insufficient permissions, he cannot inquire about it. Chapter 58, 3 Ways to Speed Up Cultivation. At that moment, Xiao Shujing's intelligent assistant emitted an electronic synthesized voice. Master, the instructor you noted has sent a call request. Connect. Xiao Shujing did not hesitate and immediately chose to answer. Soon, Wei Ming's familiar virtual projection appeared in front of Xiao Shujing. Xiao Shujing, how has your cultivation been these past few days? Upon hearing this, Xiao Shujing helplessly shook his head and said, Instructor, my progress in cultivation these days is much slower than the first time I absorbed elemental energy, averaging around 100 kilograms of fist strength increase per day. Wei Ming laughed heartily and said, You are much faster than I was back in the day. My daily increase in fist strength after my first cultivation was only half of what you have. Xiao Shujing hesitated and asked, Then how? You want to know why, despite the slow cultivation, you can still break through to an advanced martial artist, right? Wei Ming saw through Xiao Shujing's confusion. Xiao Shujing nodded and said, You're right. Even if I can increase my fist strength by 100 kilograms every day, it would still take 30 years to reach the limit of an advanced martial artist. Not to mention those ordinary martial artists who basically have no hope of breaking through. The Alliance must have other methods to bypass this limitation. After saying this, Xiao Shujing fixed a piercing gaze on Wei Ming. Clap, clap, clap. Wei Ming applauded, showing an appreciative expression. The fact that you can think of this proves your exceptional insight. You're correct. The Alliance indeed has methods to bypass the body's absorption limit. The first method is to wait until you turn 18, when your body fully matures, and you will likely enter a golden cultivation period of 12 to 15 years. During this time, your body cells will significantly improve their capacity for elemental energy, and many martial artists make rapid progress during this stage. But I'm only 15 now. That's still 2 years away. Instructor, what about the second method? Xiao Shujing said somewhat helplessly. You have heard of the second method before. After saying this, Wei Ming looked at Xiao Shujing meaningfully. I have heard of it, Xiao Shujing murmured, suddenly realizing, could it be forbidden drugs? He then looked steadfastly at Wei Ming. Wei Ming's eyes showed even more admiration as he smiled and said, to be precise, it can indeed be termed as forbidden drugs for martial artist apprentices. And you know the reason, so I won't elaborate. However, for martial artists, it is merely a special agent to enhance the body. Though it does have some toxicity that requires considerable effort to detoxify. The physique of underage martial artists is still in the developmental stage and not fully mature. So the Alliance generally does not approve the use of enhancement agents for underage martial artists to avoid bodily harm and reduce future potential. Xiao Shujing immediately showed a disappointed expression, then asked stubbornly, isn't there any other way? Wei Ming smiled and said, of course there are other methods. One is to directly consume body-enhancing natural treasures, such as low-grade body-refining grass, mid-grade purple sunflower, and high-grade bone-cleansing flower, etc. Xiao Shujing, hearing this, asked in confusion, Instructor, aren't these natural treasures under the unified control of the Alliance? Can they be privately purchased? Suddenly, an idea flashed through Xiao Shujing's mind. Wei Ming smiled mysteriously and said, in the past, it was indeed troublesome. To directly purchase the raw materials of natural treasures required special authorization. But now you just happen to have such an opportunity. Surely, it's related to the elemental energy secret realm? Hearing Wei Ming's words, Xiao Shujing became increasingly certain of his guess. Do you know why Jiangbei Prefecture suddenly organized a 10-school competition? Xiao Shujing shook his head, pretending not to know. After all, if he accidentally let it slip, it could easily put Chun Ming and his father in a passive position. Although Xiao Shujing did not consider himself a good person, he could not bring himself to betray his friends. A few years ago, a great battle in the Star Sea had just ended, and a big shot from Jiangbei Prefecture returned from the front lines to recuperate. While commemorating, he suddenly discovered an elemental energy secret realm in a spatial crevice. That big shot, grateful for his hometown's nurturing, casually donated the elemental energy secret realm to our school. The 10-school competition is precisely organized to divide the benefits of the elemental energy secret realm. Wei Ming did not hold back this time and said it all at once. Indeed, just as Chen Ming said, Xiao Shujing silently thought, but his face showed an expression of sudden realization. In recent months, most teachers from the 10 major schools have been clearing out exotic beasts in the secret realm, so this news has not been made public. However, a few days ago, the Education Department specifically dispatched a batch of personnel to enter the secret realm to speed things up, and they should finish clearing it out in 3 to 5 days at most, Wei Ming continued. At the same time, the leaders of the 10 major schools intend to let you geniuses see some action and have deliberately reserved some initial exotic beasts for you. By the time, not only will they offer body-refining grass, purple sunflower, and other natural treasures, but they will also provide a share of 5% of the net profits from the elemental energy secret realm as a reward to the top performer among you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shujing's eyes suddenly sparkled, and his breath became rapid. What? 5% of the profits from the elemental energy secret realm? It's no wonder Xiao Shujing exclaimed, as the school was being too generous. A 5% profit from an elemental energy secret realm is at least equivalent to 100 million martial arts points. If some natural treasures were planted or some edible exotic beasts were raised inside the secret realm, this figure would increase several times. That's right. And the body-refining grass and other natural treasures planted in the secret realm can be prioritized for exchange. Wei Ming reassured Xiao Shujing. Aren't you afraid the Alliance will pursue this? Xiao Shujing hesitated a bit. Wei Ming, hearing this, said meaningfully, that depends on who does it. If it's an ordinary martial artist, then it's a dead end. As for us, we just drink 3 cups of self-punishment. Xiao Shujing felt a chill in his heart and was suddenly relieved that the school's background was strong enough. Xiao Shujing, do you have confidence in securing first place in this secret realm hunting competition? Wei Ming's expression became serious as he stared at Xiao Shujing. Xiao Shujing chuckled lightly and said, who else but me? Ha ha. A good line. Who else but me? I'll be looking forward to your good news. Wei Ming said with a hearty laugh. The specific time should be notified to you in the next couple of days. Prepare your combat gear, weapons, food, and emergency supplies in advance these days. Xiao Shujing nodded. Meanwhile, in the principal's office of number 1 high school, Principal Fong, are you exaggerating his Xiao Shujing's strength? He just broke through to become a martial artist a couple of days ago. How could he become my major concern? In the office, a man with a proud demeanor casually tossed aside the materials in his hand, his face full of disdain. Wang Meng, don't be careless. Although we can't obtain Xiao Shujing's specific fist strength, that guy Wei Ming actually pushed Xiao Shujing in the meeting, even going so far as to risk his future to pressure me with the education officials. He must have some confidence. A reprimanding voice came from within the office. Wang Meng still wore a disdainful expression, regardless of how you look at it. I broke through 2 months before him, and I have the advantage. Chapter 59. Rematch with Wei Ming. It seems that I need to prepare some combat supplies. After Xiao Shujing hung up the call, he opened the warrior's home and began searching. He placed great importance on this hunting competition. As long as he could enter the Yuanli secret realm, he would have the chance to come into contact with precious materials like body-tempering grass. At that time, relying on his innate abilities, he could completely attempt to synthesize the mysterious elements within. Xiao Shujing had also thought about directly strengthening his body cells with his talents, but with his current mental power, the efficiency of strengthening was too low. It was faster to absorb Yuanli for enhancement, so he temporarily abandoned that plan. This backpack looks good. Made from the leather of a high-level exotic beast, the 2-headed blood wolf. Xiao Shujing's eyes lit up as he looked at the parameters on the screen. Capacity, 3 cubic meters. Maximum load weight, 150,000 kilograms. Price, 300,000 martial arts points. Tianhai Alliance, L3 permission. Bought it. Xiao Shujing nodded and immediately added it to his shopping cart. Oh, an atomic spectrometer. What's this? Suddenly, Xiao Shujing discovered something resembling a compass from his past life and curiously clicked to take a look. Hiss. Atomic spectrometer. Function 1. Can detect all life activities within a 10-kilometer range of the instrument, including within 3 kilometers above and 500 meters below. Function 2. Can analyze common elements in the universe and provide reference data for the user. Xiao Shujing couldn't help but take a deep breath, feeling extremely excited. This is simply a divine artifact. With it, he could detect dangers in the Yuanli secret realm in advance and use its powerful analytical function to treasure hunt, which would be much more reliable than wandering around alone. I must get it. However, as soon as he scrolled down and saw the price, his heart sank. Price, 800 million martial arts points. Tianhai Alliance, L5 permission. Forget it. I'll see if there are other alternatives. Xiao Shujing shook his head and smiled wryly. It made sense. Such a practical item wouldn't be cheap. He continued searching for alternatives on the warrior's home. This detection wristband can detect life activities within a kilometer, priced at 10 million martial arts points. Tianhai Alliance, L3 permission. Xiao Shujing frowned slightly. The range was a bit small, so it was a backup option for now. There was also this elemental analyzer, which could only analyze a few common elements, priced at 8 million martial arts points. Tianhai Alliance, L3 permission. Xiao Shujing sighed. The functionality was too limited. After searching for a long time, Xiao Shujing still couldn't find a satisfactory spectrometer. Either the price was too high or the functions were too poor. Forget it. I'll just choose that detection wristband and the elemental analyzer. Xiao Shujing's expression was somewhat helpless. Next, he needed to select a set of combat gear. The combat gear rewarded from the League was too ordinary and would serve as a backup. As for weapons, he didn't need to buy any extra since he had the divine edge gifted by his grandfather. Xiao Shujing calculated for a moment, then opened the search bar and entered E-level combat gear. It wasn't that he didn't want to buy D-level or C-level combat gear, but without the corresponding warrior permissions, he couldn't purchase them. He could only buy items below his own permission level. While murmuring to himself, Xiao Shujing carefully selected E-level combat gear. This storm battle suit has decent protection, but it's priced at 300,000 martial arts points. You're really bold with that price. Xiao Shujing pouted. Spirit Fox set? That name sounds a bit strange and not very practical. Xiao Shujing continued to shake his head. After a while, Xiao Shujing's gaze settled on a combat suit called Dawn Battle Armor. Dawn Battle Armor, made of D-level special alloy star iron, lightweight and flexible, with excellent protective performance, able to withstand direct attacks from intermediate exotic beasts. And comes with a hidden aura function. Price, 730,000 martial arts points. Tian High Alliance, L3 permission. Xiao Shujing's eyes brightened. This is it. Subsequently, Xiao Shujing also purchased some high-energy food and medicines on the warrior's home. Having bought everything he needed, he continued to train hard and waited for the hunting competition. 5 days later, in a special training ground. Xiao Shujing felt his body sink as he swung his fist, striking heavily against the testing robot. Bang! Suddenly, the entire room was enveloped in a dull sound, and at the same time, the values on the testing robot began to jump wildly. 5,732 kilograms. It seems that as his physical quality continues to improve, his capacity for innate is also continuously increasing, and the efficiency of his training has correspondingly improved. Looking at the test results, Xiao Shujing couldn't help but let out a long breath. Turning it over in his mind, it made sense. After all, the stronger the body, the more innate it could absorb. Clap, clap, clap. In less than 10 days, your punching power has increased by 1,200 kilograms. Wei Ming applauded while expressing his admiration. Seeing the arrival, Xiao Shujing grinned. Instructor, you're just in time. Come practice with me. Wei Ming chuckled in response. Good kid. You think of me as a free sparring partner. Although Wei Ming said this, he still picked up a long spear. Gulme, let me see how well you've mastered the flame spear technique. Xiao Shujing's eyes narrowed, gripping the divine edge tightly, and his momentum suddenly surged. Instructor, you better be careful. Xiao Shujing shouted loudly, launching the first attack, the spear tip piercing towards Wei Ming with fierce wind. Flame spear technique first style. Here it comes. Wei Ming shouted loudly, his long spear calmly thrusting straight to meet Xiao Shujing's spear tip. Instantly, Xiao Shujing felt a tremendous force on his hand, causing him to stagger backward repeatedly. However, he did not feel discouraged. Shaking the long spear in his hand, he quickly moved to attack Wei Ming again. Instructor, watch this move. Xiao Shujing shouted, the long spear in his hand dancing like a swimming dragon, the spear's momentum becoming increasingly fierce. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Wei Ming's eyes. This is Flamme Spear Technique Second Style? Xiao Shujing's momentum surged, spear shadows overlapping, as if he was about to tear the air apart. Just as Xiao Shujing's long spear was almost about to stab Wei Ming, he finally reacted, grabbing the spear with one hand. Is this the power of a senior warrior? Xiao Shujing's eyes widened as he watched Wei Ming catch his long spear with bare hands. He knew that the strength gap between warriors was vast, but he never expected that with his base punching power of nearly 6,000 kilograms plus the 6 times increase from the flame spear technique second style. He couldn't even break the skin on Wei Ming's hand. That was nearly 15,000 kilograms. After all, even the skin of a senior warrior couldn't be pierced. At this moment, Wei Ming's shock was no less than Xiao Shujing's. In just a few days, not only had he mastered the flame spear technique second style, but he could also perfectly apply it in actual combat. I really can't imagine who could be your opponent in this hunting competition. Wei Ming looked at the young man before him and sighed. Xiao Shujing smiled wryly. Instructor, don't tease me. I've used all my strength, yet I can't even break your skin. Wei Ming chuckled lightly. The gap in our punching power is as much as 180 times. Even if I stood in front of you and let you hit me, you'd exhaust yourself without breaking my defense. Every breakthrough a warrior makes is not just reflected in punching power. It's a leap in life level, a comprehensive evolution. Chapter 60 Provocation from the first person of the first school. Xiao Shujing nodded. He was certainly aware of the data on paper. However, knowing was one thing, and when truly facing it, he still felt a deep shock and sense of helplessness, not recognizing the true face of Lushan Mountain, only because one is in this mountain. This phrase perfectly explained Xiao Shujing's feelings at this moment. Instructor, I understand. You must have other matters to discuss with me today. Xiao Shujing nodded. Wei Ming smiled and said, That's right, Xiao Shujing, your intuition is sharp. The mid to high-level beasts in the elemental force secret realm have basically been cleared. Gather here in 3 days, and the school will take you to the elemental force secret realm. After speaking, Wei Ming stared seriously at Xiao Shujing. You must be careful in the elemental force secret realm. Do not become complacent about your current achievements and let your guard down. Xiao Shujing solemnly replied, Instructor, I understand. I will act cautiously. Wei Ming slightly nodded. Yes, and you should also pay attention to the others. Sometimes danger lies within, not without. After saying that, he looked meaningfully at Xiao Shujing. Within, not without. Within, not without. Xiao Shujing's heart tightened. He understood the deeper meaning of Wei Ming's words. It seemed that the higher-ups were not entirely harmonious. But on second thought, it was quite normal. Infighting had always been a traditional skill of the human race. If it weren't for the suppression of the alliance, they would have already fought openly with knives and guns. Xiao Shujing did not mind Wei Ming's behavior of drawing the flames of war to himself. After all, people are meant to be used. The key is whether it is active or passive. 3 days later, it should be about right. Xiao Shujing looked at the reflection in the mirror, satisfied. At this moment, in the mirror, Xiao Shujing was fully clad in a gold and black dawn battle armor, wearing a detection wristband on his left hand, holding a spear in his right hand, with an elemental analyzer hanging around his neck and a combat backpack on his back containing some high-energy food and healing medicines. It's time to head to school. Xiao Shujing raised his hand to check the time, then fully armed, set off for the school. Before long, he arrived at the school's special training ground. However, at this time, there were no teachers or the principal present, only a few other competitors. You are Xiao Shujing? I don't see anything special about you. As soon as Xiao Shujing stepped into the training ground, a frivolous voice reached his ears. My name is Su Xiaoming. I heard from Brother Wang that you are quite impressive. Let me test your level. Xiao Shujing turned to see a tall, frivolous-looking youth slowly approaching. Brother Su, Xiao brother has just broken through to the warrior level in the past few days. Why make things difficult for him? Brother Wang, no need for more words. I just want to teach him a lesson today. Xiao Shujing did not respond, but instead watched the two with interest. Kid, what kind of look is that? Su Xiaoming felt uneasy under Xiao Shujing's gaze. Have you two finished your little act? Xiao Shujing said indifferently, coldly. Su Xiaoming and Wang Ming were both taken aback, a hint of panic flashing across their faces, but they quickly returned to normal. Xiao Shujing, what nonsense are you talking about? Who is acting? Su Xiaoming Angli Zito. Enough with the nonsense. You two come at me together. Xiao Shujing was no longer patient to play house with them, beckoning them to attack. Arrogant, Su Xiaoming shouted, his figure darting like lightning towards Xiao Shujing. Wang Ming was not to be outdone, flanking Xiao Shujing from the other side. Since the opponent was so overconfident, they naturally would not hold back. Seeing this, Xiao Shujing revealed a hint of disdain, with a cold glint in his eyes. He swung the spear in his hand with lightning speed. Before Su Xiaoming could react, he was directly swept away by the spear, flying out. Wang Ming was startled at the sight and was about to retreat when Xiao Shujing instantly closed the distance, kicking him hard in the chest, causing Wang Ming to crash heavily to the ground. How dare these worthless fish and shrimp provoke me? Xiao Shujing stood holding the spear, expression indifferent. You! Wang Ming heard Xiao Shujing's taunt, his face turning red with anger as he struggled to get up. However, just as he rose, a wave of intense pain hit him, forcing him to collapse back down. Wang Ming lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with fear and unwillingness. How is this possible? Even with Su Xiaoming and my combined strength, we are no match for this person. The onlookers, who had originally just been watching a good show, could not sit still anymore. I absorbed elemental force for the first time and increased my punch strength by 300 kilograms. Seeing how easy Xiao Shujing made it look, he must be at least around 500 kilograms. It should be at least 3,000 kilograms. I heard that Wang Ming's punch strength has already reached 4,000 kilograms, and Xiao Shujing easily defeated him. His initial increase must be astonishing. What had started as a mere spectacle ended up shocking everyone. At this time, in a certain room, Wei Ming watched the outcome on the screen, unable to suppress the smile on his face, and said, Principal Fong. It seems that Wang Ming's strength is not that impressive. He couldn't even withstand a single move from Xiao Shujing. Fong Ming snorted coldly, then turned to leave the room without another word. Wei Ming looked at Fong Ming's departing figure, his smile growing wider. Can't take it anymore? Let's wait and see. Who allowed you to fight privately? Moments later, Fong Ming arrived at the scene, scolding the few people in the training ground. Wei Ming arrived fashionably late, and upon seeing the scene before him, pretended to say, Xiao Shujing, why don't you apologize to Principal Fong? No matter how they fought above, it cannot be made public, and Wei Ming naturally would not break the rules. Xiao Shujing remained unchanged in expression and cupped his hands, saying, Principal Fong. The student knows his mistake. Fong Ming's expression softened slightly at this, and he turned to scold the other two. You two couldn't even defeat one person. How embarrassing. Wang Ming and the others immediately bowed their heads in shame upon hearing this. All right, Principal Fong, please announce the details of the hunting competition. Wei Ming saw that things had reached this point and decided to leave it at that. No need to escalate tensions. Fong Ming, seeing that Wei Ming had provided him with a way out, said, Next, I will explain the rules of this hunting competition. This hunting competition will last a total of 7 days. Any resources obtained in the secret realm within these 7 days, including but not limited to rare elemental plants, strange ores, and even the killing of exotic beasts, will be counted. The school will issue you recording wristbands that will track any resources you obtain in the secret realm and assign different points based on the rarity of the resources. Killing exotic beasts will be graded similarly, with the detection wristband scoring based on the vitality of the beasts. At the same time, the detection wristband is also a life-saving device. In the event of irresistible circumstances, you can directly apply to withdraw from the competition. The school will dispatch personnel for rescue immediately. After explaining, Fong Ming looked seriously at everyone. Remember, do not show off. Preserving your safety is the most important. Meanwhile, Wei Ming added, this hunting competition includes you 6, making a total of 29 participants. I hope you all unite against outside forces and do not engage in internal strife. Fong Ming listened to this with displeasure and glanced at Wei Ming. All right, let's go. After saying this, he walked out of the training ground. Seeing this, Xiao Shujing ignored the others and followed behind Wei Ming with his spear. Chapter 61. C-Class Intelligent Fighter Jet Xiao Shujing did not take the recent provocation from Wang Ming and his companion to heart. Even the strongest Wang Ming was far from matching him in terms of strength, and the gap would only grow larger in the future. When Xiao Shujing and the others walked out, they found a strange triangular aircraft waiting outside. This triangular aircraft was about 15 meters long, made of dark silver metal, with smooth lines, 3 sharp angles, a flat body, and an upward curved front end. There were multiple circular thruster nozzles on both sides of the fuselage, glowing with a ghostly blue light. The top and bottom had intricate patterns and markings. This is the C-Class fighter jet Xiao. This costs a whopping 2 billion martial arts points. Xiao Shujing looked at the cool fighter jet with eyes full of amazement. The others were also astonished, shocked by the expensive aircraft. Xiao, open the cabin door. At Fong Ming's command, the triangular fighter jet slowly opened its cabin door, and a staircase extended automatically. Let's go, we should board. Wei Ming patted Xiao Shujing, signaling him to follow. Inside the fighter jet, the layout was simple. Apart from the cockpit, there was nothing particularly noteworthy. Xiao Shujing scanned the interior and casually chose a window seat. Once everyone was seated, the Xiao fighter jet suddenly took off, instantly leaving the school below behind. We're here. About 10 minutes later, the Xiao fighter jet arrived in a mountainous area. Xiao Shujing looked out the window and saw towering peaks below, shrouded in mist. Exuding a mystérieux aura. The cabin door opened again, and Fong Ming stood up first, saying, everyone prepare to disembark in order. Xiao Shujing took a deep breath, tightened his grip on the long spear, and followed the others off the jet. As soon as he landed, a refreshing scent of grass and trees wafted over, invigorating him. Ha ha, old Fong, you finally made it. With this hearty laughter, a burly man with a beard strode towards them. Fong Ming greeted him with a smile. Old, sorry to keep you waiting. Xiao Shujing then realized that people from other schools have been waiting here for a long time, and only they from No. One high school had arrived late. Enough chit-chat. Let's prepare to enter the elemental force secret realm. A discordant voice interrupted, causing everyone present to furrow their brows. What's the rush? Let them put on their recording wristbands first, Old Who said, frowning with dissatisfaction. The person who had spoken out immediately stiffened, afraid to say more. Old Who turned to the crowd and said loudly, "Come over to collect your recording wristbands. This wristband can record your gains in the elemental force secret realm and also serves as your life-saving talisman. In case of emergencies, you can request rescue. So keep it safe." His expression turned serious. I emphasize again, there is a certain risk of death in this hunting competition. If you want to withdraw, now is your chance. As soon as Old Who finished speaking, two people from the group trembled and stepped forward. Principal Who, after careful consideration, we have decided to withdraw. They lowered their heads in shame after speaking. "Ha! Cowards!" a burly man shouted. "Why practice if you're afraid of death?" As soon as they spoke, mocking laughter erupted from the crowd. Old Who's expression remained unchanged as he continued. "Is there anyone else who wants to withdraw?" The scene fell silent, and no one else stepped forward. Old Who nodded with satisfaction. "Good. Since everyone has decided to stay, don't regret it. Now we will distribute the recording wristbands. Line up." The crowd quickly formed a line, taking turns to receive wristbands from Old Who. After receiving the wristband, Xiao Shujing examined it closely. The recording wristband was entirely black, made of tough synthetic metal with a matte surface about 2 centimeters wide and less than a centimeter thick. The front had a small embedded LCD screen surrounded by silver patterns. One side had 2 raise buttons, which were the power button and the emergency distress button, clearly labeled. All right, now we will begin entering the elemental force secret realm. Then, Old Who led everyone to a strange light curtain. In the distance, a group of intelligent robots was working, not only constructing buildings, but also reshaping the terrain. Are they developing the elemental force nodes? Xiao Shujing thought to himself. While not every elemental force node has a corresponding secret realm, every secret realm definitely has nodes. Moreover, the elemental concentration near the nodes is significantly higher than in other areas, making it suitable for cultivating renewable resources. Do not cross that red line. Otherwise, even if the higher-ups come, it'll be hard to save you, Old Who warned as he pointed to the nearby red line, his tone stern. Now, everyone, enter the secret realm. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shujing withdrew his gaze, holding his long spear as he was the first to step through the light curtain. The moment he crossed the curtain, he felt his body lighten, as if he had shed a heavy burden. Is this the lower gravity of the elemental force secret realm compared to Tian High Star? Afterward, Xiao Shujing tried jumping and found he could jump higher than before. He steadied himself and began to observe the scenery within the secret realm. Surrounding him was a thick mist that blurred his vision. Tall, strange trees grew sporadically, some with trunks glowing oddly. I should explore first. According to the instructor, the entire elemental force secret realm was about 3 million square kilometers, roughly 1/3 the size of Jiangbei Prefecture. Xiao Shujing raised his right hand and activated the detection wristband. Sure enough, there were no signs of life within a kilometer radius. So he decided to head east. Seeing this, Xiao Shujing turned off the detection wristband, his figure flashing as he sped eastward. An hour had passed, and he had not encountered a single beast, not even a wild boar. Xiao Shujing muttered, feeling puzzled. He slowed down, opened the detection wristband again, and carefully checked. Could it be that I took the wrong direction? That shouldn't be the case. Xiao Shujing frowned, pondering what to do next. Forget it, it's come to this. I'll just keep moving forward. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Shujing abandoned the idea of going back. The elemental concentration in the secret realm was indeed denser than outside, but evolving beasts weren't that easy to come by. Plus, the entire secret realm had already been cleaned up, and the beasts would have long since hidden away. After resting for a moment, Xiao Shujing continued moving forward. About 10 minutes later, a sudden burst of red light appeared on his detection wristband. Life detected at the level of a primary beast, finally here, about 600 meters northeast. Seeing the alert on the wristband, Xiao Shujing was delighted, picked up his long spear, and rushed towards the northeast. Soon, Xiao Shujing approached the target location. He slowed his pace and carefully observed his surroundings. From the bushes ahead came a rustling sound. Xiao Shujing tightened his grip on the long spear, fully focused on the thicket. Suddenly, a pair of blood-red eyes appeared in the bushes, followed by a beast approximately 2 meters tall and 3 meters long leaping out. Primary beast, blood-striped wolf. Xiao Shujing's eyes narrowed as he recalled the description from the book. Chapter 62. Rare body tempering grass. The blood-patterned wolf had a strong physique, its fur standing upright like steel needles, and the blood-red patterns on its back resembled flowing magma. Exudinga Shidinyoha. Blood-patterned wolf? Finally, some good news. Xiao Shujing licked his lips and twirled his spear, creating a beautiful display. The blood-patterned wolf, seeing a strange man suddenly appear, bared its teeth and let out a low growl from its throat, then launched itself at Xiao Shujing like an arrow released from a bow. "Come on," Xiao Shujing shouted, showing no fear in his eyes. Facing the wolf's attack, he sidestepped and swept his spear across, striking the blood-patterned wolf hard. Bang! The wolf was knocked back by Xiao Shujing's spear, rolling on the ground several times to dissipate the force, and then it stood up, shaking its head vigorously, its eyes filled with ferocity. As expected, the data displayed on the detection bracelet was accurate. Its vitality was equivalent to that of a primary martial artist with a punching power of 30,000 kilograms. This was a fight worth having. Xiao Shujing shook his slightly numb arm, his gaze sharp as he fixed it on the blood-patterned wolf. Although the wolf's surface strength far exceeded his, in the brief encounter, Xiao Shujing noticed that the wolf's reaction speed was nowhere near his own. The blood-patterned wolf seemed completely enraged, continuously emitting low, growling roars as it charged towards Xiao Shujing once more at an astonishing speed. Unfazed, Xiao Shujing moved nimbly, his spear darting forward like a dragon emerging from the sea, accurately aiming for the wolf's eyes. The wolf abruptly turned its head to evade, but its sharp claws swiped towards Xiao Shujing's shoulder. Xiao Shujing leaned back, flicking his spear upward, the tip slicing across the wolf's abdomen, spraying blood. The wolf yelped in pain, its aggression momentarily slowing. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Shujing quickly circled behind the wolf, bringing his spear down hard on its hind leg. With a crack, the wolf's leg bone broke, and it tumbled to the ground. Howl! The blood-patterned wolf let out a pained roar, struggling to rise. Xiao Shujing gave it no chance, gripping the spear tightly and thrusting it toward the wolf's heart with all his might. With a miserable howl, the blood-patterned wolf twitched a few times before falling still. Xiao Shujing let out a long breath, realizing his clothes were soaked with sweat. Truly a rare beast. It took considerable effort for me to kill it. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Although the battle was brief, it was because Xiao Shujing's reflexes were far superior to the wolf's, allowing him to take control, which made it seem relatively easy. 1 kill of a primary rare beast. Score 10. The electronic synthesized voice from Xiao Shujing's recording bracelet announced as the battle concluded. 10 points. Xiao Shujing looked at the score on the recording bracelet, quite surprised. The fur of the blood-patterned wolf should be worth a good number of martial points, and its claws and teeth could also fetch a decent price. He couldn't let it go to waste. Xiao Shujing looked at the fallen wolf and quickly pulled out a dagger from his backpack, skillfully starting to dissect the wolf's corpse. Last time, when he had killed a black bear beast in the wild, he had no weapon capable of penetrating its defenses and had to leave the beast's body behind, which had pained him for quite a while. This time, he certainly wouldn't miss the opportunity and had specifically purchased a dagger for dissecting beast corpses at the Martial Artists Guild. With swift and clean movements, Xiao Shujing carefully cut open the wolf's abdomen, peeling back the skin along the grain. The wolf's fur was tough and smooth, giving off a faint bloody scent. Next, Xiao Shujing turned his attention to the wolf's fangs. He pried off the sharp fangs with the dagger and carefully stored them in his backpack. Then he looked around to see if there were any other valuable items nearby. Subsequently, Xiao Shujing took off the element analyzer from his neck and began to analyze it in his hand. The screen of the analyzer displayed constantly changing data, and Xiao Shujing focused intently, observing every variation. The surrounding air seemed to solidify, with only the faint sound of the analyzer operating. After a moment, the analyzer emitted a beeping sound, and Xiao Shujing glanced at the results on the screen, frowning slightly. It seems there are no particularly valuable elemental substances nearby. Xiao Shujing muttered to himself. Let's go. Keep searching for rare beasts. He put away the element analyzer, picked up his spear, and continued deeper into the dense forest. Several hours later, after killing the blood-pattern wolf, Xiao Shujing's luck seemed to have run out. He encountered only a few elk and no more rare beasts. Seeing this, Xiao Shujing helplessly took out the element analyzer again to continue analyzing. Hey, the air here actually contains mysterious factors of body-tempering grass. Xiao Shujing had not held much hope for the element analyzer. He was just following his usual routine, but unexpectedly, there was a pleasant surprise. Xiao Shujing instantly felt invigorated, and his fatigue lifted a bit. With one hand holding the element analyzer, he analyzed the direction of the mysterious factors of body-tempering grass while cautiously observing the surrounding bushes. It's nearby. After searching for a while, Xiao Shujing noticed a sudden spike in the concentration of mysterious factors of body-tempering grass on the analyzer, confirming that it was close. Suddenly, he spotted a patch of soil that was distinctly different from the surroundings, displaying a unique dark brown color. Xiao Shujing's heart leaped with joy, and he gently pushed aside the bushes with his spear. Within the thicket, he found 3 peculiar plants. About 10 centimeters tall, the stems were straight and pale green, with long, willow-like leaves that had serrated edges, a rich emerald color, and a delicate texture that shimmered with a warm luster. The flowers were small and exquisite, pale purple in color, resembling trumpets, with slender golden stamens that emitted a faint, elegant fragrance. Indeed, it was the low-grade body-tempering grass, and there were 3 of them. Xiao Shujing could not hide his joy, but he remained level-headed, carefully clearing the surrounding bushes before gently digging out the body-tempering grass. One find of 3 rare-grade body-tempering grass, score 9. Total score 19, ranked first. The electronic synthesized voice from Xiao Shujing's recording bracelet chimed in. He tried to check the score records of others. Sorry, you do not have permission. Xiao Shujing shrugged helplessly, carefully placing the dug-up body-tempering grass into his backpack. He then looked up at the sky. It was already close to dusk, with a layer of mist enveloping the forest. It's getting late. I should find a place to rest and take the body-tempering grass to see what effects it has. Xiao Shujing gazed at the setting sun in the west. Lost in thought, does the elemental force secret realm also have a sun? In what form does the secret realm exist in the universe? Xiao Shujing murmured. Forget it. I'll find out later. No need to get caught up in these questions. He chuckled lightly, then dismissed the matter from his mind. As the sun set behind the mountains, Xiao Shujing finally found a cave in a cliff. However, besides him, there was another occupant in the cave, adhering to the virtue of winning people over with kindness. Xiao Shujing intended to befriend the black bear inside through martial prowess, only to find that the black bear not only disregarded martial ethics, but also appeared ready to attack Xiao Shujing. Chapter 63. Consuming body refining herb and analyzing its material structure in the cave. After Xiao Shujing dealt with the black bear, he cleaned up the clutter inside the cave, then gathered a pile of dry branches to start a bonfire. He cut off the bear paw, processed it simply, and placed it over the fire to roast slowly. Before long, the bear paw began to sizzle and ooze oil, and an enticing aroma filled the cave. Xiao Shujing couldn't wait to take it down, cut off a piece with a knife, and savor it carefully. It was truly delicious, melting in his mouth, much better than eating high-energy food. Xiao Shujing quickly finished the bear paw, a satisfied expression on his face. High-energy food is a fast food product synthesized by the Alliance using various high-calorie, high-nutrition ingredients. Although it has many advantages, such as easy digestion and quick energy replenishment, it is notorious in the Tian High Alliance for its poor taste and flavor. Very few people choose to eat high-energy food unless absolutely necessary. Xiao Shujing contentedly licked his lips, feeling the fullness in his stomach and the relaxation in his body. He leaned against the cave wall, gazing at the bonfire, his thoughts drifting away. I wonder if consuming these body-refining herbs will elevate my strength to another level. Xiao Shujing opened his backpack and took out the box containing the body-refining herbs, examining it carefully. Then, without hesitation, he stuffed one of the herbs into his mouth. Instantly, a bitter taste spread in his mouth, causing Xiao Shujing to furrow his brows, but he still forced himself to swallow it. Soon after, he felt a peculiar power surging within him, and his body gradually began to heat up. As time passed, Xiao Shujing's body grew hotter, as if he were in a furnace. He gasped for air, his hands clenched into fists, his knuckles turning white from the effort. The potency of this herb is intense. Xiao Shujing dared not slack off, focusing intently on guiding the herb's power throughout his limbs and bones. At that moment, the bones within him began to crack, and his muscles trembled and contracted continuously. Every inch of his skin felt as if countless fine needles were deeply stabbing into it, both painful and itchy. His face flushed, and his breathing became rapid and heavy. Yet, Xiao Shujing's gaze grew more resolute, staring fixedly at the top of the cave, refusing to let his consciousness be consumed by pain. Xiao Shujing couldn't help but let out a low roar, his clothes drenched in sweat. Just when he felt he could no longer bear it, the frenzied potency began to stabilize gradually, slowly releasing a gentle power that nourished his body. The pain gradually lessened, and the heat in his body slowly subsided. He could feel the strength of his body cells increasing, his blood becoming thicker, his muscles tightening even more, and the density of his bones improving significantly. After a moment, Xiao Shujing slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in them. He stood up, waved his fist, feeling the changes in his body, filled with joy. This body-refining herb is indeed miraculous. If I can consume a few more, my strength should see even greater breakthroughs. He thought to himself, wiping the sweat from his forehead. However, after the earlier ordeal, his body still felt somewhat fatigued. Xiao Shujing decided to rest for a while, allowing his body to fully adapt to this change. He leaned against the cave wall, closed his eyes, and adjusted his breathing. In the cave, only the occasional crackling of the bonfire could be heard, creating a serene and peaceful atmosphere. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Shujing opened his eyes again, and at this point, his spirit had completely recovered. He stood up, moved his hands and feet, and felt a surge of strength throughout his body. With renewed determination, he consumed the remaining 2 body-refining herbs. This time, he could activate his innate ability to analyze the material structure of the body-refining herbs and see how they enhance the body. Xiao Shujing took a deep breath, took out the remaining 2 body-refining herbs from a box, and, without hesitation, placed them in his mouth. Instantly, the familiar bitter taste filled his mouth again, and the potency surged like a tide within him. Not daring to be careless, Xiao Shujing immediately activated the state of unity between man and nature. Soon, the scene within a 30-meter radius reflected in his mind. At this moment, he had no interest in the changes happening outside. He was focused on guiding the immense potency of the body-refining herbs while simultaneously analyzing their structural composition. As time passed, sweat began to bead on Xiao Shujing's forehead. Under his mental analysis, the internal material structure of the body-refining herbs gradually became clearer. Every molecule and every atom was recorded in Xiao Shujing's remarkable memory. Meanwhile, after consuming the remaining 2 body-refining herbs, the overwhelming potency exploded within him. At first, it felt like countless tiny bombs were detonating between his cells, and the intense impact made his body tremble involuntarily. The potency surged like a torrential flood, racing through his meridians. Wherever it passed, the cells seemed to ignite, emitting scorching energy. The muscle fibers, stimulated by this power, stretched and contracted continuously, producing crackling sounds, as if undergoing an intense reorganization. The bones were no exception. The originally solid bone density began to absorb the potency, becoming denser and stronger. It felt as if flames were burning within the bone marrow, continuously producing new blood cells, making the flow of blood more vigorous. At the same time, a faint blue light appeared on the surface of the skin, and every pore was striving to breathe, expelling impurities and turbid air from within the body. Xiao Shujing could feel countless tiny hands kneading and shaping his body internally, with every inch of his skin undergoing a painful transformation. As time went on, the potency gradually penetrated deeper into his organs. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels felt as if they were submerged in boiling medicinal soup, receiving intense cleansing and nourishment. The heart beat stronger, each pulse like a booming war drum. The lungs expanded and contracted more rapidly, as if capable of holding more air. The liver and spleen also experienced significant enhancements in their functions due to the potency. Throughout this painful and agonizing process, Xiao Shujing gritted his teeth, persevering with unwavering willpower. Finally, when the potency fully integrated into every corner of his body, he felt an unprecedented sense of ease and strength. His muscles were full of elasticity, his bones unbreakable, and his body seemed to be reborn, radiating new vitality and vigor. After a long time, Xiao Shujing opened his tired eyes, excitement barely contained on his face. My fist strength should now be about 30% stronger than before, with a basic fist strength close to 10,000 kilograms. Moreover, the duration I can maintain the state of unity has increased from 20 minutes to 25 minutes. I still remember when Xiao Shujing first awakened his talent. His mental power could only last about 10 minutes, but now it can last nearly half an hour, a remarkable improvement. Xiao Shujing carefully experienced the changes in his body. And faced with the dual progress of his body and talent, he couldn't help but beam with joy. Moreover, this time he had dissected the material structure of the body refining herbs, allowing him to synthesize mysterious factors to enhance his body in the future. The material structure of the body refining herbs is far less complex than that of the gene repair liquid. After all, the gene repair liquid belongs to the Earth treasure level, corresponding to the Earth level warriors in the Tianhai Alliance. In contrast, the body refining herbs only correspond to the rare lower-grade treasures for primary level warriors, so their material composition is naturally less complex than that of the gene repair liquid. Chapter 64. Turning against each other, Xiao Shujing slowly stood up, the glaring sunlight streaming into the cave, brightening the dim space. He instinctively raised his right hand to shield his eyes from the intense light. Master, it's been 15 hours since last night. Xiao Ji floated in front of him, spinning around a few times. Xiao Shujing nodded. Looks like we didn't waste too much time. Let's continue searching for the exotic beasts. After organizing his things, he exited the cave and continued heading east. D. Flame Spear Technique, Second Form. Xiao Shujing shouted, the spear in his hand streaking through the air like a meteor, its tip ablaze as it fiercely stabbed towards the giant lizard-like beast ahead. The beast sensed the deadly threat and roared wildly, trying to dodge this fierce attack. However, Xiao Shujing's speed was too fast, and his move too fierce. With a thud, the spear pierced through the beast's body. The beast struggled in pain a few times before crashing to the ground, lifeless. Third one, Xiao Shujing slowly exhaled, pulling the spear out of the giant lizard beast. This was the third exotic beast he encountered today, much luckier than yesterday. The first two beasts weren't very strong, comparable to the blood-patterned wolf from yesterday. But this giant lizard beast was exceptional, with a vitality equivalent to a primary martial artist with 60,000 kilograms of strength. Xiao Shujing killed a primary exotic beast. Points 20. Indeed, the recording wristband could also test the life level of the beasts and determine points based on their vitality. Xiao Shujing glanced at the recording wristband on his wrist, a flicker of realization in his eyes. After shaking off the blood from his spear, he skillfully crouched down to remove the valuable claws and teeth from the giant lizard beast. Once he finished this, Xiao Shujing took out the elemental analyzer as usual to check. Still nothing? He looked at the unresponsive analyzer, his expression neither sad nor happy. He had long anticipated this situation. The school chose to open the elemental power secret realm to them students, and besides the danger being reduced, it was likely that the treasures had already been scavenged. Forget it. Let's continue searching for exotic beasts. Xiao Shujing shook his head and pulled out the detection wristband to check the nearby situation. Suddenly, several small red dots appeared on the detection wristband, rapidly approaching his direction. Xiao Shujing's expression changed, gripping his spear tightly and hiding in the dense bushes. Break Spirit Battle Armor. Activate Stealth Mode. As Xiao Shujing issued the command, the armor on him shimmered with a faint light. Then the glow faded, making the armor blend into the surrounding environment. He held his breath and focused, peering through the gaps in the bushes, intently watching ahead. Before long, two figures suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Shujing, looking panicked as if something monstrous were chasing them. Huangge, look here. Suddenly, a tall, thin man spotted the corpse of the giant lizard beast nearby and exclaimed, "What are you shouting for? We barely shook off that beast. Do you want to track it back?" Another man replied impatiently, "No, Huangge, look. There's a corpse of an exotic beast here." The tall, thin man pointed at the giant lizard beast not far away. Only then did the man called Huangge react. Following the direction of the finger and seeing a giant lizard beast about 2 meters tall and 8 meters long. What a fierce spear technique. The two approached for a closer look and couldn't help but gasp. They saw a wound the size of a basin directly piercing through the giant lizard beast's neck. The edges jagged, forming a massive cavity inside. Unfortunately, the most valuable giant lizard skin had already been stripped away, leaving only some scraps. The tall, thin man expressed regret. "Better than nothing, I don't mind." Saying this, the other man squatted down, preparing to collect the scraps. Suddenly, a low growl echoed from not far away. "Huangge, it followed us." The tall, thin man's voice trembled, his legs uncontrollably shaking. It must have been attracted by the blood scent of this giant lizard beast. Huangge swallowed hard, forcing himself to stay calm. "Don't panic. The two of us can run away even if we can't fight." The tall, thin man believed him, nodding vigorously. Just as the words left his mouth, a massive, grotesque beast slowly emerged from the forest. It was covered in scales as hard as iron, each glimmering with a cold light. Its blood-red eyes burned like raging flames, filled with a desire for slaughter. "This is the Qihong beast." At that moment, hiding in the bushes, Xiao Shujing couldn't help but feel alarmed. The Qihong beast was far beyond the blood-pattern wolf, something the giant lizard beast could compare to. Although both were primary exotic beasts, the gap between them was like that between a cat and a mouse. No wonder these two have no courage to even try. They chose to run away immediately, Xiao Shujing murmured. Huangge and the tall, thin man were also students participating in this hunting competition, among the best in the top 10 schools of Jiangbei. If it were an exotic beast like the blood-patterned wolf, it would be no match for the two. "Yefi, Huangge, get ready." The tall, thin man hadn't reacted yet when his companion suddenly struck him hard on the back. Yifei was caught off guard, his body lunging forward directly towards the Qihong beast. "Huang, you despicable scoundrel." At this moment, Yifei finally reacted, cursing at his companion. "Brother Yi, I'll go ahead. Thanks for your selfless act to save me." Huang pretended to bow and then vanished into the dense forest. "Huang, you bastard." Yifei's curse was a classic, but at this moment, the Qihong beast had already slowly approached him. The Qihong beast would not let go of this delivered meal, opening its massive jaws to bite down on Yifei. "Beast, even if I die, I will take out one of your teeth." Yifei roared, a determined glint in his eyes as he raised his long knife to attack the Qihong beast. Unfortunately, the gap between them was too great. The Qihong beast merely waved its claw casually, sending Yifei flying along with his weapon, crashing heavily against a massive rock and instantly losing his breath. "What a pity! Xiao Shujing sigit, apirijan Yifei de esperante strugle." However, risking himself to save him was absolutely impossible. With his current strength, unless he activated his talent, he could only flee when encountering the Qihong beast. And his talent was one of his greatest secrets, definitely not something he could reveal to outsiders. "Though I can't save you, I can at least ensure your body remains intact," Xiao Shujing murmured. With outsiders present earlier, he couldn't reveal his talent. But now it was just him and the Qihong beast, and he had nothing to fear. "Beast, D!" Xiao Shujing shouted fiercely, no longer hiding his presence. Striding out from the bushes. Chapter 65, Absolute Zero. Immediately, Xiao Shujing no longer concealed himself and directly activated his ability of harmony of man and nature. Instantly, everything within a radius of 30 meters, whether it was the soil beneath his feet, the surrounding trees, the lifeless Yifei on the ground, or the menacing Qihong beast beside him, was reflected in his mind. On the other side, the Qihong beast was startled by the sudden appearance of Xiao Shujing, and its eyes flashed with a hint of brutality, occasionally letting out a low growl towards him. "Seal it!" Xiao Shujing shouted loudly, ignoring the agitated Qihong beast, and instead, he first sealed the movement of the material near the recording wristbands of the two people present. This move was actually a sealing technique developed by Xiao Shujing, borrowing the concept of absolute zero. This sealing technique could directly freeze the material movement around the wristbands while his mental power enveloped the two wristbands, isolating them from external material communication. With both measures combined, it was enough to ensure that the battle would not be recorded. After all, without activating harmony of man and nature, he could not kill the Qihong beast. If this battle were recorded by the wristbands, it would likely attract unnecessary trouble. "Now let me test your strength," Xiao Shujing muttered. He planned to use the Qihong beast to enhance his combat abilities and see how far he could go. After all, the opponents he encountered were not high-level warriors like Wei Ming or Xiao Jing, but rather low-level ones like Wang Ming. The latter was not much of a threat to him, but the former, even with harmony of man and nature activated, he could not guarantee victory. Harmony of man and nature only provided him with the foundation to control everything, but the actual execution depended on the strength of his mental power. The stronger the mental power, the easier it was to manipulate. Meanwhile, the Qihong beast had long lost patience. It slightly crouched its limbs, opened its massive mouth, and with a powerful push of its hind legs, left two large craters in the ground. The tremendous explosive force propelled it towards Xiao Shujing like a cannonball, stirring up a whirlwind of dust and debris. "Come on!" Xiao Shujing's gaze sharpened, and without dodging, he firmly gripped his spear and faced the Qihong beast. At the moment of collision, Xiao Shujing sidestepped, sweeping the spear horizontally towards the Qihong beast's abdomen. The Qihong beast reacted swiftly, blocking with its claws. Bang! The spear collided with the claws, producing a loud sound. Xiao Shujing was knocked back several meters by the recoil, while the Qihong beast also halted its charge. What a powerful body! Xiao Shujing shook his slightly numb hands and quickly created a relatively safe distance. On the other side, the Qihong beast, seeing its attack had no effect, became even more frenzied. It howled at the sky, its scales standing on end, exuding a dangerous aura. The Qihong beast charged again, faster and more ferocious than before. "Come, let you experience the third style of my newly mastered flame spear technique," Xiao Shujing shouted, activating moonlight ripple step beneath his feet, his body moving towards the Qihong beast at an incredibly odd angle. When he was about 3 meters away from the Qihong beast, he pushed off with his right foot, leaping high into the air, and the spear shot towards the Qihong beast's neck like a meteor. The Qihong beast sensed the lethal threat and tried to evade, but was already too late. The spear accurately pierced the Qihong beast's neck, and it let out a shrill scream. The immense force carried by the spear directly penetrated the Qihong beast's neck, almost severing it in two. Xiao Shujing yanked the spear out violently, blood spraying everywhere. The Qihong beast struggled a few times before crashing to the ground, lifeless. Done. Xiao Shujing let out a slow breath. He was quite satisfied with his performance. As a king among low-level exotic beasts, the Qihong beast's strength was equivalent to that of a warrior with a punching power of 120,000 kilograms. The fact that Xiao Shujing could kill it in a straightforward manner despite a 12-fold power disparity was something to be proud of, even if he used his innate ability. Next came the time to reap the rewards. Once everything was done, Xiao Shujing dug a large pit and buried Yifei. Though he had a detached personality, as a human, he was still willing to do something simple for his kind. Fourth day, in a certain ravine within the elemental force secret realm. This is it. The concentration of the mysterious factors in the body refining grass is exceptionally high here. Xiao Shujing looked at the elemental analyzer in his hand, unable to hide his joy. Since entering the elemental force secret realm 4 days ago, aside from finding a few body refining grasses on the first day, he had only encountered exotic beasts in the following time. Although these exotic beasts provided him with some points, they were far less tangible than the body refining grass for Xiao Shujing. Finally, Xiao Shujing saw a familiar shadow on a cliff. Found you. He leaped and landed steadily on the cliff, carefully took out a shovel, dug up the 2 body refining grasses, and placed them into a special box for storing rare materials. Finally, A good harvest. Xiao Shujing nodded in satisfaction. Ding. Student Xiao Shujing, please proceed to the base of the elemental force secret realm as soon as possible. Suddenly, a synthesized electronic voice emanated from his recording wristband. Xiao Shujing raised his hand and saw an arrow appear on the screen of the wristband. This direction should be where the base of the elemental force secret realm is. Xiao Shujing muttered while looking at the wristband's indication. It seems something unexpected has happened. Otherwise, the school wouldn't end the hunting competition early. Never mind. I'll find out once I get back. It's just that I haven't had any significant gains these days. Maybe I can find some unexpected surprises on the way back. For the moment, Xiao Shujing was unsure of what had occurred, so he simply ignored it, packed his backpack, and strode towards the direction indicated by the wristband. In the next 2 days, Xiao Shujing encountered almost no obstacles along the way and arrived at the base of the elemental force secret realm as shown on the wristband without any trouble, which left him feeling disappointed about his plans to continue hunting exotic beasts. When Xiao Shujing arrived at the base, he found that most of the participants had already returned. However, the majority of them were in a sorry state, looking ragged as if they were beggars. Xiao Shujing, you finally returned. At the entrance of the base, Wei Ming looked at Xiao Shujing, who was clad in battle armor, walking over, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Instructor, what happened? Why was the hunting competition suddenly terminated? Seeing Wei Ming's anxious expression, Xiao Shujing couldn't help but ask. What else could it be? Your performance in this hunting competition was too poor. In just 4 days, 7 of the 29 participants met with disaster. The expression on Wei Ming's face was grim as he said, several school principals couldn't sit still after seeing this, and they urgently called off the competition through the recording wristbands. Wei Ming's tone was heavy as he continued. Even Wang Meng from our school met with disaster during this hunting competition. What? Xiao Shujing was astonished. Although Wang Meng was easily defeated in his hands, his individual strength ranked among the top tier of the remaining 28 participants. It was unexpected that he had died in such an ordinary hunting competition. Wei Ming nodded with a grim expression. Although he had been in a rivalry with Fang Mingming for years, that was a personal matter between them. Wang Meng was an outstanding student from their school, and such an incident was something he was unwilling to see. Chapter 66. 9-tiered heavenly tower in just a few days. So many people have already died? Xiao Shujing was a bit shocked and emotional at this moment. The young man who was still full of vigor just a few days ago has, in the blink of an eye, turned to dust. Stop talking. Lord Xiao Shujing is here. Wei Ming patted Xiao Shujing on the shoulder and cautiously reminded him, then hurriedly ran to Xiao Shujing's side. Hearing this, Xiao Shujing looked in Wei Ming's direction. He saw a middle-aged man dressed in a black and gold cloak, with a gloomy expression, slowly approaching. All participants in this hunting competition gather outside the square. Xiao Shujing's voice was deep and powerful, carrying an undeniable authority that instantly echoed throughout the entire base. In just a moment, the previously lazy crowd stood in front of Xiao Shujing in an orderly manner. Look at you all, looking so disheveled and dispirited. Where's the youthful vigor? In just a few days, the death rate has reached an astonishing 26%. Even dealing with some low-level exotic beasts is so difficult. How will you face the even more ferocious alien races in the Starry Sea in the future? Xiao Shujing's gaze was like lightning, sweeping harshly across the many students present. Xiao Shujing met Xiao Shujing's gaze and felt as if he were being stared at by a ferocious beast, with goosebumps rising on his skin. Upon hearing this, the many students present immediately lowered their heads like withered eggplants. Only Xiao Shujing and a few others stood tall, looking ahead with determined expressions. Of course, only a few of you performed well, worthy of being my Jiangbei talents. Xiao Shujing's appreciative gaze swept over a few outstanding young competitors in the hunting competition, especially Xiao Shujing, who had slain 8 low-level exotic beasts in 4 days, achieving remarkable results and outscoring the second place by 80 points. Many students looked at Xiao Shujing in military attire with envious eyes. However, this cannot hide the incompetence of most of you. Xiao Shujing changed his tone and continued to scold. Lord Shujing, you can't blame them entirely. After all, they have just stepped into the ranks of low-level warriors. and their strength still has a lot of room for improvement. At this moment, a voice of opposition came from behind Xiao Shujing. Xiao Shujing turned around and glared at the speaker, shouting, "I haven't even settled the score with you yet. With such heavy casualties in this hunting competition, do you several principals have any responsibility? Speak." Under Xiao Shujing's roar, the principal who spoke broke out in cold sweat and stammered, "Lord Shujing, we were negligent and did not make sufficient preparations and assessments, which led to this result." "Just negligence?" Xiao Shujing sneered, continuing, "I will report this to the Office of Regulation. You better take care of yourselves." After saying that, Xiao Shujing snorted coldly and left with a wave of his sleeve. The principals of several schools exchanged glances, their faces pale. Some were so frightened by the mention of the Office of Regulation that they fainted on the spot. "Wei, brother." The usually aloof Fang Ming looked at Wei Ming with a nearly pleading expression. Wei Ming, seeing this, could only shake his head helplessly, indicating he was powerless. Fang Ming's face instantly turned ashen. He knew this incident had escalated, and once the Office of Regulation intervened, the principals would probably be in big trouble. The other principals were also at a loss, unsure of what to do. When the crowd dispersed, Xiao Shujing called out to the departing Wei Ming, "Officer, I have something to consult." Xiao Shujing respectfully bowed. Hearing this, Wei Ming stopped and turned, saying, "This is not a place to talk. Let's change venues." After saying that, Wei Ming turned and left. Seeing this, Xiao Shujing hurriedly followed Wei Ming's footsteps. "Officer, did this hunting competition affect you?" Xiao Shujing asked with concern, as Wei Ming could be considered his greatest benefactor. If he got involved in this matter, he wouldn't be able to find a good backing for a while. Wei Ming felt warm in his heart upon hearing this and patted Xiao Shujing's shoulder. "Don't worry. The one in trouble this time is the principal, and it has little to do with us vice principals." Xiao Shujing sighed in relief upon hearing this. Over the past few days, Wei Ming's help had been evident. At the same time, he sincerely hoped that nothing would happen to Wei Ming. Although Wei Ming had used him, he had also given him tremendous benefits. Who knows? Maybe after Fang Ming's old man gets into trouble, I could take advantage of it and drop the vice title. Wei Ming said self-deprecatingly. However, he knew the hope was slim. Although he was not the host of the hunting competition, he had strongly recommended this competition, and it was impossible for it not to affect him. Then what about the rewards from this hunting competition? Xiao Shujing rubbed his palms, looking at Wei Ming with eager anticipation. Wei Ming chuckled and said, "Don't worry. You won't miss out. At the end of every year, the profits from the Yuan Power Secret Realm will be deposited into your martial arts house's account." Xiao Shujing was instantly overjoyed at this news. Moreover, this time, due to the misfortune, although Lord Shujing is quite dissatisfied with your performance, he has also decided to give the facilities in the base a major upgrade. You are in luck. These are facilities that will only be available to high school students. Could it be the gravity room? Xiao Shujing boldly named one. Wei Ming, hearing this, smiled knowingly and said, "Just the gravity room alone is not enough for me to value it so much." This time, Xiao Shujing is preparing to apply for the 9-tiered heavenly tower for you. The 9-tiered heavenly tower. Xiao Shujing gasped upon hearing this. The 9-tiered heavenly tower is a practical training ground developed by the Tianhai Alliance specifically for cultivating talents. Users can wear a virtual helmet to immerse their minds in a virtual world and fight various exotic beasts, achieving a 100% simulation of reality. Indeed, with the rapid development of the Tianhai Alliance, more and more students can become formal warriors before high school. There have long been suggestions within the Alliance to open the 9-tiered heavenly tower to middle school students, and this is just a fortunate coincidence. Xiao Shujing's voice trembled with excitement. Does that mean we will all be able to use the 9-tiered heavenly tower in the future? Wei Ming nodded and said, "Not only that, this time the 9-tiered heavenly tower will also be connected to other 9-tiered heavenly towers around the world, allowing you to challenge young masters globally. It will also open the Tianhai Alliance ranking for you, divided into primary, intermediate, and advanced categories. The top 100 in each category will receive a monthly reward from the Tianhai Alliance, which is quite substantial." Xiao Shujing murmured, "What a grand gesture." The entire Tianhai Alliance has a population of nearly 5 billion. Among them, The total number of martial arts high school and university students who can access the 9-tiered Heavenly Tower is only about 10 million. Moreover, almost 90% of them are low-level warriors, and among the remaining 1 million, 90% are intermediate warriors. The remaining 100,000 high-level warriors are mostly preparing for the Tianhai Alliance's reserve military examination, so the 9-tiered Heavenly Tower is no longer as beneficial to them. If one can stand out among the 9 million low-level warriors, they will certainly receive a significant tilt in resources from the Alliance. Of course, this is temporarily unrelated to you. Opening the global rankings is just to broaden your horizons, so you don't stay cooped up in your small world thinking you're invincible. Take the primary warrior ranking as an example. Those ranked within the top 100,000 have punching power close to 120,000 kilograms. Whether you can take first place still requires actual combat to find out. After finishing, Wei Ming looked meaningfully at Xiao Shujing. Xiao Shujing immediately understood Wei Ming's meaning and tucked away the contempt in his heart. After all, even he, with his current strength, was far from making the list. Unless his punching power improved by several thousand kilograms, he would have no hope of entering the top 100,000. Chapter 67. Autumn Garden. Alright. From now until the high school entrance exam, you will all be training in this elemental force secret realm. Choose a courtyard that you find pleasing. As students of the top 10 schools who are the first to become official martial artists, you all have the right to select an independent courtyard in the accommodation area of the base. The specific information about the accommodation area has already been sent to your smart assistant. Red indicates that someone is already living there, while green means it is unoccupied. After Wei Ming finished speaking, he turned and left. Xiao Shujing immediately called out to the smart assistant. Xiao Ji, open the accommodation area map. Okay, master. The smart assistant, a little turtle, responded and then projected a virtual screen. Xiao Shujing focused on the screen, which clearly displayed the distribution and status of each courtyard. Most areas were flashing red, with only a few spots showing green. Hey, this autumn garden looks nice. Xiao Shujing clicked on the light point representing Autumn Garden, and a promotional video immediately played. In the video, Autumn Garden was surrounded by a golden maple leaf forest, with leaves gently falling in the breeze, resembling a fairyland. Inside the garden was a small pavilion beside a clear pond, where several koi fish swam leisurely. This is it. Xiao Shujing nodded in satisfaction and submitted his identity information. In less than a minute, the system displayed that the application was approved. Let's go. Time to check out my new home. Xiao Shujing stretched and then took his belongings, heading in the direction indicated by the smart assistant. Before long, Xiao Shujing arrived at his autumn garden. The reality of Autumn Garden was just as depicted in the promotional video. The main building occupied about 3 acres, 2 stories high. The first floor had a reception area and guest rooms, while the second floor had a training room for practicing guiding techniques and martial arts. Wow, it even has a testing robot. The first floor wasn't particularly interesting, so Xiao Shujing skipped it. He opened the training room, and the entire room had an exceptionally wide view. The walls were made of some unknown special material that allowed a clear view of the scenery outside. In addition, it was equipped with a testing robot and a nerve reaction speed testing track. Let us see how much my punch power is. Over the past few days, Xiao Shujing had obtained 5 body refining herbs, and with daily fixed practice of guiding techniques, his strength had significantly increased compared to before entering the elemental force secret realm. Bang! Xiao Shujing stood in front of the testing robot and threw a punch. Instantly, a series of values appeared, with the final punch power resting at 213 kilograms. Before entering the elemental force secret realm, my base punch power was around 7,000 kilograms. In just a few days, I've increased by a staggering 5,000 kilograms. Xiao Shujing looked at the values on the testing robot in surprise. Since that's the case, let me test the enhancement of the flame spear technique. Xiao Shujing murmured, then drew out his long spear. First form, he shouted, thrusting the spear fiercely at the testing robot. The moment the spear collided with the robot, a loud sound erupted. The values on the testing robot began to fluctuate wildly, eventually stabilizing at 783 kilograms. Again, second form. Xiao Shujing's eyes widened as he shouted again. He flashed forward, and the long spear shot out like a dragon emerging from the sea, piercing toward the testing robot with unstoppable momentum. Bang! Another loud sound resonated. This impact was even stronger than before, causing the surrounding air to slightly distort. The values on the testing robot changed dramatically, finally settling at 353 kilograms. Third form. Xiao Shujing gritted his teeth and, not wanting to stop, adjusted his breathing, twisting his wrist as the long spear shot toward the testing robot like a shooting star. 639 kilograms. After completing the first 3 forms of the flame spear technique, Xiao Shujing was slightly out of breath. Using the third form at his current physical condition was already at his limit. Now that he had mastered the first 3 forms of the flame spear technique for practical combat, if he wanted to continue enhancing his strength, he would have to focus on the 9 Suns divine mind technique. Xiao Shujing assessed his situation. Training in martial arts too quickly might not necessarily be a good thing. He felt quite helpless. If this were to get out, others would certainly envy him. Many people would need at least 10 years to master the first 3 forms of the flame spear technique. Unlike guiding techniques, martial arts rely on gradual accumulation to improve physical fitness. If one's comprehension isn't sufficient, no amount of hard work would allow them to reach the perfect realm. Xiao Shujing had only improved his comprehension to this level after awakening the unity of heaven and man and breaking through the martial artist life transition. Otherwise, it would have taken him at least 2 or 3 years when he was unawakened. Next, the focus would be on practicing the 9 Suns divine mind technique to condense the first thought. Soon, I feel like I can succeed in just a few days. Xiao Shujing took a deep breath to calm his mind. Xiao Ji, open the skylight mode. Okay, master. With Xiao Shujing's command, the previously sealed roof slowly opened, revealing the bright moon. The scattered moonlight fell on Xiao Shujing's face, making him look like a celestial being. At this moment, Xiao Shujing was diligently drawing upon the power of moonlight, no longer paying attention to the changes outside. In a short while, Xiao Shujing drew down strands of moonlight power. He was cautious, following the method's description, carefully guiding the moonlight power into his mind, then began refining his mental energy using the moonlight power. As soon as the strands of moonlight power entered his mind, Xiao Shujing felt a cool sensation spreading, as if countless gentle little hands were soothing his mental world. However, as the moonlight power continued to flow in, this coolness gradually transformed into a bone-chilling cold, as if it were going to freeze his thoughts. Xiao Shujing maintained his focus, enduring the cold, and diligently controlled the moonlight power to flow orderly in his mind. Each flow felt like a tough battle that required his full concentration without any slackening. Under the refinement of the moonlight power, his mental energy gradually became resilient and pure. The previously vague thoughts now became clear and distinguishable. But the pain brought by this refinement intensified. Sweat beads formed on Xiao Shujing's forehead, and his face turned somewhat pale. Hold on. Keep going. Xiao Shujing did not relax, continuing to encourage himself. Just when he felt he was about to reach his limit, the pain suddenly receded like a tide, replaced by an unprecedented sense of ease and comfort. Clearly, Xiao Shujing had completed a refinement of the moonlight power. Continue. Xiao Shujing did not rest at all, once again drawing the moonlight power and entering a new round of refinement. After a long while, Xiao Shujing finally opened his tired eyes. At the same time, a hint of regret appeared in his expression. What a pity I was so close to succeeding just now. Well, it's not a big deal to take another day or 2. Realizing his current state wasn't optimal, forcing himself to train would be futile. He quickly wrapped up today's training without further hesitation. Chapter 68. Breaking into the 9 Layers Tower in just a few days. Xiao Shujing witnessed the changes happening in the entire base. Every day, a large number of workers came in and out of the base, and countless buildings rose from the ground. The area of the entire base also continued to expand, divided into several zones according to function. Is this the 9 Layers Tower? Suddenly, Xiao Shujing noticed a pagoda-shaped building appearing in the center of the base. It was about 30 meters high, with 8 corners, and the tower's body was engraved with countless mysterious runes, with flowing light dancing above. Seeing this, Xiao Shujing immediately rushed towards the 9 layers tower. Xiao brother. This call made Xiao Shujing pause slightly. He turned his head and saw a girl in a blue dress walking quickly towards him. It was Miss Lu. Xiao Shujing smiled and cupped his hands in greeting. Congratulations on becoming a martial artist. Lu Wenyan looked at the ethereal Xiao Shujing and sighed. I didn't expect Xiao brother to not only be powerful, but also to have such a fast cultivation speed. Clearly, my punch strength was still stronger than yours in the special training class, yet you became a martial artist early on. Well, it took 2 months to catch up to you. Xiao Shujing chuckled and replied, what about the other members of our special training class? Are you the only one who became a martial artist? Lu Wenyan nodded. Li Qing Xiao and the others still have some time. But I heard that several others from different schools have become official martial artists, including your old rivals Sunda and Lu Yin. Xiao Shujing smiled calmly, his expression as tranquil as water. I would find it strange if those two didn't break through. At this moment, Xiao Shujing's perspective was no longer limited to one city or region. For him, Jiangbei Prefecture and even Shango Province no longer had worthy opponents to pay attention to. Xiao brother, is this the 9 layers tower? Soon, the two arrived outside the 9 layers tower, and Lu Wenyan pointed to the tall building as she looked at Xiao Shujing. Xiao Shujing nodded and said, this should be the 9 layers tower, but I haven't been inside before. Lu Wenyan was surprised. Didn't Xiao brother enter the elemental power secret realm long ago? How come you haven't been in? Xiao Shujing had to recount the events of the past few days to Lu Wenyan. I see now. Lu Wenyan realized. Let's go. We're here. So let us see what is so wonderful about the 9 layers tower that so many people admire. With that, Xiao Shujing took the lead and walked toward the 9 layers tower. Please stand in the designated area to verify your identity information. As soon as Xiao Shujing approached, the intelligent system of the 9 layers tower emitted an electronic synthesized voice. Seeing this, Xiao Shujing immediately stood in the designated area of the intelligent system. Student, Xiao Shujing School, Jiangbei Prefecture First High School Realm, Junior Martial Artist. Application approved. With the system's voice rising, the large door in front of Xiao Shujing suddenly opened. Miss Lu, I'll go in first. Xiao Shujing turned to Lu Wenyan and said, then stepped into the 9 layers tower. Upon entering the door, the scene before him made him pause slightly. The space inside the tower was far larger than it appeared from the outside. From the outside, the entire 9 layers tower covered only about an acre, while the space inside was over 10,000 square meters. Could this be the Alliance's space expansion technique? Looking at the spacious interior of the tower, Xiao Shujing was immediately astonished. Could I use the ability of unity of heaven and man to analyze the Alliance's space expansion technique and create a storage space for myself? Xiao Shujing stroked his chin, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. I don't even need it to be as large as the 9 layers tower. 100 cubic meters would be enough for me. For now, let us study the 9 layers tower first. Xiao Shujing forcibly suppressed his thoughts and quickly followed the system's prompt to collect a virtual helmet, then entered the exclusive room. Let us begin, Xiao Shujing murmured, then put on the sci-fi-looking virtual helmet. In an instant, Xiao Shujing felt a dizzying sensation, as if his consciousness was being pulled into an endless vortex. When he regained his awareness, he found himself in a strange world. Surrounding him was a brilliant starry sky, with countless stars twinkling with dazzling light. Xiao Shujing noticed that his body felt incredibly light, as if he could soar freely. Xiao Shujing was filled with shock. Before he could collect his thoughts, a grand voice sounded in his ear. Welcome to the 9 layers tower. Open the Junior Martial Artist Trial Leaderboard. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Xiao Shujing shouted loudly. Immediately, a massive light screen unfolded in front of him. First place, Gong Yiyu Tuo, 9 layers tower. Level 42, second place. Ling Yulan, 9 layers tower, level 38, third place. Su Dongyang, 9 layers tower, level 38. 300th place, Chris, 9 layers tower. Level 31, there are so many talented individuals in the Alliance. After reading the global leaderboard for junior martial artists, Xiao Shujing was filled with emotion. The difficulty of the trials in the 9 layers tower consists of a total of 100 levels. The first 30 levels feature junior exotic beasts. Levels 31 to 59 feature intermediate exotic beasts. Levels 60 to 89 feature advanced exotic beasts. And levels 90 to 100 correspond to the kings among advanced exotic beasts. In other words, all the top 300 on the junior martial artist leaderboard possess the strength of newly advanced intermediate martial artists, capable of directly defeating intermediate exotic beasts. 9 layers tower, I'm going to start challenging it. As soon as Xiao Shujing's voice fell, his figure instantly vanished from spot. When he reappeared, he found himself in a desolate desert, where a gigantic, fanged junior exotic beast was roaring towards him. Xiao Shujing's gaze sharpened, and with a flash of his body, he appeared in front of the exotic beast, thrusting his spear fiercely. Poof! The sharp spear tip pierced directly into the exotic beast's body. But this beast was tough-skinned and thick-fleshed. Despite the blow, it did not fall, but instead lunged at Xiao Shujing even more frantically. Xiao Shujing quickly withdrew his spear and nimbly stepped back to avoid the beast's charge. A cornered beast still fights. Xiao Shujing snorted coldly and launched another attack, his spear moving like a dragon. Flame spear technique, first form. Xiao Shujing roared, and the spear pierced through the ferocious exotic beast. After taking such a heavy blow, the exotic beast could no longer counterattack, collapsing in pain on the ground before dissipating into a shower of light. First level trial passed. The system's voice announced. The strength of just the first level's exotic beast was no less than that of a junior martial artist with over 50,000 kilograms of punch force. Xiao Shujing's expression became serious. He initially thought the first level wouldn't be too strong, but now he realized he was gravely mistaken. Continue the challenge. At this moment, outside the 9 layers tower. Look, names have actually appeared on the crystal monument. A student suddenly noticed that names were appearing on the crystal monument. How is that possible? What nonsense are you talking about? The students at the base have just become martial artists. How could they possibly break through? A companion nearby clearly did not believe him, thinking he was joking. Why would I lie to you? Just look for yourself. Wow, who is this Xiao Shujing? I've never heard of him before. In an instant, the students originally gathered around a 9 layers tower erupted in discussion. Xiao Shujing, Sunda clenched his fists, filled with unwillingness as he recalled the crushing defeat in the league. One day, I will stand before you honorably. Chapter 69. Narrow defeat on the 7th floor. Xiao Shujing was unaware of the situation outside. At this moment, he had arrived at the 2nd floor of the 9-layer sky tower. As soon as he stepped onto this level, he felt a completely different kind of pressure. Surrounding him was a dark forest, filled with a sinister atmosphere. Xiao Shujing tightened his grip on the spear in his hand, his expression serious. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept by, rustling the leaves. Xiao Shujing keenly sensed danger approaching, and his figure flickered, dodging to the side. He saw a beast resembling a ghost leap out from the shadows, its sharp claws slicing through the spot where Xiao Shujing had just stood. If he had reacted a moment too late, that claw would have been enough to rip him apart. Xiao Shujing's eyes narrowed. He couldn't afford to be careless. He swept his spear horizontally, sending a fierce gust of wind toward the beast. However, the creature moved incredibly fast, easily avoiding his attack. What an astonishing speed, Xiao Shujing thought in surprise. It was only at this moment that he could clearly see the appearance of the beast. It was long and slender, with fur as dark as ink, its eyes glinting with a ghostly green light, and its sharp fangs especially prominent in the darkness. Ghost Wind Wolf. Xiao Shujing's expression grew serious as he uttered the name of the beast. The Ghost Wind Wolf was known for its incredible speed and ability to conceal itself. However, it had its pros and cons. Its power was not strong among the primary beasts, as evidenced by its earlier attack, which only had around 40,000 kilograms of force. Ordinary primary warriors wouldn't even have time to react. For others, the Ghost Wind Wolf might be difficult to deal with, but now it faced Xiao Shujing, whose reaction speed had reached an excellent level for intermediate warriors. Every movement of the beast could not escape his eyes. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Xiao Shujing's mouth. Your speed is still too slow. With that, Xiao Shujing moved like a ghost, his spear transforming into streaks of light as he launched his attack against the ghost wind wolf. The beast was not to be outdone. It flickered and transformed into a black shadow, dodging Xiao Shujing's fierce assault. Immediately after, it leaped up, opening its gaping maw to bite at Xiao Shujing's neck. Xiao Shujing's eyes sharpened, reacting quickly. He rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the deadly bite. At the same time, he thrust his spear upward, the tip grazing the ghost wind wolf's abdomen and drawing a line of blood. What a pity if it had reacted just a moment slower. That thrust would have finished it off, Xiao Shujing lamented. The ghost wind wolf howled in pain, and after landing, it lunged at him once more. Xiao Shujing pushed off the ground, leaping high into the air and thrusting his spear down fiercely. The ghost wind wolf, seeing this, twisted its body in midair, narrowly avoiding the strike. After landing, Xiao Shujing did not pause. He charged forward in an instant, thrusting his spear like a storm. The ghost wind wolf dodged left and right. It still got hit in the hind leg by Xiao Shujing's strike. It let out a cry of anguish, its speed slightly diminishing. It's time to end this. Third move of the blazing spear technique, Xiao Shujing shouted, seizing the moment when the ghost wind wolf's speed decreased. He unleashed the third move of the blazing spear technique, and instantly, the spear tip, amplified threefold in power, pierced toward the ghost wind wolf. The ghost wind wolf felt the immense power and showed a look of terror in its eyes, but with its hind leg already injured. It was far from its peak speed and could not evade in time. Puff! The spear tip deeply penetrated the ghost wind wolf's body, the powerful force instantly piercing its vital points. The ghost wind wolf let out a shrill scream, its body crashing heavily to the ground. After struggling a few times, it lay still. Second floor cleared. The system's voice echoed once more. Outside the 9-layer sky tower, the crystal tablet displayed that Xiao Shujing had reached the second floor. What? Xiao Shujing passed the second floor? A sharp-eyed student rubbed his eyes in disbelief. No way. I couldn't even get past the first floor, and now someone has managed to clear 2 floors in one go. Another student was completely taken aback. Sunda was among the crowd, and upon witnessing this scene, he merely clenched his fists before turning to leave. Inside the 9-layer sky tower, 7th floor. Is this already my limit? Xiao Shujing felt quite disheveled, having barely dodged the attack from the Crimson Gold Tiger with all his strength. No, I can still fight. I will stand up and fight again. Xiao Shujing shouted angrily, enduring the pain from his injuries as he struggled to rise from the ground. Gripping the spear tightly, his eyes burning with indomitable fire. Seeing Xiao Shujing stand up again, the Crimson Gold Tiger revealed a hint of mockery in its eyes before launching another attack, its massive body charging in with a gale. Xiao Shujing gritted his teeth, sidestepping as he swept his spear across to collide with the tiger's claws, producing a piercing metallic clang. The tremendous impact sent Xiao Shujing flying, and he rolled on the ground several times to dissipate the force. Come on, beast! Xiao Shujing roared, swinging his spear again toward the vital points of the Crimson Gold Tiger. The Crimson Gold Tiger, seeing this, showed a human-like disdain on its face, swatting Xiao Shujing away with a single paw, then lunging forward in a fierce tiger's pounce, directly biting through Xiao Shujing's neck. Challenge failed. Xiao Shujing immediately saw darkness before his eyes, and when he regained his senses, he had already left the challenge area. Ouch, that hurts! Xiao Shujing instinctively rubbed his chest, the recent battle scene still vivid in his memory. The realism of this 9-layer sky tower is too high. System, check the beginner warrior rankings. A massive light screen appeared before Xiao Shujing. Student, Xiao Shujing School, Jiangbei Prefectural Number 1 High School Realm. Beginner warrior floors cleared. 6th floor alliance ranking. Hongqining Hanking. National ranking. Provincial ranking, 1052nd. I can't even break into the top 1,000. Xiao Shujing looked at the rankings in surprise. In fact, this result was already quite good. In the entire Shanga province, there were only 3 martial arts high schools, and the total number of students who reached beginner warrior status across 3 grades was only about 10,000. Most people could only struggle through the 3rd or 4th floors. And Xiao Shujing had broken through to beginner warrior status in less than a month, already clearing the 6th floor of a 9-layer sky tower, surpassing 90 of the martial arts high school students in Shango province. Forget it, Sky Tower, open the battle mode. Xiao Shujing shook his head, no longer dwelling on this issue. After all, with his progress, he would eventually climb higher. Matching opponents, please wait. After about 10 seconds, the system indicated that Xiao Shujing had found an opponent. Enter the room, Xiao Shujing said without hesitation. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Shujing instantly appeared in a virtual arena. Opposite him stood a tall, round-faced man with a bushy beard, wielding dual knives. Xiao Shujing chose the spear, his strongest weapon. Without hesitation, "Kid, you're unlucky to run into me." The opponent sneered, looking down on Xiao Shujing because of his youth. Xiao Shujing said nothing more. His figure flickered, and he appeared in front of the round-faced man in an instant. The bearded man's expression changed drastically. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Puff! The spear pierced his neck, and the round-faced man let out a choking sound before turning into a beam of white light and disappearing from the virtual room. Xiao Shujing wins, 3 points. The system's electronic voice echoed simultaneously. Fighting is fighting, why all the unnecessary talk? Xiao Shujing muttered, then continued to match for another opponent. Chapter 70. Understanding the Artistic Conception of the Elemental Force Secret Realm. Base Conference Room. Just this morning, Fong Ming suddenly received a meeting notice from the Base Management Committee. He didn't think much of it and hurried over with paper and pen. Why does the atmosphere feel off today? As Fong Ming arrived outside the conference room, a sense of impending disaster rose within him. Forget it. It must be because I didn't rest well yesterday. Fong Ming shook his head, forcibly suppressing his unease, and walked confidently into the conference room. It's him. Hearing this, Fong Ming was confused and didn't know what was happening. In an instant, several officers in armor appeared beside him and pinned him to the ground. I came to attend the meeting. What are you doing? Fong Ming was pinned down, unable to move. Fong Ming, the Jiangbei Prefecture Inspection Office accuses you of neglecting your duties during the Elemental Force Secret Realm hunting competition, resulting in the deaths of 7 students. According to the laws of the Great Xia, you are now under arrest. Wei Ming stood at the judgment seat and loudly announced Fong Ming as charges. Fong Ming shouted, breaking free from the officer's grip and lunging at Xiao Shujing. Insolence! Xiao Shujing angrily scolded and struck Fong Ming, sending him flying. Fong Ming fell hard to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, even spitting out fragments of his internal organs. Hold him down and keep a close watch. The officers immediately took Fong Ming away upon hearing this. Suddenly, Xiao Shujing's smart assistant buzzed with a message, and he raised his right hand to take a look, revealing a hint of a satisfied smile. Finally, after these few days, there's some good news. Wei Ming, curious, asked, "My Lord Shujing, what good news is it?" Xiao Shujing laughed heartily and said, "Our Xiao Shujing for Class 1 has just challenged the 9-story Heaven Tower and surprisingly made it to the 6th level in one go." Really? Wei Ming was somewhat incredulous until Xiao Shujing nodded again, prompting him to burst into laughter. After quite a while, Wei Ming finally stopped laughing and looked at Xiao Shujing with a flattering expression. "My Lord Shujing, seeing how outstanding Xiao Shujing is, shouldn't we provide some appropriate support from the Academic Affairs Office?" Xiao Shujing did not oppose this time, pondering for a long time before saying, "Our Academic Affairs Office was established to select talents for the Alliance. For such a genius student, I will apply for the best support from above." "Thank you, Lord Zhao." Wei Ming immediately bowed deeply upon hearing this. 9-story Heaven Tower. A flash of white light passed, and Xiao Shujing exited the battle room. So strong. Xiao Shujing recalled the match just now, still feeling a bit shaken. That opponent must have been a master. According to the classification of the 9-story Heaven Tower, each realm is divided into 5 levels: ordinary, elite, master, grandmaster, and celestial. Since defeating the round-faced bearded man, Xiao Shujing had won over 20 matches in a row and advanced to the elite level. However, he faced a setback in the master advancement match, being defeated in less than 10 moves. Should I continue? Xiao Shujing thought for a moment and decided to give up on further advancement. My foundational strength is too weak. Even if my martial arts enhancement is not inferior to those of grandmasters and celestials, They can overpower me with sheer strength. Moreover, today's gains are considerable. Once I return and digest what I've learned, my strength will surely improve further. With this in mind, Xiao Shujing immediately chose to remove the virtual helmet and exit the 9-story heaven tower. Look, Xiao Shujing is out. It's really him. I've seen his photo from the 10-school league. He doesn't look that impressive. Outside the 9-story heaven tower, the crowd gathered near the crystal tablet erupted in discussion upon seeing Xiao Shujing exit. Xiao Shujing also noticed the situation but was eager to return to Shuyuan and had no intention of paying attention to the crowd. Suddenly, someone jumped out from the crowd. This person was tall, with a rough appearance, and his eyes held a hint of provocation. Xiao Shujing, don't think you're great just because you made it to the 6th level. I see you're nothing special, he said loudly. Xiao Shujing frowned and replied, Who are you? I don't know you. I'm Sun Chong. I wanted to compete with you for a long time. Sun Chong crossed his arms, looking arrogant. Xiao Shujing smiled helplessly. I'm not in the mood to compete with you right now. Step aside. Sun Chong, however, would not budge, blocking Xiao Shujing's path. What? Afraid? Xiao Shujing's expression darkened. I'm not afraid. I just don't want to waste time. Sun Chong laughed heartily. Not daring is not daring. Stop making excuses. At this moment, murmurs arose from the crowd. Wow, who is this guy? Is he always this arrogant? You mean Sun Chong, a student from Class 9? Just broke through to the junior martial artist level. This is his first time entering the Elemental Force secret realm. He can't be trying to show off, right? Who knows? Xiao Shujing's patience was nearly exhausted by Sun Chong, and he said in a low voice, Step aside. Sun Chong, acting as if he were unafraid of anything, continued to block Xiao Shujing's path. Xiao Shujing coldly snorted, his figure moving like a ghost, instantly appearing in front of Sun Chong, and struck his chest with a palm, sending him flying several meters away. Sun Chong fell heavily to the ground, his face red, unable to get up for a long time. The crowd instantly fell silent, shocked by Xiao Shujing's sudden strike. Hiss, so fast. I didn't even see his figure clearly before Sun Chong was sent flying. No wonder he made it to the 6th level of a 9-story heaven tower. Such speed and control. In an instant, everyone saw a flash, and Sun Chong was already knocked down. However, it seemed he wasn't seriously hurt. He was just lying on the ground, pretending to be dead for a moment. Xiao Shujing coldly glanced at Sun Chong and turned to leave. For Xiao Shujing, he was easy to talk to as long as one didn't block his path. But there are always some who are unaware of their own limitations, taking advantage of kindness. Shuyuan, after dozens of battles in the 9-story heaven tower, although my physical strength wasn't heavily depleted, my mental energy was significantly drained. However, I didn't come away empty-handed. It seems I vaguely grasped a hint of artistic conception. Sitting cross-legged in the training room, Xiao Shujing reflected on his gains from the 9-story heaven tower. Seizing the moment, he wondered if he could further comprehend the artistic conception. Xiao Shujing murmured, then closed his eyes, carefully contemplating the recent battle. If I could take this opportunity to grasp a hint of artistic conception, then the threshold to becoming an Earth-level martial artist would already be half open for me. As long as I thoroughly understand the artistic conception afterward, breaking through to Earth level would be as easy as reaching into my pocket. Xiao Shujing immersed himself in the training room, fully focused on the recent practical experience. Scenes of intense battles in the 9-story heaven tower flashed continuously in his mind. Every move, every response, replayed in his thoughts. Time passed minute by minute, and Xiao Shujing's brow occasionally furrowed. It was unclear how long had passed when Xiao Shujing's body trembled slightly, and a peculiar wave radiated from him. It seemed he had touched upon a bit of the essence. Xiao Shujing felt a surge of joy, but dared not relax for a moment, continuing to immerse himself in the comprehension. Chapter 71. The wonderful use of spiritual thoughts. Xiao Shujing sat cross-legged in the training room, as if immersed in a tranquil universe. His thoughts completely absorbed in the memories of battles in the 9-tiered heavenly tower. He recalled the astonishing speed of the phantom wolf, every pounce it made, and the trajectory of his long spear, all vividly replaying in his mind. The deadly struggle with the golden tiger was like a grand painting, with the ferocious attacks of the golden tiger, his own thrilling evasions and fierce counterattacks, each moment seemingly frozen and magnified. Xiao Shujing felt every detail of these battles, trying to capture the deeply hidden clues of the artistic conception. His brow was furrowed, as if he were intensely trying to unravel an incredibly complex riddle. Time quietly passed, and Xiao Shujing's expression became increasingly focused and serious. Suddenly, his body trembled slightly, and a strange wave spread out like ripples. Done. I finally grasped a hint of artistic conception. Moreover, taking advantage of this opportunity, it seems I can condense spiritual thoughts now. Xiao Shujing slowly opened his eyes and said excitedly, "Continue." Seeing the dawn of condensing the thoughts of the nine-yang divine thought method, Xiao Shujing was instantly full of vigor, disregarding his mental fatigue, and immersed himself in cultivating once again. He closed his eyes again, adjusted his breathing rhythm, and tried to calm his mind. At the same time, his consciousness delved deep into his mind, following the steps of the nine-yang divine thought method, and began to condense the first spiritual thought. As time passed, the originally scattered spiritual power in Xiao Shujing's mind gradually gathered together, slowly forming a vague point of light. However, the structure of this point was still unstable, at risk of collapsing at any moment. Sweat beads rolled down his forehead like beans, and he gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength to maintain this fragile point of light. Every fluctuation of spiritual power made him tense. Steady, I must keep it steady. Xiao Shujing constantly encouraged himself in his heart. He cautiously mobilized his spiritual power, like a meticulous craftsman, carefully repairing the unstable structure within the point of light. Finally, with Xiao Shujing's continuous adjustments, the point of light suddenly brightened, then rapidly contracted, instantly transforming into a crystal-clear meteor, radiating a gentle glow. I did it. Xiao Shujing opened his tired eyes forcefully, his tone filled with unhidden joy. For him, today could be considered a double happiness. Not only having successfully grasped a hint of artistic conception, but also breaking through the long-stalled nine-yang divine thought method, condensing his first spiritual thought. Next, let me test your wonderful use. Is it really as described in the nine-yang divine thought method? With this thought, Xiao Shujing immediately mobilized his spiritual thought, attaching it to a distant testing robot. Instantly, the spiritual thought transformed into a streak of light and landed on the testing robot. Xiao Shujing immediately felt a marvelous connection with the testing robot. I seemed to be able to control it. A realization arose in Xiao Shujing's heart, and he tried to raise his arm. Unexpectedly, the testing robot really raised its arm. Not only that, but it seemed he could also see from the robot's perspective. Simultaneously, another scene appeared in his mind. A young boy dressed in a black and gold martial arts outfit was sitting cross-legged on the ground, looking curiously at him. Indeed, the uses are endless. Xiao Shujing nodded with satisfaction. Now let me see how far the spiritual thought can extend. After saying that, Xiao Shujing immediately withdrew the spiritual thought attached to the testing robot and directed it to fly outside the room. His spiritual thought, like an invisible wind, swiftly passed through the room and spread out into the distance. Initially, he could clearly perceive everything around him: walls, flowers, and passing birds. However, as the distance increased, that perception gradually became blurred. When the spiritual thought extended nearly a kilometer away, Xiao Shujing felt a powerful resistance, as if an invisible barrier was blocking his progress. Just hold on a little longer. Xiao Shujing silently urged himself, desperately driving the spiritual thought forward. However, the resistance grew stronger, and his spiritual thought began to tremble, as if it would collapse at any moment. No, I can't take this risk anymore. Realizing the situation was dire, Xiao Shujing decisively withdrew his spiritual thought. When the spiritual thought returned to his mind, he felt dizzy and nearly collapsed to the ground. It seems that with my current spiritual power, a kilometer is already my limit. Xiao Shujing took a deep breath to ease the backlash he just experienced. Should I try to draw the power of the sun to refine my spiritual power? Xiao Shujing stroked his chin, feeling somewhat hesitant. The power of the sun was not to be underestimated. Unlike the gentle power of the moon, it could easily backfire if not handled carefully. Let's give it a try. After all, I will need to draw it in the future, and if I fail, I'll just treat it as gaining experience. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Shujing made up his mind. Xiao Ji, open the skylight. As soon as Xiao Shujing's voice fell, the roof of the training room slowly opened, and a blazing sun appeared, hovering above Xiao Shujing's head. Xiao Shujing held his breath and focused, cautiously extending his spiritual thought toward the extremely hot power of the sun. At first, the mere heat waves emitted by the sun's power caused his spiritual thought to feel a burning pain. Sweat beads instantly fell like rain from his forehead, but he endured the pain and continued to push forward. Xiao Shujing let out a painful roar. When the spiritual thought truly touched the power of the sun, a violent energy surged in, and Xiao Shujing felt as if he were in the blazing sun. Hold on! Xiao Shujing roared in his heart, desperately maintaining the stability of his spiritual thought. The power of the sun was like a fierce beast, constantly gnawing at his fragile mental defenses. Xiao Shujing's face turned pale as paper, and his body involuntarily trembled. However, just when he was about to collapse, the originally violent power of the sun seemed to show a hint of easing. Xiao Shujing keenly captured this change and took the opportunity to guide this power, slowly merging it into his spiritual thought. With the integration of the power of the sun, his spiritual thought began to undergo marvelous changes. The originally crystal-clear glow became even more dazzling, while also gaining a sense of resilience and heat. But Xiao Shujing did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. He remained fully focused on controlling this process. Finally, when the last trace of the power of the sun was successfully digested, Xiao Shujing's spiritual thought emerged like a phoenix reborn from the fire, exuding a powerful and shocking aura. I did it! No wonder the Nine-Yang Divine Thought method emphasizes that one must condense the spiritual thought before using the power of the sun for refinement. Xiao Shujing thought of this and felt extremely fortunate. Thankfully, he did not act recklessly and followed the steps in the cultivation method diligently. Before condensing the thought, the spiritual power was like a block of tofu, requiring extreme caution even when coming into contact with the power of the moon. If he carelessly touched the power of the sun, he could easily be overwhelmed by the raging energy, turning him into a fool at best or a fire victim at worst. However, after condensing the spiritual thought, the density changed dramatically compared to before. It could be described as a steel ingot, naturally capable of withstanding the backlash of the power of the sun. Chapter 72. Selling exotic beast materials 1 month later. Autumn Garden. 22, 351 kilograms. Xiao Shujing looked at the data on the testing robot and felt quite pleased. Since completing the 9 Heaven Tower Challenge, he had hardly gone out, focusing entirely on his training in Autumn Garden. Today marked the year 826 in the Great Xia calendar, and at the current pace, he should be able to break through to an intermediate warrior by the end of this year. Just the day before yesterday, the last day of the Great Xia calendar year 825 finally passed, and the entire Tianhai Alliance welcomed its new year, referred to as the Day of Rebirth by the Alliance's officials. It was on this day that the Tianhai Alliance, under the leadership of its leader, ended the dark rule of the alien races that had lasted for hundreds of years, driving them out of Tianhai Star. To commemorate this great victory, the citizens of various countries declared it a national day of worship. A few days ago, Li Qingxiao mentioned that the commercial district of the base had been established, and today was a good opportunity to sell the exotic beast materials obtained from the hunting competition. About a week ago, Li Qingxiao also broke through to become an official warrior, becoming the second in Class 3 and the 10th student from the first middle school to enter the Elemental Force Secret Realm. Other schools had also seen several breakthroughs, and the total number of members in the Secret Realm had surpassed 50. After entering the Elemental Force Secret Realm, Li Qingxiao visited Xiao Shujing immediately. It was through him that Xiao Shujing learned about the changes in the base, where many official institutions had set up, and even some well-established trading associations had been invited to join. Xiao Shujing processed the exotic beast materials in his combat backpack and then headed towards the commercial district of the base. What a lively atmosphere! Walking through the streets of the base's commercial district, Xiao Shujing noted that just a month ago, this was still a wasteland. In just a short month, it had transformed. with various buildings erected and many more people around. Shops lined both sides of the street, bustling with activity, and the noise was incessant. Tianhe Trading Association. This is the place. The Tianhe Trading Association has a long history, established during the Dark Ages and contributing significantly to the rebirth war of Tianhe Star. Therefore, after the formation of the Tianhe Alliance, it has been strongly supported. Xiao Shujing glanced at the sign outside and then entered the luxurious hall. Upon entering, he was greeted by a young woman in professional attire with a pleasant appearance. "Hello, sir. I am Xiao Li, a sales assistant at the Tianhe Trading Association. It's a pleasure to serve you. Do you buy exotic beast materials?" Xiao Shujing asked, patting his combat backpack casually. Xiao Li's eyes lit up at his words, and her smile widened. "Of course. Please follow me. On the second floor in the reception room." "Sir, please enjoy some tea while I fetch the association's appraiser," she said. Xiao Shujing nodded slightly, took a sip from his teacup, and began to observe the decoration of the reception room. "Sir has a good eye. This painting by Li Shi is truly exceptional." At this moment, a refined-looking man walked in. "You're too kind. I just happened to find it interesting," Xiao Shujing replied, shaking his head. He had just been bored and thought the painting was quite intriguing, which was why he had admired it for a while. "I am the appraiser for the Tianhe Trading Association, specializing in evaluating various exotic beast materials. You can call me Old Wang. May I ask how you would like to be addressed?" The refined man looked at the spirited young man before him, feeling a bit astonished and cautious. Xiao Shujing replied calmly. "Please take out the exotic beast materials for me to inspect," Old Wang requested. Xiao Shujing nodded without further ado and decisively opened his combat backpack. Old Wang's eyes brightened when he saw the materials inside. He cautiously picked up a piece of blood-pattern wolf skin. The skin of a blood-pattern wolf is surprisingly intact, he exclaimed, rubbing his hands over the wolf skin. "Mr. Xiao, if I'm not mistaken, this blood-pattern wolf should have been killed with a single strike. Aside from the fatal injury to the heart, the entire body has no other wounds." Xiao Shujing glanced at Old Wang in surprise and said, "Good eye. No wonder you're a professional appraiser at the Tianhe Trading Association. You really have some skills." Old Wang chuckled and extended his right hand. "Mr. Xiao, our Tianhe Trading Association is willing to offer this amount. 200,000? Xiao Shujing observed Old Wang's gesture, thought for a moment, and nodded. "This price is quite fair. I agree. Let's take a look at the rest of this batch of materials. If the price is fair, I'll sell them all to your Tianhe Trading Association." Old Wang rubbed his hands excitedly and eagerly picked up the other materials, occasionally exclaiming in surprise. After quite some time, Old Wang finally finished evaluating the remaining materials. "Mr. Xiao, these materials are not only of excellent quality, but also in great condition. I need to report to the manager." Old Wang stood up, looking apologetic. Xiao Shujing nodded in response, and Old Wang then left. Soon, the sound of high heels clicking echoed from outside the reception room. "Hello, Mr. Xiao. I am Jiang Li, the head of the Tianhe Trading Association." Xiao Shujing looked up to see a well-proportioned, exquisite-looking woman walking in gracefully in high heels. Jiang Li's face was like a peach blossom, and a glint of shrewdness flashed in her eyes. "Mr. Xiao, so young and accomplished. You must be a member of the Elemental Force Secret Realm." Seeing that the head of the Tianhe Trading Association was personally attending to him, Xiao Shujing felt it was inappropriate to act overly modest, so he stood up and said, "Ms. Jiang, I'm just an ordinary person." As she entered the reception room, Jiang Li got straight to the point. "Mr. Xiao, after internal discussions about your batch of materials, we have set a total price of 400,000. I wonder if this price satisfies you." Xiao Shujing looked at Jiang Li in surprise. "Ms. Jiang, although I am not an expert in appraisal, these materials are merely from low-level exotic beasts, not particularly rare. The total price should be around 350,000 at most." Before coming, Xiao Shujing had specifically checked the information at the warrior's home to confirm the total price of the materials, so he would be taken advantage of. For a young talent like Mr. Xiao, our Tianhe Trading Association is naturally eager to make friends. This slight premium can be considered as our greeting gift. Jiang Li maintained her smile, patiently explaining to Xiao Shujing, "One should not seek rewards without merit. Ms. Jiang, let us stick to the market price for the purchase." Xiao Shujing said with an indifferent expression and a calm tone. Understanding Jiang Li's intentions, Xiao Shujing had a general idea. However, his experiences from 2 lives taught him that what is free is often the most expensive, so he chose to politely decline. Upon hearing this, Jiangli immediately dropped her smile, stating in a businesslike manner, according to the market price, "Our Tiana Trading Association can offer a maximum of 342,000 for this batch of materials. I want martial arts points." Xiao Shujing nodded, accepting this price. Before long, a subordinate of Jiangli brought in a contract. After Xiao Shujing carefully reviewed it and confirmed it was correct, he signed his name. Not long after, Xiao Shujing received a notification from the warrior's home about the payment being credited. "Ms. Jiang, I'll take my leave." After saying that, he left the Tianhe Trading Association without hesitation. Chapter 73. Distribution of profits from the elemental power secret realm after handling the materials from the exotic beasts. Xiao Shujing was just about to return to Qiyuan when suddenly his intelligent assistant notified him of a call request. Xiao Shujing was momentarily taken aback and then chose to answer. "Instructor, did you need something from me?" Xiao Shujing asked, looking at the stern man on the virtual screen with confusion. Since the hunting competition, he hadn't seen Wei Ming in any formal setting at the base. And after inquiring with Chun Ming and Bai Jing, he found that he hadn't appeared at the first high school either. This led him to suspect that Wei Ming might have been captured by the Tiki during that purge. It was clear now that this was not the case. "Good news. Come to the base management office when you have time. That's all," Wei Ming said hurriedly before hanging up the call. Xiao Shujing was left puzzled but didn't dare to be careless, quickly heading toward the office of the base management. To him, Wei Ming was a significant benefactor, not only guiding his cultivation, but also tirelessly recommending him to higher-ups. Xiao Shujing always felt grateful to him. "Excuse me, miss. Could you tell me where Principal Wei Ming's office is?" Soon, Xiao Shujing arrived at the base management office location and stopped a staff member to ask, "Principal Wei? I haven't heard of him." The female staff member shook her head, indicating she was unsure. "How could that be?" Xiao Shujing frowned and continued. "He just called me virtually and asked me to come to the base management office to find him." "What's his name?" The staff member's heart sank, and she became cautious. "His name is Wei Ming, the vice principal of Jiangbei First High School." "What? Are you talking about Chairman Wei Ming?" the staff member exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. Instinctively using a respectful title, Xiao Shujing was also taken aback. "Chairman? When did Principal Wei become a chairman?" After calming herself, the staff member explained, "You didn't know? Chairman Wei Ming was just promoted recently and is in charge of important affairs for our base." Xiao Shujing was astonished. He didn't expect Wei Ming to suddenly become the head of the elemental power secret realm. "Could you please show me the way? The chairman just notified me to find him. Please follow me." The staff member bowed slightly. Soon, they took the elevator to the 7th floor. The staff member led Xiao Shujing to a door and stopped in front of it, where a sign clearly marked it as the chairman's office. "This is Chairman Wei's office." "Thank you," Xiao Shujing said to the staff member and gently knocked on the door. "Come in." Hearing the familiar voice, Xiao Shujing felt relieved and pushed the door open to enter. "Xiao Shujing, come, have a seat." Wei Ming gestured to a chair beside him. Xiao Shujing sat down as instructed and couldn't help but ask, "Instructor, aren't you the principal of the first high school?" Wei Ming chuckled. "I'm just here at the right time." The hunting competition had such a big incident, although most of the blame fell on Fong Ming. "As the vice principal, I can't be completely uninvolved. Fortunately, you performed outstandingly, and the Alliance pays great attention to you, which is why they showed me leniency and allowed me to take charge of the elemental power secret realm and related affairs." Xiao Shujing was taken aback and then said, "What does this have to do with me?" After all, he wasn't from a prominent family, nor did he have powerful mentors. How could it be because of him that Wei Ming was treated leniently? "You underestimate yourself too much. Just based on the fact that you became a martial artist in less than a month and directly reached the 6th floor of the 9-layer Sky Tower. The Tianhe Alliance has long listed you as a key focus, and all your files have been encrypted. Without L7 clearance, no one can access them." Xiao Shujing was shocked, his face filled with disbelief. "Is it really because of this?" Wei Ming replied impatiently, "Isn't that enough? In just 1 month, you not only improved your physical quality to 13,000 kilograms, but also perfected the first 3 moves of the blazing gun technique. Not only is your physical talent exceptional, but your comprehension is also top-notch. After Xiao Shujing reported your files, the Alliance's higher-ups unanimously assessed that you could at least become an Earth-level martial artist, with a 60 chance of becoming a Sky-level martial artist, and even a 3 chance of surpassing the Sky level. After finishing, Wei Ming looked at Xiao Shujing with envy. 3%? Xiao Shujing scoffed, clearly not convinced by that probability. Seeing this, Wei Ming couldn't help but knock on the table. Don't be ungrateful. A 3 chance is already very high. You know how many martial artists spend their whole lives without ever touching the threshold of Earth-level martial artists? Xiao Shujing awkwardly smiled and said, "Instructor, I know that, but a 3 chance is still too low." Wei Ming sighed. "You're still too young. This 3 chance has already made you a key training target for the Alliance. I called you here to discuss this matter." Xiao Shujing sat up straight and said earnestly, "Please go ahead, instructor." Wei Ming cleared his throat. "First, due to your exceptional comprehension, the Alliance has specially upgraded your martial artist clearance from L3 to L5, corresponding to high-level martial artists." "Really?" Xiao Shujing was overjoyed. "See, you're getting anxious again." Wei Ming glanced at Xiao Shujing, took a sip of tea, and continued, "Secondly, everything purchased from the martial artist home will be at a 30% discount for you. The third point is a promise." Suppressing his excitement, Xiao Shujing asked, "What promise?" Wei Ming put down his teacup and said solemnly, "If you can reach the 30th floor of a 9-layer sky tower by December 31st of this year, the Tianhai Alliance will allow you to enter the number 51 ruins once." Number 51 ruins? Xiao Shujing was taken aback. "Don't ask me. I don't know the specifics either. My Alliance clearance is only L5 like yours, but I'm a few years older than you and know a bit more." Wei Ming hesitated before finally speaking up. "However, I've heard that our Alliance was able to rise rapidly because we gained significant benefits from the ruins early on." "I see," Xiao Shujing murmured. It made sense. There must have been someone internally who had seen it firsthand, giving it a high credibility. At the same time, the profits from last year's Elemental Power Secret Realm have already been settled, and I'm calling you over to prepare to distribute the promised profits from last year." Wei Ming continued. Xiao Shujing's eyes lit up. "I knew the instructor wouldn't treat me poorly. He thought of his disciple as soon as there was a benefit." Wei Ming smiled. "Of course, you're a student of ours. If I don't think of you, who else would I think of?" Saying this, Wei Ming took out a document from under the desk and handed it to Xiao Shujing. "This is the profit detail from last year's Elemental Power Secret Realm. Take a good look. If there are no issues, sign it, and later the base management will transfer your share to your martial artist home account." Xiao Shujing took the document and carefully flipped through it, growing more excited as he read. "I didn't expect there to be so much," Xiao Shujing couldn't help but say. At the end of the document, the final figure was 240 million. Chapter 74. Breaking into the 9-story tower. Haha. This is just the initial stage of the Elemental Power Secret Realm. The breeding area and the elemental planning area have only just begun construction, and it's far from the time to see returns. Wei Ming laughed heartily. Xiao Shujing couldn't help but click her tongue. If it's fully developed, wouldn't it be possible to make money just by lying down? Wei Ming shook his head. To fully develop it, it would take at least 10 to 8 years. However, for martial artists, time is the least of their worries, especially for someone as young as you. There's a high probability of continuing to break through. Xiao Shujing fell silent, then signed her name and handed the document to Wei Ming. "Since I'm here, I might as well challenge the 9-story tower. It's a good opportunity to see how much I've gained in the past month." Stepping out of the office building of the base management committee, Xiao Shujing looked at the 9-story tower in the center and murmured to herself. Without hesitation, she headed straight for the 9-story tower. Outside the 9-story tower, "No. 1 Xiao Shujing, level 6 and 0. 2. No. 3. At this moment, the ranking on the crystal monument still only had Xiao Shujing's name, with everything else blank. Am I still the only one? Xiao Shujing stared at the crystal monument in silence. Based on the current progress of the base students, the strongest punching power is only around 4,000 kilograms, making it impossible to break through the first level of the 9-story tower. The base life force of the strange beasts on the first level is equivalent to a martial artist with 50,000 kilograms of punching power. Even if they have low intelligence and lack martial arts knowledge, to defeat it, they would need at least 10,000 kilograms of basic punching power. And the martial arts enhancement must be above 0 times to have a chance to pass this level. Surely there will be a few students who can break through the first level before the midterm exam. Otherwise, it would be too boring if I'm the only one. Xiao Shujing shook her head, then no longer hesitated and stepped into the 9-story tower. System, I want to challenge the 7th level of a 9-story tower. Upon entering the 9-story tower, Xiao Shujing immediately applied to the system for a challenge. Application approved. A grand voice rang out, and Xiao Shujing suddenly found herself on the 7th level. Roar! As soon as Xiao Shujing entered the 7th level, a familiar roar echoed in her ears. Golden Tiger, old friend, we meet again. Xiao Shujing squinted, looking at the aggressive Golden Tiger across from her. Let us see if you could defeat me this time. With that, Xiao Shujing's figure flashed, and the spear in her hand lunged forward like a dragon emerging from the sea, directly stabbing at the Golden Tiger. Seeing Xiao Shujing's fierce attack, the Golden Tiger dared not take it head-on and jumped to the left, avoiding the piercing strike. What incredible speed! Xiao Shujing noted the Golden Tiger's quick reaction, then retracted her spear, her eyes fixed on the Golden Tiger. Thus, both the human and the beast confronted each other in the open mountainous area, neither daring to make a rash move. Roar! The Golden Tiger gradually lost its patience, letting out a loud roar and taking the initiative to attack Xiao Shujing. Finally can't hold back, huh? Xiao Shujing's lips curved into a slight smile. The Golden Tiger pounced like a golden flash, and Xiao Shujing sidestepped, sharply lifting her spear. The tip grazed the fur of the Golden Tiger. What a pity! Xiao Shujing thought to herself. The Golden Tiger missed its strike, quickly turning around after landing and pouncing again. Seeing this, Xiao Shujing attempted the same technique. But the Golden Tiger had learned from its experience this time, and Xiao Shujing gained no advantage. After several exchanges, Xiao Shujing noticed that while the Golden Tiger's attacks were fierce, its patterns were becoming clearer. You have nowhere to hide in front of me. It's over. Flame Spear Technique, 3rd form. Xiao Shujing shouted, her aura surging, and the spear in her hand streaked across the sky like a meteor, piercing through the Golden Tiger. Bang! At the moment the spear struck, the Golden Tiger instantly transformed into a shower of light and scattered everywhere. 7th level passed. Hearing the system voice of a 9-story tower, Xiao Shujing let out a long sigh of relief. This Golden Tiger was the strongest opponent she had encountered so far, with a life force equivalent to a martial artist with 60,000 kilograms of punching power. But the tiger is the king of beasts. The Golden Tiger is undoubtedly a royal among primary strange beasts, far from what ordinary species can compare to. System, I want to continue challenging. The subsequent 8th and 9th levels were filled with ordinary strange beasts. Although their life forces were stronger, they were still limited compared to the Golden Tiger. So Xiao Shujing didn't waste much effort on them. 10th level. Xiao Shujing looked at the Thunder Eagle strange beast spiraling in the sky, her expression quite uncomfortable. Can this even be played? At that moment, the Thunder Eagle strange beast didn't care about Xiao Shujing's feelings. With a powerful flap of its wings, it suddenly dove straight at her. Xiao Shujing felt a strong wind pressure rushing at her, and she quickly rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the Thunder Eagle strike. Seeing its attack miss, the Thunder Eagle quickly distanced itself from Xiao Shujing. Is it playing tricks? Xiao Shujing frowned at the Thunder Eagle as it retreated after missing its attack. This is definitely another royal beast. The good news is that its life level is only equivalent to a martial artist with 70,000 kilograms of punching power. But the bad news is that it can fly. Xiao Shujing silently groaned, and for a moment she had no good way to deal with the Thunder Eagle. So she had to focus again to prevent a surprise attack. The Thunder Eagle circled in the air, its sharp eyes fixed on Xiao Shujing, seemingly searching for a flaw. Holding her spear, Xiao Shujing remained vigilant against the Thunder Eagle's next attack. Moments later, the Thunder Eagle launched another attack, its claws gleaming with cold light as it swooped down on Xiao Shujing. Xiao Shujing dodged to the side, sharply lifting her spear. The Thunder Eagle skillfully avoided the spear, and with a flap of its wings, a gust of wind swept in. Xiao Shujing was knocked off balance by the fierce wind, stumbling backward. This guy is too hard to deal with. Xiao Shujing gritted her teeth, forcing herself to stabilize and charge toward the Thunder Eagle again. Xiao Shujing's eyes widened, and she wielded her spear vigorously, trying to disrupt the Thunder Eagle's rhythm. The Thunder Eagle was equally unyielding, continually launching fierce attacks from its aerial advantage. For a time, Xiao Shujing found herself in a passive situation, but she did not give up, constantly thinking of countermeasures. I can't keep letting it lead me around. I need to find a way to restrict its movements, Xiao Shujing thought to herself. Got it. Suddenly, Xiao Shujing spotted a large rock nearby. An idea flashed in her mind, and she immediately ran toward the boulder. Seeing this, the Thunder Eagle assumed Xiao Shujing was trying to escape and called out while chasing after her. Realizing the Thunder Eagle was coming after her, Xiao Shujing decisively turned around. As the Thunder Eagle soared past, she lunged forward, thrusting her spear fiercely into the Thunder Eagle's abdomen. The Thunder Eagle let out a sharp cry of pain. Angrily flapping its wings, a strong wind howled again. Xiao Shujing was blown off balance, but she gripped her spear tightly, refusing to be blown over. Now's the time, Xiao Shujing shouted, channeling all her strength into the spear as the Thunder Eagle, enraged by the pain, prepared to attack again. Third form, Xiao Shujing shouted again, launching her attack as her spear shot forward like a bolt of lightning, piercing toward the Thunder Eagle's wing. With a sound of pu, the spear struck the Thunder Eagle's wing, causing it to lose balance and fall from the sky. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Shujing leaped up, thrusting her spear repeatedly, not giving the Thunder Eagle a moment to catch its breath. Finally, under Xiao Shujing's fierce assault, the Thunder Eagle gradually lost its ability to resist and collapsed to the ground, no longer moving. Phew, finally resolved. Xiao Shujing let out a long breath and wiped the sweat from her forehead. 10th level passed. Chapter 75, Promotion to Master, 10th level passed. Continue the challenge, Xiao Shujing said without hesitation. Moments later, a flash of white light appeared, and Xiao Shujing reappeared at the original spot. It seems the 10th level is my limit. Xiao Shujing's face turned pale. He had just entered the 11th level and was crushed by a claw after only exchanging a few blows with that strange beast, perfectly demonstrating what it means to overpower 10 with 1. Ninefold Sky Tower. Open the Beginner Warrior leaderboard. As soon as Xiao Shujing finished speaking, a huge light screen appeared in front of him. Student, Xiao Shujing School, Jiangbei Prefecture Number 1 High School Realm. Beginner Warrior, Elite, Level, 10th Level Alliance Ranking. Continental Ranking. National Ranking. Provincial Ranking, 251st place, 251st. Xiao Shujing's vision went dark upon seeing the ranking. He seriously suspected the system was doing this on purpose. Why does it sound like an insult? Forget it. I'll just go through the master promotion match in the challenge tournament. Xiao Shujing shook his head, no longer dwelling on this matter. Ninefold Sky Tower, open battle mode. Matching you with opponents of similar strength, please wait. About 10 seconds later, the system transmitted an electronic voice. An opponent of similar strength has been matched for you. Please enter the room as soon as possible. Late entries will be considered a forfeit. Subsequently, a virtual countdown appeared in front of Xiao Shujing. Enter the room. As soon as Xiao Shujing finished speaking, the scenery around him changed, and he instantly found himself on a vast grassland. A flash of light appeared, and a tall woman holding a long staff appeared opposite Xiao Shujing. The woman was in her early 20s, holding a long staff, her cold gaze fixed on Xiao Shujing, exuding an aura that warned others to stay away. Xiao Shujing raised an eyebrow, quite surprised. Female warriors were already rare, let alone one so young. Before he could speak, the tall woman spoke first. Quick battle, quick resolution. After saying that, her figure instantly vanished from the spot. Such speed, Xiao Shujing's heart tightened, and he quickly focused on perceiving the movements around him. Suddenly, he felt a gust of wind coming from the right side. Without thinking, he swept his spear horizontally. Clang! The clash of weapons sparked. Xiao Shujing felt his arm numb. The woman's strength was astonishing. Such strong force. Her physical quality must be at least over 60,000 kilograms. As soon as Xiao Shujing's spear made contact with the woman's weapon, he felt a tremendous force rush in, and his face quickly retreated while using his feet to stomp on the ground to dissipate the force. So weak? The tall woman was somewhat surprised, but she showed no mercy, wielding her long staff to attack Xiao Shujing again. I can't take it head on. Seeing the woman's fierce offensive, Xiao Shujing immediately flashed away, evading the woman's long staff like a ghost. At the same time, he thrust his spear at an awkward angle towards her ribs. The woman reacted extremely quickly, pulling back her long staff to block Xiao Shujing's deadly strike. Bang! The clash of spear and staff produced a muffled sound. Xiao Shujing felt a sharp pain in his hand, almost losing his spear. The gap in physical quality is too great. I must avoid her sharpness first. Xiao Shujing was secretly surprised, quickly changing his strategy to only dodge and not attack. Like a swallow, Xiao Shujing darted across the grassland, avoiding the woman's staff as it repeatedly struck the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Can you only dodge? The woman shouted angrily, her attacks becoming even fiercer, the wind from her long staff howling. Xiao Shujing ignored her. Verbal taunts had no effect on him. After all, he always adhered to the principle that as long as I have no morals, you can't morally bind me. Time passed second by second, and seeing that her persistent attacks were ineffective, the woman began to feel anxious. Your mind is disturbed. Xiao Shujing keenly noticed this and immediately chose to mess with her mentality. The woman snorted coldly. Her offensive not only did not weaken, but became even more ferocious. However, this also left more openings in her attacks. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Shujing's spear darted like a snake, aiming for the woman's chest. The woman was startled and quickly pulled back her long staff to defend, but it was too late. The spear pierced directly through her chest, leaving a gaping wound the size of a bowl, completely severing her life force. This shot, I've been waiting for you for a long time. As the woman's figure dissipated, Xiao Shujing spoke in a voice only the two could hear. You. Before the woman could finish her sentence, she was forcibly kicked out of the room by the system, finally promoted to master. If it weren't for my strength nearly doubling this month, I would have been crushed long ago. At this moment, Xiao Shujing's information in the ninefold sky tower had been updated. Student, Xiao Shujing School, Jiangbei Prefecture No. 1 High School Realm. Beginner Warrior, Master, Level, 10th Level Alliance Ranking. Continental Ranking. National Ranking. Provincial Ranking, 231st place, not bad. Xiao Shujing looked at his information panel, a smile unconsciously appearing on his face. Dazhou Kingdom Capital. 5th High School. Mu Wanshi snorted coldly, her face dark as she exited the ninefold sky tower. I remember you, Yin Dingjun. Mu Wanshi thought about how Xiao Shujing had messed with her mentality before her demise, and her anger flared up. After exiting the ninefold sky tower, Mu Wanshi made a note of Xiao Shujing's ID and sent a friend request, determined to find an opportunity to exact revenge. Oh, isn't this our beautiful Mu? What made you so angry? A teasing voice rang out behind Mu Wanshi. Mu Wanshi frowned tightly, turned, and shot a glare at the newcomer, saying irritably, Stop being so sarcastic. It's none of your business. Such a temper. Seems you've been seriously angered this time. Come on, tell me. Let's have a laugh. Mu Wanshi shot a cold glance, saying, Don't gloat. Instead of wasting time here, you should practice more, so you don't end up embarrassed like me. The person, however, remained unfazed and continued to smile. Wow, I really want to meet the person who made our Mu suffer. Come on, tell me who it is. You took the bait. Mu Wanshi secretly rejoiced. She knew her old rival well enough that the more she told her not to do something, the more she would want to do it. Mu Wanshi bit her lip and reluctantly said, A guy with the ID, Yin Dingjun, his strength is average, just likes to mess with people's mentality. So be careful. What a strange name. But just because you, Mu Wanshi, can't do it doesn't mean I, Zhao Inxiu, can't. Zhao Inxiu said confidently. Then I'll leave it to you. Mu Wanshi pretended to say, but her heart was full of disdain. Go drink my foot wash water. Huh. Friend request? Just as Xiao Shujing was about to exit the ninefold sky tower, 2 friend requests suddenly came through the system's backend. System, reject them. And also open my friend request settings. After doing all this, Xiao Shujing exited the Ninefold Sky Tower with satisfaction. He didn't take care about the friend requests in the Ninefold Sky Tower. Given his current training progress, he could basically guarantee an increase of 10,000 kilograms of punching power each month, allowing him to break through to an intermediate warrior this year. Making friends was meaningless to him and would only waste his time. Back in Qiyuan, Xiao Shujing eagerly opened the warrior's home and saw 2 emails as soon as he logged in. First email. Student Xiao Shujing from the Origin Force Secret Realm Base. Hello. Given your outstanding performance in the hunting competition last November, the Management Committee of the Yuanli Secret Realm Base has reported to the Provincial Education Department of Shangguang and the Daxia Education Department. They have agreed to grant you 5 of the annual revenue of the Yuanli Secret Realm as a gift. Based on last year's revenue from the Yuanli Secret Realm, you will receive 240 million martial arts points. You can spend these martial arts points freely, but the base management committee reminds you to try to spend them on martial arts cultivation and not waste them on unrelated fields, as strength is the most important thing. At the bottom, the email also includes a detailed breakdown of last year's revenue from the Yuanli Secret Realm. Xiao Shujing has already seen this breakdown with Wei Ming, so he naturally has an idea of the figures. Then he looked at the account of the martial artist's home, and indeed, there was an additional 240 million. Originally, he had 200 million martial arts points in his account, but after purchasing some martial arts and equipment, he only had 150 million left. With the addition of this 240 million, Xiao Shujing now has a total of 390 million martial arts points in his account. He then opened the second email. Hello, Daxia student Xiao Shujing. I am Tianhai. After evaluating your excellent performance over the past 2 months, the Alliance Management Committee has unanimously decided to make an exception and upgrade your martial artist rank to L5. You will have access to D-level and C-level martial arts, corresponding cultivation potions and combat equipment, as well as special martial arts manuals and cultivation insights. Additionally, your purchases at the martial artist home will be available at 30% off the original price, with the remaining portion covered by the Alliance. With that, the email ended. After reading both emails, Xiao Shujing was overjoyed. His first 3 forms of the Flame Spear technique had already reached perfection, and he didn't want to waste time on other E-level martial arts, which would hardly improve his strength. Now he could take this opportunity to exchange for the D-level and C-level versions of the Flame Spear technique all at once. Even though his current physical condition couldn't utilize them, he could study them in advance and use them directly once his physical condition improved. Moreover, the Alliance had also opened access to special martial arts manuals and cultivation insights. First, he would see if there were any manuals discussing spatial concepts. The spatial expansion technique of the 9-layered heaven tower was too complicated, even if he activated the unity of heaven and man to analyze it. He understood it only superficially. Just thinking about the analysis of the spatial expansion technique in a 9-layer heaven tower gave Xiao Shujing a headache. He decisively typed space into the search bar. In an instant, a series of related manuals appeared on the virtual screen in front of him. Spatial runes analysis type, cultivation insight manual, creator, full price 3 billion martial arts points, can be purchased by volume. The first volume priced at 120 million martial arts points. Requires Tianhai Alliance L6 level permission or special authorization from the Alliance. Initial spatial understanding type, cultivation insight manual, creator, full price 2 billion martial arts points. Can be purchased by volume. The first volume priced at 180 million martial arts points. Requires Tianhai Alliance L6 level permission or special authorization from the Alliance. Spatial discussions type. Cultivation insight manual. So expensive? Xiao Shujing was taken aback upon seeing the prices. He had been quite satisfied at first, but upon seeing the prices, he felt like a pauper. All his assets were only enough to buy the first 2 volumes. Moreover, even the names of sky-level martial artists were displayed on the manuals. Yet these spatial insight manuals didn't show any names. Could they be from beings beyond sky-level martial artists? At the same time, a faint guess began to form in Xiao Shujing's mind. Let's add them to the shopping cart for now. I'll check to see if there are any special martial arts worth cultivating. After considering, Xiao Shujing added spatial runes analysis and initial spatial understanding to the shopping cart and continued searching for special martial arts. Indestructible golden body type, body cultivation manual. created through understanding of heaven and earth, specializing in the physical body. Achieving perfection allows one to travel freely through the starry sea, fearless. And rebirth from blood is effortless. Full price 80 billion martial arts points can be purchased by volume. The first volume priced at 400 million martial arts points. Requires Tianhai Alliance L6 level permission or special authorization. Great Sun Golden Body Type. Body Cultivation Manual. Divine Phoenix Nirvana Technique Type Enhancement Manual. As long as one breath remains, life does not cease. It can significantly improve the practitioner's recovery ability, as long as one is not instantly dead. Using the technique can instantly restore injuries. Price 88. 8 billion martial arts points. Cannot be purchased by volume. Requires Tianhai Alliance L6 level permission or special authorization. Xiao Shujing was astonished by the series of zeros at the end of the special martial arts. He never expected special martial arts to be so expensive, and many couldn't be purchased by volume. To take out nearly 1,000 billion martial arts points at once, even Earth-level martial artists would need to spend nearly 100 years of savings. He already had spiritual cultivation manuals, and the only ones he needed to purchase from the special martial arts were body cultivation manuals and recovery manuals. He could choose one body cultivation manual to buy by volume, while enhancement manuals required one-time purchases, which would have to wait for another day. Xiao Shujing felt quite helpless. With limited funds, he had to use them wisely. He then turned his attention back to spatial runes analysis and initial spatial understanding. After hesitating for a while, he ultimately chose initial spatial understanding. For him, spatial runes analysis was still too narrow, merely limited to the rune section and only explained part of the space. On the other hand, initial spatial understanding had a broader perspective, providing a comprehensive preliminary overview of space, making it an excellent manual for studying spatial concepts. And it would more clearly enhance his strength. Dear martial artist, you have special permissions from the Alliance and can purchase this manual at 30 off. Are you sure you want to spend 126 million martial arts points to buy it? Confirm purchase. After making up his mind, Xiao Shujing filled out the address information and decisively clicked to purchase. Now he only had 264 million martial arts points left. He would first choose a body cultivation manual, and with the remaining martial arts points, he would buy the last 6 forms of the flame spear technique. Xiao Shujing turned his gaze to the body cultivation manuals, and after a long selection, ultimately chose Indestructible Golden Body. Insufficient martial arts points. Damn. Seeing the red text on the virtual screen, Xiao Shujing finally realized. The first volume of Indestructible Golden Body was priced at 400 million martial arts points, and even with the 30 discount, it still required 280 million martial arts points. He was short by 16 million martial arts points. Forget it. The investment that Baishan Martial Arts Hall promised me hasn't been deposited yet. I'll just go back and get that money. Then I'll have enough funds. Chapter 77. Returning to the present world the next morning, Xiao Shujing woke up early, tidied up, and hurried towards the exit of the Yuanli Secret Realm. Originally, he planned to stay in the Yuanli Secret Realm until just before the midterm exams, as it not only had the 9-tiered Sky Tower, but also a gravity chamber. Especially the 9-tiered Sky Tower, where the young generation of the entire Tianhai Alliance was active, greatly motivated Xiao Shujing and broadened his horizons, preventing him from falling into the mindset of a frog at the bottom of a well. If he felt that the battles in the 9-tiered Sky Tower were not realistic enough, he could also choose to venture into the trial area of the Yuanli Secret Realm. After the hunting competition, the base management re-evaluated the exotic beasts in the Yuanli Secret Realm and designated a specific area as a trial zone for the base students to conduct practical training. It is worth noting that even during the revival day, Xiao Shujing did not choose to go back, which was equivalent to the Spring Festival in his past life. At the exit of the Yuanli Secret Realm, a guard stepped forward as Xiao Shujing approached, raising his hand to signal him to stop. Xiao Shujing nodded and summoned his intelligent assistant to present his identity information. The guard immediately contacted the base management system to verify the identity information, and after confirming its accuracy, he spoke, "Oh, it's a student from a base. Why didn't you go back during the holiday?" Xiao Shujing shook his head and said, "There are no better training conditions back home. I only chose to go back this time because of some urgent matters." Hearing this, The guard said enviously. If I had the training conditions in the base, I would also be willing to stay in the secret realm for hard training. Xiao Shujing smiled, but did not respond. After a few moments, Xiao Shujing's surroundings changed, and he found himself in a grand building. The barren ground beneath his feet had somehow transformed into a bluish-white metallic floor, intricately engraved with numerous runes and lines. "Hey, come out quickly, don't just stand there." A voice urged him from nearby. "Oh, I'm coming right out." Upon hearing the staff's words, Xiao Shujing instinctively walked out. "When did you enter the Yuanli secret realm? And which city are you headed to?" The staff, already accustomed to such inquiries, picked up a recorder to register the information. "I am a member of the Yuanli secret realm base. I entered the Yuanli secret realm on November 23rd, 825 of the Daxia calendar, and I plan to go to Jiangbei Prefecture this time." "A student from the base? All right, you should go to the bus station at the foot of the mountain. Their SA train to Jiangbei Prefecture at 9:30. Because you're a student of the base, you don't need to buy a ticket. I've already logged your information, so you can just board the train." The staff gave Xiao Shujing a surprised glance, then quickly recorded his identity information and arranged the train to Jiangbei Prefecture for him. "Thank you." Xiao Shujing cupped his hands in gratitude and then followed the staff's guidance to the bus station. Xiao Shujing hurried along and soon arrived at the bus station at the foot of the mountain. The alliance is really efficient. In just a few months, not only has the Yuanli secret realm gradually improved, but even the Yuanli nodes outside have been constructed quite well, and a special train line has been set up. At this moment, there are not many people at the station, only a handful of individuals. Taking advantage of the train's delay, Xiao Shujing sent a call request to Lin Weiwei. Due to the Yuanli secret realm being in a different space from the present world, the current technology of the Tianhai Alliance could not enable communication between the two places. Before long, a familiar face appeared on the virtual screen. "Sister Weiwei, is Supervisor Yang at the martial arts school now?" "Xiao Shujing, where have you been recently? I've been trying to call you, but couldn't get through. I thought you were missing." Lin Weiwei teased. "I recently participated in a special event, and it wasn't convenient to communicate," Xiao Shujing said ambiguously. "The existence of the Yuanli secret realm is strictly confidential unless authorized," and Xiao Shujing said this to protect Lin Weiwei. He had learned about the Yuanli secret realm from Chun Ming's father, who had specifically authorized the two of them to know, which further piqued Xiao Shujing's curiosity about Chun Ming's father's identity. Lin Weiwei naturally saw through Xiao Shujing's evasiveness, but did not press further. "Supervisor Yang is still at the martial arts school. Sister Weiwei, can you help me schedule an appointment with Supervisor Yang? I will come to see him at noon." "No problem." Seeing Lin Weiwei readily agree, Xiao Shujing chatted with her for a moment before hanging up. At the Baishan Martial Arts School, Lin Weiwei stood up with a serious expression and quickly walked towards Yang Jianhua's office. "Supervisor Yang, Xiao Shujing just contacted me to schedule an appointment with you." Entering the office, Lin Weiwei stated her purpose directly. "Oh, he has appeared?" Yang Jianhua raised an eyebrow. "When did he say he would come?" "At noon." Upon receiving the affirmative answer, Yang Jianhua waved his hand, and Lin Weiwei respectfully walked out. Xiao Shujing. Yang Jianhua stood up, gazing at the horizon and murmuring to himself. Suddenly, a high-pitched sound echoed from a distance, and before long, a silver-white maglev train slowly entered the station. After the train came to a complete stop, Xiao Shujing stepped aboard. Following the information from his intelligent assistant, he found his seat. It turned out to be a small private room. "Is this the treatment for base students?" Xiao Shujing was quite surprised. The private room was not small. About 20 square meters, furnished with a desk and several sofas, and behind the desk, there was even a designated lounge area. Before long, the maglev train began to move slowly, and the scenery outside started to whiz by. The speed must be at least over 200 kilometers per hour. As Xiao Shujing felt the slight push from the train's acceleration, he looked out the window. Under the blue sky and white clouds, the distant towering mountains quickly receded behind him. Rivers, fields, and everything else began to blur. About 2 hours later, the maglev train smoothly arrived at the east station of Jiangbei Prefecture. Xiao Shujing tidied himself up, swiftly navigated through the bustling crowd at the station, and hailed an unmanned smart car, heading straight for the Baishan Martial Arts School. Soon, the smart car stopped at the entrance of the Baishan Martial Arts School. After getting out of the car and seeing the familiar place, Xiao Shujing strode into the martial arts school. Mr. Xiao, Supervisor Yang has been waiting for a long time. Please follow me. As soon as Xiao Shujing stepped into the hall of the martial arts school, Lin Weiwei approached him, clearly having waited there for a while. Thank you, Weiwei. Xiao Shujing nodded and followed Lin Weiwei. Supervisor Yang, Xiao Shujing has arrived. Before long, the two arrived at Yang Jianhua's office door, and Lin Weiwei gently knocked on the door. Come. A steady voice came from inside. Lin Weiwei opened the door, gestured for Xiao Shujing to enter, and gently closed the door behind him. Mr. Xiao, long time no see. Yang Jianhua was the first to break the silence between them. What have you been busy with lately? I had Lin Weiwei try to contact you, but she couldn't reach you. I've been training in the Yuanli secret realm. Xiao Shujing replied decisively. As a senior martial artist and a member of the Baishan Martial Arts School, Yang Jianhua surely knew of the Yuanli secret realm's existence. I see. Chapter 78. The Great Summer Dragon and Tiger Competition, so that's how it is. Yang Jianhua murmuret. No wonder I couldn't reach your smart assistant. Xiao Shujing nodded and continued. I have already broken through to become a formal martial artist. I came back this time to fulfill my promise to the martial arts school. After saying that, Xiao Shujing looked at Yang Jianhua with bright eyes. Ha, you're really not being polite. Yang Jianhua laughed first, then looked at Xiao Shujing with appreciation. No problem. Do you want daxia coins or martial arts points? Xiao Shujing was overjoyed and quickly said, Martial arts points? I'll send you my martial artist home account. Yang Jianhua waved his hand. I'll directly convert 10 million of the martial arts quota into an equivalent amount of martial arts points and transfer it to you, along with an additional 40 million martial arts points from last year and this year. Thank you, Supervisor Yang. Xiao Shujing hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Moments later, Xiao Shujing received a notification that the funds had been credited. Seeing that his purpose for this trip had been achieved, Xiao Shujing stood up, preparing to take his leave. Supervisor Yang, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Don't be in a hurry. There's something important I need to discuss with you. Yang Jianhua quickly called Xiao Shujing back, signaling him to sit down. This March, Daxia will hold the new Dragon and Tiger competition. The rewards for the competition are substantial, and it's said that the top 10 will be awarded a set of top-level martial arts skills. Our Baishan Martial Arts School hopes you can represent the school in the competition. Additionally, if you can make it into the top 1,000, the school will give you extra rewards on top of the competition prize. The Dragon and Tiger competition, Xiao Shujing exclaimed in surprise. The Dragon and Tiger competition is a large-scale event organized by the Daxia government, held every 3 years, specifically for selecting talents for Daxia. It is divided into 3 categories. 1. Beginner martial artists, Young Tiger competition. 2. Intermediate martial artists, Young Dragon competition. 3. Advanced martial artists, Dragon and Tiger competition. There are no restrictions on the competition, regardless of age or background. Any martial artist with Daxia nationality can participate. Xiao Shujing had naturally heard of the Dragon and Tiger competition's fame. The last time Daxia held the competition, he had not yet officially practiced martial arts, but he still remembered the champion from the last competition. Young Tiger, Liang Wu. Young Dragon, Bai Mingyi. Dragon, Li Dongchu. That's right. And this is also a preliminary round for the Global Martial Arts Conference in July this year. In recent years, other countries have developed rapidly and produced many geniuses. The Daxia cabinet hopes to warm you up with this Dragon and Tiger competition. Yang Jianhua took a sip from his teacup. The Global Martial Arts Conference, as the highest martial arts event of the Tianhai Alliance, has always attracted the attention of people from various countries. Those who perform well will be rewarded by the Alliance's higher-ups, and leaders from various countries see it as a place to showcase national strength, leading to continuous competition for hundreds of years. The Global Martial Arts Conference, Xiao Shujing murmured. The Global Martial Arts Conference is held every 10 years. During the last competition, Xiao Shujing was only 5 years old and did not pay attention to it, so he was not very clear about it. However, as the highest event of the entire Tianhai Alliance, all participants are elites from various countries, and the value of the championship is evident. That's right. Yang Jianhua nodded and continued. Daxia's Dragon and Tiger competition is modeled after the Global Martial Arts Conference, with no restrictions. As long as they are registered martial artists with the Town Martial Division, they can participate. Among them are not a few older martial artists, and some have participated more than once. Those who perform well can not only receive high rewards from the competition, but also have a lot of resources allocated to them by various countries and the alliance to help them grow quickly. I see. Xiao Shujing's eyes flashed with brilliance. I agree to this matter. Even if Yang Jianhua hadn't mentioned it, Xiao Shujing was already planning to participate in some competitions to earn martial arts points. Although he had many martial arts points on hand, he realized that they were not enough when it came to actual use. Top-level secret arts often cost hundreds of billions, and even his wealth could only buy a few volumes. It was uncertain how long it would take to earn enough by working honestly. To quickly earn money, the legitimate way is to participate in various competitions and win prizes, while also showcasing talent to attract investment from all sectors and the alliance. Otherwise, one could either go to the EC of Daxia to hunt exotic beasts. For each beast killed, the alliance would grant corresponding martial arts points, while also selling materials to various merchant associations. Another option is to join the alliance's military and fight against alien races on battlefields beyond the Star Sea, where the rewards are even more generous than hunting exotic beasts, and, as a soldier of the alliance, one can enjoy certain discounts. However, currently, these two methods were not suitable for Xiao Shujing. He was in a period of rapid growth in strength, and naturally wouldn't waste time fighting exotic beasts in the EC. As for joining the alliance's military, being an advanced martial artist is the minimum requirement, and whether he could pass the military assessment is another matter, making it even more unrealistic for Xiao Shujing. Well then, it's settled, Yang Jianhua said when he saw Xiao Shujing agree to participate. He immediately took out a contract and handed it over. Xiao Shujing was not polite and quickly glanced through it. Party B will participate in the Daxia Dragon and Tiger competition, and all prizes will belong to Party B. The martial arts school will not participate in the sharing. If Party B can enter the top 1,000 of the Dragon and Tiger competition, the martial arts school will reward Party B with an additional 100 million martial arts points. If Party B performs exceptionally well in the Dragon and Tiger competition, the martial arts school will give Party B 3% of the profits during the competition. Note, this only represents the Baishan Martial Arts School branch and does not include profits from martial arts schools in other countries. After reading the contract, Xiao Shujing frowned, hesitating to speak. Seeing this, Yang Jianhua asked, "What's wrong? Is there something you're not satisfied with?" Xiao Shujing hesitated for a moment, and then said, "What if I can achieve a higher ranking?" Yang Jianhua was taken aback at first, then laughed heartily. "You want to enter the top 1,000 of the Dragon and Tiger competition? You've only just broken through as a martial artist for a few months and haven't entered the golden cultivation period, so your strength has limited progress. How could you possibly compete with those martial artists who have trained for several years or even decades? What's written here about the top 1,000 is just for you to see. There's no need to take it seriously." After saying that, Yang Jianhua shook his head. "That may not be the case," Xiao Shujing murmured, then looked at Yang Jianhua with burning eyes. "What if I can obtain the Young Tiger title in the Dragon and Tiger competition?" Yang Jianhua was stunned. He looked at the spirited young man before him and seemed to see a reflection of his younger self, full of vitality and ambition. His mind heated up. "As long as you can obtain the Young Tiger title in the Dragon and Tiger competition, I will personally apply for you to enter the Baishan Secret Realm at the headquarters of Baishan Martial Arts School." After saying that, Yang Jianhua regretted it. However, words once spoken are like water poured out, and he couldn't take it back in front of the younger generation. Yet he firmly believed that Xiao Shujing had no hope of obtaining the Young Tiger title, so he decided to let it be. Baishan's Secret Realm? Xiao Shujing's eyes lit up. Indeed, the Baishan Secret Realm was specially opened up by a council member for the Baishan Martial Arts School, and it also contains the imprint left by that council member when opening the Baishan Secret Realm. Additionally, there are many cultivation insights from the high-level martial artists of the school within the Baishan Secret Realm. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shujing couldn't help but gasp in amazement and exclaimed, "Supervisor Yang, did you just say a council member of the Alliance?" This was completely different from what Wei Ming had said. Wei Ming once mentioned that the Baishan Martial Arts School was founded by a descendant of a member of parliament. But Yang Jianhua explicitly stated that the secret realm of the Baishan Martial Arts School headquarters was opened up by a council member. The significance between these two statements is entirely different. A council member is a presence that surpasses sky-level martial artists and represents the true foundation of the Tianhai Alliance. In other words, the reason the Tianhai Alliance has been able to withstand the attacks of various alien races lies in the council members led by their leaders. However, how many council members there are in the Tianhai Alliance is not known to ordinary martial artists. Xiao Shujing guessed that it wouldn't exceed 10. Chapter 79. Updates on Friends. That's right, our Baishan Martial Arts School was founded by the descendant of that chairman, Yang Jianhua's Millet Gaomli, seemingly accustomed to Xiao Shujing's surprised expression. So you don't need to worry at all. Our Baishan Martial Arts School has never limited its focus to just one city or region. Every year, we sponsor a large number of martial arts students. Just in Jiangbei province alone, including you, we sponsored nearly 100 martial arts students last year, and the resources spent each year exceed hundreds of billions. These investments typically take decades to yield returns, and not every sponsored martial arts student can fully meet the school's expectations. A considerable number of them get stuck at a certain stage and make no progress. Xiao Shujing nodded. This situation is commonly referred to as a bottleneck. The school lets you participate in the Great Xia Dragon and Tiger competition just to confirm your progress each year. At that time, the school will have dedicated evaluators scoring your performance in the competition and will adjust the resources for the following year based on those scores. Yang Jianhua continued to explain patiently. I understand now. Xiao Shujing nodded. All right, since you know all this, I won't keep you any longer. Just remember to sign up when the time comes. According to past practices, the registration period should be at the end of February. Yang Jianhua glanced at the time on his smartwatch, then stood up to see him off. Xiao Shujing, hearing this, said nothing more, stood up to say goodbye, and directly walked out of the martial arts school. Based on my current progress, by the time the Dragon and Tiger competition starts, my punching power should be around 50,000 kilograms. Even if I can't achieve the Young Tiger title, making it into the top 10 shouldn't be a problem. According to past practices, the prize for the top 10 is already as high as 1 billion martial arts points, and the champion's prize reaches a terrifying 10 billion martial arts points. In addition to the school's extra rewards, I should at least be able to secure several billion martial arts points, which will be enough for me for a long time. Given Xiao Shujing's current strength, participating in competitions is a very good way to quickly earn a large number of martial arts points. In fact, as long as I activate my talent ability, not to mention the Young Tiger title in the Dragon and Tiger competition, I am confident I could win the championship in the Intermediate Warrior Group of the Global Martial Arts Conference. However, Xiao Shujing searched the entire internet and found no one has ever awakened a talent ability. He is very likely the only one in the entire alliance to have done so. Xiao Shujing would never dare to carelessly show his anomaly. After all, even within the first high school, factions are distinctly divided, let alone in such a large alliance, where internal divisions would only be more severe. He would never place his life in the hands of other sympathy, even if that person is the savior leader of the alliance. It's been a long time since I've contacted Lao Bai and the others. I wonder how they are doing. With this thought in mind, Xiao Shujing quickly found a private dining place nearby, and then notified Chen Ming and Bai Jing to come over to catch up. After becoming a martial artist, Xiao Shujing's training speed has become increasingly terrifying. Those he once looked up to have long been left behind, and he can't even see their backs anymore. Now, only a few people can still make him concerned. The others are just fleeting passers-by. Before long, Bai Jing and Chen Ming rushed to the private dining place. Old Xiao, long time no see. I missed you so much. As soon as Chen Ming saw Xiao Shujing, he immediately shouted joyfully, unable to hide the smile on his face. Yeah, you just went silent and became a martial artist without even saying goodbye to us before going to the elemental power secret realm. Bai Jing also walked in and playfully punched Xiao Shujing in the chest. Bai Jing naturally knew about the elemental power secret realm. It was Chen Ming who told the two of them about it back then. I was originally still a month away from breaking through. But who knew the gene repair fluid the school applied for me actually got approved? I had no choice but to go with the flow. Xiao Shujing chuckled proudly. What? Speaking of this makes me mad. The school actually promised to apply for Eugene repair fluid, and the alliance agreed. Chen Ming said enviously. My dad also applied for gene repair fluid for me, but even though the alliance agreed, they scheduled me for 10 years later. Listen. Are you two speaking human language? One relies on the school and the other on their dad. Why hasn't a rich woman seen through my strong facade and sent me one? Bai Jing looked at the two, enviously gritting his teeth. Old Chun, no wonder you've been so calm. It turns out your dad had already applied for the gene repair fluid for you. Xiao Shujing finally understood why Chun Ming was not in a hurry at all. It was because he had someone in the court. Sigh, though that's the case. Because of poor performance, even though the alliance agreed to my application, the arrangement was still too far back, Chun Ming said with a gloomy face. What kind of identity does your dad have to be able to use power for personal gain and apply for gene repair fluid for you? You should know my application was reported through the school to the academic affairs department and then reported layer by layer up. Xiao Shujing was increasingly curious about Chun Ming's father's identity, as he was not only able to easily know about the elemental power secret realm, but could also get the alliance to greenlight the application for gene repair fluid for his child. An ordinary high-level martial artist definitely could not have such power. Oh, he's just an ordinary high-level martial artist in the alliance, with no special identity. Chun Ming spoke vaguely. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shujing gave Chun Ming a deep look, then no longer dwelled on the issue and turned to Bai Jing. Old Bai, how long until you can break through to become a martial artist? Hearing this, Bai Jing's mood immediately improved, and he said excitedly, my current basic punching power has reached 830 kilograms in another 3 or 4 months. I should be able to break through to become a martial artist as well. Still have to wait that long? Xiao Shujing felt a bit dazed, not expecting the gap between him and his old friends to be this large. Bai Jing immediately retorted, do you think everyone is like you? Increasing over 100 kilograms in a month? I was only around 650 kilograms when I started school. Being able to increase nearly 200 kilograms in just 1 semester is already very fast. Exactly. Many students only increase about 200 kilograms of punching power in a year. Chun Ming added from aside, don't look at me. I only increased over 100 kilograms this semester, which is even less than Bai Jing when he started school. Seeing this, Xiao Shujing smiled awkwardly. After all, since awakening his talent, his training has been smooth sailing, and it's easy to think others are the same. In fact, many martial arts students who become martial artists before high school can already be considered talented. According to the Alliance's statistics, most can reach high-level martial artists. Even in the first high school, only about 100 students can become martial artists ahead of schedule each year, while the remaining 90 have to break through after high school. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. We finally meet today, and who knows when we can gather again in the future. Today, we won't leave until we're drunk. Okay, we won't leave without being drunk. The next day, Dad, Mom, I'm going back to the elemental power secret realm. Early in the morning, Xiao Shujing packed his things and loudly informed his parents in the room. As for the elemental power secret realm, the relatives of the students have a right to know. We know. Take care of yourself. Xiao Ming and Lin Qian walked out of the room, looking at Xiao Shujing with concern. Xiao Shujing nodded, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. After saying that, he turned around and strode away, disappearing from their sight. About 2 hours later, Xiao Shujing returned to Chuyuan. Next, he would wait for the secret manual to be delivered at the base. After returning home yesterday, Xiao Shujing purchased the first volume of Indestructible Golden Body from the Warrior S house. Next, he only needed to quietly wait for the staff of the Warrior S house to deliver it to his door. He currently has 24 million martial arts points, which is not enough to buy the D-level version of Flame Gun Technique, so he decided to save it for now. Xiao Shujing opened his account at the Warrior S house and took a look at the remaining balance. Given his current physical condition, even if he learned the D-level version of Flame Gun Technique, he would not be able to use it, so he was not too concerned about it. However, he had made great progress with Nine Suns Divine Thought Technique recently, and it seemed he could start using the attack methods within it. Xiao Shujing's eyes narrowed. Ever since he condensed his first thought and began absorbing the power of the sun, the training progress of Nine Suns Divine Thought Technique had advanced by leaps and bounds. So far, he had condensed 12 thoughts, and the maximum control distance had reached 3 kilometers. With a thought, 12 specks of light flew out from Xiao Shujing's forehead, surrounding him. Just in time, the trial area in the secret realm had been set up, so he decided to find a few exotic beasts to test out his power. As a top-tier special martial art, Nine Suns Divine Thought Technique not only has a method for training spiritual power, but also includes protective means. Godslayer chapter specializes in attacking the enemy's soul, with a total of 66 attack methods, suitable for martial artists from beginner to sky level. Golden Bell chapter focuses on soul defense, condensing a golden bell with a special method. As long as the bell is intact, the soul remains unharmed. Mind chapter is one of the cores of this martial art. Long-term practice not only enhances one's mental realm, but also possesses a level of strangeness that rivals Godslayer chapter, capable of forcibly distorting an enemy's mind and turning them into a loyal servant. Moreover, it is not restricted by race or quota. The specific number of controls depends entirely on the strength of the user's spiritual power. When Xiao Shujing first saw this chapter, he was greatly shocked. He never expected Nine Suns Divine Thought Technique to have such bizarre methods. With this in mind, Xiao Shujing no longer hesitated, donned his spirit-breaking battle armor, and headed towards the trial area of the secret realm. Before long, Xiao Shujing arrived at the fortress controlling the trial area. Halt! The trial area is for base students only. Please show your identification. As soon as Xiao Shujing approached the fortress's metal gate, a team of black-clad guards appeared on either side. This is my identification. Hearing this, Xiao Shujing stopped and summoned his intelligent assistant to present his identification. Verification successful. Access granted. The leading black-clad guard carefully examined the virtual screen in front of him. After confirming the information, the metal gate behind him slowly opened. Student Xiao Shujing. Just a reminder, within a 100-mile radius of the fortress, the life level of exotic beasts is equivalent to a martial artist with 30,000 kilograms of punch power. From 100 to 200 kilometers, it's equivalent to 60,000 kilograms. From 200 to 300 kilometers, it's equivalent to 90,000 kilograms. And beyond 300 kilometers, exotic beasts are generally equivalent to martial artists with 120,000 kilograms of punch power. I hope you can assess your own capabilities and not venture into areas far beyond your limits. Otherwise, if something happens, the base will not be able to provide timely assistance. Xiao Shujing nodded in response. Thank you for the reminder. It's our duty, proceed. As soon as the words were spoken, the black-clad guard slowly opened the passage in front of Xiao Shujing. Moments later, Xiao Shujing left the fortress far behind. Let us find an exotic beast to practice on. Xiao Shujing took out the detection wristband from his pocket and began scanning for nearby exotic beasts. None. Looks like I need to go deeper. Xiao Shujing frowned at the blank signal on the detection wristband and continued walking deeper into the trial area. Their SA response to the east. After advancing about 20 kilometers, Xiao Shujing's detection wristband finally displayed a signal for an exotic beast. His eyes lit up, and he immediately adjusted his direction towards the area indicated by the wristband. Roar! Before he reached his destination, a low growl from an exotic beast reached Xiao Shujing's ears, accompanied by the sound of chewing. Xiao Shujing's heart raced, and he slowed his pace, cautiously approaching. At this moment, he spotted an exotic beast resembling a bear, crouching on the ground and gnawing on the corpse of an unknown animal. Found you. Seeing this, Xiao Shujing's figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of the black bear exotic beast. Roar! The black bear beast noticed someone approaching and immediately flashed a ferocious glare, letting out a series of angry roars. Did I disturb your meal? Xiao Shujing murmured. The black bear exotic beast did not rush to attack, but merely took on a defensive posture, clearly trying to protect the food behind it. I'm not here to steal your food. Let me try my attack method. God Slayer Strike. Xiao Shujing shouted, his eyes flashing with purple light. A thought instantly flew out from his forehead, quickly forming a sharp spike aimed at the black bear's forehead. Phew! Although the black bear beast could not see the thought-formed spike, it sensed the impending danger. Its fur stood on end, and it swung its paw in an attempt to block. However, it was all in vain. The Godslayer Strike was not a physical attack, and aside from other martial arts practicing spiritual power, it could only rely on brute force to resist. Roar! The Godslayer Strike penetrated the black bear's forehead in an instant. The black bear beast let out a desperate howl, its large eyes now filled with fear. In the blink of an eye, the black bear beast's gaze dimmed, and its life signs rapidly disappeared. Its massive body collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. The attack from Godslayer chapter was indeed extraordinary. Just a single thought attack was enough to easily kill the black bear beast. If all 12 thoughts were unleashed, probably very few people at the beginner martial artist stage would be able to withstand it. Xiao Shujing looked at the fallen black bear beast, praising the power of God Slayer chapter in his heart. What a pity. I wanted to test the control effects of Mind chapter as well. It seems I'll have to find another exotic beast. Xiao Shujing smacked his lips, feeling a bit unsatisfied. After dealing with the materials from the black bear beast, he continued deeper into the training area. There are actually 3 exotic beasts in the northeast. After delving several dozen kilometers further, the detection wristband suddenly displayed 3 red dots clustered together, which had remained in the same location for a long time without change. The leading one has a life-level equivalent to a martial artist with 60,000 kilograms of punch power, while the other 2 are equivalent to 20,000 kilograms of punch power. Seeing the analysis on the detection wristband, Xiao Shujing was quite surprised. He didn't expect to encounter exotic beasts with a life-level equivalent to 60,000 kilograms of punch power without even crossing 100 kilometers from the fortress. It seems the guard's words can only serve as a reference, he thought to himself. However, this situation is quite normal. After all, exotic beasts are not lifeless and will move around. Generally speaking, the further one is from the fortress, the higher the life level of the exotic beasts. Let us go take a look. After some consideration, Xiao Shujing chose to sneak towards the lair of those exotic beasts. With his current strength, even if he encountered an exotic beast with a life level equivalent to 100,000 kilograms of punch power, he was confident he could kill it. So he naturally felt no fear. Spirit-breaking battle armor, activate hidden mode. Xiao Shujing commanded in a low voice, and immediately, the golden-white battle armor on him rapidly changed form, blending with the surrounding environment as the light shimmered. After making all the preparations, Xiao Shujing finally moved towards the location marked by the detection wristband. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Chirp, chirp, chirp. In a mountain gorge, dozens of monkeys were jumping around in the trees, chattering incessantly, appearing completely carefree. So they are monkeys. No wonder these strange beasts can stay together. Xiao Shujing bent down and approached lightly, quietly observing the playful monkey group not far away. His gaze passed over the frolicking monkeys and fixated on a few golden-red monkey-like beasts. The largest one stood nearly 2 meters tall, with arms that reached past its knees, and its fur was a striking golden red, quite beautiful. The other 2, slightly shorter beasts, were either massaging its shoulders or pounding its legs, looking quite comfortable. Meeting me means the end of your good days. Xiao Shujing assessed the situation of the monkey group, no longer concealing his figure, and strode towards the gorge. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Suddenly, the playful monkeys encountered a creature resembling them, and instantly, they screamed in terror and scattered in all directions. The 3 monkey-like beasts, hearing the monkeys' cries, immediately stood up, their eyes flashing with ferocity, and began to roar at Xiao Shujing. Seeing this, Xiao Shujing remained unfazed and marched straight in. As the leading monkey-like beast roared, it picked up a thick wooden stick and lunged at Xiao Shujing. Let me see the power of the Mind chapter. Xiao Shujing shouted, a flash of purple light flickering in his eyes, and then 12 thoughts shot out from his forehead, directly entering the monkey-like beast's mind. The monkey-like beast froze, standing still in place, its gaze blank. I see you, Xiao Shujing murmured. At this moment, in the monkey-like beast's mind, a miniature golden-red monkey was warily watching the unwelcome guest in its sea of consciousness. Xiao Shujing's thoughts turned, and the 12 thoughts simultaneously advanced, surrounding the miniature monkey tightly. The tiny monkey bared its teeth, trying to break free from the encirclement, but after several attempts, it was futile. The 12 thoughts emitted a gentle and mysterious glow, enveloping the tiny monkey. The light contained a warm and powerful spiritual force, continuously penetrating deep into the tiny monkey's soul. At the same time, a whispering, grand recitation of scripture resonated from the 12 thoughts, echoing in the tiny monkey's spiritual world. The sound of the scripture seemed to come from ancient times, carrying a mysterious and irresistible power. Each syllable rang out like a great bell in the tiny monkey's spiritual realm. Initially, the tiny monkey struggled furiously, but as the scripture sound continued, its movements gradually slowed, and the fierceness in its gaze began to fade, replaced by confusion and awe. The sound of the scripture grew louder, causing the entire spiritual world to tremble slightly. The 12 thoughts of Xiao Shujing shone with brilliant light, responding to the sound of the scripture. As the verses continued, the tiny monkey's expression became increasingly fervent. It lowered its head and prostrated itself at Xiao Shujing's feet. In the outside world, the monkey-like beast suddenly dropped the long stick in its hand and, with a thud, knelt down, gazing at Xiao Shujing with fervor. What a terrifying mind chapter! Xiao Shujing felt a shiver in his heart as he observed the transformation of the monkey-like beast. He didn't expect that it would turn from seeing him as an enemy to becoming his loyal follower in such a short time. He sensed that, with just a command, this monkey-like beast would carry out his orders at any cost, even at the expense of its own life. This change was deeply rooted in its spirit. Unless Xiao Shujing died or actively released it, no one could forcibly reverse it. Rather than calling it mind chapter, it would be more accurate to call it slavery chapter. Looking at the submissive monkey-like beast, Xiao Shujing couldn't help but reflect. At this moment, the distant monkey group was already confused by their leader's change, not understanding why it suddenly submitted to the enemy. Roar! The leader of the monkey-like beasts turned and roared, causing the previously gathered monkeys to scatter in all directions. Since the goal had been achieved, it was time to return to the base. Xiao Shujing looked at the obedient monkey-like beast, his expression quite satisfied. After a series of tests, the destruction chapter and mind chapter of the 9-Yan divine thought method could be effectively used in actual combat, performing remarkably well and greatly enhancing Xiao Shujing's combat capabilities. Xiao Shujing patted the shoulder of the monkey-like beast leader with satisfaction and said, "You just stay here in the trial area." Considering that the monkey-like beast had contributed to his experiment with the technique, Xiao Shujing did not intend to take its life, allowing it to remain in the trial area to fend for itself. After saying this, Xiao Shujing was about to turn and leave. Chirp! Suddenly, the monkey-like beast knelt down, pointing toward a place behind the gorge. Xiao Shujing paused, looking at the monkey-like beast in confusion, and asked, "What do you want to say?" The monkey-like beast chirped and gestured excitedly. Xiao Shujing furrowed his brow, trying to understand its meaning. "Are you saying you have a treasure to offer me?" Xiao Shujing finally grasped the monkey-like beast's intention. The monkey-like beast eagerly nodded and joyfully led the way in front of Xiao Shujing. Before long, the man and beast arrived in front of a waterfall, where the monkey-like beast gestured, then leaped straight through the waterfall. A secret cave? Upon seeing this scene, Xiao Shujing's eyes brightened, recalling the legendary water curtain cave from his past life. Without hesitation, he followed the path of the monkey-like beast and leaped over the waterfall. After passing through the curtain of water, Xiao Shujing discovered a hidden world within. The cave was spacious and bright, with walls embedded with gems that emitted a faint glow, illuminating the entire cave like a dreamland. At the same time, a faint sweet fragrance wafted through the cave. What a beautiful sight! Upon witnessing the wonders inside the cave, Xiao Shujing couldn't help but exclaim. At this moment, the monkey-like beast ran over and pointed towards the west direction. Following its gesture, Xiao Shujing saw a natural stone bowl, about 1 meter high and 3 meters wide, placed ahead. Chapter 82. Rare low-grade monkey wine. It seemed that the source of the sweet fragrance he had just caught a whiff of was emanating from that stone bowl. Upon seeing this, Xiao Shujing immediately headed towards the stone bowl. As he got closer, the sweet aroma grew stronger, drilling straight into his nostrils. He leaned down to examine it closely and saw that the bowl contained a crystal-clear liquid with a faint glimmer on its surface. Squeak! At that moment, the monkey-like beast followed him, taking out a palm-sized stone bowl and handing it to Xiao Shujing, while dancing excitedly beside him. Could this be the monkey wine recorded in the Alliance Encyclopedia? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Xiao Shujing. According to the records, monkey wine was brewed by monkey-type beasts collecting various rare treasures, usually classified as low-grade, but there were also medium and high-grade versions. The quality was related to the strength of the monkey-type beast. The stronger the beast, the more potent the wine it brewed. Xiao Shujing looked at the monkey wine in the stone bowl and was overjoyed. He turned to the monkey-like beast beside him. "Since you have presented me with this treasure, let me give you a name." After pondering for a moment, he continued, "You dwell in the water curtain cave and are a monkey king. So I shall call you Yukon." Squeak. Upon hearing this, the monkey-like beast instantly jumped up and then knelt down, bowing repeatedly to Xiao Shujing. "All right, you stay guard in front of the water curtain cave and do not allow any creatures to approach." Xiao Shujing waved his hand, and Yukon immediately got up, running to the front of the water curtain cave with determination in his eyes, watching the outside intently. Xiao Shujing then turned his attention back to the monkey wine in the stone bowl. "Now, let me see if the monkey wine truly enhances physical qualities as described in the book." He scooped a bowl of monkey wine from the stone bowl and drank it all in one gulp. Hiss! What a potent effect! As soon as the monkey wine entered his throat, Xiao Shujing felt as if he had swallowed a ball of fire, which surged from his throat straight to his abdomen and then spread throughout his limbs. Not daring to be careless, he immediately performed the guiding technique, slowly directing the medicinal power within his body, gradually integrating it into every cell. With Xiao Shujing's guidance, the violent medicinal power began to soften, slowly seeping into his body cells. He could feel every cell rejoicing, greedily absorbing this powerful energy. A faint glow began to emanate from Xiao Shujing's body, and the surrounding air seemed to warp around this light. His breathing gradually stabilized, but beads of sweat continued to roll down his forehead. Time passed minute by minute as Xiao Shujing continuously refined the medicinal power of the monkey wine, completely forgetting everything outside. After an unknown amount of time, the medicinal power was finally fully absorbed. Xiao Shujing slowly opened his eyes, a gleam flashing in them. He stood up and gently clenched his fist, feeling a powerful force surging within him. "My base strength has increased by at least 30, and this is only from the first bowl of monkey wine." Xiao Shujing clenched his fists in astonishment. It should be noted that his current base strength was already over 20,000 kilograms, so the 30 increase equated to 6,000 kilograms of base strength. Given his current cultivation speed, it would take at least half a month to achieve such growth. Let's keep going. Having tasted the sweetness of the monkey wine, Xiao Shujing continued to scoop a bowl of monkey wine and drink it all at once. Instantly, that familiar feeling surged back. With the experience from the first bowl, he was much more composed this time, methodically refining the medicinal power of the monkey wine. As time passed, the medicinal power of the second bowl of monkey wine was gradually refined, and Xiao Shujing's momentum rose another level. After a long while, he slowly opened his eyes again. This time, the increase in strength was only 2/3 of the first. Xiao Shujing clenched his fists, feeling a bit regretful. However, upon reflection, it was quite normal. Monkey wine is ultimately a type of heavenly material and earthly treasure. Consuming too much would naturally lead to drug resistance. Never mind. Next, I will analyze its mysterious ability. Pure mysterious factors will not have drug resistance. Xiao Shujing hesitated no longer and immediately activated his unity of heaven and man. In an instant, a radius of 45 meters was illuminated in his mind. However, Xiao Shujing was not focused on anything else at that moment and turned his gaze back to the monkey wine in the stone bowl. Under the enhancement of his talent, his mental energy continuously penetrated the intricate structure of the monkey wine, delving deep into the microscopic world. "I see you." Xiao Shujing's eyes focused, and within the vast microscopic world of the monkey wine, he finally captured the combination of the mysterious factors of the monkey wine. He slowly mobilized his mental energy, continuously analyzing its organizational structure. Every subtle change, every energy flow node was precisely captured and analyzed by him. After an unknown amount of time, a smile unconsciously crept onto the corner of Xiao Shujing's mouth, and he slowly opened his eyes. "Finally, I have analyzed it." Stretching lazily, Xiao Shujing appeared quite satisfied. "Since the drug resistance has not yet reached its limit, I will continue to refine the monkey wine. I cannot waste it." After resting for a moment, Xiao Shujing's mental energy had recovered significantly, and he continued to refine the monkey wine. He once again picked up the stone bowl and drank the monkey wine in one go. That familiar burning sensation surged back, and he quickly activated the guiding technique, directing the medicinal power to circulate within his body. This time, having already analyzed the structure of the mysterious factors, Xiao Shujing was much more adept at controlling the medicinal power. He could clearly feel the medicinal power flowing according to his will, precisely integrating into every part of his body, strengthening every muscle and bone. As time passed, the medicinal power was gradually refined and absorbed. Xiao Shujing slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sparkling, and his momentum growing even stronger. The medicinal power had weakened again. At this rate, after 2 or 3 more doses, the monkey wine here will completely lose its effect on me. Never mind, let's continue taking it. Xiao Shujing shook his head, scooped up a bowl of monkey wine, and drank it once more. It has reached its limit. After an unknown amount of time, the monkey wine finally had no effect on Xiao Shujing. Xiaoji, what time is it now? Master, today is January 5th, year 821 of the Great Summer Calendar, 9 a.m. Hearing the voice of his smart assistant, Xiao Shujing was taken aback. Has it already been 2 days? He vaguely remembered returning to the base on the morning of the 3rd and entering the trial zone in the afternoon. Now, it had been over 40 hours. It's time to go back, Xiao Shujing muttered to himself. Now that the monkey wine had lost its effectiveness on him, there was little point in staying in the trial zone. Wukong. Xiao Shujing stood up, stretched his limbs, and suddenly noticed that Wukong had been guarding in front of the water curtain cave without leaving. Upon hearing Xiao Shujing's call, Wukong immediately became joyful, running over in a few steps and displaying a human-like smile. I will be heading back now. You stay here. I will return when I have the chance. Xiao Shujing patted Wukong on the shoulder. Squeak. Upon hearing this, Wukong's face instantly showed a reluctant expression. Xiao Shujing took a deep look at him, then, without further hesitation, leaped out of the water curtain cave and headed towards the trial zone fortress. About an hour later, the outline of the base appeared before Xiao Shujing's eyes. He couldn't help but quicken his pace, soon reaching the base's accommodation area. Huh, has anyone been to the Autumn Garden? Just back at the Autumn Garden. Xiao Shujing received a visit record sent by the intelligent steward of the Autumn Garden. Oh no, it turns out it was the staff from the martial artist house. Xiao Shujing saw the visit record of the staff from the martial artist home and couldn't help but slap his forehead. I actually forgot about the secret manual. I hope the staff hasn't left yet. It was only then that Xiao Shujing realized that he had been in closed-door training at the waterfall cave, refining monkey wine for the past few days, and had turned off the signal of his smart assistant during that time. It wasn't until he saw the visit record from Qiyuan that he remembered. Xiao Shujing quickly logged into the martial artist home and contacted the staff. Fortunately, the delivery personnel were still at the base and had not left. Xiao Shujing let out a long sigh of relief, negotiated the delivery time with the staff, and finally felt at ease. With some time before the staff arrived, he decided to test how much his strength had improved with this monkey wine. Thinking that he still had some time before the staff arrived, Xiao Shujing hurried to the training room on the 2nd floor. He stood up straight, took a deep breath, and instantly mobilized all the energy in his body, swinging his fist hard, striking the testing robot. Bang! A loud sound echoed, and the values on the testing robot started jumping wildly, finally stopping at 39,852 kilograms. An increase of so much. Xiao Shujing exclaimed in disbelief as he stared at the number on the testing robot. To know that when he tested a few days ago, his basic punching power was only around 22,000 kilograms. In just 3 to 5 days, he had increased his punching power by 17,000 kilograms, which was astonishing. Let's test the enhancement of the flame spear technique. Xiao Shujing looked at the values on the testing robot, unable to contain himself any longer. He picked up the spear and shouted. First move, the spear's sharp edge flashed coldly, attacking the testing robot with a fierce momentum. Boom! 733 kilograms. This was the final display result from the testing robot. Xiao Shujing did not stop, continuing to wield the spear. Second move, third move, 2 more loud bangs followed. 103, 615 kilograms. 119, 556 kilograms. Xiao Shujing had completed the first 3 moves of the flame spear technique, and with the basic punching power combined with the 0 times enhancement of the 3rd move, the final test result approached the limit of a beginner martial artist. Great. Now I have a good chance of winning the championship in the upcoming Daxia Dragon Tiger competition in 2 months. Seeing the final test result, Xiao Shujing couldn't help but smile broadly. Without the monkey wine, his basic punching power would only be slightly stronger in 2 months. And although he had a certain chance of making it into the top 10 with the flame spear technique, the probability of winning the championship was not high. However, with this unexpected opportunity, his basic punching power would definitely reach 60,000 kilograms before the Daxia Dragon Tiger competition, and with the enhancement of the flame spear technique. Even if he faced a recently advanced intermediate beast, he would be confident of winning. As for intermediate martial artists, that would be another matter. After all, beasts do not practice martial arts, and their display of strength is limited. Martial artists are completely different. Even those who have just broken through to intermediate status have basic punching power exceeding 120,000 kilograms. Even if their martial arts are the lowest grade, their enhancement can easily exceed 200,000 kilograms, far surpassing the limits of what Xiao Shujing's body can endure. Xiao Shujing had no confidence of winning against such opponents. A bloody battle would be needed to determine the final outcome. The only thing Xiao Shujing was worried about now was that there might be contestants in the Dragon Tiger competition with punching power exceeding 100,000 kilograms and martial arts enhancement also reaching the 0 times limit of a beginner martial artist, resulting in a terrifying display of strength reaching 300,000 kilograms. If he encountered such a contestant, unless Xiao Shujing activated the unity of heaven and man, his chances of winning would not exceed 10. However, counting the past competitions, apart from the global martial arts tournament, the Daxia Dragon Tiger competition had never seen such contestants. Even if such contestants were placed in the preliminary rounds of the global martial arts tournament, their chances of winning would still be substantial. Master, there are guests at the door. Suddenly, the smart butler system of Qiyuan interrupted Xiao Shujing's thoughts. The staff from the martial artist home has arrived? Xiao Shujing didn't dare to delay, quickly grabbed a towel to wipe his face, tidied up his martial arts uniform, and hurriedly ran out. Xiao Shujing opened the door, and in front of him stood a man in a black robe, with the exclusive emblem of the martial artist home embroidered on his clothing. "I'm truly sorry. I've been outside these past few days and delayed your time," Xiao Shujing said apologetically to the staff from the martial artist home. The staff remained expressionless and coldly said, "Please present your identity information." Of course, Xiao Shujing replied while summoning a virtual screen to display his identity information. Name, Xiao Shujing. Gender, male. Martial artist ID, 946813579531911. Alliance Authority, L5. The staff glanced at Xiao Shujing in surprise, and their expression immediately softened. Forcing a smile, "Mr. Xiao, your identity information has been verified correctly." Facing the staff's sudden change in attitude, Xiao Shujing saw everything but still said kindly, "Thank you for your hard work." The staff waved their hand. "Mr. Xiao, you're already aware of the relevant regulations regarding the secret manual, so I want to elaborate." Xiao Shujing nodded. Even though he was a key training target of the Alliance, he wouldn't joke with his future. "Please check." After saying that, the staff took out 2 black gold alloy boxes from behind and handed them to Xiao Shujing. "Thank you." Xiao Shujing nodded and took the 2 boxes from the staff's hands. Then, he hurried back to the training room, eager to open the black gold boxes. Identity information verification completed. Fingerprint information verification completed. Exclusive breath verification completed. Gene verification completed. Mental energy fluctuation verification completed. This level of confidentiality is much stricter than the flame spear technique, Xiao Shujing murmured, recalling that when he purchased the flame spear technique, it only checked the identity information and fingerprint information, whereas the current verification involved no less than 10 items. Finally, as a series of electronic synthesized sounds rang out, the verification was completed and the black gold boxes slowly opened. Seeing this, Xiao Shujing picked up the ancient-looking book inside the box. The secret manual was about an inch thick, 50 centimeters long, and 25 centimeters wide, made of an unknown material that felt quite comfortable to the touch. The front of the manual boldly bore the title Initial Understanding of Space, Volume 1. Gently flipping open the book, a swirling image unfolded before his eyes, filled with densely packed notes. As Xiao Shujing observed carefully, he suddenly felt dizzy. What a complex thing! Xiao Shujing forced himself to endure the discomfort and continued to watch. As time passed, the nodes on the swirl instantly disappeared, merging with the swirl. Xiao Shujing suddenly awoke, beads of sweat covering his forehead, gasping for breath. So that's how it is. That swirl itself was the manifestation of space, and the nodes represented space. The fusion of space and space. Xiao Shujing was instantly filled with unparalleled excitement, various sounds echoing in the training room. Rather than saying it's the fusion of space and space, it would be more accurate to say that various nodes converge to form one of the fundamental principles of space. With just a slight understanding, he could utilize its characteristics to create a wave of spatial shock, directly striking from afar. In an instant, Xiao Shujing found the method to use the principle of space, and at that moment his mind felt as if a dam had burst, with all sorts of brilliant ideas flooding in. Xiao Shujing was so excited that he could hardly contain himself, completely immersed in the mysteries of spatial principles. With his eyes tightly shut, he continuously simulated scenarios of utilizing spatial principles in his mind, and his aura began to grow restless. At this point, Xiao Shujing could no longer hold back, picking up his spear and couldn't resist experimenting. Holding the spear, he took a deep breath, concentrating all of his attention on the tip of the spear, following the simulated attack patterns in his mind. He mobilized the power within his body and infused it into the spear. The spear trembled slightly, and the surrounding space seemed to produce subtle ripples. Xiao Shujing shouted loudly and thrust the spear forward. Boom! With a loud bang, although Xiao Shujing was merely swinging the spear in place, the distant wall suddenly suffered a heavy blow, instantly turning an entire wall into dust, raising a large cloud of dust and severely damaging the entire building structure. Oh no! My training room! At this moment, Xiao Shujing had no time to be happy. Looking at the wreckage of his training room, he felt like crying without tears. My autumn garden. Student Xiao, after our base's preliminary investigation, the repair cost for this autumn garden amounts to 428,900 martial arts points. Given that you're a base student, we are offering you a discount and will only charge you 400,000 martial arts points. After saying this, the staff member handed Xiao Shujing a list of the repair costs. Xiao Shujing took the repair list, quickly scanned it, and after confirming there were no issues, he decisively chose to pay. No problem. Please help me fix it as soon as possible. The staff member replied readily, no problem, at most 3 days, and I will return you an identical autumn garden. Xiao Shujing sighed helplessly. Thank you then. Sigh. I guess I'll just have to make do for a few days. 3 days later, the autumn garden indeed looked almost the same as before, just as the staff had said. Xiao Shujing let out a sigh of relief. Although the price was quite high, it was worth it. However, the upcoming practical training involving spatial principles could not continue as before. My wallet wouldn't be able to withstand it after a few more times. Due to the repairs, Xiao Shujing hadn't been able to continue his research, and once everyone had dispersed, he took out the black gold box containing the secret manuals. Watching Initial Understanding of Space a few days ago resolved many of my doubts and gave me a better understanding of the spatial expansion technique of a 9-tiered tower. Now I can attempt to create a piece of spatial equipment myself. Xiao Shujing caressed the black gold box in his hands, his gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he took out a grayish crystal stone. This is the spatial crystal stone I bought for 10 million martial arts points. It better not disappoint me. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Shujing immediately activated his talent of unification of heaven and man. He let out a low shout and instantly entered a mysterious state. His aura became long and stable, and he seemed to merge with the surrounding environment. If not for careful observation, he could easily be overlooked. At this moment, Xiao Shujing was no longer concerned with anything else. and suddenly directed his mental power towards the spatial crystal stone in his hand. Instantly, Xiao Shujing seemed to enter a grayish space. In this gray space, there was no distinction between up and down, left and right, nor any boundaries. All he could see was a misty expanse. Time is of the essence. Xiao Shujing did not dare to be careless, and his mental power transformed into a giant, shouting loudly, "Axe, come!" In an instant, part of his mental power transformed into a giant axe, which Xiao Shujing firmly grasped in his hand. Controlling the giant formed from his mental power, he tightly held the giant axe and swung it forcefully towards this chaotic space. A dull howling sound rang out, but did not create a significant impact on the space. Xiao Shujing frowned, mobilizing even more mental power to infuse into the giant axe, making it shine brightly. "Open for me!" Xiao Shujing roared, and the giant swung the axe again. The blade glimmered, seemingly trying to split open the chaos. Finally, with this swing of the axe, a crack was cleaved into the gray space. Xiao Shujing did not dare to be careless, and struck continuously towards the crack, delivering a total of 99 strikes before he finally opened up a vast and boundless space. Looking at the space he had created, Xiao Shujing felt a surge of relief wash over him, but fatigue swept over him like a tide, causing him to emit a series of snores. Just then, the vast space before him suddenly began to shrink rapidly. Not good. Xiao Shujing was awakened by this scene and quickly threw away the giant axe. "Transform!" With a loud shout from Xiao Shujing, the giant axe instantly disintegrated into 4 towering pillars. "Go!" With a wave of his mental power, the 4 pillars flew towards the east, south, west, and north directions of the space, instantly stabilizing the weak points of the space. Finally, as the 4 pillars landed, the entire space gradually stabilized and the shrinkage ceased. The price was that part of Xiao Shujing's mental power needed to be constantly suppressed. Otherwise, this space would soon be crushed and broken. What a pity, the size is far from before. Xiao Shujing slowly opened his eyes, sighed softly, and looked at the spatial crystal stone in his hand. The current size of the space was only 1/5 of what it was before the collapse, approximately 200 to 300 cubic units. This was only possible because Xiao Shujing had the talent of unification of heaven and man, practiced the 9-yang divine thought method focusing on mental power, and had a preliminary understanding of the laws of space through initial understanding of space. If it were someone else, even if they were a sky-level martial artist, it would be impossible to achieve this without understanding spatial laws. From now on, I will call you Autumn Garden, the Autumn Garden that truly belongs to me. Looking at the Autumn Garden in his hand, Xiao Shujing felt increasingly satisfied. Although the internal space had shrunk due to the backlash of space, this was still the first piece of spatial equipment he had personally created. Next, let's see Indestructible Golden Body. Reluctantly placing down the Autumn Garden, Xiao Shujing took out another black gold box. Fingerprint verification passed. Following the same process as initial understanding of space, after several verification procedures, the black gold box slowly opened. Indeed, the materials of these 2 manuals were identical. Xiao Shujing picked up the manual in his hand, carefully rubbed it, and found that it was the same material as the other one. Let's take a look at the contents inside. Xiao Shujing decisively opened the manual. The opening page was a diagram of human meridians, marked with numerous acupoints and the operating routes of the techniques, extremely complex. What a complicated operating route. Xiao Shujing couldn't help but be astonished. The operating route of Indestructible Golden Body was far more complex than that of the guiding technique. Even Xiao Shujing couldn't make sense of it right away. "I'll take my time to study it. No need to rush." Shaking his head, Xiao Shujing focused and continued to immerse himself in the study of the technique. He took out paper and pen and began to copy the meridian diagram, comparing it with the annotations in the manual, striving for accuracy down to the smallest detail. He repeatedly confirmed the position of each acupoint and the direction of every operating route, not daring to be careless in the slightest. After 2 full days of repeated confirmation and verification, he finally understood the operating route of Indestructible Golden Body. What an amazing Indestructible Golden Body. What a grand design. After 2 days and nights of research, Xiao Shujing finally grasped the principle of indestructible golden body. Its essence was to absorb elemental power through the guiding technique and then continuously adjust the density of the body structure according to its special operating route. In the entry stage of the indestructible golden body, one can withstand a small nuclear bomb with their physical body, and the strength of the body is comparable to that of an Earth-level warrior. In the minor achievement stage of indestructible golden body, practitioners can walk freely within a star without any harm, even in the core of the star, which cannot inflict any damage, and regenerating severed limbs becomes easy. In the major achievement stage of indestructible golden body, even standing on a white dwarf, the powerful gravity cannot cause any damage, and one can achieve initial blood rebirth. As for the perfected stage of indestructible golden body, the manual simply states, as long as there is a breath, the golden body is indestructible. No wonder, despite the dire situations outside the Star Sea, the alien races have never attacked Tianhai Star again. After becoming a warrior, Xiao Shujing reviewed almost all the battle reports from the Star Sea over the past few hundred years. Among them were numerous cases of entire legions being annihilated, and even the 4 major heavenly gates in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest have been breached by aliens more than once, yet the aliens never advanced further. Instead, after a period of stalemate, they obediently retreated from the Tianhai Alliance star domain. For civilization, even if all the warriors are dead, as long as those demigod-level beings are still alive, there is no talk of survival or extinction. Conversely, if all demigods in a civilization perish, even possessing countless sky-level warriors, they would still be reduced to ashes, disappearing in the vast Star Sea. Looking at the manual in his hand, Xiao Shujing couldn't help but feel emotional. He wondered how many experiments the Alliance conducted to summarize this technique. Xiao Shujing shook his head. The theory of indestructible golden body is thorough, the validation methods are rigorous, and the experimental data is comprehensive. It feels less like a technique and more like a thesis. The cost paid to create such a rigorous technique is unimaginable. What does it have to do with me? I'm just a benefactor enjoying the results. Xiao Shujing chuckled self-deprecatingly. Moreover, if it weren't for this technique, it would have been impossible to hold out for so long in the Star Sea. It should be noted that the Tianhai Alliance does not face just one alien race. There are 6 different alien races eyeing it around the entire star domain. Fortunately, they are not united, and their deep-seated grudges against each other are even greater than those against the Tianhai Alliance. Now that he has understood the principles, it's time to begin formal cultivation. Xiao Shujing no longer hesitated, quickly adjusted his posture, closed his eyes, and began to guide the cosmic energy into his body. After drawing it in, instead of integrating it into his body as he had before, he followed the operation route of indestructible golden body, continuously impacting the acupoints within his body. Xiao Shujing held his breath and concentrated, fully focused on guiding the energy to strike the acupoints. Each impact felt like a surging wave crashing against a solid reef, bringing a strong sensation of pain. Sweat beads rolled down his forehead, but Xiao Shujing gritted his teeth and refused to relax. Since strong impacts weren't working, I'll change my approach. Unity of man and nature. Xiao Shujing shouted angrily and unhesitatingly activated the unity of man and nature. Scatter from me. As soon as his voice fell, all the acupoints in his body opened up. Seeing this, Xiao Shujing dared not be careless and immediately began to cultivate according to the technique's operation route. At this moment, Xiao Shujing's body began to undergo significant changes. A faint golden glow gradually enveloped his body. His muscle lines became more defined, his blood thickened, and he could even hear the rushing sound within his blood vessels. His bones emitted slight cracking sounds, radiating a faint white light. Xiao Shujing could feel his strength continuously rising, and the flexibility and reaction speed of his body had qualitatively improved. His breathing became deep and powerful, with each exhale seeming to absorb all the surrounding energy. 1 cycle, 2 cycles. After a long while, Xiao Shujing slowly opened his eyes. Fortunately, I didn't get stuck in a rut. Why work hard to break through each point when I can use my talent? At this moment, Xiao Shujing felt extremely fortunate. If it weren't for awakening the talent of unity of man and nature, breaking through all the acupoints in indestructible golden body would have taken at least 3 to 5 years. Just from the first session of cultivation, the strength of my body has increased by more than half. Xiao Shujing clenched his fist and could clearly feel a substantial increase in his physical strength. Thinking of this, Xiao Shujing immediately picked up the divine spear beside him and sharply slashed it across his arm. Creak! A sharp sound rang out as the spear tip grazed his arm, leaving only a barely visible white mark. Xiao Shujing rubbed the mark vigorously, and it immediately vanished without a trace. Hiss! Xiao Shujing took a sharp breath. Before practicing indestructible golden body, his physical body would never have reached such a level. This was only his initial practice, and he hadn't even officially begun yet. No wonder indestructible golden body states that in the entry stage, one can withstand a nuclear explosion and have a physical body comparable to that of Earth-level warriors. Seeing the astonishing performance of his body, Xiao Shujing's last shred of doubt regarding indestructible golden body dissipated, replaced by endless surprise. Truly, it deserves its price of 80 billion martial arts points. This price is simply too cheap. In fact, for the Alliance, martial arts points are just a string of numbers. If Xiao Shujing hadn't performed astonishingly and had someone backing him, the Alliance would definitely not have opened up so many special martial arts to him. It should be noted that even within the Alliance, an L6 level of authority only qualifies for purchase. Whether or not they are granted access is another matter entirely. Chapter 86 Basic Punch Power 61 230 kilograms. Time flies like a white horse passing through a gap, fleeting in an instant. On February 25th, 821 of the Great Xia Calendar, Shuyuan, bang! With a loud crash, Xiao Shujing heavily struck the testing robot. 61, 230 kilograms. With a basic punch power of 60,000 kilograms, I also have a chance to compete for the championship in the Dragon and Tiger competition, coupled with the 3.0 times increase from the third style of flame gun technique. My attack power will exceed 180,000 kilograms, reaching the level of a mid-level martial artist. Xiao Shujing murmured to himself. For the past 2 months, Xiao Shujing had meticulously arranged his days. In the morning, he practiced 9-yang divine thought technique, drawing the power of the sun to refine his mental strength. At noon, he practiced indestructible golden body to enhance his physical strength. In the afternoon, he practiced guiding techniques to absorb elemental energy and strengthen his physical quality. In the evening, he activated the unity of man and heaven to condense mysterious factors to enhance his body, while continuing to improve the sealing technique and the equal treatment of all beings technique. Until the early morning, Xiao Shujing also studied initial understanding of space, resting only late at night. By the end of the day, he had less than 4 hours of rest. It was under this relentless spirit that Xiao Shujing's strength advanced rapidly. It was precisely because of this rapid progress that he felt confident in contending for the championship in the Dragon and Tiger competition. Moreover, with the practice of indestructible golden body, my physical strength has significantly increased, and I should be able to normally execute the 4th style of flame gun technique, but unfortunately. Thinking of this, Xiao Shujing shook his head. Don't be fooled by the number of martial arts points I have. Purchasing initial understanding of space cost me 126 million martial arts points. Indestructible golden body cost 280 million martial arts points, and space crystals cost 10 million martial arts points. Now, I only have 14 million martial arts points left, which is far from enough to buy top-tier martial arts of D rank. However, Xiao Shujing did not regret it. Whether it was indestructible golden body or initial understanding of space, both greatly enhanced his strength, and being able to access these special martial arts early on was, in fact, a good thing for him. Base Management Committee. Old Liu, has Xiao Shujing not continued to challenge the 9-tier Sky Tower in the past 2 months? Wei Ming, holding a document, looked up at the gray-robed old man in front of him upon seeing that Xiao Shujing's record was still from 2 months ago. Chairman, in the past 2 months, not only has Xiao Shujing not challenged the 9-tier Sky Tower, but he hasn't even come to the base once. If it weren't for the base's intelligence system indicating that Xiao Shujing has been in Shuyuan all along, I would have thought he had already left the elemental force secret realm, the gray-robed old man respectfully reported. How many students are currently in the base? Have there been others who have challenged the 9-tier Sky Tower? The gray-robed old man shook his head. Currently, other schools have gradually had students break through to become martial artists, and the total number has approached 300, but apart from Xiao Shujing, no other student has been able to challenge the first level of a 9-tier Sky Tower. Wei Ming nodded thoughtfully, then waved his hand to signal the other to leave. Knock, knock, knock. Wei Ming tapped on the table with his right hand while contemplating Xiao Shujing's records. Master, you have a call request. Suddenly, while deep in thought, Xiao Shujing received a notification from his intelligent assistant. Seeing the familiar profile picture on the call request, he unhesitatingly chose to connect. Instructor, Xiao Shujing. Why had you been staying in Shuyuan for the past 2 months without even coming to the base once? At this moment, Wei Ming looked at the energetic young man on the virtual screen, and his heart immediately relaxed. Xiao Shujing looked at Wei Ming's expression, feeling confused. Instructor, I've been diligently cultivating in Shuyuan these past 2 months and haven't been paying attention to external matters. That's good to hear. If you have time now, please come to my office. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shujing nodded repeatedly, tidied up a bit, and hurried to Wei Ming's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Xiao Shujing immediately pushed open the door and strode in. Instructor, seat. Wei Ming waved his hand, signaling Xiao Shujing to find a place to sit down. Xiao Shujing was not polite and pulled a chair to sit in front of Wei Ming. How has your strength improved in the past 2 months? Wei Ming picked up his teacup and took a slight sip. So far, my basic punch power has exceeded 60,000 kilograms. Xiao Shujing said without hesitation. He felt there was no need to hide his cultivation progress. On the contrary, appropriately showcasing his talent would make it easier to gain the favor of the Alliance's higher-ups. Otherwise, the Alliance would never increase his privileges or open up special martial arts to him. If he continued to hide his abilities, he might not even qualify to access the Alliance's top martial arts after becoming a ground-level martial artist. However, he would not be reckless. He would not expose his true talent, not even to the closest people, as that was the real confidence that allowed him to reach the peak. What? Are you sure you're not joking? Upon hearing this, Wei Ming's expression immediately stiffened. Xiao Shujing nodded heavily. I just tested it this morning. Hiss. Incredible. Incredible. Wei Ming repeatedly exclaimed, and his expression slowly calmed down. However, looking at his trembling right hand that couldn't even hold the teacup steadily, it was clear that he was not so calm inside. Instructor, you call me over. It must not be just to ask about my cultivation progress, right? Xiao Shujing's gaze was calm, and he was not surprised by Wei Ming's reaction. Upon hearing this, Wei Ming suppressed the shock in his heart. That's right. The main reason for calling you over is to discuss something. You should have heard of the Great Xia Dragon and Tiger competition, right? Xiao Shujing nodded. In a few days, the registration for the Dragon and Tiger competition will open, and I hope you can participate in this year's competition. At the same time, this is also the request of that esteemed person. Wei Ming said seriously as he looked at Xiao Shujing. Instructor, I originally planned to participate in this year's Dragon and Tiger competition. However, Xiao Shujing hesitated, looking somewhat embarrassed. Wei Ming waved his hand. Don't hesitate to say it. A few months ago, I promised the Baishan Martial Arts School to compete in the Dragon and Tiger competition on their behalf. Xiao Shujing cautiously glanced at Wei Ming. Ha! I thought it was something serious. It's no problem. Upon hearing this, Wei Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Our school doesn't team mine, right? Xiao Shujing asked, puzzled. It's just representing a martial arts school in the competition. Can it change the fact that you come from a prestigious school? Wei Ming smiled at Xiao Shujing. Moreover, no school will care about this matter. After all, our school is not like those martial arts schools or chambers of commerce that can freely operate industries and have ample resources. If students can receive widespread investments from various sectors of society, the school would be more than happy. I see. Xiao Shujing suddenly understood. How do you think this competition will go? Are you confident about making it to the playoffs? Wei Ming's expression became serious as he looked at Xiao Shujing. According to past practices, the Dragon and Tiger competition is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is the elimination round, organized by each province, which will eliminate over 90 of the contestants. leaving only the top 1,000 to advance. The second stage is the playoffs, where the top 1,000 from all 33 provinces of Great Xia, totaling 33,000 contestants, will compete in the capital of Great Xia. The third stage is the final championship round, which will select the titles of Young Tiger, Young Dragon, and Dragon and Tiger. Of course, no problem. Xiao Shujing met Wei Ming's gaze and said decisively, "That's good." Seeing Xiao Shujing's confident demeanor, Wei Ming organized his words. "You must not be careless. This not only concerns the assessment of the alliance management towards you, but is also closely monitored by that esteemed individual. If your performance this time is poor, it is very likely to lower your training ranking, and it is even possible that your privileges could be revoked." Xiao Shujing felt a chill in her heart upon hearing this, and she was also curious about that esteemed individual mentioned by Wei Ming. "Instructor, are you referring to the director of the Daxia Education Department?" Xiao Shujing had already met the director of the Education Department in Shandong Province, and judging from Wei Ming's respectful tone, it was obviously not that Xiao Shujing. Wei Ming shook his head. "Let's talk about this after you finish the Dragon and Tiger competition. I can't disclose anything without that individual's permission." Xiao Shujing nodded thoughtfully, suppressing her curiosity. "By the way, instructor, could you lend me a bit of martial arts points?" Xiao Shujing rubbed her fingers together, speaking shyly. "How much do you need?" 100 million. Puffed. As soon as Xiao Shujing finished speaking, Wei Ming sprayed all the tea he had just sipped. "What did you say? 100 million? Xiao Shujing cautiously said. Wei Ming was both angry and amused. "Do you think I'm running a bank? You just throw out 100 million like that. Get lost." No, instructor. How about 50 million? Can we settle for that?" Xiao Shujing said with a face, quickly smiling. Wei Ming glared at her. "I don't even have 50 million. 30 million. 30 million. It can't go any lower." Xiao Shujing reluctantly cut the number again. Seeing this, Wei Ming snorted coldly. "That's more like it. 30 million martial arts points will be credited to your account later. Now you can leave." Wait, student has one more thing." Xiao Shujing hurriedly waved her hand. "Speak quickly, spit it out." Xiao Shujing organized her words. "Recently, I captured a strange beast in the trial area. Instructor, could you designate that area specifically so that other students don't randomly intrude and kill my strange beast?" TSK. "I didn't expect you to have such abilities." Wei Ming praised repeatedly. Xiao Shujing chuckled. "My strange beast leads a group of monkeys and can regularly produce some low-grade rare monkey wine." After thinking for a long time about the monkey wine, Xiao Shujing decided to report this to Wei Ming. Firstly, the current monkey wine was no longer effective for her, so exposing it wouldn't matter. Secondly, she could cooperate with the base management to sell the monkey wine, and she could also get a share of the profits. Thirdly, ensuring Yukong's safety was crucial. After all, it was in the trial area, and without an identity, once the strength of other students in the base increased, its fate could be imagined. Moreover, Xiao Shujing couldn't guard all day long, so designating an area for it and getting a protective talisman would undoubtedly be the simplest solution. "No problem. Tell me the area of the monkey group later. I will notify the staff of the trial area to set a warning zone within 50 kilometers." Wei Ming said cheerfully. "Also, for the profits from the monkey wine, our base only takes 10%. Just ensure the base's costs are covered. Is that satisfactory?" Hearing this, Xiao Shujing showed a delighted expression. Satisfactory. Wei Ming waved his hand. "What are you still doing? I'm not providing meals here." After Xiao Shujing left, Wei Ming finally closed the doors and windows, switched to visitor mode, and cut off all internal and external communications, respectfully dialing a special call. Soon, a towering figure appeared on the virtual screen. "Lord Ming, Xiao Shujing's basic punch strength has reached 60,000 kilograms. The towering figure nodded and spoke with a commanding voice. "Good. Keep a close eye on Xiao Shujing's performance in the Dragon and Tiger competition. Contact me if anything happens." Wei Ming quickly responded, "Yes, Lord Ming. Regarding your application for the Enlightenment Stele, I have notified the Alliance Management to approve it. If all goes well, you will be eligible to comprehend it next year." Upon hearing this, Wei Ming immediately knelt on the ground, trembling as he said, I am willing to sacrifice everything for you, my lord, without hesitation. It is for Daxia, for the alliance. The towering figure corrected Wei Ming's words, then vanished from the virtual screen. Xiao Shujing, you truly are my lucky star. After a long time, Wei Ming stood up, quite excited. Just next year, with the Alliance's Enlightenment Steel, I should be able to comprehend the realm, and thus I have hope to break through to an Earth-level warrior. Xiao Shujing was unaware of what happened next. As soon as she walked out of the management office building, she looked up and saw the towering 9-tiered tower. Should I try to challenge the 9-tiered tower? After pondering for a while, she ultimately chose to give up. With my current strength, I can at most reach the 32nd or 33rd floor, which is not very meaningful. With Xiao Shujing's current basic punch strength of 60,000 kilograms, combined with the blazing gun technique 3.0 multiplier, it would be easy to pass the first 30 floors. However, after the 30th floor, Xiao Shujing felt that she could only pass 2 or 3 more floors at most, ranking at the top of the Shandong province list, but not making it to the Daxia national list. Next, I should buy the blazing gun technique D-grade version and cultivate it successfully as soon as possible. Xiao Shujing shook her head and turned towards the direction of Qiwen. After cultivating indestructible body, Xiao Shujing's physical body had improved significantly, no longer inferior to an intermediate warrior, which was why she shamelessly asked Wei Ming for martial arts points. Blazing gun technique D-grade version, category, amplification martial arts, created by the sky-level warrior Liang, can increase the maximum amplification of intermediate warriors by 7.0 times. Note, there's also a C-grade version of this technique, with amplification reaching 12.0 times for advanced warriors, priced at 43,888 martial arts points. Requirement: Tianhai Alliance permission, level L4 or above. A 7.0 times amplification is already the upper limit for D-grade martial arts, and is also the upper limit that an intermediate warrior's body can withstand. Unless one cultivates a special martial art that focuses on the body, like indestructible body. Otherwise, before you can even unleash it, your body might collapse first. Such cases were common in the early days of the Alliance's establishment, and it was only after sacrificing countless warriors' lives that the Alliance gradually grasped this rule. Permissions are sufficient. Confirm the purchase? Confirm purchase. Xiao Shujing looked at the prompt popping up from the martial artist's home and decisively chose to confirm the purchase. Chapter 88. Registration and competition rules for the Dragon Tiger tournament 3 days later. Xiao Shujing received a platinum box from the staff of the martial artist's house and successfully obtained the D-grade version of the blazing spear technique. So that's how it is. Before long, with his exceptional comprehension, Xiao Shujing grasped the essence of the D-grade version. Without much hesitation, he decisively took out his spear and began practicing. Xiao Shujing moved like lightning. The spear danced in his hands, creating a gust of wind. Each thrust carried a sharp, whistling sound, and wherever the spear tip went, it seemed to tear through space itself. Fourth form. Suddenly, Xiao Shujing twisted his wrist, and the long spear lunged forward like a dragon, piercing towards the test robot. Boom! 248,901 kilograms. A loud crash echoed, and the test robot's screen displayed the final test result. Xiao Shujing panted heavily, tossed the long spear aside, and grabbed a towel to wipe the sweat off his body. Given his current physical condition, it seemed he could only execute the fourth form. With his current strength, entering the top 10 would be no problem, but winning the championship would still be a bit of a challenge. He should do his best. Xiao Shujing furrowed his brows and sighed helplessly. It was indeed too late for him to break through as a martial artist. Had he managed it 2 months earlier, winning the championship in this Dragon Tiger tournament would have posed no pressure at all. Time was running out. It was best to head back to the real world. Xiao Shujing looked at his wristwatch. It was already February 28th. Tomorrow was the registration day for the Dragon Tiger tournament. Staying at the base now was pointless. It would be better to head back early. Let's go. Xiao Shujing had nothing much to pack. The important items were already stored in his spatial equipment. After changing into a fresh set of clothes, he headed towards the exit of the Yuanli's secret realm. The journey back was smooth, and just a few hours later, the Wenhui community was in sight. In the evening, after a brief chat with his family, Xiao Shujing returned to his room to rest early. The next day, Xiao Shujing woke up early. After a brief session of cultivation, he quietly waited. 9:30 a.m. Ding dong. Finally, the smartwatch emitted a notification sound. Seeing this, Xiao Shujing hurriedly opened the website. The Dragon Tiger Tournament of Daxia, held every 3 years, was about to begin. With 33 provinces, 7 billion people, and 50 million martial artists, who would claim the title of Young Tiger and Little Dragon this time. Stay tuned. Do you want to make a name for your province? Do you want to compete with the pride of Daxia? Are you still struggling to find an opponent? Click the competition link to register now. Registration period is from February 29th to March 2nd, 826 in the Daxia calendar. Xiao Shujing quickly skimmed past the advertisements on the virtual screen and scrolled down to find the registration button for the Young Tiger Tournament, pressing it firmly. Soon, a registration information form popped up. Xiao Shujing carefully reviewed it, filled in his information, and clicked to confirm his registration. Registration successful. Seeing the message that popped up on the webpage, a relaxed expression finally appeared on Xiao Shujing's face. Suddenly, his right eye caught sight of a string of numbers. 332, 609. In just 2 minutes, over 300,000 martial artists had registered. Xiao Shujing was taken aback by the number displayed on the page. However, thinking it over, it was quite normal. Daxia had a total of 33 provinces, some with large populations like Shandong, Yuzhong, and Donghai, reaching hundreds of millions, while provinces like Heishui, Xihai, and Nanshan had only tens of millions. Overall, Daxia's population was about 7 billion, making it the most populous nation in the Tianhai Alliance, accounting for about 1/7 of the alliance's total population. The martial artist ratio across the Tianhai Alliance was approximately 121, with some countries far exceeding this number and others lagging behind. Daxia was just right, with over 50 million martial artists registered with the Martial Control Department. Let's take a look at the competition rules. Xiao Shujing shook his head, no longer focusing on this issue, and turned to the competition rules for the Dragon Tiger Tournament. 1. The competition is divided into 3 stages: elimination rounds, playoffs, and finals. 2. The finals will be hosted by the provincial governments, and specific competition locations can be found in each province. 3. Due to the large number of participants, the elimination round will take place in a virtual world battle royale, eliminating 99 of martial artists, with the top 1,000 from each province advancing. The elimination rounds will last 3 days. 4. The playoffs will be held in the 9-story Heaven Tower, eliminating 900 participants based on the levels each martial artist reaches in the tower, with only the top 100 advancing. 5. The final match will shift from one-on-one to a free-for-all, eliminating 90 participants in one go. 6. The finals will change from one-on-one to a round-robin format, with the one with the most wins claiming the Young Tiger title. 7. The elimination rounds will start on March 3rd, and all martial artists should arrive at their respective provincial governments promptly. Otherwise, they will be considered to have forfeited. Hiss! What a cruel set of rules. After reading the competition rules, Xiao Shujing couldn't help but take a deep breath. In just 3 days, 99 of martial artists would be eliminated in bulk. Even those who advance shouldn't celebrate too early. The playoffs will be just as brutal as the elimination rounds. Only by entering the top 10 could one have the chance for a one-on-one match, which was the hope of claiming the Young Tiger title. Let's check the competition rewards. Xiao Shujing shook his head, no longer focusing on the competition format. In fact, for him, whether the rules changed or not had little impact. After all, for a martial artist who had cultivated both spiritual and physical techniques, group battles and attrition wars were the least of his worries. 1. For the top 1,000 martial artists advancing from each province, Daxia will grant a one-time reward of 10 million martial arts points, Young Tiger Tournament. 2. For the top 100 participants in Daxia, there will be a one-time reward of 100 million martial arts points along with a D-grade martial art with a 7.0x amplification, Young Tiger Tournament. 3. For the top 10 martial artists in Daxia, there will be a one-time reward of 1 billion martial arts points and a C-grade martial art with a 12.0x amplification, Young Tiger Tournament. 4. For the winner of the Young Tiger title, Daxia will grant a one-time reward of 2 billion martial arts points and any one of the top 3 volumes of a supreme special martial art, Young Tiger Tournament. What astonishing rewards! They even offered a supreme, special martial art. Xiao Shujing was taken aback upon seeing the final competition rewards. The winner of a Young Tiger title would not only receive 2 billion martial arts points, but also a supreme, special martial art, which was on par with indestructible golden body and divine phoenix nirvana technique. Even Xiao Shujing's family martial art, Nine Yang divine thought technique, was somewhat inferior unless he successfully cultivated it to perfection. Even just the first 3 volumes were incredibly impressive in terms of martial arts points. It would cost at least nearly 10 billion, plus special authorization from the Alliance. Now, he should take the next few days to adjust. Xiao Shujing shook his head and closed the registration page for the Dragon Tiger tournament. Chapter 89. Elimination round of the Wilderness Survival Game in the year 821 of the Daxia calendar, on March 3rd. Today is the competition day for the elimination round of the Dragon and Tiger tournament. Xiao Shujing arrived early at Venue 07, only to find that the number of martial artists participating was far greater than he had imagined. There were at least 40 to 50,000 people. This was just one venue. How many martial artists had signed up for the competition across the entire Shanga province? As Xiao Shujing looked at the sea of people in the venue, he couldn't help but click his tongue. However, many of the martial artists were not very strong, with most having only 1,000 or 2,000 kilograms of fist strength, coming to compete merely for entertainment. Xiao Shujing's gaze swept around the surrounding martial artists. Most had only 1,000 or 2,000 kilograms of fist strength, posing no threat. At 8 o'clock a.m., a figure suddenly appeared in the center of Venue 07. Silence. A thunderous voice echoed in the ears of the many competitors, making everyone feel as if they had been struck by an invisible giant hammer. And the entire venue fell silent. A ground-level martial artist. Someone recognized the situation and couldn't help but exclaim. Xiao Shujing marveled internally. How impressive. Just a casually spoken sentence can silence everyone present. It seems I underestimated the strength of ground-level martial artists. I'm the person in charge of Venue 07 for this Dragon and Tiger tournament. I will now reiterate the competition rules. This elimination round will take place in a virtual world, lasting 3 days, with the competition mode being a wilderness survival game. For each competitor eliminated, 1 point will be awarded. After 3 days, the top 1,000 competitors will advance to the playoffs. At the same time, the virtual world will completely replicate the real-world strength of the competitors. The system will uniformly distribute the league's standard combat equipment in the virtual world. At this moment, everyone focused intently on the middle-aged man in a black robe. Let me remind you again, the active area in the survival game will continuously shrink. So be sure to pay attention. If you exceed the range and remain there for more than 10 minutes, you will be considered eliminated, even if you rank first in points. No way. How can we hide then? I was hoping to sneak around for 3 days. Now we will distribute the login devices. After the black-robed, middle-aged man finished speaking, he waved his hand. Instantly, countless streams of light flew from the center of the venue towards the crowd. Virtual helmets? Xiao Shujing took the stream of light and, upon closer inspection, found it was no different from the virtual helmets used in the Nine Heavens Tower. Each of you has a number on your virtual helmet. Go find the corresponding restroom. At 9 o'clock a.m., the elimination round officially began. Later rivals will be considered eliminated. After speaking, the black-robed, middle-aged man vanished from the center of Venue 07. 07-1566. Xiao Shujing flipped the virtual helmet over and indeed found a number inside. Let's go. Hurry to find a room. Damn it, who stepped on my foot? Running so fast. Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? Xiao Shujing quietly followed behind. And after about 20 minutes, he finally found the operation room, numbered 07-1566. Time was not early. It was time to enter the virtual world. Xiao Shujing no longer hesitated and immediately put on the virtual helmet. A slight dizziness washed over him, and when he came to his senses, he found himself in a closed room. The furnishings in the room were simple, just a chair, a clock, and 2 racks for combat equipment. 8:41, still early. Xiao Shujing glanced at the clock, then chose combat gear and a long gun, sitting quietly in the chair to wait for the start of the competition. Tick-tock, tick-tock. In the empty room, only the ticking of the clock and Xiao Shujing's breathing could be heard. Finally, the minute hand pointed to 9 o'clock. In the room, Xiao Shujing transformed into a white light and instantly vanished from the chair. Xiao Shujing felt a flash of blinding light before realizing he had appeared in a vast wilderness. Hey, the heavens are good to me. I just entered and already encountered a rookie. Following the voice, he saw not far away a burly man approaching him with a fierce expression. Hee, kid, your competition ends here. The burly man laughed loudly, leaping and swinging the large axe in his hand directly at him. Poof! A flash of gunfire erupted. Just as the burly man was about to land, Xiao Shujing shot him through the throat, lifting him into the air, causing him to gasp for breath. First one, Xiao Shujing muttered, then flicked the long gun, sending the burly man flying like a kite with a severed string, before he disappeared in a flash of white light. Several hours later, everyone run. The gun demon is coming. What? The gun demon is coming? With a shout, the people who were fighting immediately sheathed their weapons and fled. Gun demon? Let me have a go at you. Xiao Shujing had just arrived, and, seeing the crowd fleeing, felt a surge of interest, moving forward instead of retreating, heading in the opposite direction of the fleeing people. Little brother, you're going the wrong way. The gun demon is right ahead. What do I care? If he wants to die, let him die. It gives us some time. Xiao Shujing ignored these comments and continued walking forward. Don't. No. In the distance, a figure was collapsed on the ground, retreating repeatedly begging for mercy. In front of him, a tall young man was approaching with a long gun, a sinister smile on his face. Little baby, run for your life. After saying this, he shook the long gun in his hand, and in a flash of cold light, pierced the man's skull. At this moment, the man known as the gun demon revealed an expression of enjoyment. Did you enjoy watching for so long over there? After speaking, he suddenly turned his head, fixing his gaze on Xiao Shujing. I heard they call you the gun demon? Xiao Shujing replied flatly, his eyes filled with indifference. The gun demon grinned. Gun demon? I like that name. Kid, since you're so perceptive, if you bow down a few times, I might spare your life. Xiao Shujing's gaze turned cold, scoffing. What kind of rotten fish and shrimp dares to make me bow? I'll turn you from the gun demon into the dead demon. Hearing this, the gun demon was instantly furious. Kid, you're seeking death. After saying this, he suddenly moved, the long gun in his hand, piercing toward Xiao Shujing like a dragon diving into the sea. Bang! Xiao Shujing was not afraid at all, horizontally positioning his long gun to firmly block the gun demon's attack. The two long guns clashed, producing a resounding noise that shook the surrounding